Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. 10 Mount Chapter 306 Tsunade Childbirth. 5 months have passed since Kakuzu was captured. He has completely given up hope now, and was just waiting for Chuan Feng to come. The greater the expectations, the greater the disappointment. He didn't even see the shadow of Chuan Feng. Later, he took the initiative to talk to the guard and even told him about Chuan Feng's bribery. But the guard didn't react at all, just kept saying one cold word. You can see Lord Chuan Feng whenever you want. Then no one paid any attention to what he said. He felt that if nothing unexpected happened, he would die here of old age. The heart of the original body can't hold on for much longer. Unfortunately, no one cared about his situation. Maybe Chuan Feng will think of him on a whim someday, and if he is not dead yet, there is still a chance that he will see the light of day again. But one thing is certain, it is definitely not at this moment. Chuan Feng has no time to think about Kakuzu now, his heart is not with him. Konoha First People's Hospital. A silver-haired man was wandering anxiously at the door of the delivery room. Chuan Feng, stop turning around, you're making me dizzy. Shuamao was sitting in the rest area on the side, and these were the words Chuan Feng said to him at the beginning. The scene was repeated, but the two sides switched positions. I'm anxious. Chuan Feng stopped for a few seconds and started spinning again. Now he could finally understand how Tsukumo felt at that time, which was completely indescribable. I knew the chances of Tsunade getting into trouble were slim, but I couldn't help but worry about it. It's okay, don't you still trust Tsunade? Niyuki spoke slowly as she sat next to Tsukumo. She wasn't too worried. If it weren't for Tsunade, I might be dead. With Tsunade's medical ninjutsu, there was no way anything could go wrong for her no matter how hard she tried. Uncle, Aunt will be fine. Here's some candy. Kakashi walked up obediently and pulled a lollipop out of his pocket. Our Kakashi is so good. Auntie gave birth to a younger brother for you, so you must not bully him in the future. Chuan Feng stopped and touched Kakashi's head, then took the peeled lollipop and put it in his mouth. It seems to have really calmed down a bit. Uncle, don't worry. I will definitely protect my brother. Kakashi puffed out his chest, a serious expression on his face. Uncle believes in you. Chuan Feng took Kakashi to sit next to Tsukumo. It should be coming out soon. I think I heard crying. Advertisement. Tsukumo really said the same thing, and he even pressed his head against the wall. How could he know that the room behind was not a delivery room at all? What if I was a 3-year-old? Chuan Feng had seen the blueprints and knew everything about it. He rolled his eyes at Shumao. I'm just trying to comfort you, right? Shuamao was caught in the act and felt a little embarrassed. Thank you. Chuan Feng emphasized his tone and was as speechless as he could be. I'm much better now. I'll just wait. Then he leaned forward, rested his elbows on his thighs and began to wait quietly. The atmosphere here suddenly became depressing. Nawaki Minato and a group of people were whispering in the lounge area on the other side. Why hasn't Master's wife come out yet? Conan frowned, looked at the delivery room and then at Chuan Feng. It's only been a short while, it won't happen that fast. Kushina seemed to say it casually, but he was actually a little worried. Tsunade has always been very caring towards her, and is like a real sister to her. Kushina is right, Conan, don't worry. Misaki comforted Conan like an older sister. She also had confidence in Tsunade, but as she was not a medical ninja, she would never understand how powerful Tsunade was. None of the boys said anything, only Nawaki interrupted. Just relax, my sister can deliver her own baby. What's more, the delivery room is fully equipped now. Nawaki looked nonchalant, he really wasn't worried. It's just giving birth to a child, can it cost my sister's life? Arabian Nights. Okay. Chuan Feng had no intention of listening to what they were saying now. There were still many people standing in the corridor, but they all remained quiet. This area is surrounded by ninjas. It's normal for the Hokage to have such a grand ceremony when giving birth. On the other hand, it is also to ensure Tsunade's safety. After all, she is a Jinchuriki. To ensure that everything went smoothly, even Mito was in the delivery room to provide escort. The head is coming out. Suna, try harder. Mito glanced between Tsunade's legs, not looking worried at all. It is in stark contrast to the Chuan Feng outside. Originally, she was worried that the seal would weaken and Seven Tails Chome in Tsunade's body would cause trouble. Now it seems that Chome is very honest and has not leaked even a trace of tailed beast chakra. Nine Tails was also quite comforted inside her, and had no intention of provoking Chome. Advertisement, yes, it will come out if you try harder. Udatane Kaharu, as a medical ninja, volunteered to deliver the baby. Tsunade naturally wouldn't refuse, as everyone meant well. Even though she felt that she didn't need these people at all to give birth to a child. I know. I'm trying my best. Tsunade clenched her fists and her pretty face tightened. You can see that he is really trying hard. Come on, half of your body is out now. Mito was like a live broadcast. Tsunade's legs were covered with a cloth, so she couldn't see it herself. It's not that difficult. Tsunade exerted more force, and the child came out a lot in an instant. Success is just around the corner. Udatane Kaharu has already seen the child's small hair. Ah, as Tsunade exerted force again, he could hear the cry of a child. Oh, this big fat boy. Mito cut the umbilical cord immediately and picked up the prepared towel. There were some water stains and secretions on the child's body, making him look dirty. Mito didn't look disgusted at all, and wiped it carefully with a kind smile on his face. Show me. Tsunade couldn't wait to see her child. What's the hurry? Can you still run away? Mito glared at Tsunade and slowly wrapped the child in cotton again. He held the child in his arms for a long time, until the child stopped crying, and then handed it to Tsunade. Looks exactly like you. Udatane Kaharu was too embarrassed to start and could only watch from the side. It still feels more like Chuan Feng. Tsunade touched the hair on the child's head, which was silver. This has to do with the Hatake family's strong genes, as everyone has the same hair color. It doesn't matter who you look like, you are both handsome and beautiful. This child will not be ugly in the future. Mito didn't stop and tried to clean up Tsunade again. She didn't think anything of it, but Tsunade started to feel shy. Grandma, I can do it myself. Please ask Chuan Feng to come in. Tsunade quickly handed the child to Mito, who didn't feel any discomfort. Even Grandma couldn't accept this kind of thing. Really? What's there to be embarrassed about with Grandma? Mito scolded and threw the towel back into the basin. Do you really think she wants to do that? It's because Tsunade is her granddaughter. Holding the baby, Mito walked towards the door of the delivery room. Chapter 307 Hitaki Ginji. The door to the delivery room just opened. Chuan Feng ran over impatiently. Soon, the area was crowded with people. Tsunade, it's okay, this is your son. Mito opened a crack, but it was still not very convenient in the room. I'm glad you're okay. How cute. Although Chuan Feng couldn't see clearly through the crack in the door, he still praised it. This is his son, how can he not be adorable? Tsunade asked you to come in. Anbu can leave now, the others will wait a while. Mito opened the door a little wider, enough for Chuan Feng to get in. At this moment, no one was so blind as to squeeze in or look inside. I said it's okay, I'll go get Anbu to retreat. Shuamao patted Chuan Feng's shoulder heavily and grinned. After saying that, he turned around and squeezed out. Congratulations, teacher. Congratulations, brother-in-law. A group of children began to congratulate them and they were also very happy. From today on, they have one more relative, uncle. Can I go in and see my brother? Kakashi was restless and uneasy in Nayuki's arms. We'll watch it later, we'll wait for uncle outside. Nishui knew that it might be inconvenient inside. Although Kakashi was still young, he was a boy after all. Oh well. Kakashi agreed obediently, but he couldn't hide the disappointment on his face. Wait for uncle to bring brother out. Chuan Feng pinched Kakashi's nose and slipped in through the crack in the door. Bang! The door of the delivery room was closed again, and the people outside dispersed and returned to their original positions. But the atmosphere now is completely different. Everyone had a smile on their face and the laughter outside the delivery room never stopped. Sakumo removed the Anbu and returned to sit next to Nayuki. He must be waiting for Chuan Feng to go home together. Give me a hug. As soon as Chuan Feng entered, he stretched out his hand, not caring whether Mito was happy or not. I didn't realize you were quite good at holding a baby. Mito looked at Chuan Feng and his eyes were almost sunken into the child. It's okay. I'm used to holding Kakashi. Chuan Feng didn't even raise his head, only his son in his eyes. Strangely enough, the child started laughing as soon as he was in Chuan Feng's arms. He stretched out his little hand to touch Chuan Feng's face. As expected, he is my biological son. Mito felt a little jealous because he had been hugging her for so long but she didn't even smile. Advertisement, haha. Chuan Feng put his face into his little hands and smiled even more happily. Come here. Tsunade had already packed up and was sitting on the bed putting on her pants. I'm here. Thank you for your hard work, my wife. Chuan Feng didn't care that there were outsiders around and ran over happily. Look how much the child looks like you. Chuan Feng sat down next to Tsunade and used one hand to point at the child's facial features. Really, I haven't looked closely yet. Tsunade put on her pants and leaned over as well. It's really enviable. Looking at the warm scene of the family of three, Mito couldn't help but think of the scene when she gave birth to her son. Hashirama also pointed at the child and talked to him in the same way. Happiness is being passed on, and I have no regrets in this life. Have you decided on the name of the baby? Tsunade looked at Chuan Feng. They were still struggling last night. It's settled. Let's call him Ginshi, Hitaki Ginshi. Chuan Feng nodded and said the name he finally decided on. This is taken from the Thunder Emperor Amano Ginji from the Shining Duo. I really liked this character at the time. I wonder if any of you have seen it. Okay, that's not bad. Do you like the name your father gave you? Ginji-chan. Tsunade stretched out a finger and tapped the tip of her son's nose, her tone so gentle that it was almost unlike her. What a nice sound, isn't it? Chuan Feng looked at Tsunade and then at Ginji with a doting look on his face. I am a father myself. After a while of tenderness, Mito became a little impatient. Staying in the delivery room all the time, the air is not good. It's almost done. If we don't need to be hospitalized, we can go home. In a few hours, the baby will be able to breastfeed. Mito didn't know whether Tsunade had milk now, but she had it not long after giving birth. I know, Grandma. Let's go home. Tsunade stood up from the bed as if nothing had happened and prepared to go home. Would you like to stay for 2 days? Chuan Feng was still a little worried, wondering if it was too hasty to be discharged from the hospital right after giving birth. Stop, I'm in great shape, let me hold my son. As if afraid that Chuan Feng wouldn't believe it, Tsunade snatched Ginji away. Then he walked briskly towards the door of the delivery room. I really can't do anything about you. Chuan Feng smiled bitterly and shook his head. Thank you, Counselor Kaharu, and everyone else for your hard work. 1 red envelope per person, don't refuse. Chuan Feng did not forget the medical staff in the delivery room and took out a stack of red envelopes from his pocket. Advertisement put it in each other's hands one by one. He also has a firm grasp of the ways of the world. Then we won't be polite. Congratulations, Master Chuan Feng. Everyone took it with a smile, no matter how much money it was. This is a happy event and also a good omen. Master Chuan Feng, I will be back soon. Udatane Kaharu stuffed the red envelope into his pocket and said goodbye to Chuan Feng. Please go ahead and do your thing. I'm really sorry to bother you today. Although Udatane Kaharu only played the role of cheerleader, Chuan Feng still thanked her from the bottom of his heart. It's not a big deal. I wasn't much help. Udatane Kaharu felt comfortable listening to this. This feeling was something she had never felt before when she was with Sarutobi Hiruzen and the other old durs. I'll treat everyone to dinner some other day. I'm leaving now. Chuan Feng saw that Tsunade was about to open the door of the delivery room and didn't plan to say anything more. Okay, let's clean it up again. Udatane Kaharu led the nurses to clean the delivery room. Chuan Feng caught up with Tsunade and stood behind her with Mito. She is now the biggest contributor, and Chuan Feng doesn't want to steal her limelight. When the door opened, Tsunade was the first to go out. I was surrounded by the crowd all of a sudden. Mito and Chuan Feng were both left out. Sister, let me hug my nephew. Nawaki rushed to the front and stretched out his hand impatiently. You know how to hold a baby. Forget it. Masaki patted him and said, you careless guy, stop making the child cry. Then I'll take a look, okay. If Tsunade said that to him, Nawaki would probably argue back, but at most he would get beaten up. But when Masaki talked about him, he had no temper at all. There was even a pitiful look on his face. Brother. Kakashi could just look down at Ginji from Nayuki's arms. His face was full of excitement as he looked carefully at the new life. My brother has the same hair color as you. Tsukumo touched Kakashi's head and said, the hair color of our Hatake family is just beautiful. Okay, stop surrounding me. Let's go home. It was Nayuki who helped Tsunade out of the dilemma. Having too many people in the family is also a happy trouble. Yes, go back first. Chuan Feng stepped forward at this time and separated everyone. Ginji, mommy will take you home. Led by Tsunade, a group of people walked towards Hitaki's house in a mighty manner. Mito seldom goes to Hitaki's house, so it was natural for him to follow the group now. It looks like she will have a lot of time to run away in the future. Chapter 308. It's so small. After leaving the hospital, the group of people attracted a lot of attention on the street. Many villagers came forward to congratulate him spontaneously, and the news that the Hokage had a son quickly spread throughout Konoha. It can be said that Hitake Ginji has been the focus of attention of the villagers since he was a child. Chuan Feng and Tsunade were all smiling and greeted every villager enthusiastically. By the time they got home, both of them were almost hoarse. Even so, they not only have no complaints, but also enjoy it. A joy that comes from the heart and cannot be calmed for a long time. Tsunade, you must be hungry. I'll ask the kitchen to make something to eat. Nayuki said as she handed Kakashi to Tsukumo and walked towards the kitchen. Make some crucian carp soup or something. Forget it, I'll go with you. Before Tsunade could respond, Mito followed suit. Although Tsunade was big, she still planned to ask the kitchen to make more milk-producing food. After all, there is no necessary connection between size and whether or not there is milk. I'm drunk too. Tsunade held her forehead with one hand. She certainly knew the effect of crucian carp soup. Oh, Grandma, this is for your own good. Let's go back to the room first. Chuan Feng thought it was a good idea. If it was too much, he could just drink some himself. Tsunade carried Ginji to the bedroom. It is not good to expose the baby to the wind for too long if the baby has just been born. We'll go too. Nawaki and his gang didn't even have time to take a good look at the baby before they followed. Shuamao did not join in the fun. He wanted to go to the ancestral hall to tell his parents the good news. Both of their sons have descendants. However, after Kakashi was let go by his father, he followed with his short legs. Back in the room, Tsunade put Ginji in the new crib. This was made by Chuan Feng himself and is covered with soft bedding. The workmanship is exquisite, and it looks like a lot of thought has been put into it. You can watch, but don't make Ginji cry. Tsunade gave a warning and then stepped aside generously. Chuan Feng didn't come over either, and sat on the bed with Tsunade. I know. Everyone responded in unison and surrounded Ginji-chan. Kakashi is too small to squeeze in. I want to see it, too. I want to see it, too. He could only shout anxiously behind the crowd, I'll hold you. Masaki turned around and hugged Kakashi in her arms, and the distance between Kakashi and his brother was instantly shortened. Brother, I am your brother. Kakashi was sensible enough not to reach out. The babyish voice and appearance are lovable. Ginji is still young now, he will call me brother when he grows up. Masaki coaxed Kakashi, and Nawaki looked a little dazed. Advertisement. He believed that Misaki would definitely be a good mother in the future. Ginji, I'm your Konan-san. Next time someone bullies you, just say Minato-san's name. Konan is quite self-aware that she is not well known. Minato's name is still more famous. She has the mind of a child and is not very old. Unable to restrain himself, he stretched out a finger and moved Ginji's little hand. Ginji opened his eyes and looked at the purple-haired girl in front of him, perhaps because he thought she was pretty. His little hand also held Konan's fingers, which made Konan even happier. Ginji, I'm your uncle. Nawaki crouched down and put his face closer. However, his efforts were met with a cold reception, as Ginji didn't even look at him. Haha, your uncle is not popular either, Minato mocked mercilessly, and he just stood aside and watched quietly. You're the only one who talks too much. Nawaki glared at Minato, then looked at Ginji. Little thing, sooner or later I'll teach you a lesson. Maybe Ginji knew that this had endangered his personal safety, so he burst into tears. Didn't I tell you? Tsunade stood up and just complained. Sister, it's not me. Nawaki is just confessing himself, while others all look innocent and remain silent. I knew it was you. This is your nephew, what do you want to do? Tsunade went up and hit Nawaki twice without any reason. Ha ha ha, seeing Nawaki covering his head, everyone laughed in glee. If you do it again, I'll show you how I'll deal with you. Tsunade glared at Nawaki fiercely and carried Ginji out. Be good, baby. Mommy is here, why does it feel a bit damp? Tsunade was coaxing her baby son when she suddenly felt something wet on her hand. It must be Ginji who peed. Someone of you go get a basin of warm water. Chuan Feng then gave an order and someone started working. Okay, teacher. Nagato was a practical man, so he agreed and headed out the door. Really? Tsunade untied the cotton cloth and saw that there was a large wet spot inside. Sister, you wronged me. Nawaki can now question Tsunade with confidence. What's wrong with you? You still want me to apologize? Tsunade narrowed his eyes, and Nawaki's courage just gathered was deflated. No, I just want to tell you. Nawaki shrank his neck and his voice dropped several notches. Advertisement. Due to the natural blood suppression, there is probably no chance of turning things around in this life. It's so small. Konan spoke without restraint and talked to Kushina Misaki beside him. What are you talking about, you little b***ch? Kushina patted Konan lightly and let out whatever he wanted. Misaki glanced at it and said nothing. Sister Konan, what's so small? Instead, Kakashi asked in Misaki's arms. Nothing, don't listen to her nonsense. Fearing that Konan might say something outrageous again, Misaki quickly took over the conversation. He also gave Konan a look, telling him not to talk nonsense. Oh. Kakashi thankfully didn't ask further questions, and Misaki breathed a sigh of relief. Otherwise she really didn't know how to explain it. Where should I put it? After a while Nagato came back to the room with water. Just put it on the table. Tsunade pointed casually, then carried Ginji over to wash it. It hurts. Konan covered her head and looked back. She found Chuan Feng with a smirk on his face behind her. Don't think I didn't hear you. As a little girl, you should be careful about what you can and cannot say. Chuan Feng was having fun while teaching Konan a lesson. She has turned her cool and domineering personality into something funny by herself. I know, teacher. Konan pouted, looking pitiful. I won't buy it. Go play. Chuan Feng knew at a glance that Konan was acting, and his blow didn't have much power. I'm telling the truth, it's really small, Konan retorted in dissatisfaction. Chuan Feng raised his hand, and Konan took a few steps back in fright. If you don't want to tell me, then don't tell me. Konan took advantage of the situation and hid behind Yahiko, using him as a shield. Take care of her, Chuan Feng said to Yahiko in an unpleasant tone. Yes, teacher. Yahiko nodded, actually she was just a show-off. He was completely dominated by Konan. Wrap it up quickly, don't catch a cold. Chuan Feng walked over to Tsunade and handed her new cotton cloth. If you pee again, mommy will spank you. Tsunade patted Ginji's little butt twice. It was plump and felt good. Then he quickly wrapped Ginji up. Putting him back in the cradle, Ginji fell asleep soon. Chapter 309 Colostrum. As Ginji fell asleep, the people in the room gradually dispersed. Chuan Feng and Tsunade were chatting about their children in the house and imagining the future. After an unknown amount of time, Nayuki called Tsunade to eat. Tsunade, it's time to eat. The voice arrives before the person arrives. Here I come, sister-in-law. Just watch it, I'll finish eating and it'll be your turn. Tsunade stood up and gave Chuan Feng some advice. Go ahead and eat more. Chuan Feng raised his eyebrows as he spoke, the meaning of which was self-evident. I'm too lazy to care about you. Tsunade rolled her eyes at him, then went out and followed Nayuki to the restaurant for dinner. Chuan Feng watched Tsunade disappear before he walked over to his son and squatted down. He couldn't help laughing when he looked at this little thing. You are quite good at reincarnation. Come to our home and you will enjoy endless blessings. Chuan Feng talked to himself while looking at the sleeping Ginji. He didn't know how he could talk so much by himself. Fortunately, there was no one around, otherwise people would have thought he was mentally ill. Tsunade arrived at the restaurant and everyone was already seated. Today, there were quite a lot of people present. Mito sat in the main seat at Tsukumo's repeated invitation. Serve the food. Nayuki saw Tsunade sitting down and asked the servants to serve the food. Then Tsunade saw various soups being served in front of her. What about Crucian carp soup, old hen soup, pig's trotter peanut soup? Is it necessary? Tsunade glanced at Mito. She didn't need to think to guess that it was her grandmother's work. Because Naishui's food was not so abundant then. Of course you don't have any, don't let Genji-chan starve. Mito said this as a matter of course, and Tsunade was unable to refute it for a moment. If you can drink more, drink more. If you can't drink more, drink less. Nayuki interrupted, and Tsunade could only scoop himself a full bowl of chicken soup. As the dishes were served, everyone started to eat. Tsunade looked at the spicy and delicious dishes and was about to pick up her chopsticks when Mito stopped her. You can't eat it, eat something light. Mito didn't even look up, but he saw Tsunade's little movements clearly. Grandma, I'll just have a small bite. Tsunade gestured, just a little bit. No, there's no room for negotiation. Mito refused without leaving any room for negotiation. If you don't want to eat, then don't eat. Tsunade withdrew her hand angrily and drank the soup in the bowl in one gulp to vent her dissatisfaction. Good, drink more. Mito was still making sarcastic remarks, which made Tsunade so angry that she wanted to bite him. Unfortunately, this is her own grandmother, what else can she do? Advertisement, I know. Tsunade also experienced the feeling of being a punching bag. Nawaki was holding back his laughter on the other side, and was giving Mito a thumbs up in his heart. Sis, aren't you awesome? Do you have the guts to try it with grandma? Just when he was getting a little carried away, he noticed Masaki patting his leg. He looked up and was met with Tsunade's murderous gaze. Laugh if you want to. You're having such a hard time holding it back. Tsunade was quite considerate, but her tone wasn't very kind. Sister, you misunderstood. I just thought of something fun. Nawaki's expression instantly turned serious, it's all experience. If he really laughed, he would definitely not escape a beating. HMPH, that's better. Tsunade retracted her gaze, the deterrent effect had been achieved. Next, Tsunade drank a lot of water. Even the staple food is just a bowl of porridge. I'm done drinking, I'll go change to Chuan Feng. Tsunade stood up angrily, she didn't enjoy the meal at all. Go ahead. Mito waved his hands around like he was shooing away a fly. Puff, Nawaki finally couldn't help laughing. Nawaki, wait for me. Tsunade left with a harsh remark, can't you be more patient? Masaki looked very disappointed with himself, and he really deserved the beating. Haha, I can't help it, since he was destined to be beaten anyway, Nawaki just laughed. Warrior. The two words, Minato, express full respect for Nawaki. You're welcome. The two funny guys actually started talking to each other. Everyone was amused. Who doesn't have two funny people in their family? Just give me soup and porridge, it's so pitiful. As soon as Tsunade came back, she complained to Chuan Feng. It's all for your own good, it will be fine after a while. You can eat whatever you want then, I'll have a few more drinks with you. Chuan Feng only dared to comfort her verbally. If he dared to give it to Tsunade, he would definitely be punished by Mito. Forget it, that sounds nice. Tsunade knew her own situation and knew that if she continued breastfeeding, she would have to abstain from certain foods for at least 10 months to a year. God has mercy on me, Chuan Feng was about to say something when he was interrupted by Ginchi's crying. Pee again. Advertisement. This was Tsunade's first reaction. Chuan Feng went forward and picked up Ginchi, touched the cotton cloth and found that it was not wet. Then he opened it up again with concern and checked, and sure enough, there was no urine. Then there is only one possibility, maybe I'm hungry. You see? Chuan Feng glanced at Tsunade's headlights. Give me the child and close the door. Tsunade was not at all shy in front of Chuan Feng and had already started loosening her clothes. Okay. Chuan Feng handed over the silver and closed the door quickly. As for himself, he certainly wouldn't go out. Do you have milk now? What Chuan Feng asked was pure nonsense. How should I know? Let Ginji try first. Tsunade showed off her huge nursing tool and brought Ginji closer. Sucking milk is a child's instinct, and Ginchi started sucking as soon as he got close. Chuan Feng watched Ginchi's movements and began to give him some pointers. Tsunade looked at Chuan Feng and said nothing. How would a grown man like you know that? I read some parenting books in advance. Chuan Feng was not lying, there were still books in the room. Tsunade gently pressed Ginji's head, pushing him further. Do you feel it? Chuan Feng saw Tsunade frowning, and he didn't know what the result was. It seems to be coming out. Tsunade could vaguely feel a surge of heat, and with Ginji's swallowing movements, she would probably have to abstain from food for a long time. I knew you were fine. After all, we're not this big for nothing. Chuan Feng was smiling shamelessly on the side, his eyes were on Ginchi. Nothing nice ever comes out of your mouth. Tsunade rolled her eyes. This guy deserved to be punished. After more than 10 minutes, Ginchi was probably full. I spit out the grapes and felt sleepy again. Tsunade is not only big, but also large in quantity. One is enough to fill you up. Give it to me. Chuan Feng took Ginchi and put him back on the rocking bed, and Tsunade put her clothes back on. You go and have dinner. Tsunade could already feel the other side was a little swollen. This child still has a small appetite. What should I do in the future? Okay, I'll be back after I finish eating. Chuan Feng opened the door and left, not knowing that he might have to eat more when he returned. It wasn't until the moment came that Chuan Feng took the risk. I found that it was really not tasty. He almost vomited the food he had just eaten. This alone caused Tsunade to laugh and express dissatisfaction. It's terrible. If you dare to look down on me today, you will beat me tomorrow. Chapter 310. Repeatedly incorrigible. 2 months passed quickly. I don't know if it's because he's getting too much nutrition, but Xiao Yinchi has grown a full 6 kilograms. It looks chubby and even cuter. Mito has been running back and forth every day for the past 2 months, and Ginji is very close to her. After 11 months of substitute teaching, Chuan Feng finally saw the light. Tsunade may have felt too bored and returned to work. Now Chuan Feng has much more freedom and lives a very comfortable life. As for breastfeeding, he always carries little Ginchi flying Thunder God back and forth, which is not too convenient. I'm full. Dad will take you to find Grandma. It was already afternoon, and Chuan Feng had just returned from the Hokage's office with Ginchi. Yeah, Yinchi was speaking baby talk in Chuan Feng's arms, but no one could understand him. Then Dad will take it as your consent. Chuan Feng happily brought Yinchi to the martial arts hall. Hey, when I arrived, I saw Kakashi practicing with a small wooden sword. He is now over 2 years old, and Tsukumo has begun to consciously teach him some simple sword exercises. Xiaobai was also trained by the Ghost Mastiff beside Kakashi. Open black lens bracket based on Kakashi's 5-year-old Genin's pace. It wouldn't be too much to start practicing when he's 2 years old. Close black lens bracket. Although Chuan Feng felt it was still a little early, it was difficult to stop it. If the time really comes, he will only be stricter than Tsukumo. He doesn't want Kakashi to be a 50-50 situation again. Grandma, sister-in-law. Chuan Feng came and sat down at the stone table. Mito was talking and laughing with Nai Shui. This is much more lively than when she was alone at home before. I'm back. Nishui poured Chuan Feng a glass of water. Ginchi, give it to me. Before Chuan Feng could say anything else, Mito took Ginchi from his arms. I'd rather be close to you, Grandma. You'll smile as soon as I hug you. Chuan Feng is not just trying to make the old man happy, that's the truth. Of course not. I get up early and go to bed late every day. Right, Ginji-chan. Mito lifted Ginji up high. Ginji fluttered his little feet and laughed happily. Then the three of them started chatting. Chuan Feng hadn't been to the school for a long time. But with Onoda Hideo around, he had nothing to worry about. Uncle, how's my training going? Kakashi ran over during the break and looked at Chuan Feng expectantly. He knew that his uncle was a master who was more powerful than his father. As for how powerful it was, he had no specific idea. Good. Don't work too hard. Chuan Feng touched Kakashi's head as kindly as possible. That's good. Advertisement, then I will continue to work hard. Kakashi was a little dissatisfied. He felt that he had tried very hard. To say you're good is an overstatement. What are you dissatisfied with? Nishui found her son a little funny. She couldn't stand watching his moves. How could it catch Chuan Feng's eye? HMPH, don't pay attention to mom. Kakashi pouted and got angry. Xiaobai, let's go. After saying that, he led Xiaobai to continue practicing. He still had a spirit of not admitting defeat in his bones. Mom said he didn't practice well, so he has to practice well. This child. Nishui didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She didn't know who she inherited this personality from. Haha, be more lively. Chuan Feng thinks it's a good idea. If you can say whatever you want, you won't feel depressed or miserable. Kakashi, who has both parents and is lively, will be completely different from the original. Thinking of this, Chuan Feng smiled proudly. Children are like this. Mito didn't take it seriously. Tsunade and Nawaki were much more naughty when they were kids. When Tsunade was a little older, the damn Hashirama took her to gamble. I have never seen a grandfather like that. She was almost mad to death. Just let him practice for fun now, there's no rush. Chuan Feng watched Kakashi practicing methodically, and added something to Nayuki. Who said it wasn't true? It was your elder brother who insisted that he learn it. How could Nishui not feel distressed? How old is Kakashi? I did it for his own good. Tsukumo had come to the group of people without them noticing. What do you mean by doing it for his own good? You just don't want Kakashi to be left behind by Guy. That's right, Guy is so young and he has to run around Konoha. He is really cruel. Nayuki glared at Shumao, saying that both her husband and Dai were not good fathers. Nothing. Well, I'm a little thirsty. Shumao sat down with a wry smile and changed the subject. He did have some thoughts in mind. We can't let Kakashi lose at the starting line. Do you think I believe it? Nishui said this, but still poured a glass of water for her husband. Haha, I think you were right, sister-in-law. Chuan Feng just likes to watch the fun and find fault with it. What's your business? Keep an eye on your own son. Tsukumo is afraid of Nayuki, but he has no scruples about Chuan Feng. Oh my, it's been a while since I last beat you up. Can't tell the difference between the big and small kings? Chuan Feng rolled up his sleeves and prepared for a manly duel with his eldest brother. Who's afraid of you? If I don't beat you up today, I'm not your big brother. Tsukumo put down the cup and stood up, looking aggressive. Advertisement only he himself knows whether he is panicking or not, but in fact, he cannot lose no matter what. The two of them stared at each other. Their childishness was no different from that of children of several years old. You two have some shame. We are all fathers now. Nishui sighed. What kind of day is this? Little Ginchi, don't learn from your father in the future. It doesn't look very smart. Mito had heard about the way the Hatake brothers communicated with each other, so he remained calm. This was also used as a template to provide Ginchi with profound education. Don't worry about it. This is a matter between us brothers. Shuamao stretched out his hand to block Nishui. He refused to go down this step today. You're so mad at me. YF2F, sister-in-law, I'll teach him a lesson for you. Chuan Feng grabbed Shuamao by the collar. Tsukumo was not someone to be bullied, so he grabbed the man back. Ginji stared with eyes wide open. What was he doing? Hitaki Chuan Feng, are you going to rebel? A loud roar came from a distance, and Chuan Feng shuddered subconsciously. No, I was just joking with my brother. Chuan Feng quickly let go of his hand. Tsunade was already close to him. Are you kidding? If I had come a step later, would you have rolled on the ground? Both children are watching. Tsunade was in a good mood, but this time it was like eating a fly. These two brothers are really useless. That's right, you two should have some sense. Nayuki firmly stood on Tsunade's side, and these two people had to be dealt with. It's just a joke. Shuo Mao also let go of his hand and considerately straightened Chuan Feng's collar. What about my first day at home? Tsunade rolled her eyes. Neither of you should come up with a decent excuse. Haha, Chuan Feng and Shuamao now had the tacit understanding of brothers, and they all laughed and scratched their heads in unison. Beating each of them is fair and reasonable. I used to do that. Mito was instigating, and the two people she was talking about could only be Hashirama and Tobarama. If you think about it carefully, the way the two brothers get along is quite interesting. That's not necessary. We both already realized our mistake. Seeing that Nayuki and Tsunade were both ready to make a move, the two Hitaki brothers immediately put their arms around each other's shoulders. There was an expression of brotherhood on his face. You are sensible. I will let you go this time. Tsunade snorted and sat down next to Nayuki next to Mito. He immediately put on a smiling face and started teasing Ginji. Okay, there won't be a next time. The two brothers have said similar things 800 times, but they just refuse to correct their mistakes and keep making the same mistakes despite repeated admonitions. After sitting down, Tsunade and Nayuki ignored them. Chuan Feng and Shuo Mao didn't want to make themselves bored, so they could only sit there and stare blankly. Chapter 311 Lifting the ban. Chuan Feng and Shuo Mao were both on pins and needles. After finally making it to dinner time, the two of them ran faster than rabbits. You're lucky this time. Shuo Mao even shamelessly threatened Chuan Feng. Haha, I find it funny too. Chuan Feng had a look of disdain on his face, not knowing who had escaped. Fortunately, the two of them knew there were people behind them, so they restrained themselves a lot. Otherwise, a war of the century will begin again. After dinner, Mito stayed with Ginji for a while before getting up and leaving. I'm going to take a shower first, you keep an eye on Ginji. Tsunade handed Ginji over to Chuan Feng, took her change of clothes and went to the bathroom. Well, go ahead. Chuan Feng no longer has the desire to take a bath with Tsunade. After being single for such a long time, he seemed to be getting used to it. That is, I change my underwear very occasionally in the early morning. At first he was a little embarrassed, but then Tsunade just smiled at him silently. Chuan Feng just let it go. An old couple knows each other well and has nothing to worry about. I slept soundly. Chuan Feng muttered something and gently put Ginji into the rocking bed. The child is still young and needs to sleep for a long time every day. If a baby starts crying, it means he is either hungry or has peed. Chuan Feng now has a lot of experience in being a dad and is very skilled at changing diapers. Lying on the bed, I began to let my mind go blank again. In the bathroom, Tsunade was in distress. Which tonic soups have remarkable effects? If she drank any more, she was afraid that she would explode sooner or later. Alas, Tsunade sighed, who could understand the pain of a woman? No matter what, we must solve the marital problems today. Even if Chuan Feng wants to be a bachelor, he has to ask himself whether he agrees with it. Thinking of the proud moment, Tsunade could hardly hold back his anger on Kakuzu. Turn off the shower and wipe yourself off. Tsunade looked at herself in the mirror and turned around. Perfect. That's not enough to fascinate you. Tsunade put on her clothes quickly after saying this narcissistically. Her figure did not change after having a baby, and she even became more charming. After admiring her own stunning beauty for a while longer, Tsunade reluctantly opened the bathroom door and went out. Go wash up. I'll tell Ginji to get up and drink milk. Tsunade was so bloated that she had to wake Ginji up. Good. Chuan Feng got up from the bed and took his clothes to wash. Wow, as soon as Ginji was woken up by the slap, he started crying. Advertisement. I'm quite grumpy when I wake up. Son, eat quickly. Go to bed early after eating and have a good sleep. Tsunade didn't care and stuffed Ginji into her chest. In just a short while, there were already marks on the front chest of the clothes. Perhaps he was a little hungry, and his crying gradually subsided after Ginji had some milk. The only sound in the room was the sound of him swallowing. In order to maintain balance, Tsunade let Ginji eat both sides. She then felt much more comfortable. Once Ginji was full, she began to coax him to sleep, humming a lullaby with a sweet and melodious voice. This was a scene that Chuan Feng had never dared to imagine before. In a few minutes, Ginji fell asleep. Tsunade put Ginji back and said hello. Don't wake up at night, baby. After doing all this, she lay down on the bed. She hadn't had S*X for a long time, and as she thought about it, 2 blushes appeared on her face. She shyly covered her head with the quilt. What are you doing? When Chuan Feng came back, he saw the bedclothes moving, but he couldn't see Tsunade's head. Huh? Nothing. Tsunade threw back the blanket, her face already red as an apple. Are you okay? You don't have a fever. Chuan Feng was startled and quickly put his hand on Tsunade's forehead. It's so hot. How hot is your fever? Hurry up and treat yourself. Chuan Feng seemed particularly naive at this time. Heal your head. Tsunade slapped Chuan Feng's hand away. This unromantic B****************. It's not the same situation now where he was clinging to me for kisses and hugs, right? What's going on? Chuan Feng really didn't think about it that way for a moment. After all, it had been so long since his last fight with Tsunade that he almost forgot about it. Come here. Tsunade was too lazy to talk nonsense with Chuan Feng anymore, so he reached out and pulled Chuan Feng down on the bed. You have to treat this disease yourself. Chuan Feng reacted instantly when he heard this. Are you feeling well? There was still a little hesitation, so Chuan Feng asked. What do you think? Tsunade rolled her eyes at him in annoyance. She was the best medical ninja in the ninja world. Your body has been fine for a long time. Why do you have to take the initiative? Hatake Chuan Feng, do you really think you are a gentleman who can remain calm even when a beautiful woman sits on your lap? Haha, then I won't be polite. Chuan Feng gave a perverted smile, lifted the quilt and crawled in. Advertisement. The clothes kept flying out and soon they were all over the ground. I can't drink anymore. Chuan Feng's whispers could be heard through the quilt. No, I feel uncomfortable. Tsunade refused sternly. With no other options, Chuan Feng could only continue. Chuan Feng stopped only when Tsunade no longer felt swollen. Burp, I feel a little full. Stop talking nonsense. Tsunade put her arms around Chuan Feng's shoulders. The two got closer and closer, and they could hear each other's rapid breathing. After a long time, their lips parted. I think it tastes good. Tsunade licked her lips. This was her first taste, indirectly at that. I didn't say it wasn't tasty, except for the first few days. Chuan Feng can accept it now. Chuan Feng didn't stop moving while he was talking. As Tsunade gasped, everything was just right, it's pretty strict. Chuan Feng joked. Roll. If she wasn't so overwhelmed with satisfaction, Tsunade would have wanted to punch him. Chuan Feng had a smirk on his face, thinking that Tsunade's self-repair function was truly top-notch. Little Yinchi was not disturbed by external things and continued to sleep soundly. After an unknown amount of time, Chuan Feng and Tsunade were both lying in a spread eagle position. Visible fatigue, but Chuan Feng was still not honest. Yes, the fever is gone. He reached out and touched Tsunade's forehead again. It seemed that as a personal doctor, his medical skills were pretty good. The disease is cured with just one needle. It can be said to be a magical skill. Are you itchy? Tsunade reached out and grabbed Chuan Feng's inner thigh. Dare you mock yourself? It hurts. I was wrong. Chuan Feng was defeated immediately. He deserved to be beaten for his bad mouth. HMPH, be careful with your words next time. Tsunade gave it one more tug before letting go. Hiss. Chuan Feng rubbed the soft flesh and gasped in pain. Sleep. Tsunade turned sideways and covered herself with the quilt. She was already satisfied. Good. Chuan Feng hugged her and had another good night's sleep. Chapter 312 Scientific Research Results. Not long after Ginji turned 2 months old, Orochimaru and others became fathers one after another. Dai gave birth to a second son. He named his youngest son Might. When a group of old friends were having a dinner together at Dai's house, Chuan Feng even complained about why the company was given such a name. Dai responded with a smile, saying that he hoped the two brothers could be as strong and reliable as armor. Orochimaru got a daughter who inherited his rare snake eyes and Yi Kang's beauty. Named Kang Yu. At the full moon banquet, everyone got drunk. Chuan Feng also said with a smile that he wanted to marry Orochimaru. Being rejected by Orochimaru on the spot, what good can a son of Hatake Chuan Feng and Tsunade be? My daughter is definitely in a free love relationship. Arranged marriage is out of the question. Jiraiya at the latest. Maki gave him a son. History always repeats itself surprisingly well. Jiraiya had an idea while eating ramen and named his son Naruto. At this point, the Sannin in the original work all have their own children and happy families. I don't know if it's because of the baby, but everyone feels that life has been getting better and better lately. At noon that day, Orochimaru sent someone to call Tsunade over. Why are you calling me in such a hurry? Tsunade pushed open the door to the lab with a sour face. There were 4 big words written on his face. I am unhappy. That's right, I was having a sound sleep during my lunch break. It would be strange for me to be happy. Of course I have something to ask you. Orochimaru replied indifferently, without even putting down the work in his hands. He is not Chuan Feng and Jiraiya, and he is not afraid of Tsunade at all. Then you tell me. Tsunade took a deep breath and stepped forward. If it wasn't something important, she would definitely take Kang Yu away as her daughter-in-law. The little girl is so cute. See for yourself. Orochimaru moved his body, completely exposing the petri dish in front of him to Tsunade. Is this successful? Tsunade was shocked. She hadn't thought about it that way at all. Orochimaru responded softly, and the culture dish was filled with mature human tissue. This is a fusion of Tsunade's cells and Hashirama Chuan Feng's cells. After so much experimentation, it finally worked. Next, as long as it passes the living body verification, Tsunade can be transplanted. Except for the special case of Chuan Feng, this will be a great breakthrough in their experiment. It can also provide valuable experience for Orochimaru's own transplantation later. Let me see. Tsunade couldn't even think of blaming Orochimaru at this moment. She pushed Orochimaru aside and looked at the human tissue in the petri dish as if it were some rare treasure. Advertisement: there aren't enough living bodies. Orochimaru was now very well behaved and didn't go and catch anyone himself. Well, I'll take care of it. Tsunade nodded, still not looking away. Konoha is such a big village, there is no shortage of death row prisoners in both Anbu and prison. As the Hokage, this is easy for her to do. As soon as possible, I still have a lot of things to do. A barely perceptible smile crossed Orochimaru's lips. I have to get off work on time every day to accompany Kang Yu, so busy. I'll have someone deliver it the day after tomorrow at the latest. Tsunade estimated in his heart and gave Orochimaru an accurate time. Orochimaru was too lazy to watch Tsunade in a daze anymore, so he walked away to do other things. After a long while, the door of the laboratory was pushed open again. Sister Tsunade, you're here. I don't know what delayed Misaki, so she came just now. Yeah, I'll come and take a look. Tsunade then raised her head and gave a friendly smile. I just came back from Master Yi Kang's place. Kang Yu is so cute. It is not difficult to tell from Misaki's expression that she likes Suigetsu very much. Really? Your brother-in-law said that Kang Yu should be the daughter-in-law of our Yinchi? Your teacher Orochimaru still doesn't agree. Tsunade said it unintentionally, but the listener took it seriously. Don't even think about it. Even if I give you Ai Ginji as your wife, my daughter has to like him herself. Orochimaru seemed to have his tail stepped on, and a voice came from another room. Haha, you said it yourself. Tsunade laughed loudly. Orochimaru, can you stay calmer? Orochimaru-sensei loves Kang Yu very much. Misaki covered her mouth and laughed secretly. Only sister Tsunade and brother-in-law Chuan Feng could make teacher Orochimaru break down. What's there to envy? At worst you and Nawaki can have a lovely daughter in the future. Tsunade winked at Misaki. This sister-in-law couldn't get away. Oh, Tsunade nay. It's too early for you to say that now. Misaki stamped her feet and her face suddenly turned red with embarrassment. Having a baby with Nawaki is so embarrassing. It's getting late. Our Misaki is already a grown-up girl. Tsunade said while staring at Misaki's chest. Although its scale is not as large as ours, it should not be underestimated. Advertisement: I'm going to ignore you. I'm going to go find Orochimaru-sensei. Misaki fled in panic. After all, he is still thin-skinned and can never match the ferocious Tsunade in words. Haha, watching Misaki trotting off to look for Orochimaru, Tsunade smiled like a gangster. If you whistle it, it will be even more like it. After placing the petri dish, Tsunade prepared to leave. The lab was now mostly used by Orochimaru, and she only came over occasionally. I'm leaving now. Notify me when the live experiment is over. Tsunade called into the house. Goodbye, I won't see you off. Orochimaru didn't even have the desire to come out. Bye-bye. Tsunade didn't mind either, there was no need for such politeness between her and Orochimaru. Leaving the hospital, Tsunade walked towards the Hokage's office with a cheerful pace. As soon as I arrived at the office, I told people to pass on the matters concerning the living body. Isn't this a bit too cruel? Shoda knew the fate of these death row inmates, which was something more terrifying than death. I know it's inhumane, but there is no other way. The ninja world is still far from being at peace. Tsunade sighed. If Konoha relied on Chuan Feng alone, he would be too tired. Even if she has to bear some criticism, she will try her best to catch up with Chuan Feng. There is selfish motive behind this, but she will never regret it. I hope this peace can last a little longer. Shoda smiled bitterly and shook his head. He was powerless to change anything. Don't worry, the day of true peace will come. I will definitely prevent this from happening again. Tsunade said firmly. That was what she hoped for. I believe you. Shoda was convinced of this. Tsunade was not the kind of person who said one thing and did another. Let's not talk about this anymore. We already have children, why are you still single? As soon as Tsunade said this, Shoda's face changed immediately. 7 parts grievance and 3 parts blame. I'm so busy every day, how can I have time to find a wife? If you can give me a half-year leave, I will definitely find a woman to marry. Shoda has some nice dreams, do you really think he wants to be single? Half a year? Just kill me. I can only give you 3 days off to go on a blind date. Tsunade refused without even thinking about it. If Shoda were given a half-year vacation, how would she live? Chapter 313 Live Delivery. You said it, 3 days means 3 days. Shota is a smart man. He didn't continue the negotiations and decided to quit while he was ahead. He knew that if they continued talking, 3 days might not even last. That was really a ghost. Okay, I'll give you 3 days. I'll ask Xuanfeng to help. Tsunade suddenly got stuck and realized that he seemed to have been fooled. But words once spoken are like water spilled. As the Hokage, she couldn't go back on her word, so she could only agree reluctantly. Thank you, Hokage-sama. I will definitely have a good blind date during these 3 days. Shota showed his big teeth and smiled brightly. Work. As the saying goes, too much talk leads to mistakes. Tsunade doesn't plan to chat with Shota anymore. Okay. Shota calmed down a bit and started to work seriously. The blind date story is true. I heard that the clan arranged a very nice girl for him, a popular figure around the Hokage. Shota didn't know whether it was true or not, but now he had some time off so he could go and check it out. Just 1 day later, the living body was secretly sent to the laboratory. Although many high-ranking officials in Konoha knew about this, it was better to keep things secret. Master Orochimaru, if there is nothing else we will leave. After settling the living body, the Anbu ninjas prepared to leave. Even ninjas like them who are used to seeing life and death feel uncomfortable staying in the living laboratory. Well, go ahead. Orochimaru didn't even turn his head as he marked each living being one by one. Masaki was used to it and helped out. Withdraw. The Anbu evacuated with his men. Orochimaru-sensei, these living bodies should be enough. Masaki's eyes were calm, which was a basic quality for a medical ninja. It's just barely enough. Orochimaru was already thinking about the next batch of living beings. His own live experiments might require more live subjects. Why don't you go back first and leave this to me? Masaki was very sensible and it was already time to get off work. No, the teacher will accompany you. Orochimaru smiled. He really didn't feel like leaving Masaki here alone. The teacher doesn't trust me. Masaki pretended to be angry. She felt that she was not afraid at all. Haha, it's okay if you understand it that way. Advertisement. Orochimaru didn't feel comfortable touching Masaki's head. She was really too old to do that. Orochimaru was only this close to a few people. Then let's hurry up, you still have to go back to accompany Kang Yu. Masaki said as she sped up her movements. Now they just need to restore their living bodies to normal condition. After all, they all have some injuries in prison. It would take a few more days before the formal experiment could be carried out, which was one of the reasons why Orochimaru asked Tsunade to do it as soon as possible. After more than an hour, the two finally finished. Go back quickly. Nawaki must be waiting anxiously at home. The two walked out of the hospital, and Orochimaru made a joke about Masaki. Nawaki knows. I've said hello to him. As long as the topic is not too embarrassing, Masaki can handle it normally. Well, see you tomorrow. Orochimaru knew that Masaki would not leave first unless he left. See you tomorrow. After watching Orochimaru disappear around the corner, Masaki started walking towards home. When I went back, Mito hadn't come back yet. Kushina and Nawaki didn't eat and kept waiting for her. Masaki's sister, you're finally back. I'm starving. Kushina touched her stomach and complained. I spent the whole day catching dogs today and was exhausted. Because it was the Inuzuka family's breeding dog, and I heard that it ran away because it couldn't stand it anymore. When she was caught, she could actually see the despair in the dog's eyes. Eat first if you're hungry. No need to wait for me. Masaki went forward and sat down, and the servants began to serve the food. Nawaki-san won't allow that. Kushina looked aggrieved, but she actually agreed. Otherwise, how could Nawaki defeat this little hot pepper? Next time you guys just eat first. Masaki spoke with a slightly blaming tone, but she was actually happy in her heart. It's okay for her to be hungry for a while, just consider it as losing weight. Nawaki quietly gave Kushina a thumbs up, saying she is such a good sister. How am I fat? You are talking nonsense. Minato told me I had a great body yesterday. When it comes to talking about body shape, Kushina can't stand it. I was wrong. I said the wrong thing. Nawaki looked at Kushina and then at Masaki. Minato was really being unscrupulous. What's that look in your eyes? Do you want to get beaten? Kushina slammed the table and stood up, no longer looking pitiful as before. That's enough. That's enough. Eat first. Masaki didn't feel happy for long before she covered her forehead with her hands. Advertisement. These two people are incompatible. It's hard for them to have been together for so many years. HMPH, give Miss Masaki some face today. Kushina sat down and didn't intend to pursue the matter further. Thank you. Nawaki rolled her eyes helplessly and withdrew her comment of, good sister, online. Thanks to Masaki's help, the meal went smoothly. She could only say that life without Grandma Mito was really hard. It was a long time after they finished eating that Mito put Ginji down and prepared to go home. Grandma, walk slowly. Xuanfeng sent Mito out. It's not that he didn't want to use Flying Thunder God to send Mito back, but Mito wanted to walk more on his own. Well, I'll come back tomorrow. It was still the same repetitive conversation, and Mito was getting farther and farther away. Back in the room, Tsunade had already put Ginji to sleep. I heard that Orochimaru's experiment has made some progress, right? Xuanfeng only found out about it when Shuamao mentioned the living body. Yeah, I didn't intend to hide it from you. I just worry that you might be worried. Tsunade hesitated for a while, but decided to come out with the tray. This cannot be concealed. It's okay, you were with me at the time. I'll be with you this time too. Chuan Feng was not as worried as Tsunade thought, because he had long guessed that this day would come. No one can resist the temptation of Hashirama's cells. Even Madara is hungry for Hashirama cells, or you should not go. Tsunade was not worried about problems with his experiment, but he didn't want Chuan Feng to see his ugly side. After Chuan Feng's experience, she didn't think her fusion process would look good. Don't worry, what part of you haven't I seen before? Chuan Feng could guess Tsunade's little thoughts. Can it be the same? Tsunade wanted to refuse, but then gave up. Forget it, just go. I'll let you know when the time comes. For such a big thing, she felt a little uneasy if Chuan Feng was not around. That's right. Chuan Feng put his arm around Tsunade's shoulders and let her lean on him. Remember, no matter what you become in the future, I will always be here. Chuan Feng's affectionate confession instantly ignited the little flame in Tsunade's heart. She leaned forward and put her head closer. A war without gunpowder has begun. Chapter 314. Daughter-slave. A week passed quietly and the in vivo experiment ended. The result was good, exactly as Orochimaru had predicted. Tsunade can be scheduled for the transplant. Orochimaru dealt with the dead living things and said to Misaki beside him. Okay, I'll go and let them know. Misaki responded while writing furiously on the scroll. Orochimaru would not trust others to inform about such matters. Well, shall we go to the teacher's house for dinner? Orochimaru took off his medical gloves and walked out while asking. Okay. Misaki agreed immediately since she would be going back alone anyway. Nawaki and Kushina were both on a mission and didn't have time to come back for lunch. Then write quickly. I'll wait for you outside. Orochimaru washed his hands and left the laboratory. After a while, Misaki recorded the data and trotted out. Orochimaru-sensei, let's go. The two met at the hospital entrance. Your master's wife asked me to buy something, I almost forgot. After taking a few steps, Orochimaru slapped his head. I almost forgot what Yikang told me. Don't forget this, or your master's wife will scold you when you get home. Say you don't take her words to heart. That's the same as not caring about her. Misaki covered her mouth and giggled, teasing Orochimaru instead. You women understand women. Orochimaru shook his head, looking helpless. He had experienced this before, and Yikang didn't seem to be so pretentious before he got married. Just buy something, forget about buying it. If we have to go to another level, he was also drunk. After walking a few steps, the two of them bought things and then went back. With the addition of a child, Orochimaru hired a few servants even though he liked quietness. He is usually very busy, and Yikang takes care of the children and does housework by himself, which makes Orochimaru feel a little distressed. Anyway, with his financial strength, supporting a few people is just a piece of cake. I'm back. This time it's good, you didn't ignore my words. Yikang held Kang Yu and was very satisfied when he saw the item in Orochimaru's hand. How could the teacher turn a deaf ear to your words, madam? I was too busy last time. This time the teacher bought it in the morning. Before Orochimaru could say anything, Misaki took over the conversation. Yes, I bought it in advance in case I forgot again. Orochimaru hadn't responded yet and paused for a few seconds before answering. Not bad, worthy of praise. Get ready to eat. Advertisement. Yikang gave a verbal reward and walked towards the restaurant with a swaying waist. Misaki, your teacher really loves you. After Yikang was far away, Orochimaru dared to give Misaki a thumbs up. Misaki was quite smug. No one would doubt her if she told a little white lie. If this happened to Nawaki, he would most likely be exposed. But the more likely possibility is that Nawaki simply couldn't think of it. Let's go and eat. Orochimaru handed the things in his hand to a woman and walked towards the restaurant. When Orochimaru and Misaki arrived at the restaurant, the table was already filled with food. There are also some soups and waters that can help increase milk production. Judging from Yi Kang's slightly frowned brow, she was probably also deeply affected by it. Master's wife, can Kang Yu let me hold her for a while? Misaki took the initiative to speak, with a slightly expectant look in her eyes. Just staring at Yi Kang. On the one hand, it was inconvenient for Yi Kang to eat while holding the baby, but on the other hand, she really liked this cute baby. Okay, here you go. It makes me feel creepy, Yi Kang said as he handed Kang Yu to Misaki. Kang Yue opened her snake-like pupils, neither crying nor making a fuss, being incredibly well behaved. No wonder Misaki likes him so much. Give your sister a smile. Misaki teased Kang Yue, but didn't get a smile in return. It seems like she's going to go for the cool style in the future. Hurry up and eat. After you finish, it's Misaki's turn. Yi Kang knew that he didn't eat as fast as Orochimaru, so he served him a bowl of soup while he spoke. Good things should be shared. Yi Kang did a great job in this regard. That's not necessary. Drink more. Originally, Orochimaru had no objection to these soups, but when he thought about their current effects, he was a little reluctant to drink them. Of course I have to drink. We can't let our precious daughter starve. You should drink some too, to replenish your body. Yi Kang looked at Orochimaru deeply, thinking, I still fed you. The chicken soup is delicious, teacher, just drink a bowl. Seeing that Orochimaru was about to say something to shirk responsibility, Masaki quickly interrupted. Okay, I'll have a bowl then. Orochimaru agreed and started eating first, followed by Yi Kang. Only Masaki was enjoying holding Suigetsu, as if she wasn't hungry at all. If you like it so much, I'll keep it for you for a few days. I just happen to be a little tired of playing. Yi Kang looked at Masaki's worthless smile and teased. How could she bear to throw her daughter away? No, I'm afraid Kang Yu will be hungry. Advertisement. Masaki smiled, but she didn't have breast milk to feed Suigetsu. Haha, send it back when you're hungry. Orochimaru followed with a joke. Then I'm afraid you won't be willing to let me go, teacher. Masaki knew how much Orochimaru cherished Kang Yu. She was truly the apple of his eye. If I hold it in my mouth, I'm afraid it will melt. If I hold it in my hand, I'm afraid it will fall. I have nothing to be reluctant about. Orochimaru was still stubborn and refused to admit it. He hardly took his eyes off his precious daughter while eating. Then should I really let Masaki take care of Kang Yu for a few days? Yi Kang couldn't stand seeing someone being stubborn. Forget it, I still think it's inappropriate. It's not that I'm reluctant, it's just that it's too troublesome to go back and forth. It will be better to wait until Kang Yu is older and can eat food. Orochimaru refused solemnly, which made sense. Ha ha ha. Master's wife is joking. Masaki was amused by Orochimaru. It was really a blessing to have someone who was willing to play dumb and cooperate with you. Just like you. When Kang Yu grows up, you want to tie her to your belt, right? Yi Kang rolled his eyes, and it was confirmed that he was a daughter slave. That's not the case. I'm not that kind of person. Orochimaru said this, but he didn't mean it. Only when he is with Laozi does he feel at ease. The teacher is afraid that Kang Yu will be kidnapped by Ginshi when she grows up. Masaki suddenly remembered what Tsunade said before and brought it up again. If he dares, break his legs. Orochimaru's eyes widened, as if he could imagine that brat Ginji holding Kang Yue and demonstrating in front of him. Uncle Orochimaru, I will take Kang Yu away. Orochimaru quickly dismissed the image from his mind, even feeling a little scared. If that day really comes, he hopes it can be later. It's really painful to see the cabbages that you worked so hard to grow taken away with the pots. Then you can just wait for Chuan Feng and his wife to fight you to the death. I think Ginji is pretty cute. Yi Kang changed the subject and said that she was quite interested in child marriage. If Orochimaru hadn't stopped him, he would probably have agreed. Judging from the looks of Chuan Feng and Tsunade, first of all, Ginji is definitely not ugly. Secondly, the Hatake family has a lot of assets, and Tsunade is the Hokage, so he has both money and power. No matter how you think about it, Ginshi will be a hot commodity in the future. If you really want to be picky, Kang Yu has found a rich husband in advance. I'm afraid there's no other Ginshi in the entire Konoha. So what if I'm cute? Kang Yu's happiness should be in her own hands. Orochimaru simply ignored the topic of fighting hard. As things stand, he is totally not strong enough to defeat those two men. Chapter 315 Parent-Child Time. What the teacher said is very good. Masaki felt that Kang Yue was so lucky to have such an open-minded father. It sounds better said than sung. Ask him if he believes it? Yi Kang scoffed at this, saying that it would be strange if Orochimaru could do it. Kang Yu's happiness should be in the hands of her old father. Yi Kang knows his damn desire for control very well. Eat, eat. Orochimaru was obviously feeling guilty, he didn't even believe in himself. If Kang Yu found someone he didn't like in the future, he would never agree to it. Avoiding this topic, Orochimaru even ate faster. Look, look. Yi Kang pointed at Orochimaru, a mocking look on his face. At least the teacher's point of view is good. Masaki is trying to force an excuse for Orochimaru, so the only good point left is this. Just speak for him. Yi Kang rolled his eyes. The master and disciple were birds of a feather. Too lazy to say anything else, she just drank her soup. I'm done eating, give me Kang Yu. Not long after, Orochimaru finished his meal, wiped his mouth, and stretched out his hands to Kang Yu. As soon as Masaki handed Kang Yu over, she saw her smile. It seems that Kang Yu likes Orochimaru as a father very much. I'll take her out to play, you guys take your time eating. Orochimaru carried Kang Yu out, since she couldn't eat these things anyway. Kang Yu was in his arms, and she reached out and grabbed the dangling earring. His eyes were full of curiosity. Do you like it? Dad will make you a better looking one later. Orochimaru tilted his head as Kang Yu's small hand followed, his tone doting. He went out holding his life. Yi Kang joked, and he and Masaki both laughed. After dinner, Masaki went to inform Tsunade. Orochimaru continued to enjoy some parent-child time at home. Sister Tsunade. The teacher asked me to tell you that you can pick a time. Masaki was led by Anbu to the Hokage's office, where only Tsunade and Shota were. Even though she spoke vaguely, Shota could still guess what it was. But he didn't show any emotion, which was a good thing for both Konoha and Tsunade. That's pretty quick. It felt like only a few days had passed since Tsunade last went to the lab. Time is passing faster and faster. Advertisement, it's not fast at all. It's been more than a week. The teacher complains that the progress is too slow. Masaki was speaking the truth, and Orochimaru did think so. Has it been that long? Then I'll go there tomorrow. Tsunade thought for a moment before setting a time. Shota, I'm going to make you work hard tomorrow. Tsunade turned around and greeted Shota. Well, don't worry. Shota didn't complain, he knew Tsunade was onto something. Then I'll go first. Seeing that the time was set, Masaki planned to leave. Okay, see you tomorrow. Tsunade and Masaki waved goodbye. Will there be any danger? After Masaki left, Shota asked slowly. He knew that nothing was 100% successful, let alone such an extreme human experiment. It's not dangerous, just wait for me to come to work the day after tomorrow. Tsunade smiled calmly, as if she was talking about a trivial matter. That's good. Shota seemed to be truly relieved, and at this point he didn't want to think about it any further. Just trust Tsunade. The day passed quickly. Tsunade came home from get off work and started by feeding Ginji. Come with me to the lab tomorrow. Tsunade just said it casually, but Chuan-Feng immediately knew what it meant. You've set a time, right? Then prepare some milk for Ginji and let grandma take care of him for a day tomorrow. Chuan-Feng didn't mention anything about the experiment, but that was not as important as Yinchi's food. Anyway, he would be there the whole time tomorrow, just like Tsunade had been with him in the beginning. Well, go find something to put it in. Let's put our son in a difficult position tomorrow. Tsunade looked at Ginji, who was enjoying himself with his eyes closed, and smiled. Okay. Chuan-Feng got up and looked for a container to keep the food fresh. It should be bigger, Ginji can drink it. Tsunade didn't forget to say hello. It turns out that this brat Ginji has a big appetite. Now she no longer needs Chuan-Feng's help. Don't worry, I know what's going on. Chuan-Feng didn't even stop, how could he not know his son? There was another busy period and Chuan-Feng almost had to reach out to squeeze in. He finally calmed down after being slapped a few times by Tsunade. Advertisement. After stocking up on food, the two carried Ginji to the restaurant. It has become a regular occurrence for Mito to dine here. Grandma, I have something to do tomorrow. Ginji, please take care of me for a day. Chuan-Feng mentioned this to Mito while they were eating. Go and do your thing. What's the trouble? Mito happily agreed, she felt like she hadn't been hugged enough. Grandma, I asked the kitchen to save Ginji's rations. When Ginji gets hungry, just go and pour some. Tsunade added a sentence. Yeah, got it. Mito agreed impatiently, wondering why these two were so annoying. Chuan-Feng and Tsunade were very conscious and didn't give any more instructions, otherwise they were afraid of being scolded. After dinner, Mito took Ginji away directly. Kakashi also followed Minato and the others to play. Soon there were only two couples left in the restaurant. Is the fusion going to happen tomorrow? Tsukumo looked at Tsunade, who had known about this experiment all along. This time, he sent someone to deliver the living body. In the opinion of a non-professional like him, isn't the time interval a bit too short? This kind of thing would take at least several months. Well, the experimental results are out, it should be fine. I trust Orochimaru's skills. Tsunade not only believes in Orochimaru, but also believes in his own strength. This was the work of both her and Orochimaru, isn't that too hasty? Nishui knew what Tsukumo meant. He was too embarrassed to ask, so he decided to ask himself. Brother and sister-in-law, you have to trust the eyes of professionals. I didn't see you guys so nervous before. Chuan-Feng was planning to distract the two, but the result was unexpected. You are so ashamed to say that. If I hadn't seen that big wooden Buddha, I wouldn't have known. Is this something you, as a younger brother, can do? If something happens to you, how am I going to explain to my dead parents? It would have been fine if Chuan-Feng didn't mention it, but as soon as he mentioned Shuo Mao he got furious. What others saw was Chuan-Feng's power after the experiment was successful. Only after he thought about it carefully did he realize how scared he was. That's his only brother, I was wrong last time. But because of my successful cases, this time it will definitely be foolproof. Chuan-Feng took the initiative to admit his mistake, and his next sentence was also quite reasonable. Of course, there is some comfort in it. Chapter 316 Role-Playing. Don't tell me these nonsense, you should stay with Tsunade tomorrow. Tell me as soon as you have any news. Tsukumo sighed, since he couldn't stop it, he could only support it. Make sure the mission is accomplished. Chuan-Feng stretched out his right hand and placed 2 fingers on his temple. This fashionable move made Shuamao stunned. This kid has been able to use these strange gestures since he was young. Stop being funny. Be sure to remember this tomorrow. Nishui even said a greeting, because she knew that Tsukumo would be very anxious before knowing the result tomorrow. Don't worry, sister-in-law. I will remind Chuan-Feng. It can be seen that Tsunade is indeed very confident. She didn't have much fear about tomorrow's experiment. Hearing you say that, I feel relieved. Niyuki eased the tense atmosphere and touched Tsukumo secretly with her hand. He had a stern face and was quite scary when he didn't speak. You guys chat, I'll go to the ancestral hall for a while. Shuamao really didn't feel like continuing the conversation, so he decided to stay in the ancestral hall to feel more at ease. With that he stood up and left. Brother, I'll go with you. Chuan-Feng, on the other hand, caught up with him. He could only go to this ancestral hall a few times throughout the year, but Shuamao had been there countless times since he was a child. Chuan-Feng is ill. Chuan-Feng goes on a mission alone. Chuan-Feng. It's not easy for Shuamao to be a parent. Let them go, we'll go for a walk outside. Naruki pulled Tsunade outside, and the topic of tomorrow's experiment ended there. Brother, it seems like it's been a long time since I knelt in the ancestral hall with you. In front of the spirit tablet in the ancestral hall, Chuanfeng and Shuamao knelt upright, one on the left and one on the right. In front of the front memorial tablet is a broken White Fang. Shuamao kept muttering to himself, closing his eyes and ignoring Chuanfeng. It was a long time before he opened his eyes. It's been 6 months and 7 days since the last time. Tsukumo spoke slowly, he remembered it clearly. Brother, thank you for your hard work over the years. Chuanfeng was somewhat touched. Shuamao was only a few years older than him. But as an elder brother, he gave him fatherly care. We don't talk about this among brothers. Shuamao sniffed. Chuanfeng rarely said such sentimental words to him. Put away your horse urine, what does it look like? Before Shuamao could finish being moved, Chuanfeng changed his tone. You stinky boy. Shuamao was so angry that he laughed, and raised his hand to hit Chuanfeng twice. Advertisement, hey hey, Chuanfeng pretended to be exhausted and dodged left and right. After hitting him twice, Tsukumo probably wasn't satisfied. In front of his parents' spirit tablet, Chuanfeng wouldn't dare to fight back. If you don't seize this opportunity, you will be struck by lightning. Alright, you messed up my hair. Chuanfeng blocked it with one hand and smoothed his hair with the other. You kid deserve to be punished. Shuamao also knew the principle of knowing when to stop and did not persist. If my parents were still here, they would definitely be very happy. Chuanfeng's words were also inspired by the fact that which parent doesn't want to have many children and grandchildren. The Hatake family now has quite a large population. With so many disciples and 2 grandchildren, the old man is happy every day. Yes, they will be proud of us. This is something Tsukumo would never say in front of others, as he is also vain. He is the minister of Anbu, and his brother is married to the Hokage. Now the Hatake family is a popular and powerful family in Konoha. I hope they will be relieved if they know about this in the afterlife. Chuanfeng got up and lit a stick of incense. Today is not a formal day, so there is not much order to pay attention to. I will. Shuamao followed suit and lit a stick of incense. Afterwards, the 2 brothers chatted in the ancestral hall for a long time before leaving, and both of them still felt that they had not yet finished their conversation. As we grow older, such opportunities for relatives to open their hearts to each other have become rare. The next day, Chuanfeng and Tsunade came to the hospital after breakfast. No one mentioned this matter during the dinner. Here I am. Opening the door to the lab, Orochimaru was already making preparations. Morning, Sister Tsunade, brother-in-law. The assistant Masaki was helping Orochimaru. She also has to record the experimental process from the beginning. Well, when does it start? Chuanfeng seemed to be even more anxious than Tsunade. Why are you in such a hurry? I haven't finished the preparations yet. Orochimaru retorted to him, and the 2 of them could be considered bad friends. Then you take your time to prepare. I remember that I had to have a physical examination first. Chuanfeng recalled the process of fusing his own Hashirama cells. Yes, we need to draw blood from Sister Tsunade first. Wait for me a moment, it will be ready soon. Masaki quickened the pace of her hands, not wanting to keep Tsunade waiting for too long. You do your thing, I'll do it myself. Advertisement. Tsunade went to the cabinet and took out a set of blood drawing tools with ease. Good. Masaki nodded and ignored it. I'm afraid this is not very convenient for you. Let me help you. Chuanfeng became interested, as he had never drawn blood from anyone before. Just you? Tsunade glanced at Chuanfeng with distrust on her face. This guy is afraid of piercing his arm. What's wrong with me? It's a small matter that doesn't require the Hokage to personally take action. Chuanfeng didn't care whether Tsunade agreed or not, he just walked up and took the blood drawing tool. Anyway, with Tsunade's physique, he wouldn't be hurt even if he was stabbed twice. I have received so many injections, but I haven't seen any improvement on Tsunade. I'll trust you just once. Tsunade clenched his fist in front of Chuanfeng as a protest. It's true that she can be hurt, but if Chuanfeng wants to play with her, don't blame her for being rude. Trust me, it's okay. Chuanfeng's words are full of confidence. The 2 of them found a random seat and sat down. Put your hand over here. Chuanfeng instructed Tsunade seriously. This felt pretty good, since usually it was Tsunade who gave him orders. Okay, Dr. Chuanfeng. Tsunade was very cooperative, and the 2 of them began to perform as if no one was around. The blood vessels are obvious, so this is a good candidate for blood drawing. Chuanfeng put a cuff on Tsunade and started talking nonsense. Screw you. What does it mean to be suitable for blood drawing? Tsunade rolled her eyes. What are you talking about? Aren't I praising you? Chuanfeng gestured with the needle but didn't dare to start for a while. You are so good. Tsunade was getting anxious. If she did it herself, it would probably be all over. I'll stab it. Chuanfeng gritted his teeth and inserted the needle flatly. Fortunately, his eyesight was quite good and he fixed the problem with one shot, thus not giving Tsunade the chance to hit him. How about it? My technique is pretty good. Chuanfeng was very proud of himself as he watched the blood flow out. A blind cat catches a dead mouse. Tsunade thought about it and felt that this was not right. Even if Chuanfeng is a blind cat, he can't be a dead mouse. It's okay, so. I made a casual remedial statement, but it was too late. Chapter 317 Injection. Haha, I, a blind cat, and you, a dead mouse, are a perfect match. The blood container was full, so Chuan Feng pulled out the needle. Before he could press it with a cotton swab, the small wound had healed automatically. Who's going to be your perfect match? Give it to me. Tsunade retorted, taking the container of blood. It's too late to disagree, mother. Chuan Feng even dragged out the last syllable of his word, and his mean look made Tsunade want to hit him. What a ridiculous name. It's really ugly. Tsunade resisted the urge and walked towards a room with the blood container. She was very familiar with things like analyzing blood samples. Wait for me. Chuan Feng shamelessly chased after him. Finally left. Orochimaru sighed, these two were really annoying. Sister Tsunade and her brother-in-law have a good relationship. Masaki smiled secretly, with some envy. That's nothing. You and Nawaki will definitely be better in the future. Orochimaru teased the older girl. Teacher, Masaki didn't expect that this would bring her trouble. She stamped her feet, her face full of embarrassment. Okay, I won't say any more. Orochimaru smiled, and even his gloomy temperament became much weaker in front of Masaki. The two continued to work, while Orochimaru's side had already reached the end. Is that all? Chuan Feng was a little surprised to see Tsunade completed the operation in just a few seconds. He had never been so quick to go to the hospital for a checkup before. It's strange to see something new. Tsunade glanced at him, her eyes full of disdain for the country bumpkin. Who do you look down on? I think we can't be careless. Chuan Feng made a lame excuse. He knew with his asterisk that Tsunade would not joke about his own life. Go cool down. Tsunade was too lazy to pay attention to him and waited quietly for the results from the instrument. If it weren't for the rigor of the experiment, she would have been too lazy to do the inspection. No one knows her physical condition as well as she does. It is no exaggeration to say that there is nothing wrong with it. After giving birth, my breasts always feel bigger. I don't know if it's my illusion. How long do we have to wait? Chuan Feng just asked casually, found a stool to sit down, and crossed his legs. It will be quick, don't make a noise. Tsunade laughed at his heartless look. Advertisement, yes, sir. Chuan Feng raised his eyebrows and agreed readily. Not long after, the blood report was printed out. Tsunade took it and scanned some important data, then felt relieved. Everything is normal. Let's go. Tsunade didn't even look at Chuan Feng and walked out of the house. I'm ready here, do you want to wait a little longer? When Orochimaru saw Tsunade coming out, he had no interest in asking about the test results. Let's get started. Tsunade didn't plan to waste time, so she put down the blood report and walked straight to the operating room. It was the same operating room that Chuan Feng had used last time, and she was the second user. Okay. Orochimaru nodded, showing no surprise. This was the Tsunade he remembered. After giving Masaki a wink, the assistant followed into the operating room. It wouldn't be appropriate for him to go in to change clothes or something. Then Chuan Feng must kill him directly. Chuan Feng waited until Tsunade disappeared before approaching Orochimaru. Are you sure? Chuan Feng changed his previous smile, and it was hard to tell whether he was nervous or serious. At this time, he was just seeking a little psychological comfort. He was not as calm as he appeared in front of Tsunade. Strictly speaking, there is no 100% certainty, but as a brother and husband, you have to trust me and Tsunade. Orochimaru understood Chuan Feng's feelings very well and patted his shoulder heavily. If it was Yi Kang lying in the operating room, he didn't think he would be much better than Chuan Feng. I see. After Chuan Feng finished speaking, he adjusted his mood and smiled. That's too fake. Smile again. Orochimaru took a quick look and gave his own assessment. Is that so? Chuan Feng rubbed his face fiercely, and the corners of his mouth rose again. Well, it's more natural this time. As Orochimaru finished his words, he heard the door to the operating room open. Teacher, you can come in for the injection. Masaki poked her head out and spoke in a low voice. Yes, I'll come. Orochimaru walked away with the tray of syringes, and Chuan Feng followed closely behind. Don't worry, I am still very confident in the results of this fusion. As they walked, Orochimaru whispered. He could only do so much and the rest depended on Tsunade himself. Well, I have confidence in you. Things have come to this point, Chuan Feng has no other choice. With his successful cases and careful in vivo experiments. Advertisement as long as nothing unexpected happens, the result will definitely be good. Thinking of this, Chuan Feng calmed down again. I almost fell asleep. Tsunade was lying on the operating table in surgical gown. There was no expression of sadness or joy on his face, and it was hard to tell what his emotion was. As for what she really feels in her heart, only she knows. Isn't this coming? Chuan Feng passed Orochimaru and came to Tsunade, who was already attached to the wires connected to the equipment. Why don't you wait outside for a while? Tsunade hesitated for a while and whispered to Chuan Feng. I couldn't even look him in the eyes. She still didn't want Chuan Feng to see her ugly side. If there really was an accident, maybe it would be better if you didn't see it with your own eyes. She does have some of this in mind. How can that be possible? Chuan Feng refused decisively, and his voice tone suddenly rose. If I stay outside, what's the point of coming here? I just said it casually, don't take it seriously. Tsunade was already feeling guilty, and seeing Chuan Feng's tough attitude, he stopped trying to persuade him. That's more like it. Just accept the fusion, I will be by your side. Chuan Feng pinched Tsunade's soft forehead, his face full of tenderness. Tsunade nodded slightly and agreed, you two are ready. I'm ready here. Orochimaru was eager to try holding the syringe. At this point, he felt more excited than a little worried. As long as Tsunade succeeds, his fusion will be more certain. Of course, he didn't think of Tsunade as a vanguard. But his cell fusion progress is not as fast as Tsunade's, there is nothing he can do about it. After all, they are related by blood, and the speed of fusion is something he cannot envy. Come on. Tsunade rolled up her sleeves, revealing her fair arms. Masaki, pay attention to the data. Orochimaru turned around and gave some instructions before stepping forward and pushing Chuan Feng aside. Yes, teacher. Masaki trotted over and stood not far from the instrument. Are you ready? Orochimaru put a cuff on Tsunade, tapped her blood vessels, and gave her some time to recover. Stop talking nonsense and hurry up. Tsunade's eyes widened, in her opinion Orochimaru was just looking for trouble. If we had this much time, the injection would have been completed long ago. Okay. Orochimaru was not angry at all, and with a smile on his face he inserted the needle into Tsunade's vein. As his thumb pushed, Chuan Feng's heart seemed to be pulled by something. Chapter 318 Fusion, alright, not a drop was wasted. Orochimaru pulled out the syringe and threw it on the plate beside him with a crisp sound. What do you feel? Chuan Feng couldn't wait to ask, completely forgetting that his original effect wasn't so quick either. What can I feel? It hasn't even started yet. Tsunade still had the energy to retort. She only felt a strange energy flowing through her body along with her blood. That's good. That's good. Chuan Feng was afraid that Tsunade would suddenly have some dangerous rejection reaction. He knew how dangerous this thing was. Don't worry, it will take effect soon. You were 1 minute and 30 seconds at the time. Orochimaru remembered Chuan Feng's data at that time very clearly. Although he doesn't look nervous at all now, he has actually made sufficient preparations for this experiment. If it was him lying there, he probably wouldn't have been so careful. I remember it very clearly. Chuan Feng himself doesn't know the time. All he knew was that he felt severe pain shortly after the injection, an experience he would never forget in his life. It cannot be described in words, I can only say it is unforgettable. These are all basic skills, thinking back then. Before Tsunade could finish her words, she was interrupted by a sharp pain in her body. A sharp roar made people's hearts tremble. Then his face began to distort, and Chuan Feng felt his legs go weak as he listened to Tsunade's roar. He didn't know that Tsunade had done the same thing last time. This is normal, don't worry. Masaki, how's the data? Orochimaru comforted Chuan Feng, and his expression was hard to tell whether it was serious or nervous. It's about the same increase as my brother-in-law's last data, and it's within the normal range. Masaki didn't even turn her head, staring at the data on the instrument without blinking. Okay, tell me if there are any changes. Orochimaru calmed himself down. Now he was the only backbone. Chuan Feng is an outsider to begin with, and in his current situation it would be good if he could not cause more trouble. Yes. Masaki agreed and nothing more happened. As the pain intensified, Tsunade not only screamed, but also twisted his body on the operating table. The pain was so severe that she couldn't resist it with her willpower. If possible, she wished someone could knock her out. Advertisement, but it was probably in vain. Before the pain went away, she felt that she would definitely wake up again in pain. I'm here. I'm here. Chuan Feng muttered to himself and couldn't help but want to grab Tsunade's hand. It's best not to touch her now. Orochimaru did not raise his hand to stop him, but just gave a gentle reminder. He believed that Chuan Feng would be able to listen. Good. Chuan Feng's hand stretched in the air, trembled and stopped, then slowly retracted. Tsunade's roars became louder and louder, and the operating table continued to creak. If it hadn't been reinforced in advance, there would have been a risk of breaking. Teacher, the data fluctuates greatly. Masaki was a little anxious, even though these were the same situations that had occurred in Chuan Feng's last experiment. But when she actually saw it, she still found it hard to accept. If it were an ordinary person, there would be only one way out: death. Well, it's time for something crucial. Tell me if it exceeds our previous calculations. Orochimaru still maintained his professional calm. Everything is still under his control. Yes, teacher. Masaki clenched her fists tightly, looking extremely nervous. As Tsunade turning red, Chuan Feng didn't dare to touch it and didn't understand the situation, so he could only ask Orochimaru for help. Her cells are reorganizing, which is a good sign. Orochimaru glanced at the thermometer, which showed that Tsunade's temperature had reached 45 degrees. 1 degree lower than the previous shocking temperature in Chuan Feng. If it weren't for their extraordinary physiques, even elite ninjas would not be able to resist. A body temperature of over 40 degrees can burn a person to death. Orochimaru thought that his physical strength was not as good as these two people, and he would need to adjust his fusion plan when the time comes. How long will this process take? Is there any way to relieve her pain a little? Chuan Feng was extremely anxious when he saw Tsunade in unbearable pain, but he was helpless. Yes, but I don't dare to use it. Without any actual measurements to refer to, I'm afraid I'll end up making things worse. She can only handle it on her own, just like you did last time. Orochimaru didn't hide anything, this was honesty between friends. Even if he said no, Chuan Feng wouldn't know, oh well. Fortunately, Chuan Feng did not suffer from dementia. He knew that he was a complete layman in this area. Listening to Orochimaru's opinion is the best option now. Advertisement Tsunade continued to wail, her screams echoing throughout the operating room. The pretty face has been distorted terribly, and she no longer looks like a beauty. No wonder she didn't want Chuan Feng to see this scene. This feeling of powerlessness of being able to only watch from the sidelines broke Chuan Feng's heart. I just hate that I can't suffer this pain on Tsunade's behalf. He could only pray silently in his heart that this would all end soon. Even if the fusion fails, it's okay as long as the person is fine. Just when Chuan Feng couldn't bear to watch any longer, something strange happened. There was a loud bang, and the entire specially made operating table was twisted into a knot by a huge force. Flash! Orochimaru roared, and did not forget to pull Chuan Feng. Tsunade looked like a madman, standing barefoot on the ground with red eyes. I don't know if my mind is still clear. As soon as Orochimaru and Chuan Feng arrived at Masaki's side, they saw dense tree spikes growing around Tsunade. Without a doubt, this is the embodiment of wood style. Earth style earth flow wall. Orochimaru immediately used earth style, and a small, thick wall appeared in front of the three of them. Phew, puff 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 one after another, wooden spikes broke through the defense of the earth wall and almost injured the people behind. Orochimaru still underestimated the power of these trees. Is this a success? Chuan Feng had absolutely no interest in caring about the operating room that was still being destroyed by Tsunade. With a look of joy on his face, he excitedly placed his hands on Orochimaru's shoulders. I think so. Orochimaru paused, he wasn't quite sure. After all, this was only the second Hashirama fusion experiment he had experienced, and he was far from being an experienced one. What do you mean it should be? Take a good look at it. Chuan Feng was a little anxious. This vague answer made him angry. I'm just checking it out. Orochimaru carefully poked his head out, and immediately there was another head above him. Is this a feint? Chuan Feng saw Tsunade hanging in the air with the power of the tree embedded in the wall. But his head was tilted back and he seemed to have fainted. It should be. This time, Orochimaru's answers will definitely be a lot. Because the attack of the trees had begun to subside rapidly, there was no sound after a while. Advertisement Chapter 319 Success. The entire laboratory was filled with dust from the disappearance of trees. Tsunade lost her support and fell. Chuan Feng disappeared in a flash, and when he reappeared, he was holding Tsunade in his arms. He carefully reached out and felt Tsunade's breath. Fortunately, I am still alive. Come and see what's going on now. Chuan Feng's eyes never left Tsunade's face. The previously distorted face has now returned to its original calm. His temperature seemed to be back to normal, but his face looked a little pale. Here I come. Orochimaru removed Earth Style and strode over to Chuan Feng. Masaki followed behind him silently without saying a word. All the equipment was broken, and she had no room to maneuver anymore. Preliminary investigation shows that the fusion should have been successful. Orochimaru placed his hand on Tsunade's abdomen, and chakra flowed through Tsunade's body. It is possible to sense the huge amount of chakra in Tsunade's body, and the cells in his body are also abnormally active. His tense nerves also relaxed at this moment. That's good, that's good. Chuan Feng breathed a sigh of relief, and the heavy stone in his heart fell to the ground instantly. Let's go out first. Let Tsunade get some more sleep. Orochimaru looked around and decided that this was not a suitable place to stay any longer. The floor was covered with dust and the walls were full of holes. The damaged instrument still emitted sparks from time to time. When this is over, it will cost a lot of money to renovate this place. But he was not worried about these at all, because it would never be his turn to pay anyway. Good. Chuan Feng said and walked out holding Tsunade. For him, Tsunade is the most important thing now. Teacher, is Sister Tsunade really okay? After Chuan Feng walked away, Masaki asked cautiously. If something happened to Tsunade, apart from everything else, it would be difficult for her to face Nawaki. Don't worry, I didn't come for Chuan Feng. Let's stop sitting here and get out of here. Orochimaru smiled slightly. Girls just tend to be more thoughtful. Masaki patted her chest. She was indeed very worried. Then he followed Orochimaru outside. When the two of them got outside, Chuan Feng had already settled Tsunade. He placed Tsunade on the sofa in the outer room and covered her with a small blanket. Just squatting aside, silently accompanying Tsunade. Why did you leave her there? We need to do further examinations. Orochimaru didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Tsunade's situation was different from Chuan Feng's. He needed further confirmation. Advertisement, Chuan Feng turned his head to look at Orochimaru, his face visibly tense. It's not what you think. I'm too lazy to explain to you, just bring her here. Orochimaru didn't know how to explain it to Chuan Feng, a layman, so he simply didn't explain it. Oh, Chuan Feng was unusually honest and didn't say a word. He picked up Tsunade by the waist again and followed Orochimaru's instructions to go to another room. Just leave it here. Masaki is ready to draw blood. Orochimaru pointed to the operating table in the room, making Chuan Feng and Masaki run around in circles. After a while, Masaki came back with the blood drawing equipment. Chuan Feng stood beside the operating table and never left. It's just a blood draw, not murder. Orochimaru reached out and pushed Chuan Feng aside, pretending to blame him, but in fact, he also wanted to relieve Chuan Feng's pressure. No, I just wanted to be closer to her. Chuan Feng scratched his head. He would never think that Orochimaru would murder Tsunade. If Orochimaru wanted to be Hokage, Tsunade would probably be happy to give it up. After all, those piles of documents only brought endless distress to Tsunade. It was totally different from the excitement I had when Chuan Feng encouraged me to do so. Even the initial novelty has long been worn out. Brother-in-law, don't worry. Tsunade is fine. Masaki even consoled Tsunade as she drew his blood. Chuan Feng gave a forced smile and said nothing. He couldn't completely relax until he got the most certain result. Now I have no memory of informing Shuamao. I'm going to do the test, you guys stay here. Orochimaru took the blood sample handed to him by Masaki and turned around to leave. Chuan Feng and Masaki were the only ones left in the room. Brother-in-law, Masaki called out, Chuan Feng, softly. Chuan Feng glanced at her briefly. You knew this was dangerous, so why didn't you stop Sister Tsunade? Masaki couldn't understand why Chuan Feng cared so much about Tsunade. How could he be willing to let her take such a big risk? If it was Nawaki, she might find it difficult to accept. Your sister Tsunade is a person with her own ideas, not my vassal. It's that simple. Chuan Feng accurately expressed his thoughts in one sentence. If Tsunade wants to, then he won't stop her. If Tsunade refuses, even if the Sage of Six Paths comes to force him, they will have to step over his dead body. Advertisement. Masaki listened to Chuan Feng's answer and fell into deep thought. This was a level she had never thought of. You'll understand sooner or later. Nawaki is a good kid. Chuan Feng's mouth corners slightly raised. After being interrupted by Masaki, his mood instantly improved a lot. Tsunade is healthy. Wait until she wakes up. Not long after, Orochimaru walked in with good news. He also had the blood analysis report in his hand. Show me. Chuan Feng snatched the report and took a look at it, his head full of question marks. Ahem, Masaki, help your brother-in-law interpret this. Chuan Feng didn't feel comfortable asking Orochimaru for advice. After all, he had just snatched it from him. Haha, okay. Masaki was amused by Chuan Feng and took the report and scanned several important indicators. Indeed, as Orochimaru said, Tsunade's body is as strong as a bull. How about it? Masaki looked at the report and Chuan Feng looked at her. That's normal. No, I should say it's healthier than the average person. Masaki corrected herself. You still don't believe me. Orochimaru rolled his eyes. He rarely swore. Excuse me, my. Let's have dinner at your house some other day. Chuan Feng didn't have the slightest attitude of admitting his mistake. How could he admit his mistake and then go to someone else's house for dinner? His face was probably bigger than a dustpan. He was worried a second ago, but now he is smiling. I have to say that Chuan Feng's mentality changed very quickly. I don't want to bother with you. Orochimaru felt as if he had met a psychopath. No, I just happened to take Ginshi to see Kang Yu. Chuan Feng licked her face and tried to move forward. Please leave my sight in a tactful manner. Orochimaru knew exactly what Chuan Feng was planning. If you want to take advantage of his daughter, just dream on. How can you say such a thing? I have always considered you as a close friend. Chuan Feng plays the role of the emperor possessed, with a lost expression. Ha ha ha, Masaki couldn't help herself and laughed out loud. The last trace of haze in the house disappeared completely. Chapter 320. Tsunade awakens. The three of them were talking and laughing in the house. Tsunade was not disturbed and continued to sleep soundly. At noon, Masaki took the initiative to go out and buy food and bring it back. Chuan Feng also specifically asked her to buy a lot of meat. This is all based on experience, so that Tsunade can wake up and replenish his energy. After an unknown amount of time, Chuan Feng heard Tsunade snort. He immediately walked over quickly. Are you awake? Chuan Feng's face was full of concern. I'm so hungry. Tsunade opened her eyes groggily, and her stomach growled. Are you feeling unwell? Orochimaru followed closely behind Chuan Feng and started asking questions at this time. No, I'm just hungry. Tsunade carefully sensed her physical condition and found no other discomfort. Let's eat first. Masaki didn't even let Tsunade get off the bed and handed over the food. Let me help you sit up. Chuan Feng saw that Tsunade was a little weak, so he went over and helped her up. Go and inform my brother that I'm fine. Tsunade took the food from Masaki's hand, still remembering what she promised Tsukumo yesterday. She knew Chuan Feng must have forgotten. Oh, look at my memory. Chuan Feng patted his head. He had really forgotten about this matter completely. I know it, go ahead. Tsunade smiled softly and took small bites of her food. Wait for me, I'll be right back. Chuan Feng snapped his fingers and disappeared on the spot. He didn't have time to walk slowly now. Fortunately, this fusion was successful. Do you remember the wood style you used? Orochimaru had a faint smile on his face. The success of this fusion gave him greater confidence. No impression. Tsunade shook her head, not remembering that she almost tore down that operating room. Let's talk after we finish eating. You must have awakened wood style. After all, Orochimaru saw it with his own eyes, so he was absolutely certain about what he said. Brother, brother. Chuan Feng shouted as soon as he arrived at the office, and then he realized that many pairs of eyes were staring at him. He smiled awkwardly and didn't say anything else. This mission is not easy, you should take it seriously. That's it. Go down. Seeing Chuan Feng's happy face, Sakumo guessed that Tsunade was fine. Yes, Minister. Advertisement. Several Anbu took the order and retreated. You are so impatient. When will you mature? What do you want from me? Shuamao acted like a big brother and started lecturing Chuan Feng. He asked questions knowingly but pretended to know nothing. Tsunade is fine. I'm here to tell you right away. Chuan Feng shamelessly took credit for Tsunade's work. If it weren't for Tsunade, he probably wouldn't even remember this tomorrow. Yeah, that's good. I knew she was destined to be a lucky person. Sakumo acted as if he had expected this, and his face showed no emotion. It has to be said that these two people are, to some extent, cut from the same mold. This is a perfect outfit, I'm telling you, brother. Tsunade should have awakened wood style as well. Chuan Feng lowered his voice, moved closer to Shuamao, and sat down on the desk. He is just in a good mood now, otherwise he would have to fight with Sakumo for several rounds. You are the one who pretends, why should I pretend? Real. Speaking of wood style, Sakumo finally got moved. If Tsunade's wood style is as powerful as Chuan Feng's, it would be extremely important for Konoha. It is no exaggeration to say that wood style is one of the few bloodline limits that can change the course of a war. Really, I saw it with my own eyes. Chuan Feng's eyes widened. Could what he said be false? Okay. Shuamao slammed the table heavily, which scared Chuan Feng. Just speak nicely. Why are you G the table? I am really impressed. Chuan Feng looked helpless and stroked his forehead gently. I'll go with you and take a look. Shuamao was in a hurry and wanted to pull Chuan Feng away. He didn't witness it last time, but he can't be missing this time. Urgent. Before Chuan Feng could finish his words, he felt like he was being taken away by someone else, Flying Thunder God. When he appeared again, he was already near the hospital. He didn't know when Sakumo placed the Flying Thunder God mark. In the lab, right? Shuamao let go of Chuan Feng's hand and ignored the surprised looks from the people around him. Yes. Chuan Feng nodded. His elder brother's Flying Thunder God had improved. Let's go. Shuamao straightened his clothes and walked into the hospital with big strides. Chuan Feng followed behind, looking like a little brother. But he is my younger brother, there is nothing wrong with that. Advertisement. After a while, the two pushed open the door of the laboratory. Tsunade has gotten down to earth with ease and is watching Masaki's experiment log. Brother, why are you here again? I'm fine. When Tsunade saw Sakumo, she put down the scroll in her hand and walked forward slowly. Orochimaru and Masaki also greeted Sakumo. I just came to take a look. Sakumo was too embarrassed to say that he was here to watch Tsunade show off his wood style. How's it going? Are you done? Go test your wood style. Chuan Feng was not so tactful and came straight to the point. Nothing to do. I'm waiting for you. What Tsunade said was true, and Chuan Feng was here to give her some guidance. After all, she really doesn't have much talent in the art of escape. If she can't even release the wood style, she'll really have to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Let's go. It's a good opportunity to see how different it is from Chuan Feng's. Orochimaru has a research mentality. He knew that Tsunade's wood style should be weakened, but he didn't know to what extent. This requires him to witness it personally. Let's find a quieter place. The last time Chuan Feng made too much noise, Shuamao suggested finding a remote location. Just listen to Big Brother. Tsunade didn't refuse, she didn't want to cause trouble to others. The last time, the big Buddha in Chuan Feng scared the patrolling ninjas. Maybe she couldn't make that much noise, but when wood style is used, the noise will definitely be huge. I know a good place. Chuan Feng immediately thought of an abandoned training ground, which was the perfect place. Set off. Tsunade took Chuan Feng's hand, and all five of them were connected together. Bang! With the sound of a snap of fingers, everyone disappeared in the laboratory in an instant. When he appeared again, he was almost at the edge of the village. Can you find all this? Tsunade was speechless as she looked at the training ground that had been abandoned for at least 10 years. The wooden targets used for training blades were completely rotten. Chuan Feng really has traveled all over Konoha. Ah, it doesn't matter. See if you can release the branch first. Chuan Feng urged. He might be even more impatient than Tsunade. I'll try. Tsunade closed her eyes and felt the flow of chakra in her body. As the water and earth attribute chakra merge, a branch extended outward from the center of Tsunade's palm. The remaining four people all watched, holding their breath and not making any sound. Chapter 321 Obeno Technique. I did it. Tsunade opened her eyes and jumped for joy. It was difficult for others to understand her depressed mood when she couldn't even perform a single escape technique. Now let's see if Nawaki still dares to laugh at his sister for being an idiot at escape techniques. Very good. Let's make it a little more difficult. Chuan Feng rubbed his hands, thinking about what kind of wood style he should let Tsunade perform. I don't know any magic, so I can't come to your big Buddha. Tsunade looked at Chuan Feng's excited expression and thought he wanted her to use true several thousand hands. Nothing. Chuan Feng flatly denied that the thought had indeed crossed his mind. That's fine. Tsunade nodded with satisfaction. Chuan Feng was the only one in Konoha who could teach her wood style. The road must be taken step by step. Chuan Feng, teach her a simple one first. What Tsukumo said was exactly what Tsunade was thinking. It would be embarrassing if she couldn't use her ultimate skill right at the beginning. Don't make it too simple, just pick one. Orochimaru didn't come to see any tricks, he at least wanted to see the lethal wood style. No problem, let's have a tree world birth. Chuan Feng chose a very representative wood style, which is not difficult. But the demand for chakra is high. He is not worried about this. How could Tsunade, who has the power of the tailed beast, lack chakra? Isn't that a bit difficult? Tsunade was a little reluctant, she knew this was a big move. Oh, it's not difficult, you can do it, you're the best. Our Hokage-sama can't even take down a mere tree world advent? After Chuan Feng's 2 sips of chicken blood, Tsunade immediately became full of energy. Come. Tsunade moved the joints of her hands and found that her hand seal skills were pretty good. However, she didn't have many ninjutsu that required hand seals, so she didn't use them very often. No need, just 1 seal. Chuan Feng looked at Tsunade with a smile, and the birth of the tree world only required 1 seal of C. Even if you form the seal so fast that it leaves an afterimage, it won't be visible. You tell me? Tsunade rolled her eyes at Chuan Feng in annoyance, she really didn't remember it. Hurry up, don't dawdle. Orochimaru urged, he was annoyed by the way the two were flirting with each other. Why are you in such a hurry? You are a wild boar and cannot eat fine bran. Chuan Feng insulted Orochimaru, and this fresh remark made Orochimaru's face suddenly darken. This B************** D never has a good word to say. Advertisement. Puff. Masaki looked at Orochimaru, then at Chuan Feng, and couldn't help laughing out loud. Is it that funny? Orochimaru gave her a sidelong look. Not funny. That's not funny. Masaki shook her head and bit her lip, the smile still on her face. You are the wild boar. Orochimaru got angry at the thought and retorted to Chuan Feng. Haha, Tsunade and Tsukumo both laughed. Okay, let's get started. Chuan Feng did not argue with Orochimaru, he was not afraid of quarreling or fighting. You say. Tsunade restrained her facial expression, and everyone became serious. Use your own chakra as the source of life, channel it into the ground and grow trees. You just need to make the seal of C. Chuan Feng clasped his hands together, but did not mobilize his chakra, he just pretended to do so. Okay, I'll try. Tsunade nodded, it sounded easy enough. I don't like this power and will not provide you with any help. Chomei spoke before Tsunade could even begin to speak. This time he was tough for once, no need for you. Tsunade communicated with Chomei with her mind, and she could feel her chakra surging now. Even without Chomei's help in the future, she would still be considered a humanoid-tailed beast. I can still help you with other things. Chomei noticed Tsunade's harsh tone and took the initiative to soften. With just 2 words, Tsunade made his attitude clear. Only Chomei was left messy inside her. Wood-style birth of the tree world. Tsunade clasped her hands together and yelled. Everyone noticed that a large amount of chakra was injected into the ground, and then the earth began to change. Boom. The ground of the entire training ground began to crack, and huge trees instantly rose from the ground. In just a few moments, the training ground was covered by a sea of trees. Well done. Chuan Feng was the first to cheer for Tsunade. It's not that hard. Tsunade clapped her hands, looking very proud. It's breathtaking. Advertisement. It was the first time that Shuamao witnessed the birth of the tree world up close, and he couldn't help but sigh. He was well aware of how amazing the effect of such large-scale ninjutsu would be on the battlefield. There seems to be a gap. Orochimaru carefully inspected the area of the sea of trees and broke a tree. Tsunade's wood style is still a little bit behind Chuan Feng's. Both in terms of the range and hardness of the sea of trees. That's enough. Chuan Feng took a casual look and thought, isn't Tsunade's wood style much better than Yamato's in the original book? Of course, Yamato's chakra amount is not at the same level as Tsunade. This is probably the most fundamental reason, that's true. Orochimaru is estimated to be about 30% weaker, which is more than enough to fight the enemy. Next, Tsunade can try to learn Senjutsu, even if the Great Buddha of True Several Thousand Hands is smaller, it is not something that the average Kage-level can resist. He thought to himself that his chakra amount was not as good as Tsunade's, and the wood style he performed would definitely weaken it further. As for failure, these 2 words are not in Orochimaru's dictionary. Such is the confidence of the Hokage's first scientist. He could, after successfully fusing with Hashirama's cells, directly try True Several Thousand Hands, the wood style special move in Sage mode. Tsunade Ne is amazing. Masaki can only be a spectator and cheer for Tsunade. It's nothing. Is there any wood style I can familiarize myself with? Tsunade acted like a big sister, waved her hands, and asked Chuan Feng proudly. Even after becoming a mother, she is still that cheerful girl. It must be. I will teach you a technique that can create economic value. Watch it. Chuan Feng didn't wait for Tsunade to ask and started to perform. This time he was not just pretending, but actually demonstrating it. Wood-style Obeno technique. Chuan Feng was seen making complicated seals and then slapping the ground with one hand. A luxurious wooden villa rose from the ground, stunning the people present. It is no exaggeration to say that it will take the construction team half a month to finish building this villa. This is still Hokage speed. How about this villa? It's not too expensive to sell it to you for a few million taels, right? Chuan Feng raised his eyebrows, unable to conceal the smugness on his face. He also developed this jutsu when he was bored, and the inspiration came from Yamato's 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms technique. However, in comparison, Chuan Feng's villa is much more luxurious. You will be the one who will be responsible for building houses in Konoha in the future. Orochimaru never expected that Chuan Feng would use the wood style like this. Not focusing on the right path at all. Wouldn't it be better to study some offensive ninjutsu when you have time? One more point, defensive ninjutsu is also okay. Chapter 322 Orochimaru's Ambition. Forget it, forget it. I'm afraid the construction team will lose their jobs. Chuan Feng seemed not to understand what was being said and even waved his hands to refuse. Just be shameless. Tsunade covered her forehead with her hands, wondering why she ended up following such an eye-catching person. Ahem, the appearance is still good. It should enhance the delicate use of wood-style chakra. Tsunade, you try it. At the critical moment, the big brother has to act, and Shuamao stepped forward to help Chuan Feng smooth things over. But he was also a little embarrassed. Okay, big brother. Tsunade was still more considerate of Tsukumo, so she took her hand off her forehead and agreed. Have you memorized all the seals just now? Chuan Feng was ready to show it again. He didn't feel embarrassed at all. From now on, when we go out to fight, we will have a palace directly. Remember, remember. Tsunade responded impatiently. How could these few seals stump her? Then try it again and let me see the effect. Chuan Feng looked at Tsunade with expectant eyes. He actually wanted to know how big of a difference Tsunade's performance would be compared to his. Will Dabi become dirty and small? I know. Tsunade went over the seal that Chuan Feng had just made in her mind, and then started directly. As his fingers flew, Tsunade still didn't call out the name of the jutsu. After completing the seal, do the same as Chuan Feng and pat the ground with one hand. A house quickly took shape between the growing trees, and Tsunade mastered this technique as soon as he started. It's not difficult. The slight application of chakra is not a problem for her as she is a medical ninja. Even if it is a little more delicate, it is easy for her. But when the house was completely completed, Tsunade couldn't hold it anymore. Compared with Chuan Feng's big villa, her house seems too small. It is far inferior in terms of both area and luxury. If Chuan Feng built a luxury villa, hers is at most a small Western-style building. However, in Chuan Feng's opinion, it is still much better than Yamato's 3-bedroom, 2-living-room technique in the original novel. That's the extent of it. Tsunade sighed. She knew it wasn't a matter of chakra amount. If I had held on to a bit of hope just now, I thought it was just that I was not proficient enough in the tree world descent. But these 2 ninjutsu are enough to prove that her wood style is indeed not as good as Chuan Feng. As expected, wood style using Hashirama's original cell fusion is the strongest. This level is good enough. The level of performance Tsunade displayed has already met Orochimaru's expectations. Advertisement. Even if his wood style is further weakened, it will not be just for show. That's enough. He has many methods. Wood style is so playable in his hands. Even Chuan Feng can't compare to this. After all, there is still a big gap between a true genius and a fake genius. If Chuan Feng was not familiar with the plot, how could he have the chance to surpass a figure like Orochimaru? This is just an auxiliary method. It's fine as long as you know it. There's no need to make comparisons. Tsukumo noticed that Tsunade was a little discouraged and consoled her. I know, brother. Tsunade forced a smile. With such a strong character, it was inevitable that she felt a little disappointed. You just need to get familiar with it a little more. That's all for today. Chuan Feng waved goodbye and left his luxurious villa. There is no harm without comparison. Now Tsunade's small villa looks more and more pleasing to the eye. Don't think too much. For this cell fusion, wood style is not the most important thing to you. Orochimaru didn't continue. He knew Tsunade could understand. For Tsunade, the increase in chakra and self-healing ability brought by Hashirama cells are the biggest gains. In the original novel, she could survive even if her body was broken into 2 sections, so it's probably not an exaggeration to say that she is a cockroach that is immune to death. Someone can no longer laugh at her for using Hashirama's passive as her ultimate. Orochimaru was right. Wood style is just one part of it. Chuan Feng spoke right after Orochimaru. If there really is a big battle, he will be the one to go. The stronger Tsunade's survivability, the more relieved he is. Okay, I'm fine. Tsunade took both of their words in, and it was indeed true. Medical ninja is my job. Having an additional wood style is already very good whether used for offense or defense. After adjusting his mood, the smile on Tsunade's face returned to normal. That's good. Let's go back. Genji must be missing his mother. This took most of the day, and Chuan Feng felt it was time to go home and see his son. It also reassures other family members. Just because Mito doesn't say anything doesn't mean she knows nothing. Well, go home. Tsunade nodded and agreed. You guys go back, I have something to do back in Anbu. Tsukumo's work attitude is still very positive, and he wants to go back to Anbu. Masaki and I will go back to the lab. Advertisement. You guys go first. Orochimaru had no intention of asking Chuan Feng to give him a ride, and it wouldn't take him too long to run back. I just happened to have some questions to think about on the way. Sister, brother-in-law, goodbye. Masaki waved goodbye to the two. Bye, Tsunade and I will be leaving now, Chuan Feng said and then pulled Tsunade away and disappeared. Thank you for your hard work, Orochimaru. Only then did Tsukumo express his gratitude to Orochimaru as a parent. You're welcome, Tsukumo-kun. This is what I should do. Orochimaru smiled faintly. He and Tsukumo really didn't have much in common. Come visit my home when you have time. Bring Kang Yu with you, the child is very cute. Tsukumo is much better than Chuan Feng. At least he doesn't want to go to Orochimaru's house for free meals. As for praising Kang Yue, it was just a polite remark. His favorite now is Ginji. Kakashi has started to become a bit annoying. Okay, I'll definitely bother you when I'm free. If Chuan Feng said this, Orochimaru would not have this attitude. See you later. I'm leaving too. Tsukumo waved his hand and disappeared from the spot. What a magical skill. Orochimaru murmured in a low voice, with a slightly envious look in his snake eyes. It's not like he hasn't tried, but he really doesn't have the talent for it. Just like studying Scorch style, he made no progress on Flying Thunder God. Teacher, let's go. Masaki didn't hear it, and waited for Orochimaru to set off together. Walk. Orochimaru glanced at the now disappearing sea of trees, his mind filled with longing. If nothing unexpected happens, he will be the third person in Konoha to possess wood style. By that time, which ninja village would dare to act so presumptuously in front of Konoha? Deep down, Orochimaru has an ambition that he has never told anyone. That is peace in the ninja world. He had a premonition that there would be another disturbance in the ninja world. The last war ended a bit anticlimactically. The major powers will certainly not stop there. That's why he worked so hard on Hashirama cells. Fortunately, we now have satisfactory results. The next war must be ended by Konoha, and Orochimaru believes they can do it. Definitely, and for sure. Chapter 323 returns safely. Ginji-chan. Why are you crying again? Don't you like grandma anymore? Mito held Ginji in his arms and rocked him. The child had just finished feeding and started crying again. She cried so heartbreakingly, probably because preserved food is not as delicious as fresh food. The taste of pacifiers also varies greatly. Maybe I'm thinking about Tsunade. Nishui was also helpless, with a lingering sadness in her eyes. She tried every possible way to coax a child. Ginji showed no signs of stopping, and now he was crying even harder. It's been half a day, and you haven't come back yet. Mito looked out the door, still feeling anxious. She did not stop Tsunade's pursuit, but as an elder, it was inevitable to worry. I got the big windmill for my brother. Kakashi ran over from a distance, holding a toy he had played as a child. Although he is not very old now, he has lost interest in these things. He expressed disdain for his past self, and the only word he could describe him was childish. Our Kakashi is so good to his brother. See if Ginji-chan likes it. Mito did not refuse Kakashi's kindness and reached out to take the windmill. Then he blew at the small windmill, and the small windmill started to turn. Ginji-chan, this is the toy Kakashi-ni gave you. Do you like it? Mito placed the windmill not far in front of Ginji and spoke softly. Woo. Ginji didn't stop crying, but reached out for the windmill. It seems that he is quite interested in Kakashi's gift. Why are you still crying? Kakashi's face wrinkled when he saw Ginji still crying while holding the pinwheel. Children are such a hassle. Maybe it will be fine in a while. Nishui wasn't very sure either, so she just answered her son casually. After a while, they seemed to be at their wits' end. Ginji held the windmill tightly in his little hands, but his crying did not stop. Fortunately, this is the Hokage world. Any normal child would have fainted from crying. Just when they were at a loss, a figure came running towards them. Oh, why are you crying so hard? I'll hold it. As these two sentences reached the ears of several people, Tsunade had already arrived. Seeing Ginji's face full of tears, Tsunade felt distressed. Finally I'm back. Advertisement, I'll give you my son back. He's made me cry so hard. Mito finally let go of the heavy stone in his heart, and handed Ginji over with a slightly blaming tone. Thank God. Nishui had a smile on her face, and her heart was filled with joy. I'm sorry to have worried you. Tsunade took Ginji, her face full of apology. She also knew that Mito and Nayuki were worried about her. To be honest, it has to be mother. Ginji stopped crying within just a few breaths in Tsunade's arms. Chuan Feng also slowly came to the group at this time. He was not worried about anything. The son must be thinking about his mother, not him. He is very self-aware of this. And, if you don't come back, my brother is going to flood the house. Kakashi said this in a rather exaggerated way, making everyone laugh. Is it as powerful as you say? Why don't I believe it? Chuan Feng bent down and picked up Kakashi, intending to tease him. Oops, uncle, I used exaggeration. Exaggeration, you know? Kakashi looked at Chuan Feng as if he were an illiterate, and the disdain in his eyes could not be concealed. If Chuan Feng wasn't his dearest uncle, he wouldn't be willing to deal with an illiterate person. It sounds amazing. Did Hong teach you that? Chuan Feng guessed that Kakashi himself would not be able to do it. This really touched Kakashi's sore spot. What? He is from the Red Sect. He is very smart, okay. I just don't like reading, that's all. No, it's not. Kakashi hurriedly denied it, and it was obvious that Chuan Feng had guessed it right. Do I still need her to teach me? Perhaps feeling that it was not enough, Kakashi added another sentence. Haha, you're the smartest. Nayuki smiled and touched Kakashi's head. This kid just can't hide things. Even if he learned it himself, his behavior made him look like a Red Sect disciple. That's hard to say. How would I know what you do every day? Chuan Feng showed an expression of extreme distrust, and Kakashi was so angry that he wanted to slip out of his arms. Is this still my uncle? Advertisement? What about trust between people? Apart from training, I read books. I am very busy every day. Kakashi struggled and argued that he was not an ungrateful boy. Okay, stop teasing him. Be careful not to fall. Tsunade coaxed Ginchi into doing his job, as she couldn't bear to see Chuan Feng bullying the kid. Uncle believes in you, isn't that enough? I'll teach you some powerful moves today. Chuan Feng let Kakashi go and gave him a small compensation. Okay, let's go now. Children are easy to coax, and Kakashi immediately became interested. Putting aside his previous dissatisfaction, he quickly pulled Chuan Feng towards the martial arts hall. But his father admitted in person in front of him that he was not as capable as his uncle. Okay, let's go. I'll take Kakashi out for some exercise, you guys can chat about your own things. Chuan Feng certainly didn't just say it casually, just picking up something at random was enough for Kakashi to learn. It's not that Kakashi doesn't have good talent, but that he is too young now. After saying hello to Mito and the others, Chuan Feng took Kakashi away. That's more like it. Tsunade looked at the backs of Chuan Feng and Kakashi and nodded with satisfaction. She believes Chuan Feng will be a good father in the future. As for being a good husband, he has done a good job in this regard. Have you mastered your grandfather's abilities? Mito asked casually. She didn't see any disappointment in Tsunade's eyes, which must mean success. Moreover, Ninetales vaguely had feelings of resistance and fear towards Tsunade, which made her even more certain. Well, it's just not as good as Chuan Feng. Tsunade has nothing to hide. Mito had been aware of this experiment since it was initiated by Tobirama. If Mito disagrees, Tobirama may not be able to carry out the experiment. It's good once you master it. For you, wood style is not the most important thing. Mito said the same thing as Orochimaru. She knew Tsunade's position very well. With one more person who knows wood style, she would be less worried about what would happen to Ninetales after she left. Even if it really goes berserk, it can't cause any trouble. Nothing is wrong, right? Nishui asked immediately, her words full of concern. Don't worry, sister-in-law, I'm fine. Tsunade said as she blew on the pinwheel. Watching the stopped windmill turning again, Ginji finally laughed in her arms. Chapter 324 Kakashi's enrollment time flies. The years pass by like a shuttle. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. Today happens to be the day for enrollment of Konoha Shinobi School. A new batch of fresh blood will soon enter the school and become part of the Konoha Shinobi in the future. As the principal, Chuan Feng will certainly not be absent. I got up very early today, but it was still a little late. When he arrived at the school, the outside was already full of parents. The place was bustling with people, and all I could see were busy staff and parents giving instructions to their children. Uncle, where do we go to sign up? Kakashi stood next to Chuan Feng. He was just over 5 years old and his height was exactly up to Chuan Feng's waist. Let's go in first. Chuan Feng touched Kakashi's silver hair out of habit. Registration was extremely easy for him as the principal. He only had to give the order and someone would take care of it. Such a small matter cannot be considered as abusing power for personal gain. Moreover, it is only right for an outstanding student like Kakashi to receive such treatment, as he cannot stay in the school for too long. In the original novel, he graduated at the age of 5, and now he has a strength far beyond that of Genin. Good. Kakashi nodded obediently. Since Nayuki and Tsukumo were not here, he naturally followed Chuan Feng's lead. Kakashi, I'm here. Just as the two of them walked in, they heard a crisp child's voice. The two looked towards the source of the sound and saw it was Shihi Kurenai. Red. Kakashi shouted back. A smile appeared on his originally expressionless face, and he left Chuan Feng and ran towards Hong. Uncle still can't compare to his future daughter-in-law. Chuan Feng smiled and shook his head and could only follow him. Kakashi and Kurenai started chirping as soon as they met. Your braids look really nice today. Kakashi has learned how to be sweet talker from Chuan Feng. This is an advantage that Tsukumo does not have. No, my mom just pierced it casually. Hong pulled the tail of her braid and looked a little shy. It looks good even if you tie it casually. Auntie has really skillful hands. Kakashi also learned all of Chuan Feng's flattery skills. This child is really good at talking. Mother Hong was so happy that she couldn't stop smiling and she also touched Kakashi's head. Zhenhong didn't come today. Chuan Feng and Hong Mama are also quite familiar with each other. The two ignored the children and started chatting among themselves. Advertisement, he has something to do today, so I will be the one to deliver the red envelope. Mother Hong was smiling, and her eyes were full of love when she looked at Kakashi. It seems like the mother-in-law likes her son-in-law more and more the more she looks at him. Kakashi has a good family background and is good looking, so he and his daughter are a perfect match made in heaven. Is that so? Then let's go together. 1 is also reporting, 2 is also reporting. Chuan Feng naturally doesn't mind taking Hong along. Then I'll trouble you. Mother Hong was not overly polite to Chuan Feng. With the principal leading the way, the registration process will definitely be a lot easier. These are all small things. Chuan Feng waved his hands, it was nothing to him. Stop chatting and go in to sign up. Hong's mother interrupted the conversation between Kakashi and Hong. Okay. The two children agreed and followed Chuan Feng and Hong's mother hand in hand. Before he had taken a few steps, 2 green figures, 1 big and 1 small, caught up with him. This guy is here too. Kakashi immediately covered his forehead with his hands. He was afraid of Guy. Don't be afraid of the green monsters, Kakashi read. What a coincidence. Guy bared his teeth and walked over to Kakashi and Hong, a smile on his face. Hello, Guy. Hong doesn't have any problem with Guy, the three of them often play together. What a coincidence. We'll always run into each other when we sign up today. Kakashi doesn't have as good an attitude as Hong. There are already signs of a love-hate relationship between him and Guy. Really? Ha ha ha, from now on we can duel every day at school. Guy didn't feel embarrassed at all, but was very excited. His blood boiled at the thought of being able to spar with Kakashi every day. The devil wants to duel with you every day. Kakashi rolled his eyes. Guy hadn't been beaten enough, he had beaten enough. Hong covered her mouth and giggled. Obviously she was already used to the way Kakashi and Guy got along with each other. While the children were chatting, Dai also started chatting with Chuan Feng and Hong's mother. I was just asking Guy why I didn't see anyone I knew. I'll see you guys soon. As a father of 2 children, Dai has become much more stable now. At least in public, apart from the slightly different clothing, his words and actions are no different from those of ordinary people. This shows that the children are very empathetic. Mother Hong still values the friendship of her 3 children very much. Advertisement Kakashi is her future son-in-law, and Guy is Hong's most trusted friend. Hey, is that the youngest son of the 3rd generation? Chuan Feng had sharp eyes and saw from afar Sarutobi Hiruzen leading a child towards the school. If he guessed correctly, it should be Asuma. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was forced to give up his position early, now seems to have lost the temperament of Hokage and looks more and more like an old man next door. Yes, that's right. That child is the same age as Hong and the others. Mother Hong glanced over there. She had seen Asuma a few times before. Having a son in old age is a blessing for 3rd-generation adults. Ever since Sarutobi Hiruzen abdicated, the Sarutobi clan has lost much of its former power. Although he made amends for his mistakes, he still couldn't avoid criticism. So Sarutobi Hiruzen rarely appears in the public eye now. By the way, this was the first time Dai met Asuma. He's doing fine now. Chuan Feng also had some feelings about this. In the original novel, almost all of Sarutobi Hiruzen's family died. His eldest son and daughter-in-law never appeared, his wife died in the Nine Tails Rebellion, and he himself died in the Shikigami Fujin. Even Asuma died at Hidan's hands. After the Hokage ninjas were eliminated, only Konohamaru was left to thrive. The current situation may not be a bad thing for Sarutobi Hiruzen. It's good. Konoha is becoming more prosperous now. Mother Hong still has a lot of opinions about Sarutobi Hiruzen's personal enrichment during his reign, and her words are full of sarcasm. But it is true that Konoha has indeed become more powerful since Tsunade took over. Especially in the past 3 years, Konoha has made great progress in both economy and ninja strength. The reforms that Chuan Feng made to the ninja school have begun to show results. Provided a lot of talents for Konoha's ninja team. Onoda Hideo is now smiling from ear to ear every day. No one will dare to say that ninja schools can only train cannon fodder anymore. Okay, let's not talk about this. Come in. Chuan Feng could of course hear that he had no interest in continuing the conversation on this topic. What's past is past. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen dedicated his best years to the village. He is not a person who would kick someone when he is down. Mother Dai and Hong were standing side by side with Chuan Feng, and the 3 little ones were following behind them. A group of 6 people walked straight into the school gate. At this time, there are still parents bringing their children here. A little girl with short brown hair and a purple stripe on each cheek is very cute. Not far from her was a little boy wearing goggles, all alone. Seeing that others are accompanied by their parents, there is a little loneliness in his eyes. However, when he saw the little girl, his eyes suddenly lit up, as if a ray of light really flashed. Somehow, the bonds of fate begin from this moment. Chapter 325 Class Division. Here is the registration form, fill it out and give it to me. Chuan Feng's office is quite busy today, as it is usually empty. As he spoke, he handed 2 registration forms to Dai and Hong's mother. Kakashi's 3 children were chatting happily, with snacks in their hands. As long as he doesn't mention dueling, Kakashi still treats Guy as a good brother. Good. Dai Hihong's mother took the registration form and started filling it out on the coffee table next to her. Chuan Feng also took the form and filled in Kakashi's personal information and brief family situation. Generally speaking, children from ninja families have some basic skills, so the teaching progress will naturally be different from that of ordinary children. This is not discrimination, it is actually a good thing for ordinary families raising children. After a while, all three of them finished filling out the form. Chuan Feng took the 3 forms and handed them to the staff waiting outside. Thanks a lot. Chuan Feng patted the teacher on the shoulder with a friendly tone. You're welcome, Master Chuan Feng. Nothing else, I'll go get busy now. The teacher took the registration form and said goodbye and left. He still had a lot of things to do today. Not everyone can be as leisurely as Chuan Feng. Vice Principal Onoda is almost busier than ever. He finally had a break from his busy schedule. Okay, go ahead. Chuan Feng waved his hand and watched the teacher disappear around the corner before he returned to his office. Where do I pay the registration fee? Mother Hong took out her wallet. Seeing this, Dai also felt his pocket and took out money. No, I'll pay for the tuition, don't be polite with me. Chuan Feng returned to his desk and sat down. As soon as he said this, a sense of nouveau richness filled him. How can I feel good about that? Although he said this, Dai put the money back into his pocket. The tuition for the ninja school was not expensive, and Dai knew he couldn't refuse. There's no need for them to push this little bit of money back and forth. Bring Ginji to my house for dinner some other day. Mother Hong was not polite either. She and the Hatake family were real relatives. It is completely understandable that Chuan Feng paid some of Hong's tuition. If she refuses too much, it will seem impolite. Okay, let's have a good drink with Zhenhong then. Chuan Feng agreed readily. Anything else? Hong's mother is not a ninja, so she is not very clear about the admission process. Nothing happened. After registration, we will be divided into classes in the afternoon. Just report in tomorrow. Chuan Feng is of course well aware of these procedures, otherwise he would be an incompetent principal. Oh, I see. Mother Hong nodded, then swallowed what she wanted to say. She shouldn't have to worry about the class divisions. Chuan Feng would definitely make arrangements. Is it possible that Kakashi and Hong are not in the same class? The facts turned out to be just as she expected. In the afternoon, Hong's mother came to school and saw the notice of class division. The 3 names Yuhi Kurenai, Hatake Kakashi, and Might Guy were found in Suzuki Shubun's list. As for the others, she had no interest in looking at them at all. That's enough. Soon it was the next day, and Kakashi came to Chuan Feng's door early to wait. Advertisement squeak as the door opened. Chuan Feng appeared in front of Kaka. How can your uncle be late? Little b******************. D. Chuan Feng had no self-awareness at all and touched Kakashi's head. Here's your breakfast. Kakashi handed over the packed breakfast. If he waited for Chuan Feng to finish eating at home, he would definitely be late. This guy has basically never arrived at school on time in all these years. Thanks. Chuan Feng took it with one hand with a smile on his face. The other hand held Kakashi's little hand. With uncle here, it's impossible to be late. As soon as the words fell, the two disappeared from the spot. When he appeared again, he was already in Chuan Feng's office. I have to say that Flying Thunder God is probably only slightly worse than Kamui in terms of hurrying. We're already at school. Chuan Feng looked very proud. He sat down leisurely in his office chair and started to eat breakfast. Uncle, you are the best. Kakashi complimented him in a very perfunctory manner, and turned his back and rolled his eyes. I'm going to the classroom now. Bye. Then he walked out of the office without looking back. Do you know where your classroom is? Chuan Feng asked Kake a question casually without any intention of getting up. I'll ask for directions. Kakashi's voice floated into Chuan Feng's ears and gradually faded away. After asking a teacher on the way, Kakashi successfully arrived at the classroom door. The nameplate on the door clearly reads, Suzuki Shubun. Kakashi glanced up, confirmed it, and strode in. At this moment, not all the people in the classroom are here yet. There are probably less than 10 people. Kakashi looked around but didn't see any familiar figures. It looks like Hong and Guy haven't arrived yet. His arrival did not attract anyone's attention, so he just found a backseat in the corner and sat down. With one hand supporting his cheek, his mind began to empty. This attracted the attention of several little girls. Among them was a little girl with purple streaks on her cheeks. She was lucky enough to be admitted to a class where most of the children were from ninja families as a member of a civilian family. Just as she was gathering up the courage to go forward and get to know Kakashi, a figure appeared beside her. Hello, my name is Obito. Uchiha Obito, can I sit here? A little boy wearing goggles came up to Nohara Lin with a hint of embarrassment on his face. It was obvious that he mustered up his courage before approaching her and striking up a conversation. Hello, my name is Nohara Lin. Nice to meet you. Lin retracted her gaze, smiled gently, and extended her hand to signal Obito that he could sit down. At the same time, I also gave up the idea of going to meet Kakashi. Anyway, we are all classmates and we will get to know each other sooner or later. Were you looking at that guy? Obito pointed a finger, but Lin pushed it down. No, I'm just looking at my future classmates. Lin was afraid that Obito's actions would be seen by Kakashi, which would be too rude. That guy's name is Hatake Kakashi. the eldest son of the Hatake family, the principal is his uncle. Obito spoke to himself. As a member of the Uchiha clan, he knew Kakashi very well. So the Hokage is his aunt? Nohara Lin's eyes lit up. Her dream was to become a powerful ninja like Tsunade. Advertisement, yes. Obito was still relatively innocent and didn't think that Lin was a snob. Besides, Lin really just admires Tsunade. I want to become a powerful ninja like Hokage-sama in the future. Lin was full of excitement and expressed her ideal. I'm sure you can. Obito also smiled happily and cheered Lin on. Then the two of them started chatting enthusiastically, and the boat of friendship began to set sail at this moment. Kakashi didn't have to wait long before he saw Kurenai enter the classroom. Before he could shout out, Hong saw him. She came over excitedly and sat down beside him. You're here so early. Hong took out candy from her pocket, opened it and stuffed it into Kakashi's mouth. It's okay. I never like to sleep in. Kakashi put the candy into his mouth. Now he was not one to like being late. Hey, I almost couldn't get up. It was my father who held me up. Hong embarrassedly revealed her performance. Little lazy fellow. Kakashi scratched Red's nose, his expression very doting. A few minutes later, Guy also came to the classroom. A well-fitting green leotard instantly attracted the attention of the whole class. Guy didn't seem nervous at all and walked to the podium. My name is Might Guy, and I will become a powerful ninja in the future. Welcome to challenge me. Guy said this and then made his signature move, giving White Fang a big thumbs up. Now all the students in the class should know him. After doing all this, Guy came and sat down next to Kakashi and Hong with great pride. How about it? Was I handsome just now? Guy can't wait to hear his friend's praise. Guy, you're awesome. Hong admires Guy's social behavior very much. Only Kakashi covered his face helplessly. He was really speechless towards Guy. It's nothing. Kakashi, when will our first duel after entering school begin? Guy extended a cordial invitation to Kakashi and politely gave Kakashi the right to decide on the time. Fight you big head ghost. I don't have time. Kakashi didn't appreciate it at all and rejected it bluntly. Then I'll wait until you have time. Guy had expected this to happen, and there was no disappointment on his face. The score between you two is currently 20-0. Guy, you still have to work harder. As the referee, Hong remembered the results of every duel between the two clearly. Kakashi knows everything Guy can do, but he can't learn what Kakashi can do. For now, the outcome of the duel was not at all surprising. I will definitely defeat Kakashi. No matter how many times he fails, Guy never loses faith in the challenge. He swore solemnly and clenched his fist. Kakashi glanced at Guy when he heard this. Nothing was said, yet it seemed as if everything was said. What's that look in your eyes? This action successfully aroused Guy's dissatisfaction, and he reached out and scratched Kakashi's waist. Kakashi, who was very cool just now, suddenly lost his composure. Separated by Red, the three of them were in a mess. The three of them stopped playing until the teacher came in. Chapter 326 Suzuki Shu. Ahem. With the teacher's light cough, the noisy classroom became quiet in an instant. It's not because the children are obedient, but because the teacher looks really scary. He had a limp in one leg and a scar ran across his face. Only one eye was open. After scanning the classroom with his one eye, the teacher slowly spoke. My name is Suzuki Osamu, retired Chunin. In the next few years, you will learn about ninja knowledge and skills under my guidance. Most of you come from ninja families. I hope you won't disappoint me. Suzuki Osamu's deep voice echoed in the classroom, and some timid children didn't even dare to look at his face. This was also the decision made by Chuan Feng, so that retired ninjas can make use of their remaining energy. Not only can it allow them to have a decent job, but it can also allow the children to receive more correct guidance. Those are all valuable experiences soaked in blood. We will try our best. Most of the children did not dare to respond, and only a few replied. Guy's voice was the loudest among them, and it shocked Kakashi, who was standing next to him so much that he covered his ears. Guy likes this teacher very much, and his blood is beginning to boil. Speak louder, I can't hear you. Suzuki Osamu was full of energy and he didn't want to disappoint Chuan Feng. We will try our best. This loud shout startled everyone and they all responded loudly and hurriedly. Very good. Now, please give a brief introduction of yourselves so that everyone can get to know each other. Suzuki Osamu nodded, very satisfied with the children's performance. Courage is also a basic quality that a ninja must possess. Without waiting for Suzuki Osamu to give instructions, the children in the first row began to introduce themselves one by one from left to right. When it was Kakashi's turn, he looked a few more times. This is Master Sakumo's son, and he is currently the most capable student in the class. Although Chuan Feng said that there is no need to treat them differently, he still has some bias. This is not because he is trying to curry favor with the powerful, but it is human nature. In terms of status, Sakumo was once his immediate superior. In terms of favor, this job was arranged by Chuan Feng himself. Emotionally and rationally, he has a great liking for the Hatake family. After all the children had introduced themselves, Suzuki Osamu finally started the next step. Everyone, follow me out and line up. Suzuki Osamu walked out first and waited quietly outside. Soon, the children lined up in a long queue and walked out in an orderly manner. Immediately afterwards, Suzuki Osamu brought the children to the training ground. Normally, training should not start so soon after admission. Advertisement, however, the class is mostly made up of children from ninja families, so Suzuki Osamu felt it was necessary to conduct a survey. This will help you better grasp the progress of subsequent teaching. See that wooden target across the way? Suzuki Osamu pointed to a wooden target not far away, which was used for training the throwing of ninja tools. I see, teacher. The children have gradually adapted to the situation and are responding loudly. Those who have practiced should stand on the left, and those who have not practiced should stand on the right. Suzuki Osamu quickly gave instructions and the children were divided into 2 rows on the left and right. Obviously, there are many more people on the left than on the right. There are only a few people on the right, all of whom were born in civilian families like Lin. They have no one to guide them at home and may have never even touched a ninja tool. It's better than I expected. Suzuki Osamu murmured something in a low voice, and then distributed kunai and shuriken to the children on the left. The child on the right looks on with wide eyes, slightly envious. Today is not practice, you will have a chance later. After Suzuki Osamu finished distributing the food, he also comforted the child on his right. He is not as scary as he looks. Yes, teacher. Lin bravely responded first. She could feel the gentle side of Suzuki Osamu. Well, you have to work harder in the future. It's not a big deal if you take 1 step slower, but it's a big deal if you take every step slower. Do you understand? Suzuki Osamu said this with some earnestness. He knew how difficult it was for a commoner family to pursue a child from a Jonin family. Clear. This time all the children on the right responded in unison. Okay, just stand aside and watch. After Suzuki Osamu finished speaking, he began to let the children on the left line up to throw ninja tools. 2 per person, the testing speed is very fast, the children's levels vary. The bad ones couldn't hit the target, but the good ones both hit the bull's eye. However, there are only about 5 people who have reached this level, including the 3 Kakashis. One of the other 2 was Sarutobi Asuma. He stared at Hong without blinking. If Hong hadn't had 2 guardians by his side, he would have rushed forward. I don't know which family the last one is from, but it's definitely not Obito. That guy didn't even hit the target. Okay, the next step is actual combat. Adhere to the principle of voluntariness and do not force. Suzuki Osamu had paper and pen in his hands at some point and started recording the children's performance. Advertisement, Sensei, I want to challenge Kakashi. When Guy heard about actual combat, he couldn't help himself. He absolutely loves this teacher. When I feel sleepy, someone will hand me a pillow. Very good, then you and Kakashi will set an example. Suzuki Osamu didn't even give Kakashi a chance to refuse and decided the deal. I'm really impressed by this. Kakashi was pulled out of the team by Guy before he could finish what he was about to say. Guy, come on. Hong just wanted to watch the fun and cheer for Guy. It won't work even if you give him oil. Kakashi shrugged it off, showing no sign of being jealous at all. I will defeat Kakashi. Guy showed his signature move to Hong with excitement on his face. Hong followed suit and gave Guy a thumbs up. It is undoubtedly Lord Day's son. Suzuki Osamu remembered the green whirlwind on the battlefield. They were carved from the same mold. Hit with all your might, don't hold back. Although Suzuki Osamu has a lame leg, he still has some confidence. If he hadn't been injured on that mission, he would have been a Jonin by now. Learn. Kakashi and Guy made an okay gesture, and the 2 of them moved away and started confronting each other directly on the training ground. 3, 2, 1, start. Following Suzuki Osamu's order, Guy took the lead. He knew that he was no match for Kakashi at the moment, and if he didn't take the initiative, he would have no chance. Good to come. Kakashi's mouth curled up slightly, his silver hair floating in the breeze. I don't know which girl's heart he captured, so fast. Suzuki Osamu narrowed his one eye slightly. He was really shocked that Guy could have such speed at his age. My previously relaxed mood immediately became tense. If either of them got hurt, he would be slapping himself in the face. Asuma was even more shocked. He thought to himself that he had been practicing very hard. But he knew he couldn't handle this level of speed. He originally thought that even if he wasn't the best among his peers, he wouldn't be too bad. Unexpectedly, on the first day of school, reality gave him a hard blow. In the eyes of those children with lower levels, Guy simply subverted their cognition. Is this the speed I can display at my age? Chapter 327 Practical Investigation. It happened in the blink of an eye, with a loud bang. Guy kicked Kakashi's arm with great force. Kakashi blocked the attack, his feet sinking into the ground a bit. With his free hand, he swung over to grab Guy's leg. I won't be defeated by the same move a second time. Guy had suffered a loss before. I forgot how many times it was in the duel. The duel was over when his legs were caught. I was completely defeated by Kakashi's combo. Be smart now. Kakashi didn't get discouraged even though he failed to hit the target. If it really worked, he might feel a little bad. How boring it would be if no one improved with him. Guy, good job. Hong still remembers the duel scene. The whole process took no more than 30 seconds. Guy was defeated miserably. It's my turn. Kakashi began to take the initiative to attack. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed out like an arrow. The ground, which had already sunk a little, now had a small hole. Nice explosiveness. Suzuki Osamu narrowed his eyes and praised in a low voice. In his heart, he added, as expected of Master Tsukumo's son. So strong. Asuma murmured quietly, knowing that he was no match for Kakashi. Kakashi got close to Guy and launched a series of smooth combos. Both of them are good at physical skills, so as long as they don't make mistakes, it won't be easy for them to break each other's moves. But it made for a very exciting showdown. All the children in the same class saw a thrilling duel. It also makes them realize the gap between themselves and geniuses. In this life, Guy will not be the last one. At this stage, no one in the class can match him in terms of physical skills alone except Kakashi. After a half-hour-long battle, Kakashi emerged victorious. He still held back a little, otherwise Guy wouldn't have been able to hold out for so long. So you know you can challenge me to a duel. Kakashi pulled up Guy, who was lying on the ground in a spread eagle position. It feels so good. I'll fight you again when I recover. Guy put his arm around Kakashi's shoulder, and the two of them walked out as if no one was around and stood next to Hong. I really want to beat you to death. Kakashi glared at Guy fiercely. He had had enough. Advertisement, haha. Guy laughed happily alone. Kakashi wins. Only then did Suzuki Osamu announce the result. He hadn't expected that two 5-year-olds could be so capable. Ordinary genins probably can't match them in terms of physical skills. Looking back, when he was 5 years old, he was still playing in the mud. It is true that if you compare goods, you will throw them away. If you compare people, you will die. Who's next? Suzuki Osamu put aside the strange thoughts in his mind and continued to conduct practical investigations. I'll do it. Asuma, as if to prove himself, walked to the center of the field and stopped. He looked around to see who was willing to fight with him. He didn't think anyone could defeat him. Who wants to fight Asuma-san? Seeing that no one had come on stage yet, Suzuki Osamu asked. Why don't you go ahead and look at that guy's Kage? Guy didn't know why he disliked Asuma a little and was encouraging Hong from the side. You just give bad advice. It's easy to tell that this guy is not easy to deal with. Hong, don't listen to him. Kakashi rolled his eyes at Guy. He really didn't want Guy to fight Asuma. If he gets hurt, he'll be heartbroken, even though he knew that Hong was quite strong. Although Hong is not yet at the age to learn her father's illusion technique, she has become quite proficient in taijutsu after following Kakashi and Guy. I think this is a good idea. Hong does have her own ideas, and she doesn't intend to go against Kakashi. As a child, she also wants to show her strength. The limelight cannot be hogged by these two guys. Otherwise, others will think you are a follower. That's not a good idea, it's a bad idea. Kakashi was getting anxious. He knew that once Hong made up her mind, he wouldn't be able to stop her. That's not a bad idea at all. I think Hong can beat this guy into a pig's head. Guy said this and waved his fist in hatred. If you didn't know, you would think he had some grudge against Asuma. Then I will show mercy and grant your wish. Hong smiled and took a step forward. I'll do it. While Kakashi was still preparing his words, Hong had already accepted the challenge. Very good, you have courage. Suzuki Osamu's eyes were full of admiration. It was indeed a bit unexpected for him that a little girl would come out to challenge him. You? Advertisement. Asuma frowned. Why, you look down on girls? Hong walked over and stood not far away from Asuma. Go down, I don't hit girls. Asuma didn't want to be labeled as a bully on the first day of school. Even if it's a competition, it's not good to say it. Besides, he looked down on Hong. It's bad enough that I'm not as good as the two boys around her, but how can I not beat you, a girl? You can beat me, it's not too late to say such things again. Hong has been spoiled by Kakashi and can't stand such nonsense. I also felt that Guy had a very good eye. This kind of hateful guy must be beaten into a pig's head to make me feel better. There is no distinction between men and women on the battlefield. If you don't want to fight, get off. Suzuki Osamu did not show favoritism towards Asuma just because he was Sarutobi Hiruzen's son, and gave him a rude lecture. If this really happened on the battlefield, would they not kill the enemy just because she was a woman? Asuma opened his mouth but didn't know how to refute. It was impossible to go down. Let's get started, teacher. Hong couldn't wait for Suzuki Osamu to announce the start. If you don't go down, I'll yell, start. Suzuki Osamu gave Asuma a few seconds to think before counting down. As 1 landed, Hong rushed out with a quick step. Asuma's eyes narrowed as he looked at the aggressive Hong. I underestimated her. It turns out that this girl is also a strong rival. That's amazing. Lin made no secret of her admiration for Hong. As a girl herself, she was far inferior to her. That's normal. All three of them were taught by Master Dai. You've heard of Might Dai, right? Obito added to the conversation, with a hint of envy in his eyes. I've heard of him. He was a master of taijutsu who shone during World War II. Super expert. Lin felt that the word, master, was not enough to describe Dai's ability, so she added. This is going to be interesting. That kid may not win. Obito also didn't like Asuma very much, and the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the Sarutobi clan was not good. While the two were talking, Hong and Asuma had already exchanged a few moves. Although Hong is a girl, she has put a lot of effort into physical skills. Not as good as Kakashi and Guy, but not to be underestimated. Asuma suffered a loss the first time he fought against Hongshu. See if you still dare to look down on me. Hong and Asuma were separated in distance. In terms of strength, she was a little inferior, but in terms of speed, she had a slight advantage. I was careless. Asuma patted the footprint on his chest stubbornly, feeling mixed emotions for a moment. Chapter 328 The Boat of Friendship, main idea? Then you have to cheer up next time. Hong frowned when he heard this. This kid really deserves a beating. As soon as she finished speaking, she rushed out again. This time she took full advantage of her speed and fought with Asuma. After just a few moves, Asuma was hit in the chest by her elbow. His entire face was twisted with pain and he flew backwards. Hong, good job. Guy shouted excitedly, as if he had done it himself. Keep your voice down. Kakashi complained about Guy, but the corners of his mouth rose slightly inadvertently. Are you still careless? Hong took advantage of the victory and pursued Asuma without giving him any face. Suzuki Osamu was standing not far away, ready to save Asuma if he couldn't escape the attack. If he was seriously injured, he would have a hard time explaining it. Don't be so proud. Asuma didn't care about his face at this moment. He dodged Hong's mid-air kick by rolling over and stood up by patting the ground with one hand. It's pretty good. Hong's casual remark made Asuma blush. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped down, he never suffered such injustice. What a sharp-tongued little girl. Let's talk after the fight. Asuma felt 1,000 horses racing through his mind. He must have been blind to think this girl was cute. I'm going to beat you into a pig's head. Children are children after all, and their red mouths are not covered at all. Just you? Asuma squeezed out a few words from between his teeth, already furious. Only me. Hong didn't give Asuma a chance to continue speaking and flew forward to attack. This time Asuma learned his lesson and responded to changes with the same approach, making full use of his strength advantage. Hong is a girl after all, and she has natural physical disadvantages. After a long period of unsuccessful attacks, he gradually began to lose strength. The speed decreased, and even the strength was weakened a lot. Not good, Red is going to lose. Kakashi frowned and slapped Guy's hand away, ready to rescue at any time. Less than half a minute later, it turned out just as Kakashi had expected. Hong revealed a flaw and was kicked away by Asuma. You win. Kakashi flew forward and caught Kurenai before she even hit the ground. Asuma tried to continue his attack but was stopped by Guy and was forced to take more than 3 steps back. He shook his aching arm and thought to himself, this guy has such a hard leg. Asuma wins. Suzuki Osamu didn't say much and directly announced the result of the game. I lost. Hong felt a little embarrassed when she thought of the harsh words she had said. She felt even more aggrieved in Kakashi's arms, and tears began to well up in her eyes. Advertisement, oh, it's okay, you're already great. Kakashi could only whisper in comfort. Even though they lost, it was not easy for Red to achieve this. After all, the person opposite is not an ordinary person, he is the son of the former Hokage. In every way, he received top-notch guidance, this is undeniable. If the battle were on a battlefield, Red would probably have a better chance of winning. I have decided that I will practice harder in the future. Hong wiped her tears with the back of her hand and stood up from Kakashi's arms. Okay, I'll supervise you then. Kakashi's fighting spirit was rekindled when he saw the Red and he smiled. Looking forward to playing against you. Asuma threw a word to Guy and turned to leave. Then you better be prepared to be beaten. Guy murmured softly, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Now I have a slight liking for Asuma. How can I hate someone who likes challenges? The 3 of you hurry down and don't hinder the next students. Suzuki Osamu spoke up and drove Kakashi and the other 2 off the field. The actual combat that followed was a bit disappointing, with no exciting fights. At best, it is only slightly better than a fight between children, but it is still limited. After an unknown amount of time, Kakashi yawned out of boredom. The last actual battle finally ended. I have a general understanding of your level. Let's go back to the classroom. Suzuki Osamu put away his paper and pen and took the children back to the classroom. I won't adjust the seats, you can arrange them yourselves. But I'll be frank with you. If you don't pay attention in class and whisper to each other, don't blame me for being rude. Suzuki opened his one eye wide and glanced at the children in the audience again. Yes. New. The children agreed timidly, and only Obito was secretly delighted. He had been worried about not being able to sit with Lin. Please take good care of me in the future. Obito moved a little closer and whispered to Lin. Don't be so polite, everyone please take care of each other. Lin smiled slightly and Obito felt his heart melt. Okay, let's take care of each other. Not sure what was going on in his mind, but Obito's voice got a little louder. This really caused a big mess. As soon as I finished speaking, some people started whispering to each other. How about you come up and tell me? Suzuki Osamu shifted his gaze to Obito, and the classroom suddenly became silent. Obito was so nervous that sweat began to appear on his forehead, and he didn't dare to raise his head. I'm sorry, teacher. I just asked him a question. Advertisement Lin plucked up her courage, stood up and took the blame for Obito. HMPH, forget it this time, I don't want to see it again next time. Suzuki Osamu did not make things difficult for Lin. He is a good child because he dares to admit his mistakes actively. Lin sat down and let out a long sigh, she was ready to be scolded. I didn't expect to pass it so easily. Lie. Seeing that Obito was about to speak again, Lin quickly stopped him. Everything is said without words, Obito's eyes are full of gratitude. She's so brave. Hong leaned closer to Kakashi, keeping her voice extremely low. She was also afraid of being discovered by Suzuki Osamu. Not as good as you. Kakashi and Chuan Feng learned to be very sweet talkers and made Hong very happy. If it weren't for Suzuki Osamu chattering on the stage, she would have laughed out loud. You only know how to say nice things. Guy rolled his eyes, he was almost full of dog food. However, Kakashi and Hong were engaged as children, and he could do nothing about it. That's all I have to say today. Suzuki Osamu managed the time just right, and just as he finished speaking, he heard the bell for the end of Get Out of Class ring. Get out of class dismissed. As Suzuki Osamu walked out of the classroom, the noise inside started to rise again. Thank you for what you did just now. Obito felt a little ashamed that he was not as brave as a girl. It's okay. It's all over. Lin still had that gentle smile on her face, which was also her greatest charm. If you really feel bad, just treat me to some meatballs. Lin could see that Obito was still struggling, so she took the initiative to give him a way out. Okay, no problem. Obito agreed immediately and wanted to go buy the meatballs right away. He could afford this small amount of money. Hello, can we get to know each other? At this time, Hong walked up to the two of them. She was very fond of Lin's behavior just now. This also gave me the idea of getting to know Lin. Of course, your name is Yuhi Kurenai, right? My name is Nohara Lin. You were so good on the field earlier. Lin was almost having little stars in her eyes. No, I'm just a 30-year-old. Hong could see that she was not making fun of her, and she felt a little flattered by the praise. But he was still very humble in his words, and he was already very happy in his heart. Vanity is greatly satisfied at this moment. If your skills are just mediocre, then people like us are no better than them. Lin made a joke, which made everyone laugh. Friendship between girls is so strange. During just a short break, Hong and Lin became good friends. The first day of school ended in the sunset and the children set out on their way home. Chapter 329 Little Money Lovers, how was your first day at school? At the dinner table, Tsukumo asked casually. He still takes Kakashi's schooling very seriously. Good. Kakashi swallowed the food in his mouth and replied slowly with 2 words. He himself didn't have any special feelings. With Hong and Guy around, it was no different from usual. Your teacher, Suzuki Osamu, is my old subordinate. It's a pity for him. Shuamao spoke to himself, with a hint of pity in his eyes, and paused for a moment. You must be obedient and study hard in school. Don't take advantage of your uncle's status as the principal to do anything wrong. Tsukumo knew Kakashi's character, and now he was just giving him a preventive measure. Yes, my father. Kakashi reluctantly agreed. There was no point in him causing trouble at school. Bullying those classmates would not give him any sense of accomplishment. That's good to know. Tsukumo nodded with satisfaction. Kakashi was a very worry-free child. At least much better than Chuan Feng when he was a child. Brother, don't worry. I am everything. However, Chuan Feng had no idea at all. He smiled and held Ginchi in his arms, feeding his baby son a piece of meat. It's because of you that I'm worried. Shuamao glanced at Chuan Feng and made everyone laugh with his words. You said that. Am I such an unreliable person in your mind? Chuan Feng's face immediately fell, feeling very wronged. Come on, you don't know what kind of virtue you have. Tsunade punched Chuan Feng, obviously agreeing with what Tsukumo said. When there are no surprises, Chuan Feng is the biggest surprise. Dad, I want to eat more. Little Ginchi didn't understand the adult's fun and kept clamoring for more meat. Then praise your father. Chuan Feng picked up a piece of meat and hesitated to pass it to Ginchi's mouth, hoping to find some sense of recognition from his son. HMPH, forget it, I won't give it to you. Ginchi was still a tough guy and struggled to escape from Chuan Feng's arms. He swung his short legs and came to Kakashi. Brother, I want to eat meat. Advertisement. Looking at Ginchi's childish voice, how could Kakashi have the heart to refuse? Okay, eat the big ones. Kakashi couldn't even reach it, so he stood up and grabbed a big piece. Brother is still the best. While eating, Ginchi looked at Chuan Feng, as if to show his protest. If you don't give me food, there are plenty of people who are willing to give me food. Want me to praise you? Sorry, there is no window, not even a door. This brat. Chuan Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't know whether Ginchi's mischievous look came from Tsunade. I'm done eating, teachers, you guys take your time. Minato was the first to run away again, and this situation continued for a long time. He had grown into a grown man, but he and Kushina were getting more and more bored. Where did you meet Kushina? Tsunade asked casually, her eyes full of smiles. Haha, no, I was just out for a stroll. Minato was a little embarrassed, laughed with Tsunade, and ran out the door in a hurry. If I'm late, Kushina will blame me again. It's time to prepare a mansion for Minato. Chuan Feng looked at Minato's receding figure thoughtfully. After Minato gets married, it won't be the same for him to live in Hitaki's house. You don't have to worry about it. Granny, can you treat Kushina badly? Tsunade knew that Mito had already reserved a good mansion for Kushina. Although Kushina is not my biological granddaughter, after so many years of companionship, she is no different from a real granddaughter. Perhaps Mito's biggest regret is that Kushina did not become her granddaughter-in-law. But with Misaki filling the gap, it was quite satisfying. I'm tired of saying I'm envious. Yahiko's leisurely voice came, with more teasing in her words. Teacher, can I still treat you guys unfairly? Chuan Feng glared. He had always been fair to everyone for so many years. No one taught me much, it all depends on personal understanding. It perfectly illustrates what it means. The master leads you to the door, but the practice is up to you. Can you speak, teacher? Can you still miss our house? Conan rudely slapped Yahiko on the head, but he was looking at Chuan Feng. One set for the two of you is enough. Don't try to blackmail me. How could Chuan Feng not know what Conan was thinking, this little money grubber? Teacher, this is not fair. Advertisement. Conan was unhappy. Why was it that only she and Yahiko could have the same set? This is blatant discrimination. I think it's good. One set is enough for us to live in. Yahiko covered his head with his hands and was very happy. He and Conan's love was recognized by the elders. Okay, don't talk. Conan glared at Yahiko again. What a spendthrift. Whether or not to live in multiple properties is one thing, but having them at all is another. Sister Conan, you are so fierce. Genji had no idea what the difference was and made a comment in complaint. Sister is arguing with reason, you should learn from her. Chuan Feng's skill of face changing has been mastered by several of his disciples, and Conan has mastered it to perfection. I won't teach you anything good, and you don't have to talk anymore. Tsunade glared at Conan unhappily. This little money grubber was really hopeless. Master's wife, Conan shouted. His voice was so sweet that it was sickening. Alright, I'll take your trick. Tsunade has no way to deal with Conan. Chuan Feng only has this one female disciple, so she has to pamper him. I know that you are the best to Conan. Conan smiled brightly and didn't even look at Chuan Feng. This kind of profit-seeking and unrighteous thing is not the first time she has done it. Everyone is accustomed to Conan's textbook-like behavior of turning against others. In fact, even if she wasn't given a house, she wouldn't have any complaints. Chuan Feng's kindness to them was already great enough. Stop kissing my A, you little money grubber. Tsunade glanced at Conan, unable to suppress the smile on her face. She was very happy living in this warm day, so spending some money was nothing. Nagato is still the best. Chuan Feng sighed deeply, as if hinting at something. Ahem, teacher, I want one too. As soon as Chuan Feng finished speaking, he found that two Rinnegan were staring at him. This person just can't stand praise. Ha ha ha. Nagato's words made everyone present laugh out loud, except Chuan Feng who stood there awkwardly. Why did I accept you bunch of ungrateful wolves? Chuan Feng took a big bite of rice, as if venting his anger. The farce ended in laughter. After dinner, Kakashi held Genji's hand and walked to the martial arts hall under the guidance of 3 senior brothers and sisters. Gui Mastiff and Xiao Bai ran back and forth around the 5 people. Shuamao and Chuan Feng and his wife sat quietly chatting beside the stone table. What a pleasant day it was. Chapter 330 Self-Awakening. Genji, I'm here to play with you. Just as Kakashi and Genji were having fun, a child's voice came from a distance. A little girl fluttered her short legs and ran towards Genji. The visitors were none other than Orochimaru and his family of 3. No matter how hard you try, you can't stop your daughter from liking someone. Orochimaru could only touch his nose and watch the 2 children hug each other. A feeling of jealousy welled up in my heart. When I go home alone, my daughter is not as affectionate as me. Hey, isn't this my relative? Chuan Feng is also a mean person. He always brings up issues that are not relevant to the topic and always tries to hurt people. Don't shout nonsense before you even start talking about it. Orochimaru glanced at Chuan Feng with disdain. How could this guy's son be a good person? Come and sit down quickly. Just let them play by themselves. Tsunade warmly invited Orochimaru and Yekura to come and sit down. The servant was also very considerate and replaced the pot of tea with a new one. It's so late, I'm sorry to bother you. Yi Kang is now becoming more and more gentle, and there is no trace of his former domineering image on the battlefield. Because of her status, she seldom goes out. After a few years, there is still a sense of strangeness and politeness. No, this is not a bother, it's more lively when there are more people. Nishui took over the conversation. She had a good impression of Yi Kang. Thanks. Yi Kang took the tea handed to him by Tsunade and thanked him. On the other hand, the big snake took the tea handed over by Guo Chuan Feng, and instead of saying thank you, he looked as if he wanted to eat him. I said, you come to my house empty-handed? Chuan Feng was not afraid at all and continued to provoke. Tsukumo's eyes twitched. This younger brother really deserved a beating. Glancing at Orochimaru inconspicuously, he continued to watch the show. Would you like 2 big dough? Orochimaru rolled his eyes. This was also a new word he learned from Chuan Feng. Puff. Yi Kang couldn't help it. She had never seen Orochimaru be so ungraceful. No wonder Orochimaru gets so angry whenever Chuan Feng is mentioned at home. Especially in recent years, Kang Yue has been leaning towards Yinshi. Dabi, keep it for yourself. It's okay to keep Kang Yu here for a few days. Chuan Feng looked calm and composed as he danced on Orochimaru's sensitive nerves. You're dreaming. Orochimaru probably figured it out, and took a sip of tea, saying these 3 words without any anger. Advertisement anger is harmful to your health. It's not worth it to argue with this guy. That sounds familiar. Yes or no? Chuan Feng asked Tsunade with a sly look on his face. Orochimaru has said these words countless times. You're almost there. Tsunade raised her hand and lightly hit Chuan Feng. How could this be the way to treat guests? It's okay, just let him talk. I wonder what shameless words he can come up with. Orochimaru always felt that this couple was acting for him. No more, no more. Facts speak louder than words. Chuan Feng raised his chin, and from afar came a laugh as loud as a silver bell. HMPH, I won't argue with you. Orochimaru didn't even have time to maintain his composure before his defense was broken again. My daughter, why are you so disappointing? Brother Ginji, this is the pet my father gave me. It looks good, doesn't it? Konoha took out a small snake covered in jade from his sleeve like showing a treasure. I can only say that she is worthy of being Orochimaru's daughter. Even her toys are different from those of ordinary children. Yahiko and the other two were frightened and their nerves were tense. This thing is the drama lion majesty, Sister Konoha, you should put this away. Kakashi took a step back, he was still a child after all. It's really beautiful. Ginji didn't know whether he really liked it or was just pretending to be calm. He reached out and grabbed the little jade snake. Brother, you were very brave. Kakashi couldn't help but worry about Ginji. If something really went wrong, he would have to call his aunt for help immediately. Zhao King is so well behaved. Kang Yu became even happier when she saw that Ginji also liked her pet. The other children saw Zhao King running faster than a rabbit. Only senior brother Nawaki likes Zhao King. Why don't you ask your uncle to raise one for me, too? Ginji played with the little snake, as if he was really attracted to it. The uncle he was referring to was naturally Orochimaru. Okay, I'll ask Dad to make another one later. Let it pair up with Zhao King. Konoha readily agreed. Her father would never refuse her requests. Looking at the two little kids playing with the little snake as if no one was around, Kakashi and the other three were speechless. Can Zhao King still grow up? Advertisement Yinchi let Zhao King wrap around his wrist like an emerald green bracelet. Dad said Zhao King will never grow up, but he also said that Zhao King's bites will get worse and worse in the future. Kang Yu seemed to be afraid that Yinchi would dislike Zhao King. After all, she had seen a big snake before. In terms of deterrence, Zhao King is simply weak. As for what Orochimaru said about the strong bite, she didn't have a clear understanding of it. With such a small size, how powerful can its bite be? But at this moment, this is the only thing I can talk about. Blood seals the throat. Yahiko knew how powerful Orochimaru was, and asked Nagato beside her quietly. As the person with the most medical knowledge, Nagato has the most say among those present. Almost. Nagato nodded. His intuition told him that this little snake raised by Orochimaru using special means was not that simple. The whispering of several people did not affect the communication between Ginji and Konoha. It looks good just like this. Ginji turned his wrist and liked it more. Zhao King usually coils around bamboo. Konoha looked around, but there were no bamboos in the Hatake family's martial arts hall except for a few big trees. Then climbing a small tree is also possible, right? Ginji asked as he placed his hands on the ground. Then a strange scene happened. A small tree emerged from the ground at a speed visible to the naked eye. The sound was not loud, but in a blink of an eye it was almost 1 meter high. Ginji held a slender branch in his hand, and Zhao King climbed up along his hand. It's amazing. How come a tree suddenly grew here? Kang Yu was attracted by the small tree that suddenly grew. Neither of the two children knew what this meant, and the four people around them had their mouths open. This is wood style. It was Kakashi who stumbled as he cast a questioning look at his three senior brothers and sisters. Teacher, Ginji seems to have awakened the wood style. After Conan realized what was happening, he immediately started yelling towards Chuan Feng. This is a big deal. Wood style? Chuan Feng's face darkened, and then he disappeared from his seat. Self-awakening. Orochimaru also quickly stood up after realizing what was happening. This kid actually got ahead of me. It's really frustrating to compare yourself with others. Let's take a look too. By the time Nishui spoke to Yi Kang, they were the only two left at the stone table. Chapter 331 The good days are over. Is this something Ginji just made? Chuan Feng was the first to appear beside the crowd. He pointed at the small tree and began to ask questions. Kakashi, Nagato and the other two nodded rapidly, but Ginji and Konoha still didn't understand the situation. Haha, my big boy. Chuan Feng laughed twice and picked up Yinchi. She also kissed him wildly on his rosy face. Ouch, drool. Ginji wiped his face with the back of his hand with disgust. It's rare in the entire ninja world to awaken a bloodline limit at the age of 3. What's more, this is wood style, and his bloodline limit is one of the best in the entire ninja world. Thinking of this, Orochimaru's gaze towards Ginji seemed to soften. It seems like it's not a bad idea to have such a brat as my future son-in-law. As expected of my Hatake family, Shuo Mao was even more overjoyed. Ginji's self-awakening of the wood style means that future generations of Hatake descendants have the possibility of inheriting the wood style. Then the Hatake family's position in Konoha will become more stable. As the head of the family, he still has some small ambitions. In this way, when he sees his dead father 100 years later, he can pat his chest and boast about his achievements. Ginji, can you change for mom again? Tsunade took Ginji down from Chuan Feng's arms. She still wanted to witness it with her own eyes. Good. Genji is obviously more dependent on Tsunade, and naturally listens to Tsunade more. I didn't see him move at all, but he just put one hand on the ground and another small tree sprang up. It stops growing abruptly when it reaches about 1 meter in height. That's amazing. Kanyue turned into a little fangirl and cheered for Genji crazily. Orochimaru couldn't help but roll his eyes again. In the future, I should let my daughter learn more knowledge and not be mesmerized by a small wood style. Can it grow a little bigger? Chuan-Feng squatted down and asked softly. No, Genji shook his head. He could feel that this was his current limit. It's normal for a newly awakened bloodline limit to be weak. Genji still has a long time to grow. No one can tell how high it will go in the future. As a professional, what Orochimaru said makes sense. This kind of self-awakened bloodline limit has more growth potential than the one transplanted by Chuan-Feng and others. As for whether he can surpass Chuan-Feng, that depends on Genji's own luck. Looking at how skilled Genji is, this shouldn't be his first awakening. Women are more careful, Yi Kang expressed his opinion. She felt that Genji might have awakened the wood style earlier, but it was not obvious normally. I just happened to use it today. Advertisement, that makes sense. Shuo Mao responded with a word, expressing his agreement. Genji. Tell me, Dad, when did you discover that you could make trees grow quickly? Chuan-Feng held Yinchi's arms with both hands, and the father and son looked at each other affectionately. It's been a long time. Genji thought for a long time but couldn't give an exact time. He only knew that he had this ability for a long time. Forget it, Genji, a child doesn't have any sense of time. I'm still trying to figure out what day it is today. Nishui chuckled, this was not a big deal, Aunt, I know. It's Monday. Genji retorted like a little devil. Brother Genji is awesome. Kang Yu was completely hopeless, and Orochimaru was a little embarrassed to watch. Knowing what day of the week is amazing. Then tell me, Auntie, do you know what day it was yesterday? Nayuki wanted to tease Genji and guessed that he probably heard it from someone among Kakashi and the others. I have no idea. Genji's originally somewhat arrogant face instantly fell, and he snapped his fingers with a look of annoyance. He knows tomorrow is Tuesday, but my aunt doesn't play by the rules. I don't know where he went yesterday. It seems to be the weekend. Kang Yu's voice was not loud, mainly because she was not sure. Two people don't make a good brain. It seems that our Kang Yu is smarter. Chuan-Feng looked at Kanyue with a doting face. His wife couldn't run away. Does it require your praise? Orochimaru turned his head slightly and glanced at Chuan-Feng. The two seemed to have an irreconcilable grudge. I'm happy to. You want to bite me? Chuan-Feng was not afraid at all. You think I don't dare? Something was faintly moving in Orochimaru's sleeve. Okay. You two are 3 years old too. Tsunade saw that Chuan-Feng was still trying to compete with Orochimaru, so she quickly interrupted him. No matter who is with him, it won't be good. Even a serious person like Orochimaru was led astray. Fortunately, I have remained consistent over the years. I really have to give myself a thumbs up. Okay. What are you two arguing about? Yi Kang stepped forward and held Orochimaru's arm, really afraid that the two would start fighting. This is also something that is hard to say. I won't argue with fools. Advertisement. Orochimaru smiled at Yi Kang, still mocking Chuan-Feng in some way. Kanyue, come here and give Uncle Chuan-Feng a hug. Chuan-Feng was also a scheming person. Not only did he ignore Orochimaru, he also stretched out his hands towards Kang Yu. Good. Kang Yu didn't even look at Orochimaru's face, which was as dark as the bottom of a pot, and happily jumped into Chuan-Feng's arms. Ouch, baby is getting heavier again. Chuan-Feng picked up Kang Yu and shook her twice, then glanced at Orochimaru in a demonstrative manner. HMPH, with a cold snort, Orochimaru left first. Out of sight, out of mind. I'm really afraid of being D off to death by Chuan-Feng. Haha, looking at Orochimaru's departing back, Chuan-Feng laughed triumphantly. You. Tsunade was a little amused and didn't know what to say to Chuan-Feng. You guys chat, I'll go over and keep him company. Yi Kang greeted everyone with a smile and followed Orochimaru. She also knew that this was a characteristic of bad friends and didn't take it to heart. Genji, come here. After Yi Kang left, Sakumo greeted Genji in a serious tone. Uncle, what's wrong? Genji is still a little afraid of his uncle Sakumo. He had seen how Sakumo beat Kakashi, and there was a bit of trauma in his heart. Starting tomorrow, Uncle will begin to urge you to practice. Shuamao squatted down, his face friendly. Kakashi was stunned. This was not the attitude he had when he was taught to practice. Children are still more playful, and Genji looked at Chuan-Feng for help. But Chuan-Feng was only concerned with teasing Kanyue and simply pretended not to see it. If Genji doesn't awaken wood style, we can still play with it. If we continue playing now, it would not be caring for him, but a waste of his talent. Look, your father is useless. He has to listen to me. Shuamao was sure that Chuan-Feng would not stop him, and he demonstrated his authority as the head of the family to the fullest. Mom, Genji knew that his father was not helpful, so he could only look at Tsunade pitifully again. Sister-in-law, let's go to the kitchen and get some snacks. It doesn't make sense to let guests just drink tea. Tsunade pulled Nayuki towards the kitchen, ignoring Genji's gaze. A loving mother often spoils her child, and she is also cruel. Now even the last hope was shattered, and Genji could only be a hero. Uncle, I will work hard on my cultivation, like brother Kakashi. Genji's eyes were firm, which made Tsukumo very satisfied. Good boy. Tsukumo touched Genji's head. If Kakashi was so sensible, why would he need to be beaten? Chapter 332. The situation in the Rain Country since awakening the wood style, Genji's daily life has become boring. Either you are practicing or you are on the way to practicing. The only consolation is that the little girl Kanyue comes to accompany him every day. Orochimaru had no objection to this. Time is always spent quickly, and a month has passed in the blink of an eye. Genji has gradually gotten used to the days of training. He grows very fast, and Tsukumo finds that Genji's physique is much stronger than Kakashi's. If he didn't stop, he seemed to have no idea what tiredness was. In this regard, he could only sincerely admire the strength of Chuan Feng and Tsunade's genes. Seeing his younger brother growing up, Kakashi worked harder. If he were overtaken by his younger brother, he would be so embarrassed as an older brother. With his elder brother taking care of him, Chuan Feng felt happy and at ease. He has some experience in being a hands-off boss. Moreover, Shuamao is much more reliable than him, and Chuan Feng is well aware of this. Now I can spend more time with Tsunade without having to bring a burden with me. It's so delicious. Boom boom boom. Come in. Tsunade sat at her desk, not even looking up. Hokage adults. Yamanaka Hayato pushed the door open and walked in. What's the matter again? Tsunade raised her head and smoothed her long hair. It bothered her to see this guy being so serious. I don't know what's going on. Don't get me wrong, there is no bad news. Hayato smiled, and if he put himself in Tsunade's shoes he could understand her feelings. If you have something to say, please tell me now. Tsunade frowned. She didn't believe it at all. Be polite, it's not easy for Hayato either. Come on, do it first. Chuan Feng acted like a good guy. He got up from the sofa and poured a cup of tea for Hayato. Thanks. Hayato sat down next to Chuan Feng and took a sip of tea before he began to speak. Things have changed in the Rain Country recently. A group of wandering ninjas of unknown strength have taken over half of the Rain Country. It probably won't be long before the Rain Kingdom returns to peace. I wonder if we in Konoha should take any action. It's not really bad news, this is something that happens in other countries. Tsunade felt relieved after hearing this. Advertisement. What direction of action? Shota quickly grasped the crux of the problem. That's what I think. Hayato smiled wickedly and raised an eyebrow at Shota. Still good friends will pass messages to you. One is to send people to support them and let them quickly unify the Rain Country, so as to establish a relatively solid underground alliance. The second is to suppress and destroy them directly. Rather than letting an unknown force unify the Rain Country, it is better to let it continue to be in chaos. As Hayato spoke, his eyes became cold and stern. As for the impact on the Rain Country, that was not within his consideration. As long as it's beneficial to Konoha, have you sent anyone to contact him? Tsunade knew that Hayato would not do anything without a purpose. I have been in contact with them, and I am a little resistant to cooperation. But there is still hope. Their deputy is easy to talk to. Hayato had already sent his men to make secret contact, and only after some progress did he let Tsunade make the final decision. Shota, what do you think? Tsunade turned her gaze and asked Shota, who was standing beside her. She knew that she was still a little behind in planning the overall situation. Let me think about it. Shota pinched both temples with one hand, his brain working rapidly. He went over the pros and cons in his mind before speaking slowly. The Rain Country has a special geographical location. This force must have been encountered by more than just our side. Even if we form an alliance, no one can guarantee its reliability in the future. My personal suggestion is to clear it out. Shota would rather leave the Rain Country in chaos than let Konoha make an ally who might stab him in the back. That's actually what I meant. Hayato and Shota share the same opinion. Today, rather than asking Tsunade to make the decision, it would be more like asking her to send troops. Tsunade said nothing after listening and turned his attention to Chuan Feng. This is her most trusted think tank. Ahem, Chuan Feng cleared his throat, and the three people's eyes were focused on him. You don't have to worry about this matter, I'll take care of it. As soon as Chuan Feng said these two words, the pupils of the other three people dilated. We want to hear your opinion. What the hell are you doing by taking on so much responsibility? Master Chuan Feng, this is not a joke, I think you should tell me what your plans are. Hayato even addressed him formally, and he was indeed a little worried. Advertisement, this is no joke, it could cost lives. I have 3 disciples that I brought back from the Rain Country, you two know that, right? Chuan Feng knew that it would be awkward not to reveal anything, so he just nodded. What do you mean? We are all smart people, so there is no need to talk too much. Hayato and Shota's eyes lit up. This was a good idea. Don't worry about their current strength. Chuan Feng has full confidence in Nagato and his team, and this is what he had planned long ago. An elderly Madara poses no threat to Nagato, let alone the old 6th. He was negligent in the Water Country mission in the past few years, and now even the puppet Mizukage is dead. He had nothing to worry about Nagato going to the Rain Country. Moreover, the current Nagato trio is much stronger than in the original. Hokage fans all know how terrifying a healthy young man named Nagato can be. Then I don't care. Contact me anytime if you need me. Hayato grinned, looking completely different from his serious self just now. You have my full support. Tsunade waved her hand, and the matter was finally settled. She probably understood, but she didn't seem to understand it very clearly. Anyway, it's right to support her. Even if she is wrong, she and Chuan Feng will take the blame together. You are really thoughtful. Shota thought more deeply. Over the years, the three Nagatos rarely appeared in public in the village. Perhaps this is the day he has been waiting for. He dare not imagine how many years Chuan Feng has been playing this game of chess. You have to know that during the chaos in the Rain Kingdom, Chuan Feng was just an ordinary Jonin. How could he plan something so far ahead? Are you so sure that you can have enough say in Konoha? Thinking of this, Xiangtai was terrified. Sure enough, Lord Chuan Feng's talent and wisdom far surpass his own. He usually laughs and seems like a fool, but he is actually very cunning. Chuan Feng didn't know what kind of drama Shota had imagined. He only knew that if he was not familiar with the plot, he would be no better than an idiot. Not to mention marrying Tsunade and having children, the grass on his grave might be several meters high. Oh, I don't deserve it. Chuan Feng waved his hands repeatedly, unable to conceal the smugness on his face, which made Tsunade roll her eyes. Dare you be more obvious? The four of them talked for a while, the atmosphere was very harmonious, and everyone had a smile on their face. Tsunade has not had any constraints since he took the position, and he is much more comfortable than when Sarutobi Hiruzen was Hokage. After bragging for a while, Chuan Feng and Hayato left together. He is going to Anbu to find someone. Chapter 333 Nagato's New Mission. Brother. After walking out of the Hokage building with Hayato, Chuan Feng flashed to Tsukumo's office. What's the matter again? Shuamao was really calm now. He didn't even look at Chuan Feng and continued to do his own thing. Have someone call Team Feng over here. We have something to ask. Chuan Feng walked straight to the sofa and sat down with a swagger. So urgent? As long as you are not on a mission, you can see it every day when you get home. It's no surprise that Tsukumo has some doubts. It's not urgent. Oh, I can't explain it right away. Call them over first. Chuan Feng didn't plan to explain, otherwise he would have to explain it again later, which would be too troublesome. Playing tricks. Although Shuamao said this, he still gave a look to the person behind him. The man nodded and walked away without saying a word. Not long after, there was a knock on the door. Enter. Shuamao put down what he was doing and looked towards the door. Uncle, teacher. Since there were no outsiders, Minato and the other three did not address each other in a formal manner. The masks were taken off, revealing four faces that had become slightly more mature. Sit down and talk. Don't be so reserved. Chuan Feng asked a few people to sit down beside him. Tsukumo supported his chin with one hand, wanting to see what the matter was. Teacher, is there anything you want us to do? Minato, as the eldest brother, asked the question first. The three little Nagatos all looked at Chuan Feng intently. It has nothing to do with you, it's mainly about the three of them. Chuan Feng pointed at Nagato and the other two, who still had doubts on their faces. Obviously he knew nothing about Chuan Feng's plan. Teacher, what can you do with the three of us? This time it was Yahiko who spoke up. It's not a big deal. I want you to go back and rebuild the Rain Kingdom. Chuan Feng looked normal, even with a little smile on his face, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. Are you sure you're not kidding? Before Nagato and the other two could react, they saw Tsukumo suddenly stand up. 3 people rebuilding a country, isn't this an international joke? He said that he watched Nagato and the other two grow up and there was nothing wrong with them. Naturally, their feelings grew deeper day by day, and Shuamao really treated these children as family members. How could they just watch Chuan Feng push them into the fire? No, this time Chuan Feng looked serious, which was unusual for him. Then tell me, what plans do you have to ensure their safety? Advertisement. Shuamao thought Chuan Feng had some foolproof plan. Neither do I. Chuan Feng spread his hands, he just believed in Pain's strength. That's all. Then how dare you send them? Tsukumo slammed the table, shocking Minato and the others. They had never seen Shuamao get so angry at Chuan Feng before. Don't worry, I believe in their abilities. Chuan Feng's leisurely attitude made Shuamao even more furious. They are my subordinates, and I don't agree. If Shuamao gets serious, Chuan Feng will be helpless. Brother, you have to believe them too. Can I still harm them? When Chuan Feng saw Shuamao's murderous look, his tone softened. That's hard to say. Tsukumo snorted coldly and his attitude softened. Uncle, I don't want to disappoint the teacher. Nagato looked at Chuan Feng, then turned to look at Tsukumo seriously. He really didn't want to disappoint Chuan Feng. No matter how difficult the road ahead is, he is willing to give it a try. You silly boy, this is no joke. You three should think it over clearly. Tsukumo was really helpless now, he was thinking about their safety. This turned out to be my own fault. We have thought it through. We will go wherever the teacher tells us to go. Nagato and the other two looked at each other. Yahiko's decisive words made Chuan Feng feel relieved. As expected of my disciple, Hatake Chuan Feng. Chuan Feng's face was full of pride. In the original novel, Nagato and his two companions established the Akatsuki organization that was feared by the ninja world despite numerous difficulties. Now the three of them have received more systematic training, which is far more powerful than the original at the same time. It's up to you. I don't care. Shuo Mao sighed, sat down and said nothing more. Even though he was extremely reluctant, he couldn't tie up Nagato and the other two, right? Teacher, can I go and help them? Minato knew that this matter could not be changed, and just wanted to do his part. We can't really just let Nagato and the other two go, right? He had already made up his mind and planned to bring Nawaki team along if possible. He is very confident in everyone's abilities. Rebuilding the Rain Kingdom will be difficult, but not great. You can't go. Chuanfeng shook his head. Minato was already well known in the ninja world. His going to the Rain Country would only expose Konoha's identity. Who are you going to send? Minato's mind worked quickly and he figured out the reason. He never thought that Chuanfeng would not send support. Advertisement, no one. Chuanfeng blurted out without even thinking. What? Minato was shocked. He couldn't imagine that the teacher could be so cruel. Are you serious about 3 people rebuilding a country? You heard me right. The 3 of them are the main force of this mission. Chuanfeng confirmed with Minato again. Teacher, I'm not questioning your decision. But this is too dangerous. Minato wanted to bargain some more. Even if he couldn't go, there were others who could go. No need to say more, I believe them. Chuanfeng waved his hand to interrupt Minato's words. This matter needs to be done very covertly. The more Konoha shinobi there is, the greater the risk of exposure. Minato-san. Since the teacher chooses to believe in us, we can definitely do it. At this stage, Nagato has already mastered the power of the Rinnegan. He didn't think it would be difficult to rebuild a small rain kingdom. When he is on a mission, it can be said that he is slacking off the whole time. Probably except Chuanfeng, no one knows how strong his real combat capability is now. Yahiko and Konan both felt a little guilty after hearing what Nagato said. Are we that powerful? I don't know how high the sky is or how deep the earth is. Tsukumo was furious. He had never seen Nagato so reckless. Uncle, don't worry. Nagato knew that Tsukumo was doing this for his own good, so he could only smile at him. I really don't care. It's up to you. Bang, there was a loud slam of the door closing, and Tsukumo left the office. Out of sight, out of mind is also a good way to deal with it. Well, I'll have to see his gloomy face again when I go back home tonight. Chuanfeng smiled bitterly and shook his head. Teacher, why don't you think about it again? After all, Uncle is angry. Minato started to save the situation in a roundabout way. He knew that he was not strong enough. There's nothing you can do about being angry. This is how it's done. Today is just a notification. Wait for my specific news. Chuanfeng didn't plan to stay long after he finished speaking, as he still needed to go back and plan this matter carefully. With a snap of his fingers, Chuanfeng disappeared into the office. I wonder why you agreed. At least ask the teacher to send some people to you. This time, without any worries, Minato turned around and started spitting out saliva like crazy at Nagato and the other two. It wasn't until Minato's mouth became dry that Nagato and the other two wiped their faces with lingering fear. Brother Minato, it's time for us to go back and take a look. Yahiko looked out the window with deep eyes. He hadn't been back for many years. Is it still raining in my hometown? Chapter 334. Shuamao's shock. Uncle looks so scary. At the dining table, Ginji leaned over to Tsunade and whispered. Don't be nosy. Tsunade glared at Ginji. The brat was talking about something that was not relevant. Didn't you see that everyone was eating seriously? Don't worry about him. Come and give me a hug. Nayuki glanced at Tsukumo, then opened her arms towards Ginji. I don't want to be that close to my uncle. Ginji rejected Nayuki's invitation without hesitation. You kid. Nayuki smiled and patted Tsukumo lightly. I am just a small Anbu minister. I am of low status and I can't manage it. Can't I just sulk by myself? Shuamao put down his bowl and chopsticks, looking like an angry wife. Brother, what are you talking about? Tsunade looked helpless. What was going on? It even involved job titles. You're the Hokage. He's in the same group as you. You two have the heart to let the 3 of them return to the Rain Country on their own? Tsukumo first pointed at Chuanfeng, and then at Nagato and the other two who were eating quietly. Minato was already watching the fun at this point. Brother, listen to me. I dare to let them go, of course I am sure of it. Chuanfeng really didn't know what to say. He couldn't just say that the young Nagato was awesome. You're damn sure. Tell me what you are sure of? It's easier to talk while standing. Tsukumo couldn't hear anything now. He was obviously too drunk. The deep love a mother has for her children is reflected in him to the fullest. If he was like this in the original book, he probably would never commit suicide. I am convinced too. Well, come with me. Nagato, stop eating. Come out. Seeing is believing. Chuanfeng plans to let Tsukumo see what the young Nagato looks like in full force. Yes, teacher. Nagato put down the bowl and followed Chuanfeng obediently. HMPH, I want to see what you have in mind. Tsukumo snorted coldly, stood up and followed. These 2 brothers can't even eat in peace. Never mind them, we'll eat ours. Nishui watched the 3 people walk out of the restaurant and could only ask everyone to continue eating. Anyway, we are brothers, and it has been like this for many years. Advertisement this time won't make a difference. Don't behave like this again, both of you. Tsunade was giving Kakashi and Genji a heads up. The two little ones nodded obediently. If the current situation continues, it probably won't happen. But who can predict what will happen in the future? Anyway, it's right to nod now. Tsunade showed a satisfied smile. Family education should start from an early age. On the other side, Chuan Feng took Nagato and Tsukumo with a flying thunder god and arrived at some remote corner of Konoha. Why did you bring us here? Shuo Mao shook off Chuan Feng's control, looking very reluctant. Don't worry, I'll let you know where I am in a moment. Chuan Feng was mysterious, and Nagato had a bad feeling. Teacher, what are you going to do? Nagato took 2 steps back, sensing danger. It's been a while since the teacher has tested your abilities. Let me see today how far you have come. As soon as Chuan Feng finished speaking, a red curse mark appeared on his face. A huge amount of chakra frightened Tsukumo. Is it necessary to play it so big? Teacher, let's talk it over. Nagato was not stupid either. He appeared on a big tree in the distance in a flash. He is very clear about Chuan Feng's strength in Sage mode. Let's talk about it after the fight, so your uncle can rest assured. Chuan Feng did not give Nagato a chance to speak again. The figure suddenly disappeared, and Flying Thunder God was activated. Shinra Tensai. Nagato didn't even have to think about it and used his ultimate skill to protect himself. All of them have Chuan Feng's Flying Thunder God mark on them. It's a quick reaction. Chuan Feng's fist flashing with lightning was already in front of Nagato, with a smile on his face. He could even see clearly Nagato's pupils suddenly shrinking. It's a pity that it's just that little bit short and I just can't touch it. It came and went quickly. Chuan Feng was blown away by the powerful repulsive force like a cannonball. The surrounding trees shattered with Nagato as the center. Even Tsukumo was forced to retreat by the strong wind. Is it already so powerful? Just the Shinra Tensai launched by Nagato with all his strength was enough to shock Tsukumo. This was not the power of this technique that he had imagined. Chuan Feng would naturally not be knocked down by such a level of damage. When he appeared in Nagato's eyes again, his hair was only a little messy. In his hand he held a spear condensed from lightning, with a faint thunder dragon hovering above it. The thunder dragon roars. Chuan Feng leaned back, stood on one leg, and threw the javelin towards Nagato. As soon as the javelin left his hand, he completely transformed into a giant dragon. It opened its bloody mouth and flew towards Nagato, leaving scorched earth wherever it passed. Advertisement. Are you going to kill him? Tsukumo roared. This is a new ninjutsu developed by Chuan Feng in recent years. Extremely lethal. He asked himself if his chances of surviving this attack were less than 1 in 10,000. Universal Pull. Nagato could have used Shinra Tensai to deflect it directly, but he chose to use Universal Pull instead. He already understood Chuan Feng's intention. Only when Shuamao saw his abilities would he be completely relieved. A huge suction force was generated, causing the ground to begin to crack. In an instant, an extremely huge stone broke out of the ground, and as Nagato swung his arm, it slammed into the Thunder Dragon. Bang! There was a huge explosion and the rocks shattered. There was a rain of pebbles all over the sky. Tsukumo activated his lightning armor for defense and looked up into the air with a frown. The Thunder Dragon did not disappear. It was obvious that this level of attack could not offset the power of the new ninjutsu. Nagato had completely calmed down by now, and he stretched out his right hand calmly. Greet the arrival of the Thunder Dragon with a smile. After all, he was not facing an enemy, so Chuan Feng waited for Nagato's performance and did not launch another attack. Quick! Get out of here! Tsukumo originally thought that Nagato would choose to use Shinra Tensai to repel the weakened Thunder Dragon, but he did not use it. By the time he wanted to step forward, it was too late. The huge figure of the Thunder Dragon instantly collided with Nagato. Hungry Kido, absorb. Following Nagato's whispers, the Thunder Dragon could not move forward. An invisible barrier blocked its way. After a moment, the Thunder Dragon disappeared in front of Nagato. It has been completely devoured. What kind of technique is this? Absorbing chakra. Shuamao was quite experienced. Although he had never seen it, he had guessed it roughly. Yes, my dear brother. Can you trust Nagato like this? If that doesn't work, ask him to show you his skills again. Chuan Feng didn't wait for Shuamao to speak before he spoke to Nagato again. Summon a few pets to let your uncle see more of them. Nagato nodded, formed a seal and slapped the ground with one hand. This is the ability of the animal realm. Bang, bang, bang. After 3 puffs of smoke, 3 huge monsters appeared in front of the 3 people. 3-headed dog, hell crab, and Yatagarasu. Just looking at him, he looks like someone who is not easy to mess with. How about it, are you assured of this strength? If that doesn't work, there's always a big move. Chuan Feng wondered if it would be too abrupt to ask Nagato to perform a planetary devastation. Chapter 335 Choice. Besides, Tsukumo was now completely convinced. With these means, Nagato can not only easily conquer the Rain Country, but at least remain invincible. No wonder Chuan Feng is so confident. Do you want to see more? Chuan Feng was in trouble now. If these tricks couldn't defeat Shuamao, then the only option is planetary devastation. That's enough, I agree. Shuamao waved his hands repeatedly, looking at the forest that was lush and green just now bare. All in all, they only got 2 moves right. His thoughts flew to who knows where, and even Tsukumo's eyes began to become empty. That's fine. Chuan-Feng breathed a sigh of relief, finally passing this level. The destructive power of planetary devastation is too great to be displayed. The tree world is born. Chuan-Feng repaired the damaged areas. Looking at the lush forest, he clapped his hands with satisfaction. Teacher, are you still fighting? Nagato thought Chuan-Feng was going to attack him again. No more fighting, go home and eat. Chuan-Feng put his arm around Tsukumo's shoulder and appeared next to Nagato the next moment. Before Nagato could react, the 3 men reappeared at Hitaki's house. I didn't expect it. Tsukumo seemed to have lost his soul, and walked towards the restaurant muttering to himself. It was not until he arrived at the restaurant and took a few big mouthfuls of rice that he came to his senses. What kind of stimulation did this cause you? No one could understand what was wrong with Tsukumo, so it was Nayuki who asked. Nothing. Brother is probably too excited. Chuan-Feng sat down next to Tsunade with a smile on his face, his hair styled back to its original state. You 3 should not act too ostentatiously when you go back. If there are any problems that cannot be solved, please contact us in time. Tsukumo calmed himself down, and his attitude was now completely different from before. It can be said that they are completely different people. Got it, uncle. Nagato and the other 2 nodded obediently, while Yahiko and Konan looked at Nagato in confusion. Tsukumo's change was so fast that they were really confused. How come he becomes a different person after going out? Your uncle is right. If you have any questions, please remember to contact us immediately. It will be convenient with Katsuyu anyway. Tsunade continued following Tsukumo's words. Nagato and the other 2 also signed a contract with Katsuyu Sage. Thanks to Chuan-Feng, the number of people who consider Katsuyu as the summoning beast now doubles compared to the original work. We remember this, Master's wife. Advertisement. Nagato and the other 2 had no choice but to nod. When will you be able to come back after this trip? 1 month, 2 months, or 3 to 5 years? Nayuki couldn't stop Nagato and the other 2 from leaving, and could only hope that they would return soon. She knew that during this mission she would not be able to see these 3 good children for a very long time. Women are always more emotional. Having not been on a mission for many years, her emotions were particularly strong. Thinking of the sad things, Nishui's eyes began to turn red. The atmosphere in the entire restaurant began to become dull. Chuan-Feng was a little slower in putting food into his mouth with his chopsticks. This issue seemed to have been ignored by everyone before, but it has only now surfaced. Then everyone looked at Chuan-Feng. After all, this was all arranged by him. A mission must always come to an end. The Rain Country was their hometown, and now this was their home. They are part of the Hitake family, and this was destined to happen from the moment they stepped into the Hitake family's door many years ago. I didn't think this through. Chuan-Feng put down the bowl and expressed his apology first. He really only thought that with the abilities of Nagato and the other 2, they could achieve the effect he wanted. But they forgot that this time, the 3 of them might have to take root in the Rain Country. The ultimate goal of this mission is to completely control the Rain Country. You should understand what this means. If you don't want to, then this mission will be cancelled. Chuan-Feng looked serious, and it was obvious that he was not talking casually. It is impossible to control the Rain Country by relying on others, so Nagato and the other 2 must not leave easily. In the end, emotions prevailed over interests. At worst, the Rain Country would continue to be in chaos. Even if they go to the Rain Country, they may not be happy. Great, you don't have to go. Before Minato could finish being happy, he heard Nagato speak. Teacher, is it the best plan for us to go? Nagato naturally understood what Chuan-Feng meant. Instead of being delighted, he asked back, I want to hear the truth. Perhaps he was afraid that Chuan-Feng would deceive him, so he added another sentence. Just staring at Chuan-Feng without blinking, for now. It's the safest solution I can think of. Chuan-Feng paused and told the truth. No matter what choices Nagato and the other 2 make next, he will respect them. Then let's go. Not for Konoha, but for you. Nagato represents 3 people. He was also reluctant to leave Konoha, but even more reluctant to disappoint Chuan-Feng. Maybe it's a little inappropriate to say this in front of Tsunade. Advertisement, but now they're just family, nothing more. You don't have to go. Tsunade didn't feel unhappy at all, but rather felt a little distressed. It's okay, madam. We'll always have time to come back and check it out. Yahiko gave a forced smile, and he and Konan accepted Nagato's choice unconditionally. You've all thought it through? Even though he recognized Nagato's ability, Tsukumo still wanted them to stay. I've thought about it. Nagato and the other 2 nodded resolutely. I can never repay the kindness of raising me and teaching me. Besides, this doesn't mean they're going to die. Alas, starting tomorrow, you can rest at home. Just think of it as spending more time with Kakashi and Ginji. Shuamao sighed and gave the 3 of them a long vacation. There will no longer be a Kaide team in Anbu. Sister Konan, Ginji will miss you. Ginji pouted and threw himself into Konan's arms. Even at such a young age, he was still a person who only cared about appearance. Sister will miss you too. Konan sniffed and hugged Ginji to his chest. Kakashi sat in his seat without moving, but he couldn't eat anything anymore. He thought he was no longer a child and couldn't cry like Ginji. You little brat, don't you miss me? Yahiko didn't know if she was jealous, but she tapped Genji's head gently. Yes, but I miss Konan's sister more. Genji raised his head, his face full of innocence. Among the three, Yahiko likes to play tricks on him the most. What about me? Nagato looked at his junior fellow apprentice and smiled gently. He himself is a gentle person, brother Nagato is second. Genji made a weird face at Yahiko, which made him very angry. You little b*****************. Yahiko raised her hand and tried to hit him again, which frightened Genji so much that he quickly shrank back into Konan's arms. Why don't you try to move Yinchi? Konan held Genji in his arms. With a glare at Yahiko, he immediately stopped. If you don't want to fight, then don't fight. Yahiko murmured in a low voice, feeling helpless. A little bit, Genji made another face like a victorious general. The child's emotions came and went quickly, and the tears were wiped away on Konan's chest. After he made such a fuss, the depressing atmosphere was finally broken a little. Chapter 336. I can make a request. When the meal was over, no one left. Even Minato didn't go to accompany Kushina. The servants removed the leftovers, wiped the table and served fruits and drinks. Minato, are you planning to stay in Anbu or come out? Tsunade was the first to break the silence, but she avoided the previous topic. Everything is up to you. Team Kaide disbanded, and Minato had no interest in forming another team. But Nawaki was still there, and he was reluctant to leave him. Just give the choice to Tsunade. How about this, I'll transfer both you and Nawaki out. You have been in Anbu for quite some time. Tsunade thought for a moment, then made a decision. Anyway, it is impossible for Nawaki and Minato to stay in Anbu forever, and the departure of Nagato and the other two is just a prelude. Okay, I'll listen to you. Minato nodded and agreed. From now on, Minato-san will have more time to spend with his sweetheart. Konan looked at Minato with a half-smile, his words were all teasing. You were right. Minato smiled, not caring about Konan's joke at all, since everyone present knew about his affair with Kushina anyway. Hey, teacher, Konan didn't know what he was thinking of. What's wrong? Chuan Feng picked up the teacup and took a sip. If we don't come back, can we get a discount on the house we were promised? Konan's money-grubbing nature was exposed once again, and both of his eyes began to glow. You girl, before Chuan Feng could say anything, Tsunade was already feeling quite amused. Broken, I'll break your bones. Chuan Feng almost choked and glared at Konan unhappily. Forget about the broken bones, I'll give you a 20% discount. I know that you love us the most, teacher. You can't bear to see us starve in the rain country, right? Konan blinked her big, Kazilon eyes and stared at Chuan Feng expectantly. Don't dream. When you come of age, I will personally send you there. Chuan Feng refused without hesitation. Konan, a spendthrift, was not someone who could afford the money. Now that she has the money for 3 people, it's unclear how long it will last. HMPH, stingy, Konan wrinkled his nose, disappointed. It's like the duck at your fingertips flew away. Whatever you say, I don't care. Chuan Feng leisurely picked up a grape and put it into his mouth. His rogue tone did not show any sign of being a teacher. Konan could only vent his anger by hitting Yahiko twice. Don't think about money. Advertisement, but I can agree to one request of yours that is not excessive. Think it over first, you only have one chance. Chuan Feng found it funny and backed off. Then I'll have to think about it carefully. Konan's eyes lit up again, thinking about how he could get some benefits from Chuan Feng. What about you two? Chuan Feng ignored Konan and asked Yahiko and Nagato. Teacher, can I transfer this request to Konan? Yahiko is completely hopeless because she is in love, and is completely controlled by Konan. Okay, whatever you want. Chuan Feng thought it was a good thing that Konan and Yahiko were a couple, otherwise Yahiko would be a complete nemesis. Yahiko, you're the best, love you. Konan was delighted and demonstrated the hand gesture he learned from Chuan Feng. Heart. Yahiko responded, happy as a fool, it's too shameful to watch. Tsukumo stroked his forehead with one hand, his family was full of weirdos. It's better to leave, it's peaceful. Suddenly, this thought suddenly popped up inexplicably. Where's Nagato? Chuan Feng turned his eyes to Nagato. Teacher, I don't want anything. Nagato's reaction was within Chuan Feng's expectations. He has always been like this, never fighting or competing. Since you can't think of it yourself, the teacher will make the decision for you. Do you still remember that girl named Nono? Chuan Feng deliberately didn't say the full name, just to see Nagato's reaction. I remember. What's wrong with her? Nagato stood up suddenly with excitement at first and then fear, thinking that the teacher had some bad news to tell him. Don't get excited, she's fine. Do you want to see her? Chuan Feng raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and it was obvious that he asked this on purpose. He knew Nagato was a reserved person, so he just wanted to tease him. Nagato was too embarrassed to say it out loud. I don't want to. Forget it then. I'm sorry, I still remember you. Chuan Feng has whetted Nagato's appetite, think. I miss her. Nagato kept his ignorant love deep in his heart, but it exploded under Chuan Feng's instigation. That's the way it should be. She is now a ninja from the land of Earth. She can be assigned to you for use. Advertisement, how about it? Nagato's mood was like a roller coaster as Chuan Feng spoke. Jiraiya's spy department is now fully staffed, so there is no harm in transferring Yakushi Nono. Really? The surprise came so suddenly that Nagato was even a little bit unable to believe it. I didn't expect that the teacher prepared such a big gift for me. Of course it's true. Could your teacher lie to you? Tsunade had never seen Nagato like this. How is she doing now? Nagato knew what mission Nono was carrying out, so he never took the initiative to ask about her whereabouts. Maybe he was afraid of hearing bad news. It wasn't until today that Chuan Feng brought it up that I asked about it. She is very good. It has delivered a lot of valuable information to us in Konoha. Tsunade knew a little about Nano's movements because Jiraiya had praised her many times. They said she was born to be a spy and she performed every mission beautifully. I have been to several countries and have never been disappointed. That's not what I meant to ask. Nagato scratched his head. He was not interested in Nano's mission situation. Don't worry. No disfigurement, no disability. Very healthy. Chuan Feng immediately gave Nagato the answer he wanted. That's good. That's good. Nagato touched the pair of black-framed glasses in his pocket, his heart burning. The day of reunion is approaching, and at this moment he even has an urge to set off for the Rain Kingdom immediately. Teacher, I've made up my mind. After such a long time, Conan finally thought of 2 requests. A lot of brain cells must have died. Tell me quickly. Chuan Feng scolded Conan. He really couldn't guess what unreliable request this devilish girl would make. First of all, our room must be kept forever. Secondly, don't forget about us. After saying these 2 sentences, Conan's tears flowed down his cheeks. She is not some greedy little money grubber. She is just a little girl who will be leaving home for a long journey soon. What kind of request is that? Think of 2 more. Chuan Feng felt a little sad. If there weren't so many people around he probably wouldn't have been able to hold it in. You little girl, you're quite good at being sentimental. I have no other requests. Conan shook his head, already crying. No one will forget you, and your place in the family will not be lost. Tsunade rubbed her red eyes, her voice choking. Well, it's not a life and death separation. You guys chat, I'll go out for a walk. Tsukumo stood up, raised his head slightly, and walked out of the restaurant. That night, the lights in the restaurant were on until very late. Chapter 337 The Walking Witch Land of Earth, Rock Shinobi Village. Under the moonlight, a figure kept shuttling back and forth in the woods. After an unknown amount of time, she finally stopped on a not-so-remarkable big tree. He first looked around vigilantly, then skillfully took out a scroll from a hidden tree hole. By the moonlight, she opened the scroll. There are only 2 sentences above. The Rock Shinobi Village mission is over. Go to the Rain Country quickly. After reading it, she set the scroll on fire and burned it. Finally I can leave, but when can I go back? Muttering a few words under her breath, she raised her head and looked towards the southeast, which was the direction of Konoha. Only after the ashes had settled and he had calmed down did Nono turn around and leave. In order to facilitate movement, she lives in a remote place. It is a small apartment building and there is not a single street light on around it at night. With the sound of the key turning, the door opened. A card fell to the ground. Nono bent down to pick it up before walking into the room with confidence. After turning on the lights, the environment inside the house can be seen at a glance. Apart from the necessary furniture, the interior is really simple. Nono took off her combat uniform, revealing her curvy figure. Her brown hair was long enough to reach past her shoulders and her facial features were delicate. It is more beautiful and charming than a few years ago. Throwing himself on the tatami, Nono closed his eyes and began to empty his mind. This is the moment she enjoys most every day. After about a quarter of an hour, Nono slowly sat up. He rubbed his face, thinking about how to get out of this situation next. I hope the Rain Country is the last stop. Nono didn't know a mission was waiting for him, so he could only go and discuss it later. This was not her first time escaping from the ninja village, and she soon had a general idea of the direction of action. But this time we need to be more careful. After all, the strength of Rock Shinobi Village is not comparable to that of the small ninja village. I stood up and opened the closet, intending to pack a few pieces of clothing, but then I decided not to. Everything is the same as usual. Early the next morning, Nono reunited with his team as usual. In order to keep her identity as secret as possible, she is now just an ordinary chunin. The team had just assembled and hadn't had much time to chat. Then I saw the team leader Jonan walking towards me with a serious face. Captain, why do you look so bad today? As the only female in the team, Nono is still very cared for. Don't mention it, it's just another scolding. What does catching spies have to do with us? The captain just had nowhere to complain, so this was a good opportunity. Advertisement, the intelligence department is not good enough, but they blame us for not being serious enough. This gave the spies from other villages an opportunity. Isn't this just shirking responsibility? The captain gestured as he spoke, and it was obvious that he was very dissatisfied. They're going too far. Then what? Nono and the captain stood on the same front, but he was cautious in his heart. And then Tsuchikage-sama got mad. From today on, we, a bunch of unlucky people, will work with the intelligence department to catch spies. Until Tsuchikage-sama is satisfied. The captain covered his forehead with his hands. If the professionals couldn't find it, where could they find it? Any clues? We can't just run around like headless flies, right? Nono asked the question naturally, with the intention of gathering information. She is not the only spy in Rock Shinobi Village. Clue? It would be nice if there were any clues. Speaking of this, the captain became extremely angry and his emotions became agitated again. The intelligence department is a bunch of bastards. It is said that there is a female spy who has traveled to several ninja villages. It is very likely right now in our Rock Shinobi village. What's her nickname? The Walking Witch. Don't even mention her looks, height or special features, I don't know anything about them. But it's not bad, at least I know it's a woman. The captain laughed out of anger after he said this. With just this little bit of information, they have the nerve to call it a clue. I really want to thank you all, your ancestors, that's really good. Hearing this, the other two team members couldn't help but speak out. This is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Don't be angry, Captain, we'll just do as you ask. Whether you can find it or not depends on your fate. Nono was still comforting the captain, and he finally felt relieved. It's not easy to find yourself. Let's go, let's go. Let's take a stroll first. The captain obviously didn't think their team could find the spy and was just pretending. I'm afraid he would never have thought that the Walking Witch was among his team. Led by the captain, the four ran from one end of the village to the other. Everyone looks normal and there is absolutely no clue. Advertisement, it's not a good idea to run like this. Has there been anything suspicious recently? The captain squatted on a small stone pillar with a piece of wild grass in his mouth, looking bored. The daughter-in-law of the old lady next door gave birth to 8 children in one pregnancy. Is this suspicious? This team member was obviously a funny guy, and when he saw that the captain's mood had improved, he started to joke. FKU, her daughter-in-law is a pig? The captain took the weeds and threw them over, but none of them were reliable. There's no direction at all, where can we find it? Dodging the weeds thrown by the captain, he also began to complain. This kind of aimless search is the most boring. Forget it, disperse. The captain looked at the sunset and was too lazy to look for it anymore. This is only the first day, there is still a long time. Anyway, it's not just their team that is slacking off. Okay, see you tomorrow. When Nono heard the dismissal, he ran faster than a rabbit. At this moment, she already had a careful plan to escape. For several days, Nano's team gained nothing, of course, the same goes for other teams. Onoki had lost his temper countless times, but it was all in vain. In a blink of an eye, a week passed and Nono was fully prepared. That night, Nono closed the door without any reluctance. It's time to leave. Following the route that had been explored long ago, Nono made it out of Rock Shinobi Village safely. Then he quickly headed to the Rain Country. The next day, Nono was still nowhere to be seen. The captain realized something was wrong, and then several teams reported missing ninjas. This has really stirred up a hornet's nest. After Onoki's outburst, the entire Rock Shinobi Village was placed under martial law. After a careful search, the Rock Shinobi Village ninjas came to a frustrating conclusion. The missing ninjas were all dead, but some of their bodies could not be found. Nono is one of them. The culprit behind all this is the Walking Witch. And through the clues left by Nono, they can only believe the fact that the Walking Shrine Maiden has left Rock Shinobi Village. When this news was reported to Ono Muir, he was furious. The person in charge was almost beaten to the same height as him. In the end, Onoki announced that he would catch the Walking Shrine Maiden at all costs. When all eyes and energy of Rock Shinobi Village were on Nono, the other spies were safe. This is also Nano's greatest contribution since his departure. Running on the way to the land of rain, she was like a free-flying bird. Chapter 338 All good things must come to an end. You will be leaving tomorrow. Let's make an exception today and drink a little. There was an unknown barbecue restaurant in Konoha with only one table of customers. With no elders present, Nawaki acted like a big brother and filled up the glasses one by one. Pour less for Konan. Masaki stopped Nawaki and handed the smallest cup to Konan. Thank you, Masaki-san. Konan took the glass, no smile on his face. Those present were the few acquaintances the three of them had in Konoha, and it was a farewell party. Masaki-san, you are biased. Kushina is jealous, why is her wine glass full? You usually drink less. Masaki rolled her eyes at her. The crazy girl could already drink, but she was still pretending. Do you really think that Minato, who is a love-brained person, doesn't know? People just don't want to be exposed. How can people usually drink alcohol? Kushina puffed out her lips and spoke in a very affected tone. Forget it. You didn't learn anything from being good to my sister, but you didn't let go of anything. Nawaki didn't give her any face at all, but that was mainly because Tsunade was not there. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare say that even if he had 2 more guts. Screw you. Kushina was completely broken by Nawaki's words and just picked up a pair of chopsticks and threw them over. You don't speak up for me either. Nawaki took the chopsticks with a smile, and Minato could only be the punching bag. Injury. Minato received 2 punches, his face full of pampering. Ha ha ha, after all this commotion, the atmosphere at the table improved a little. Thank you for your care over the years. Let's toast to everyone first. Yahiko took the lead, bringing Nagato, Konan and everyone else to drink together. That said, the 3 of us have received a lot of care from you. The 3 lions from Nawaki's team have now been called out by Tsunade and continue to follow Nawaki's orders. They and Yahiko and the other 2 can be said to have lifelong friendships. Don't be so polite. It's all in the wine. Nawaki tilted his head back and drank another glass of wine. Nawaki-san is right. Everyone be happy today. It's not like I'll disappear in the future. Minato followed closely behind, though his eyes were a little red. That's right. It's not very far. Let's get together again when we have time. Yahiko continued according to Minato's words, but he couldn't say when he would be free. Advertisement, eat more. It's different outside than at home. Take care of yourselves. Misaki picked up a pile of grilled meat for Nagato and the other two. She was always so soft-spoken and gentle, we know. Nagato took a few big bites, but he didn't know what it tasted like. Brother-in-law, the same thing. Why would I send you to such a messy place? Kushina could only complain. She couldn't understand Chuan Feng's thoughts. What kind of mission requires one's own disciples to complete? Don't talk nonsense. The teacher has his reasons. Minato was not an ungrateful person at all and defended Chuan Feng. Can't I just talk about it? He's not here. Kushina glared at Minato unhappily. I can speak. Minato nodded hurriedly and only said a few words to defend himself. It's no use saying this now. The three of them volunteered. Come, have a drink. Nawaki naturally knew much more than Kushina. Whether in terms of strength or status, he now has a place in Konoha. Drink. A large group of people began to clink glasses again. They are all young people, and they drink without restraint when they are in high spirits. This made the boss very happy, and he started serving wine and meat. I did some big business tonight, and I was walking with the wind. I heard that the teacher transferred the girl you've been thinking about day and night. It's a good thing for you, too. Nawaki's cheeks flushed and he winked at Nagato. He was well informed, but it was most likely that Minato let the secret slip. Nagato just smirked and showed no intention of explaining. He was indeed looking forward to meeting Nono again. Congratulations, then. The three lions followed Nawaki and started to make a fuss until Nagato's face turned red. Talking about 8 trigrams is always exciting, and the sadness of parting gradually fades away. That's enough. Look how embarrassed he is. Misaki spoke up to smooth things over for Nagato, mainly because these guys were too talkative. If we continue talking, we will almost decide what to name the child. I haven't even started yet, you guys are taking it too far. Nagato touched his hot cheeks and finally had time to complain. He himself hasn't even thought about what these people are talking about. It's not far, it's just a matter of time. Nawaki said it as a matter of course, as if he could predict the future. It's not as early as you. Advertisement, you and Misaki-san go in front, and Minato-san goes behind. It's still early for me, Nagato said as he looked at Yahiko and Konan, who should also be in front of him. You're not wrong. When I get married, you must come back. Nawaki put his arm around Misaki's shoulders, and with a little force, Misaki leaned on his shoulder. What a perfect match. No matter how many holes there are, flattery will never wear out. Konan's words made Nawaki smile. No, we are a perfect match. Under the influence of alcohol, Nawaki kissed Misaki on the face. What are you doing? Aren't you ashamed? Misaki quickly pushed Nawaki away because there were too many people here. There's nothing to be ashamed of, we are all family. Nawaki laughed, quite proud of himself. We will definitely come back. As if it was an agreement, Yahiko and the other two were very absolute in what they said. Then you have to come back when Kushina and I get married. You can't be partial to one and ignore the other. Minato also joined in the fun, but Kushina became a little shy. Who wants to marry you? Kushina blushed, and her feminine demeanor made Minato's heart beat faster. Don't worry, we'll all be there. Yahiko and the other two couldn't help but laugh out loud. This was the most beautiful agreement among them. You all are in pairs, and we three are the only ones who are still single. It looks like we need to speed up. The lion made a self-deprecating remark and brought 2 teammates with him. By the way, how was your blind date? This is the teammate from Nara's family, full of teasing. Don't mention it, I've fallen for someone else. But she doesn't like me, what can I do? The lion man is as his name suggests, with a sturdy build and a full beard. He is in his early 20s but looks like he is in his 30s, it is normal that the girl doesn't like him. The next one is better, the next one is more obedient. The other teammate was no pushover either. His slow words really made the lion angry. You should know that Leo has dated no less than 10 girls. Now, whenever the matchmaker mentions the next one, his head hurts. Thank you, stop. The lion made a pause gesture. If they continued like this, either the matchmaker or he would be crazy. Don't be impatient, it's just that your destiny hasn't arrived yet. Misaki thought about herself and Nawaki. Who can tell what fate is? Oh, I hope so. The lion drank a cup by himself, his face full of melancholy. I don't know how long the meal took, but when we left the house, no one could walk in a straight line. Chapter 339 Minister of Finance. Are you back? Minato and his 3 companions staggered into the house, and soon saw Chuan Feng sitting in the martial arts hall. Teacher. Just like being caught doing something bad, they all sobered up all of a sudden. Did you drink a lot? Chuan Feng frowned but said nothing. Having a drink once in a while is no big deal, just a little. Minato's words were a little unclear, but he was still being stubborn. Okay, go back, I have something to tell them. Chuan Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. and waved his hand to let Minato go back to sleep. Yes, teacher. Minato left obediently, leaving Yahiko and the other two standing uncomfortably. Sit down. Chuan Feng motioned for the three to sit down. Teacher, is there anything else you want to tell me? Yahiko sat down and shook her head, and there was no double image of Chuan Feng in front of her. If you can't drink in the future, drink less. Have some tea to sober you up. Chuan Feng did not speak directly, but poured tea for the three disciples. Thank you, teacher. Yahiko and the other two were still very polite to Chuan Feng. After a cup of strong tea, my mind becomes clearer. This is the strategy for you. Back to the rain country, that's all we need to do. Chuan Feng took out a scroll and handed it to Yahiko, which contained all the good ideas he had thought hard about. We will definitely not let you down, teacher. It can be said that Yahiko had absolute trust in Chuan Feng and took it and put it away without even looking at it. He thought the teacher's strategy was correct and they just had to execute it. This is money given to you, don't spend it recklessly. Chuan Feng rolled his eyes and looked at the three of them, and finally handed it to Konan. It wasn't because she had the ability to manage money, but mainly because of her money-obsessed look that Chuan Feng couldn't stand. Thank you, teacher. Konan smiled like a flower. Such a thick envelope would be enough to last for a long time. Hasn't the master's wife already approved the funding? Nagato is still honest and has no concept of money. That's public money, this is your private money. It's the teacher's love for you. Chuan Feng felt that he couldn't help much, so he could only give some insignificant money, that's all. Thank you for your love, teacher. Konan patted Nagato lightly, wishing that this love could be a little deeper. If it could be longer, she hoped that she wouldn't be able to see the end at a glance. No, I can't give you this money. Advertisement. Chuan Feng seemed to remember something and took the envelope back. Teacher, how could you do this? Konan stared at his empty palms in disbelief. The money you get is yours, but the teacher actually stole your money? The teacher doesn't want you to be hungry. You are still short of a candidate. Chuan Feng rolled his eyes at Konan and spoke seriously. Who? Yahiko was also a little confused. You still need someone to manage the money. A figure popped up in Chuan Feng's mind. It was him who didn't run away, but he didn't know whether he was still alive. Teacher, I have no problem managing the money. Konan was speaking to Chuan Feng, but his eyes were not on him. I don't believe you. Maybe it's the stereotype brought by the original work. Anyway, Chuan Feng is not afraid of offending Konan. Teacher, Konan had no choice but to act like a spoiled child. This trick has worked well in the past. It's no use calling Dad. Do you remember the guy that first asked you to catch a few years ago? Chuan Feng was thinking of Kakuzu, the finance minister of Akatsuki. Who is it? Yahiko and the other two could no longer remember anything. At that time, the three of them were just slacking off, and Minato was the main force. That's the Kakuzu, no impression. After Chuan Feng called out the name, Yahiko and the other two slowly remembered. That unlucky guy. Yahiko burst out laughing. That guy was really screwed by the teacher. But he deserved it, because he was the one who overestimated his own abilities and tried to assassinate the teacher. Yes, that's him. Don't underestimate this guy, he's great at making money and managing accounts. Chuan Feng was like a salesman, recommending Kakuzu to Yahiko and the other two. Yeah, I feel like he's not very smart. Nagato is also outspoken and doesn't have a very good impression of Kakuzu. Don't worry about whether he's smart or not, just take him with you. Chuan Feng tried hard to sell it. In his opinion, Kakuzu was far from a serious crime and it was great that he could be put to good use. Are you serious? Konan didn't think that the miserable guy was any better than him. Seriously. Chuan Feng nodded. In his opinion, Kakuzu was much more reliable than Konan. He is a thrifty person who knows how to live. Otherwise, where would he get the 900 million to redeem himself? Humph, it's hard to say whether he is dead or alive now. Advertisement. Konan was sulking. Was he so unreliable in the teacher's eyes? That's not easy. You guys go check out Ambu's cell tomorrow. If they're alive, take them away. If they're dead, forget it. I'll give this money to Nagato for safekeeping. Chuan Feng did not give the money to Konan because he knew that once the money was in Konan's pocket, it would be difficult for others to get it out of her pocket. As for handing it over to Yahiko, it's no different than handing it over directly to Konan. Only the good boy Nagato is trustworthy. What if he doesn't cooperate? Nagato took the envelope and asked a very crucial question. Kakuzu values life first and money second. I believe you can handle him. Chuan Feng was not worried at all. In the original work, even a healthy Kakuzu was no match for Tendo Pain. What's more, he now only has one heart and has been imprisoned for so many years. The mere fact of regaining freedom should be enough to attract Kakuzu. Even if Kakuzu refuses to obey, he can be beaten into submission. The bigger the fist, the truth is. Okay, then let's go to Anbu tomorrow before we set off. Yahiko ignored Konan's aggrieved expression because there was nothing he could do. It's getting late, you guys should go back and have a shower and go to bed. Chuan Feng looked up at the moon and took another sip of tea. Goodbye, teacher. Yahiko and the other two stood up and bowed respectfully to Chuan Feng. Chuan Feng said he wouldn't see you off tomorrow, so tonight is our final farewell. The door of our home is always open to you. Chuan Feng muttered to himself as he watched the three people gradually go away. Chuan Feng didn't get up and go back to his room until the three of them disappeared. Have you finished explaining everything? Tsunade had just come back from putting Genji to sleep and had just laid down for a while. Well, this really makes me feel a little uncomfortable. Chuan Feng took off his coat and lay down beside Tsunade, resting his head on her abundant glands. Alas, who isn't? They're all good kids. How come you are so lucky that you can find 3 such good disciples on the street? Tsunade stroked Chuan Feng's cheek, recalling the first time she met Nagato and the other two. You didn't let me collect it then, now you know how discerning I am. When Chuan Feng said this, he had a look of triumph. I told you you're fat and you're still panting. Tsunade couldn't bear to see him like this. Just wait and see, they will do a great job. Chuan Feng said this with great confidence. Little Rain Kingdom, your king is back. Chapter 340 returned to the Rain Country a few days later. The border between the Rain Kingdom and the Fire Kingdom. 4 figures stopped at the border. We're finally here. Yahiko looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar environment in front of her and felt a lot of emotions at once. Counting the days, it has been many years since he left. There are so many that I can't count them all. They're countless days and nights. If it weren't for him, he would have arrived long ago. Conan was still feeling aggrieved and pointed at Kakuzu angrily. Little girl, I'm injured. Kakuzu was unable to refute that it was indeed him who affected the team's speed. He only had a heart left, and he had been imprisoned for so many years, and he was beaten up again when he just got out. Kakuzu felt so aggrieved. I have to suffer this at such an old age. HMPH, you asked for the injury. Conan glared at Kakuzu, he deserved it. Early that morning, Yahiko and the other two came to Anbu's cell. With Tsunade's warrant, he easily met Kakuzu. One has to sigh at his strong vitality. He survived being locked up for several years. When he heard that they wanted him to be taken out, Kakuzu agreed without even thinking. After so many years of imprisonment, he was almost going insane. Besides, they're 3 half-grown children. Won't they have the final say when they go out? Kakuzu's wishful thinking went into effect, but Yahiko and the other two just sneered. It was just as expected. Not long after leaving Konoha village, Kakuzu suddenly attacked. He also spoke nonsense. You 3 are worthy of my orders? At first, Yahiko and the other two tried to persuade him kindly, saying that he should be in charge of the money and his heart. But Kakuzu would never give in so easily. I will take your hearts first. After saying this, a fierce light flashed in his eyes and he attacked fiercely. This time Yahiko and the other two won't tolerate him anymore. As soon as the fight started, Kakuzu discovered that the methods of these 3 half-grown kids seemed familiar. Memories from many years ago came flooding back to my mind, and today I want to settle both new and old grudges. Although the main force is not here today, I still have the strength to fight. With this mentality, Kakuzu successfully got a beating. He only had 1 heart, and he was defeated before he could even withstand 2 attacks from Nagato. This power. Kakuzu, who was half squatting on the ground, had difficulty even standing up. Advertisement, will you come with us now? Nagato looked down at Kakuzu, as if he was going to kill him if he didn't agree. Hey, with such strength, you won't be lonely in the Rain Country. The situation is stronger than us and we have no control over it. Kakuzu was still very sensible, but the slightly trembling fists revealed his inner reluctance. Very good, here's the money promised to you. Nagato handed over the private money given by Chuan Feng to Kakuzu on the spot. This is called being fearless. But Conan's eyes kept twitching, and the more he looked at Kakuzu, the more he disliked him. Can't you have some backbone? Luckily, Kakuzu can't read minds, otherwise he would have said, do you really want me to die in front of you? With this experience, it is completely understandable that Conan blames Kakuzu today. Okay, we're all family now. Yahiko acted as a peacemaker and stood on Conan's side without bias. He knew that internal harmony of a team was important and blindly forcing pressure was not the best approach. Let's go and find a place to stay first. Nagato couldn't wait to enter the Rain Country. I know you're anxious, I'll leave now. Yahiko knew what Nagato was thinking, so she responded with a smile. Set off. Conan did not continue to be angry with Kakuzu, and followed Yahiko and the others to the territory of the Rain Country. Kakuzu had no other thoughts for the time being and followed closely. But no matter how you look at his back, he looks so miserable. It's strange to say, the Fire Kingdom is still sunny, but the Rain Kingdom is already covered with dark clouds. Yahiko and the other 3 were well prepared and put on their raincoats in advance. Not long after, it started to rain heavily. It seemed to be raining this heavily when I first met the teacher. Yahiko walked in front and started talking. Yes, I still remember that rabbit meal. Although Conan has eaten many delicacies over the years, he can never forget the meal he had that year. As she spoke, she licked her lips. Me too. We couldn't even throw away the pots and pans when we left. It's really interesting to think about it now. Nagato recalled the scene of Yahiko carrying a huge black pot, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Haha, I still have the pot with me. Yahiko was quite proud of it, as it was a treasure he had treasured for a long time. Kakuzu was confused. It was just a pot, how could it be made of gold? Who is your teacher? Advertisement. Perhaps because of the loneliness from being detained for too long, Kakuzu also joined the group chat. Hatake Chuan Feng. Yahiko didn't hide it and blurted out a name. Kakuzu will find out sooner or later anyway, there is no need to hide it. It's that B**************** D indeed. Kakuzu paused, anger rising in his heart. It was just a suspicion before, but now it is solid evidence. No wonder everything was so strange back then. Come to think of it, can you just let go of someone who tried to assassinate you? At this moment, Kakuzu felt like a clown. He had thought that Hatake Kawakaze was a trustworthy man. You are not allowed to say that, teacher. Konan glared, clearly angry. He's playing me around like crazy, and I can't even say a word of criticism? Kakuzu glared back, as if he didn't care about life or death at this moment. Forget it this time, I don't want it to happen again. The teacher has shown the greatest tolerance by not killing you. It's not that Nagato didn't defend Chuanfeng, but what Chuanfeng did was indeed a bit shameless. He glanced at Kakuzu coldly, and the strange pupils in his eyes made Kakuzu's hair stand on end. My back was instantly wet with cold sweat, and it was better to live a miserable life than to die. It was indeed me who offended first, so I can't blame others. If I hadn't been blinded by money, I wouldn't be in this situation now. I admit defeat. Hatake Chuanfeng is one step ahead. Having lived to such an old age, Kakuzu let go of the momentary emotion after it passed. At least now I am still alive and can breathe the air of freedom. Only by constantly brainwashing myself can I slowly calm down. In fact, the most important thing is that, let alone seeking revenge on Chuanfeng, he can't even beat his disciples now. If the teacher hadn't remembered you, you would still be in jail eating prison food. What Yahiko said was also true, the three of them had no memory of Kakuzu at all. So I should thank him. No matter how good-tempered one is, he can't stand this kind of anger. It's a great honor that Kakuzu didn't lose his temper. That's not necessary. What's past is past, there will be a place for you in the land of rain in the future. I said so. Yahiko is not just talking big. As long as Kakuzu is willing to do practical work, he will definitely do what he says. I'm not interested in status. The only thing that attracts me now is money. Kakuzu scoffed at this, he had had enough of betrayal. Whatever. Yahiko didn't continue talking, as there was still a long time to come. After ending the group chat, the four of them continued to move forward in the rain. Chapter 341 Reunion 1. As the four of them gradually went deeper into the rain country, Yahiko and the other two frowned deeper and deeper. What kind of hell on earth was this? The villages we passed through were almost uninhabited, with broken bricks and tiles everywhere. The dilapidated houses and bridge holes, places where people could take shelter from the rain, were filled with ragged people. There was no trace of life on people's faces, and their empty eyes were full of despair. Even here there are still small armed forces trying to drive them away. It was like driving cattle and sheep, and they didn't treat these refugees as human beings at all. This is even worse than the situation when they left. Konan tried to go forward to help several times but was stopped. Yahiko also sympathized with them, but she could only save them temporarily, not forever. Exposing oneself without reason is a big taboo. Why, haven't you seen it before? Kakuzu glanced at the three of them with a mocking look, they were still too young. He has traveled to countless countries and witnessed too many tragedies. These scenes couldn't touch him at all. Do you have any compassion? Konan immediately retorted. Flowers in a greenhouse, this is not Konoha. Put away your ridiculous sympathy. War is the main theme of the ninja world. Kakuzu sneered, sympathy is worthless in the face of war. You. Konan was furious, but didn't know how to refute. Having not experienced as much suffering as in the original book, she is still somewhat naive at this time. You're right, but we are not flowers in a greenhouse. Don't you want to know why we came to the rain country? I can tell you now. We must personally end the war in the rain country and allow the people here to live and work in peace. Yahiko stopped and faced Kakuzu. You guys in Konoha really have a big appetite. Kakuzu didn't think this was some great ideal, it was just a means for Konoha to take. Those in power never care about the lives of ordinary people, they only care about their own interests. It doesn't matter if you have a big appetite or a small appetite. Wouldn't it be nice to end the war? If before she just wanted to complete Chuanfeng's instructions, now Yahiko has her own impulses. After all, this is their hometown and the place where their parents are buried. You guys are welcome to do whatever you want, I just want to make money. There should be quite a few prey with large bounties here. Kakuzu avoided Yahiko's determined gaze and continued walking past him. Once upon a time, I seem to have had such a look. Advertisement, we can do this. Nagato patted Yahiko's shoulder, and they both felt the same way. Let's go, or your wallet will be gone. Konan pursed his lips, but Kakuzu had already walked a long way away. The three of them smiled at each other and chased after him. In fact, they were not worried about Kakuzu running away because that was not a wise choice. At least for now, Kakuzu's strength is far from recovering to its peak. When night fell, the four had not yet found a hotel to stay in. As for a comfortable hot spring restaurant, it is even more of a luxury. Today, there are absolutely no conditions for doing business in the rain country. It is still a long way to the secret intelligence point. Here it is. I'll go to the intelligence point tomorrow. After finding a relatively secluded valley, Nagato made a few simple seals and a small mud house rose from the ground. I'll go get some wood. Kakuzu walked out of the house with a slightly tentative look in his eyes. Find more. Unexpectedly, no one stopped him, and Yahiko even told him to find more. Aren't you afraid that I'll run away with the money? Kakuzu stopped and couldn't help but ask, are they too naive or am I too complicated? You can try. Nagato showed a harmless smile, which made Kakuzu feel unsure. This guy is the most difficult to deal with. I'm just kidding, I'll be right back. Kakuzu rushed into the rain and disappeared. Are you not afraid that he will run away? Conan was worried about the private money from the bottom of his heart. If it was on me, what would it matter if Kakuzu ran away? Don't worry, he doesn't dare to gamble. After just a few days of getting along, Yahiko had almost figured out Kakuzu's personality. This is also why he is suitable to be a commander. I'm here. Nagato quickly built a stove with mud. His perception ability was not exaggerated. I knew you were the best, Nagato. Rather than betting on human nature, Conan still believes in Nagato's ability. The three of them worked for a while, preparing the ingredients in the pot and waiting for Kakuzu to come back with the wood. It wasn't long before Kakuzu returned to the house with a large bundle of wet wood. In the first confrontation, the three little ones won. Nothing happened that night. The next day, the rain gradually subsided and the four of them started galloping again. Finally we arrived at the intelligence point before nightfall. Advertisement following the hidden special marks. Nagato successfully found the message scroll in the tree hole. When he opened the scroll, his hands shook unconsciously. Are you that excited? If we really meet, you will faint. Yahiko patted the back of Nagato's head and teased. They all knew who left the message, but the person who left the message was kept in the dark. Nagato ignored it until he saw the familiar handwriting, and then his hands calmed down. After reading it, he put the scroll into his arms and took out the map to find the direction. Is it far? Conan asked out loud. It's not far. We can get there in about a quarter of an hour. Although Nagato tried hard to restrain himself, one could still hear the joy in his tone. Then let's go. What are you waiting for? Yahiko took the lead and ran in the direction of Nagato's finger. He is so anxious about his brother's situation, so it would be good to see him a second earlier. Looks like he's an acquaintance. It was so obvious, how could Kakuzu not see it? What's it to you? Conan was still at odds with the person who managed the money, and she felt uncomfortable unless she had an argument with Kakuzu. Did I talk to you? Kakuzu gradually felt that this little girl Chi-Chi was quite interesting. It's a spice for a boring journey. Oh, I'm so mad. Conan was still a little naive and was quite d off by Kakuzu. Okay, stop talking. He's a very important person. Nagato's next sentence is a response to Kakuzu. I can see it, it should be a girl. There is no word love in Kakuzu's dictionary, but that doesn't mean he has never experienced it. Nagato responded softly, causing Conan to jump in anger. A whole Nagato, he didn't even speak up for himself. It's a good thing, but the place is not very good. The current environment in the rain country is indeed terrible, and Kakuzu's disgust is understandable. It's a good place to see her. Nagato looked forward, his eyes becoming brighter and brighter. In less than a quarter of an hour, the four arrived at their destination. This is a dilapidated village with only a few pedestrians around. Perhaps because it is close to the territory of a powerful force, the situation here is slightly better. At least you can see people living there, and there are no armed forces running around. Chapter 342 Reunion 2, the second shop on the left. Nagato didn't bother to look at the passers-by and quickly looked for the sign of the grain and oil store. There. Conan was sharp-eyed and spotted the grain and oil store that had been closed for a long time. Walk. Nagato ran away, with that beautiful figure in his mind. I wonder if she is doing well after all these years? After passing the grain and oil store and turning left, the four of them soon arrived at the door of the second house. There were several patches on the door and traces of repairs everywhere. Nagato took a deep breath and knocked on the door as agreed. Boom, boom boom. One long and two short. There was hardly any sound of footsteps when the door opened. A disheveled face appeared in front of everyone, and his clothes were no different from those of the refugees. After she saw the person in front of her clearly, she seemed unable to believe it. She rubbed her eyes and looked again. Then he opened his mouth but no words came out. As if he suddenly remembered something, he covered his face, turned around and ran into the house. Why are you running? I'm Nagato. Nagato was completely confused by Nano's actions. Could it be that he didn't recognize himself? But even though the face was dirty, the figure had changed. He recognized her at a glance as the Yakushi Nono whom he had been thinking about day and night. As for myself, the changes over the years are not that big. What's more, the red hair is so eye-catching, how could anyone not recognize him? Thinking of this, an inexplicable emotion surged in my heart, and I couldn't describe how it felt. Is this her? Yahiko was a little uncertain because she was not familiar with the girl, and Nano's current outfit did look a little ugly. It was very different from the Nono in his impression. Although her hair has grown longer and her chest has become more rounded. But it has nothing to do with good looks. Conan looked at Nagato with the same questioning look. It's her. Nagato calmed down and chased after him. It's quite interesting. Kakuzu looked like he was watching a show. This was not like the way Nagato beat him before. As soon as he entered the house, Nagato saw Nono was half bent over washing her face. Slowing down his pace, he walked forward slowly. Don't you recognize me? Nagato's heart beat faster and faster, afraid to hear. Who are you? How could that be? Advertisement, you are my pain. Nono straightened up and looked at Nagato with a beautiful smile. All the dust on the face has been washed away, and drops of water are sliding down the fair face. How could she not recognize Nagato? It's just a subconscious desire to show the best side of myself. Nagato finally let go of the heavy stone in his heart and said nothing. He took a big step forward, opened his arms and hugged Nono tightly. You can vaguely see tears welling up in his eyes. The joy of reunion fills my heart at this moment. Nono didn't react for a moment. In her impression, Nagato had never been so proactive. He was stunned for a moment, then hugged Nagato with his backhand. His chin was naturally resting on Nagato's right shoulder. Both of them felt each other's body temperature and only wished that time would stop at this moment. Ahem, that should be enough hug. An inappropriate voice sounded, and Nono looked up to see Yahiko with a smirk on his face. Long time no see, Yahiko, Konan, who is this? Nano's cheeks flushed and she pushed Nagato away. Of the four, only Kakuzu was someone she had never seen before. Long time no see, Nono-ne, you look good again. Konan enthusiastically stepped forward and put his arm around Nano's arm, staring at her chest again and again. How come it's so big? Why can't I have such a scale? If there weren't so many people, she would have wanted to touch it. As for Kakuzu, she had no intention of introducing him at all. Haven't seen you for a long time. Yahiko put away her smirk and stopped teasing. He's Kakuzu. Nagato quietly wiped away her tears and introduced Nono. Hello, I'm Kakuzu. Kakuzu didn't put on airs and even smiled at Nono. He knew clearly that he could not afford to offend this woman. Kakuzu? The infamous bounty hunter? Hasn't it been said that he has been missing for a long time? Nono was shocked. How could Nagato and the others get involved with such a guy? What do you mean missing? He is just ignorant and came to Konoha to assassinate the teacher. Then we locked him up for a few years. Konan was not willing to miss the opportunity to expose Kakuzu's scars. Kakuzu, who was about to explain, suddenly turned pale. Advertisement. Although these are all facts, don't you know what it means to hit someone without hitting him in the face? Assassination of Lord Chuanfeng. Nono was a little bit unbelievable. How much did one have to drink to do such a stupid thing? The title of the god of Ninja World is not just boasting, it is the result of real achievements. Yes, if it weren't for the teacher's kindness, he wouldn't be alive. Konan glanced at Kakuzu proudly, as if he was the one who defeated Kakuzu. Okay, Konan. That's all in the past. Kakuzu is our partner now. Yahiko is really having a headache because Konan is too obsessed with his private money. HMPH, if you don't want to tell me, then don't tell me. Konan didn't go too far. After all, she was just angry that Kakuzu had all the money. It's not to say there's much hatred. I was just confused at the time, and now I have received the punishment I deserve. Kakuzu still spoke very nicely. He also thought, if time could go back to the past, would he still accept the bounty? If you ask yourself honestly, you will definitely make the same choice again. If you never fall, you will never know the pain. Nono didn't respond and looked at Nagato. Seeing Nagato nod slightly, she let down her guard a little. It was her normal reaction when such a dangerous person appeared next to her. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. How long have you been in the rain country? Nagato changed the subject. Today is exactly 1 week. Everyone sit down, don't stand. Nono asked everyone to sit down. Although the room was not big, there were enough chairs. Any information? Yahiko sat down and started asking about Nono. After all, Nono is a professional intelligence officer. I haven't found out much information, so I'll just talk about it casually. Nono poured everyone a glass of water, sat down and took out a complete map of the rain country. The rain country is now roughly divided into 3 forces. The largest force is right next to us, and it's made up of a group of wandering ninjas. The second is the remaining ninjas from the rain country, who are in this position. In the end, it's just a few scattered small forces. It's only a matter of time before they're eaten up. Nono pointed out the points one by one while comparing them to the map, which was covered with densely packed notes. After talking for nearly an hour, Nono finally stopped to drink some water. In one breath, she explained clearly the distribution of power in the rain country and the actions that each power might take next. This is not just a casual remark, it's simply too modest. Chapter 343 Chuan Feng's clever plan, excellent and professional. Although it was their first meeting, Nono did receive praise from Kakuzu for his abilities. It is not easy to figure out the power of the rain country in just 1 week. You are overrated. Nono was still very humble and smiled politely at Kakuzu. It's really complicated. Yahiko rubbed his temples. The chaos in the rain country was even worse than the teacher had said. No matter how complicated it is, we can just push through it. Konan's tone was quite arrogant, a bit like a reckless woman. No brains. Kakuzu spat out 2 characters with a look of disdain on his face. Who are you calling brainless? Konan stood up with a kick and saw that a verbal fight was about to break out. Be quiet, my aunt. Yahiko pulled Konan down and calmed the situation. Nono found it funny, Kakuzu didn't seem as cruel as the rumors said. We can't act rashly, we can only rely on ourselves from now on. Nagato knew very well that Konoha would not have any support on this mission. By the way, what is our mission this time? In fact, Nono was also confused after arriving in the Rain Country and still doesn't know what mission he is going to perform. Hit the Rain Country. Unify the Rain Country. Return peace to the land of rain. The answers given by Nagato and the other two were different, but they all meant the same thing. What? Nono almost suspected that he had heard it wrong. You call this a mission? You heard it right. This is the task assigned to us by the teacher himself. Very important. Yahiko was afraid that Nono would not believe it, so she directly brought Chuan Feng out. Please let me take it easy. Nono found it a little difficult to digest this news at once. I thought gang intelligence was dangerous enough, but now they are going to take over an entire country. How could I be worthy enough to be involved in such a big task? You really think too highly of yourself. I'm here. Nagato noticed Nano's uneasiness and gently squeezed the back of her hand. Who is really not afraid of death? Looking up at Nagato, Nono said, softly. No matter how muddy the road ahead is, having Nagato by my side is always better than being alone in a foreign land. Anyway, it was Nagato who saved my life, so I would have no complaints even if I had to return it to him in the Rain Country. What are your plans next? Nono, who has accepted the reality, hopes to hear a comprehensive plan. It doesn't matter if there are few people, maybe there will be some good ideas. Advertisement, I haven't had time to think about it yet. Isn't this a rush to find you? Conan is outspoken and always speaks the truth. You know I'm in the Rain Country? Is this all arranged in advance? Am I the only one who keeps this in the dark? 3 questions in a row. Nono only now discovered the clue from Conan's words. She had naively thought that all this was just a coincidence. It just so happened that Nagato and his companions met me who came to support them while on a mission. I'm sorry I didn't ask your wishes. If you don't want to stay here, you can go back to Konoha. I'll go talk to the teacher. Nagato felt a little guilty that he was the one who dragged Nono into this war. It was indeed only after he agreed that Chuan Feng started to make arrangements. It's none of Nagato's business. If you want to blame someone, blame the teacher for making his own decision. Conan defended Nagato, saying that it was not the first time she had put the blame on Chuan Feng. There is absolutely no pressure at all. Nagato also missed you too much. Yahiko hit the point. This is the main reason. Kakuzu is now like an outsider, watching the show silently. Phew. Looking at the various nervous and guilty expressions of the 3 people, Nono couldn't help but laugh out loud. How could she bear to blame Nagato? I was just a little dissatisfied that I was the only one kept in the dark. No need to apologize, I don't mean to blame anyone. It's good to stay here. I might not be used to it if I go back. Indeed, if Nagato is not here in Konoha, what's the point of going back? That's good. We can fight side by side again. Before Nagato could say anything, Conan was already happy. There are no plans yet. Nagato breathed a sigh of relief. Since Nono was willing to stay, he would keep her safe even at the cost of his own life. Who said there was no plan? Yahiko then took out the scroll given by Chuan Feng from his arms, looking very proud. How could I have forgotten this? Open it and take a look. Conan's eyes lit up. This was the arrangement made by the teacher, she remembered it. It was all because of her blindness to money that she forgot such important things. Don't worry. Open it right away. Yahiko is also full of expectations. In his mind, Chuan Feng is the most reliable mountain. Kakuzu sat close to Yahiko, and even though he hated Chuan Feng from the bottom of his heart, he couldn't help but glance at him. Advertisement. He wanted to see what good ideas Hatake Chuan Feng could come up with. You tell me. Nagato saw that Yahiko was becoming more and more shocked, and even Kakuzu's expression looked a little strange, so he hurriedly asked. See for yourself. Yahiko closed the scroll and handed it to Nagato, rubbing his brow. Is this really the teacher's idea? It's so mysterious, there's nothing that can't be said. Nagato took it and opened it, and Conan and Nono came over. Soon, the expressions of the 3 people were exactly the same as Yahiko's. Open a casino or *X shop? Are you serious, teacher? Conan couldn't help but complain. She always thought the teacher was a good man. Everyone here knows what a brothel is. Is this the dirty idea of the god of Ninja World? He really trusts you. Kakuzu suddenly spoke, but there was no contempt for Chuan Feng in his words. There were only a few sentences about the battle plan in the scroll, which was nothing more than recruiting soldiers and unifying the Rain Kingdom. Instead, a lot of words are devoted to the reconstruction after the unification of the Rain Kingdom. If this isn't trust, then what is? But isn't this a bit? Yahiko doesn't know how to describe it, but it just feels a bit unserious. I think it's a good idea. The Rain Country doesn't have a large area and doesn't have abundant resources. It's difficult to develop the economy, but it's in a very delicate location, sandwiched between 3 major countries. If we can really turn it into an entertainment mecca, it would be a great idea. Kakuzu had a keen sense of economics, and after a little thought he realized the merit of Chuan Feng's idea. Once the entertainment industry of the Rain Country develops, it will inevitably attract wealthy people from the 3 major countries. I may need to pay attention to the impact in my own country, but it should be okay for me to travel to other countries, right? By then, money will come rolling in. Gambling and *X are always the things that men love most besides power. Kakuzu thought about the excitement and felt that this was simply heaven. From now on, there is no need to fight for life and death, just sit back and count money. Nausea. Downstream. Konan and Nono simultaneously spit on Kakuzu, their faces filled with disgust. This wasn't my idea. Kakuzu felt very wronged. You don't dare to scold Hatake Chuan-fung, so you take it out on me? Is there still justice and law in this world? Yahiko and Nagato wiped the sweat from their foreheads, but luckily they didn't agree with Kakuzu. Teacher, not only are there some useful things, but there are also a lot of useless things. After returning the scroll to Yahiko, the situation suddenly became awkward. 11 Mount Chapter 344. The Birth of Akatsuki. We'll talk about the future later. Now our question is, what is the first step? After a long time, Yahiko was the first to break the silence. What Chuan-fung said in the scroll about early combat is too general and cannot be considered a strategy at all. The teacher's general direction is correct. Even if we can conquer the Rain Country by force, we still need manpower to manage it. So recruiting soldiers is the first step. Nagato expressed his own opinion that they now have too few people, only 5 in total. It is simply a fantasy to manage a country with just 5 people. Nagato is right. Nono has begun to show some signs of following her husband's lead. Then where are we going to recruit people? Konan was still asking questions out of habit. Apart from matters concerning money, she rarely used her brain. Madness. Big fish eat small fish eat shrimp. You still need to ask such an obvious question? Kakuzu said it with confidence. In such a chaotic place, with big fists, what's the point of being afraid of not having enough manpower? You are stupid, your whole family is stupid, Konan responded very quickly. I'm sorry, I'm the only one at home. Too bad I'm smarter than you. Kakuzu has already figured out Konan's background. The more nonchalant he is, the more uncomfortable she feels. Stop. Let's talk business. Yahiko paused, unable to remember how many times he had to act as a peacemaker. HMPH, Konan turned sideways angrily, not wanting to even look at Kakuzu opposite him. This is really the fastest way to build a team. Who should we attack first? Nagato cast his eyes on the map that Nono had not put away yet. If you want to eat the big one. You can pick up the remaining small fish anytime you like. Kakuzu now hopes that the war will end as soon as possible. He can't wait to count his money. Move them? Nono pointed at the largest force on the map and frowned. Is there anything wrong? Yahiko thought Kakuzu was right, but she noticed that Nono looked strange. From the current perspective, subduing this group of wandering ninjas is indeed the fastest solution. But they have so many people that it's hard to manage them later. I don't think it's a good choice. As the saying goes, it is easy to conquer the world, but difficult to keep it. They don't feel a sense of belonging to the Rain Country, they just want to find a place to settle down. Nono explained the pros and cons clearly and didn't worry at all about whether everyone was strong enough. Advertisement: if they don't obey, kill them until they obey. The Angle's eyes were stern, revealing his ferocious look. He has never been an easy person to talk to. Anyone who stands in his way of wealth will die. No, killing can only treat the symptoms, not the root cause. Once the seeds of evil are sown, chaos will surely follow in the future. Yahiko shook her head. Taking over the Rain Country was just one of them. In the future, if you want to be Konoha's secret ally, you must not make any mistakes. So what do you say we should do? Kakuzu knew that he was not the one in charge, so he could only let it go. His heart bleeds at the thought of delaying the day of counting money again. What do you think of the remnants of the Rain Country? Nagato suddenly had an idea and thought of a good goal. That's a good idea. Nano's eyes lit up. His own Nagato was really smart. They feel most at home in the Rain Country. It's not weak either. Without external intervention, they would never be a match for those wandering ninjas. We just need to find a good opportunity to cut in, and maybe we can win easily. In just a few breaths, a rough outline of a plan appeared in Nano's mind. Tell me more about it. Yahiko perked up when she heard this. All 3 of them were from the Land of Rain, so it would be the best choice if they could fight alongside ninjas from their own country. Looking at 4 pairs of eyes staring at him, Nono sorted out his thoughts. The wandering ninjas regard the Rain Country ninjas as a thorn in their side. There is friction between them from time to time. I predict there will be a major war soon, then we will help the Rain Country ninjas escape danger. Does this count as saving my life? Plus, as you are native Huxia, it will be easy for you to be accepted. Isn't this power in our pocket? Nano's plan was more about escaping danger than helping them win directly. This is the understanding of human heart. Giving timely assistance is far more important than adding icing on the cake. That would kill a lot of people. Kakuzu looked at them with amusement. Although he couldn't beat them, it didn't stop him from looking down on them. Sometimes some sacrifice is necessary. We are not good people. Nagato punned and glanced at Kakuzu. Do you really treat us as children? Haha, that's right. Kakuzu felt uneasy being stared at and responded with a wry smile. Advertisement: that's settled then. I'll leave the matter of gathering intelligence to you. Yahiko made the final decision, saying that professional matters should be left to professionals. Leave it to me. Nono agreed without hesitation, as this was all within her business scope. After finishing the main topic, everyone could finally reminisce about the past. Nono recounted his experiences over the years, and the listeners were horrified. That's like dancing on a tightrope. One mistake could lead to your death. It is not easy for her to appear alive in front of Nagato now. It's no wonder that Jiraiya praised her highly. I will always be here. Nagato felt distressed when he heard this. This was much more dangerous than his own mission in Anbu. It's all over. I'm fine now. Nono smiled and comforted Nagato. Hasn't she been worried about Nagato being in danger all these years? It is a pleasant surprise that the two can meet again in the Rain Country now. Don't be sentimental. Now we have finally gotten our reward after all the hardship we've endured. Konan rubbed her red eyes. Compared with Nono, she was living a god's life. Today is a good day. Let's all be happy. How about giving our team a name? Yahiko didn't want the atmosphere to be too heavy, so she changed the subject. Okay. Choose something louder. Konan used his little brain and thought hard. How about we use the name of our original team? Unable to think of any good name, Konan just copied one. No, it's easy to be exposed if you use the teacher's name. Yahiko was the first to object, being extremely cautious. There are so many people in this world with Feng in their names, how can it be so easy to be exposed? Konan was still a little unconvinced. It's never too late to be careful. Why not just call me Xiao? It symbolizes dawn and daybreak, representing new beginnings and a bright future. We can definitely restore peace to the Rain Kingdom. Nagato read the most books, and this actually came in handy. Nice moral. Kakuzu wasn't trying to flatter someone. If Feng was really asked, he wouldn't want to participate. He felt itchy when he thought of Chuan Feng. It sounds good. I like. That's it. The word, Xiao, was unanimously recognized by everyone. In this small shabby house, the Akatsuki organization came into being. Chapter 345. War in the Rain Country. The intelligence is very accurate. At night, on a mountain peak, Yahiko couldn't hide her excitement as she watched the large group of wandering ninjas slowly approaching the base camp of the remnants of the Rain Country. After so many days of waiting, I finally got this opportunity. That's also thanks to their loose organization. A wandering ninja is always just a wandering ninja. Nono didn't look proud at all. If it were in a normal ninja village, such a confidential combat deployment would not be known so easily. Anyway, this is all thanks to you. Yahiko watched the wandering ninja's every move without looking away. Since it's such a great contribution, what are you going to reward me with? Konan was the most lively one, playing with a paper flower in his hand. As a leader, Yahiko had no objection to this. Kakuzu, the only one who had some opinions, could only hold it in. I decided to give her the Nagato award. What do you think? Yahiko turned around and looked at Nagato with a smirk on her face. I fully agree. Konan heckling is definitely number one. Have you asked me what I want? Nagato rolled his eyes in annoyance. Is this the time to joke? Why, you're still not happy. Nano's face turned serious when he heard this. If Nagato dared to say he was unhappy, he would be beaten up. No way, I agree with that. Nagato was defeated in dismay, but it is difficult to raise women and villains. That's more like it. Nono nodded in satisfaction, a small smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Stop talking nonsense. When are we going to start? If you go too late, maybe there won't be anyone available. Kakuzu didn't want to listen to the jokes anymore, so he interrupted. Wait a moment, we'll set off in a quarter of an hour. If they can't even last a quarter of an hour, what's the point of having them? Yahiko doesn't want to accept a bunch of losers, he needs elites. Good. Nagato nodded in agreement, and the others stopped talking and watched the situation develop. It didn't take long for the wandering ninja to successfully eliminate the secret sentries of the remnants of the Rain Country. As the explosion sounded, there was shouting and screaming everywhere. The two sides officially went to war. Here we go. Yahiko's expression became serious, hoping that the remnants of the Rain Country could hold out until they could take action. The gap in strength is obvious, and we are losing ground. Advertisement Nagato could clearly sense the battle situation. The remnants of the Rain Country were badly hit by this night attack. They were already inferior in strength to others, and then they were ambushed, which was undoubtedly adding insult to injury. That can't be helped. Many elite soldiers died during the civil war in Rain Country itself. It's rare to be able to tangle with foreign forces for so long. Nono has not been a spy for nothing all these years, and he knows a lot about intelligence from the outside world. That's good too. At least the ones left have some skills. Kakuzu's green pupils were bright and particularly creepy in the night. Hopefully I can fill a few good hearts tonight. A quarter of an hour passed quickly, and the shouting and killing continued. Set off. Yahiko waved his hand, jumped off the mountain first, and headed straight for the battle site. Kakuzu followed closely behind, already eager for the kill. I will vent all the anger I've endured during this period later. It would be even better if I could kill a few more ninjas with bounties on them. Wait for me. Konan spread out a pair of paper wings, leapt into the air and followed. Let's go too. Nono nodded and walked forward with Nagato. The journey was not short, and because Konan could fly, he was able to arrive first even though he started later. Upon arriving, she was faced with several rain shinobi surrounded by stray ninjas. There was despair in their eyes. In their opinion, this was a dead end. Just as the cold kunai was about to cut their throats, a cold female voice came from midair. Killing my compatriots in my Rain Country is seeking death. Konan was very dramatic, his face turned red with anger. As soon as he finished speaking, he flapped his wings, and thousands of papers covered the wandering ninja like rain. These wandering ninjas are probably only at the level of Chunin, so they are no match for Konan. In just a few breaths, he was pierced into a hedgehog by thousands of paper books. Thanks. Several range shinobi survived the disaster and couldn't stop expressing their gratitude. Follow me and support the others. Conan didn't want to waste time talking to them, so he led a few people to rush towards the crowded area. There were explosions everywhere she went, and she had begun to get serious. After arriving, Yahiko glanced in Conan's direction, thought for a moment and followed him. He was really worried. If anything happened to Conan, he would regret it. After Yahiko joined Conan, the two worked together like fish in water. Conan's paper ninja tools flew everywhere, and Yahiko wielded water blades like a shinigami among the crowd. The minions were no match for the two men and could only wait to be slaughtered. The rescued range shinobi were as excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Follow behind the two of them and pick up heads. It didn't take long for the two to attract the attention of the higher-ups of the wandering ninja, and several jonin surrounded them. Advertisement: this slowed down their slaughter, but it is only limited to containment, and it is still a long way to go to kill Yahiko and Conan. The black lines on Kakuzu's body were like sharp blades, and even range shinobi, who was rescued, trembled when he saw it. Not to mention thanking him, everyone just wanted to be as far away from Kakuzu as possible. After killing a dozen stray ninjas, Kakuzu finally found a guy with jonin strength. I have your heart. It just so happened that the jonin in question didn't have a water attribute, so he barely met Kakuzu's requirements. In less than 3 rounds, the jonin's heart became Kakuzu's trophy. Fire style had hard work. Kakuzu, who had just taken the heart, fired a fire style at a group of wandering ninjas in the distance. The flames, like seawater, instantly expanded in range after landing, devouring the stray ninjas who were unable to dodge. Happy. Kakuzu, who had regained some of his strength, was extremely happy. He completely ignored the range shinobi he had saved and charged into the group of wandering ninjas alone. Relatively speaking, Nagato and Nono were the most gentle. Both of them had green chakra glowing on their hands. There was no wailing, no blood and flesh flying everywhere. Wherever they passed, the place became quiet instantly, and there were people lying behind the two men. Follow us out. Nagato led the rescued range shinobi to kill Yahiko. Their ultimate goal is to rescue people from danger, not unilateral massacre. If their participation leads to victory in the war, it will not be a good thing. When the 5 members of Akatsuki met, the pressure on the multiple jonin besieging Yahiko and the other two doubled. These few people who suddenly appeared are so powerful. A wandering ninja was beaten back by Yahiko, and complained to his comrades with a serious face. Shit, this was going to be a smooth raid. It was ruined by these few people. The wandering ninja couldn't help but swear, try harder and kill them. The other wandering ninja hadn't realized the seriousness of the situation yet. If Yahiko and his companions had not held back, they would not have survived until now. After stopping the attack of the wandering ninja again, Yahiko exchanged glances with the others. Retreat quickly, we can't hold on any longer. Yahiko was stabbed in the abdomen by a flying kunai and instantly fell to a half crouch. Walk. Nagato pulled Yahiko up, yelled to range shinobi behind him, and began to retreat. At this time, his hand was already placed where Yahiko was injured. I'll cover you. Kakuzu pretended to release a large-scale water style to separate the two lineups. When the wandering ninja wanted to chase him again, there was no sign of him. This night attack ultimately failed to completely wipe out the remnants of the Rain Country. Chapter 346. Abnormally smooth. Led by Nagato, a large group of people broke into someone's territory. After eliminating this small force, everyone finally had a temporary shelter. Lie down, I'll heal you first. Nagato pushed aside the bodies around him and pushed Yahiko to the ground. Poor Yahiko was already pale at this time. Nagato had let his wound bleed until now. I really don't know how many old hens I need to eat to make up for it. It's okay for me, you can treat the others first. At this moment Yahiko was still acting, looking weak, but her voice was clearly audible. Sir, please treat him first, it doesn't matter to us. Rain Shinobi, who was watching, still had some conscience. Seeing Yahiko in such a miserable state and still asking his friend to treat others first, I was so moved that I almost kowtowed on the spot. This is the reincarnated living Buddha. Okay, wait a moment. My friend is also a medical ninja, she can help you with it. Nagato winked at Nono, and then began to treat Yahiko seriously. As the green light flashed, Yahiko's wounds began to heal. If I don't perform this scene well, I will be sorry for the blood I shed. Yahiko muttered quietly. Attack the heart first, this is your own idea. Nagato chuckled, not looking worried at all. Not to mention just a little bleeding, what if it was more serious? While the two were chatting, Nono also started moving. The seriously injured come first, and the lightly injured come later. Under Nano's arrangement, Rain Shinobi received treatment in an orderly manner. What a showman. Kakuzu sat in the corner, no one around. What are you mumbling about? Keep your voice down. Conan came over from somewhere and sat down next to Kakuzu. Little girl. Kakuzu glanced at Conan and then looked away. The two idle enemies sat together, bickering with each other. It's quite pleasant. Soon, Yahiko was able to walk normally, but her face was still a little pale. Nagato and Nono worked together to treat the wounded, greatly improving their efficiency. By midnight, all the wounded had received proper treatment. Except for a few seriously injured who were unable to revolving heaven, most of the Rain Shinobi survived. Nagato and Nono, who had taken a lot of Bingliang pills but were still overconsumed, could hardly stand up. Advertisement. Now the two idle people were finally put to use. Kakuzu held Nagato's arm, and Konan hugged Nono. You all have a good rest, and we'll talk about everything after your injuries are healed. The future of our rain country is still in your hands. After saying a few words, the injured man, Yahiko, pretended to leave with a few others. Etc. Before I took 2 steps, I heard a shout from behind. Yahiko and Nagato looked at each other, and the highlight was about to begin. Anything else? Yahiko slowly turned around, supporting her weak body and looking at the Rain Shinobi. I haven't had time to thank you all for saving my life tonight. Are you also my Rain Country ninjas? One of the Rain Shinobi's arms was still hanging in front of his neck, and he suffered minor injuries. He thought he had a lot of experience among the Rain Shinobi, but he had never met Yahiko and the others. No need to thank me, we just did our best. The 4 of us don't count as Rain Country ninjas, he is our partner. Yahiko pointed at Nagato and the other 2, and when she mentioned her partners, she pointed at Kakuzu. We were still young when Hanzo-sama was killed. The story was not told directly, but Yahiko pointed out an important character. Hey, Master Hanzo. As expected, the Rain Shinobi sighed, looking nostalgic. If Lord Hanzo had not passed away, how could the Rain Country have ended up in such a state? That won't be easy for you either. Rain Shinobi threw away the memories in his head and continued chatting with Yahiko. Yes, we are all orphans because of the war. Later, I couldn't survive, so I fled to the land of grass. Lucky to meet a bounty hunter, he fed us and taught us all the skills. Now that he has passed away, we want to come back and take a look. I didn't expect to run into something like you guys. If you weren't carrying Rain Shinobi's forehead protector, we would probably just be watching the show. Yahiko managed a miserable smile after saying this. Those were all sad memories. Forehead protector. These are our roots. The Rain Shinobi smiled bitterly and touched the forehead protector hanging around his neck. There was almost no Rain Shinobi left in the ninja world tonight. Where are you going to go next? Want to go back to being a bounty hunter? After calming down, Rain Shinobi got down to business. His vigilance against Yahiko and the others had reached its lowest point. Advertisement. The previous show played a very important role, and Yahiko's story had no flaws. Yes, we have to support ourselves. Yahiko took it for granted. Our country is in this state now, can you bear to leave? The people have neither enough food to eat nor enough clothes to wear. Being bullied by foreign forces, how can you still be half as good as you were when Hanzo-sama was here? The Rain Shinobi became more and more excited as he spoke, his voice rising higher and higher. But what can we do if we stay? Yahiko thought that when Hanzo was alive, the situation in the Rain Country wasn't much better. Join us to restore peace to the Rain Kingdom. This will comfort the spirit of Hanzo-sama in heaven. Obviously, this guy is a die-hard fan of Hanzo of the Salamander. I'm afraid we're not capable enough. Besides, will your leader agree to our joining? Yahiko first said this modestly, then tried cautiously. Murakami-sama has died in battle. Now I am the leader. If I say yes, it's up to me. The phrase, lack of ability, was simply ignored. If they still lack the ability, then aren't they useless people? Forget it, we don't like being restrained. Konan suddenly said this, which made the Rain Shinobi anxious. He had already seen the movement on Yahiko's face, which showed that these people still had feelings for the Rain Country. There are no restrictions, you can do whatever you want in the future. I know that I am not strong enough, and this position of leader is only temporary. Little brother, as long as you can convince the people and lead us to recover the Rain Country. What does it matter if I give you the position of leader? As he said this, someone pulled him from behind. Don't pull me in. We can't defeat those wandering ninjas on our own. They are all citizens of our Rain Country, and they saved our lives. Why can't I take the position of leader? He slapped the hands behind him away and spoke from the bottom of his heart. I've never seen anyone so stupid. Kakuzu rolled his eyes, he had never seen anyone so stupid. Don't mention whether we are the leader or not, we promise to stay. For the future of the Rain Country, let's work together. Yahiko seemed to have made up his mind, his face was very solemn and his tone was very serious. Great, welcome to join us. Everything has 2 sides. When some people are happy, others are sad. But this is none of Yahiko and the others' business. The scene ended perfectly. Chapter 347 Rapid Development. Before they knew it, Nagato and his companions had been gone for several months. The days in Konoha are still so peaceful and harmonious. There was less laughter and joy in the Hatake household, and everyone seemed to have gradually gotten used to it. Just chatting from time to time, I still often mention Yahiko and others. I heard that Nagato and his team are doing great in the Rain Country. While eating, Tsukumo suddenly brought it up. He did not specifically inquire about the news, but only learned that a new force had emerged in the Rain Country. The group is led by a few young people who are strong and expanding rapidly. Their appearance directly broke the current situation in the Rain Kingdom. There was no need to think about it, he guessed with his toes that it must be Nagato and his men. Well enough. It's just barely passing. Chuan Feng smiled indifferently, and the wine in his hand seemed to smell even better. What do you mean it's okay, teacher, just tell me. Minato's eyes were full of curiosity, and today he finally got to hear some useful information. He missed his fellow students very much. If Chuan Feng hadn't forbidden him, he would have rushed to the Rain Country to meet Nagato and the others. There's nothing to say, it's not worth mentioning. If you really want to know, ask your wife to tell you. Chuan Feng still maintained a nonchalant attitude, but the corners of his mouth were harder to suppress than AK. Dad, you look like you deserve a beating. Genji glanced at his father and complained mercilessly. Obviously very proud but pretending not to care. Haha, Genji-chan is right. Tsukumo laughed out loud at Genji's words, and he couldn't stop laughing when he saw the wineglass at Chuan Feng's lips. You kid. Chuan Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry for a moment. How could a son ruin his father's career? Uncle, actually you can laugh when you are proud. Kakashi's slow words made Chuan Feng's attempt to show off fail completely. Master's wife, Minato suppressed his laughter and didn't dare to add fuel to the fire, and turned his eyes to Tsunade. They formed an organization called Akatsuki. The implication is quite good. Tsunade said a few words and picked up the wineglass in front of her. Hiss, ha, after drinking a glass of wine, she continued. First, we subdued the remaining Rain Shinobi, then it began to absorb small armed forces. Now they are one of the 2 largest forces in the Rain Country. Advertisement, I estimate that it won't be long before the Rain Kingdom will fall into their hands. Tsunade summarized the performance of Nagato and the other 2 in the past few months in just a few words. Minato's blood boiled after hearing this, and he only regretted that he couldn't fight alongside his fellow juniors. Well done, I knew they could do it. Minato clenched his fist, looking excited. They should make some big moves during this period. Tsunade revealed some more information, although it was just her own inference, it was pretty close. Because according to intelligence, Akatsuki has recently purchased a large amount of weapons and medicines. Are we going to launch the final offensive? How about I go and help? Minato looked at Tsunade expectantly, almost begging her. He knew that as long as the teacher's wife agreed, the teacher would have no choice but to accept it. Stop dreaming and stay in Konoha. If you go, can Nawaki not go? How can you not be exposed if you all go there? Don't treat other people as fools. Before Tsunade could say anything, Chuan Feng poured cold water on Minato. He saw through Minato's little thoughts clearly. We can fake it. If possible, Minato would like to let Nawaki play the role of a PR*Street You'd again. As for Nawaki's wishes, he did not take them into consideration. Don't think about it, all we can do is trust them. I'll tell you good news later. Tsunade did not soften her heart and agreed to Minato's request. She still had to consider the overall situation first. Although she couldn't send anyone to help, she still secretly sold a large amount of low-priced supplies to Nagato and his men. Oh well. Minato instantly became like an eggplant hit by frost, and there was no light in his eyes. Just stay in Konoha and wait for good news. Nagato and the other 3 will be fine. Ever since seeing Nagato's strength, Tsukumo has become full of confidence. He couldn't think of any powerful people in the Rain Country who could stop Nagato and his companions from moving forward. Uncle, I understand. Minato replied listlessly, his thoughts flying off to who knows where. Rain Country. A tent was brightly lit and a group of people were having a meeting inside. There is a map of the Rain Country in the center, and a red line divides the Rain Country into 2. There is a word, Lu, written on the left and Shao on the right. Advertisement. If you look closely, it seems that Shao's territory is a little bigger than Lu's. In the past few months, Akatsuki has been expanding rapidly and recruiting new personnel. When the wandering ninjas felt threatened, they began to annex the surrounding forces. This directly led to the fact that there were only these 2 forces left in the entire Rain Country. Peace is not far away. Have the weapons and medicines been distributed? Yahiko sat at the head seat, looking towards Kakuzu. In the past few months, he has successfully taken control of the team and his leadership position is unshakable. Everyone has sent it. Kakuzu's tone was stiff and his expression was not very good. With the rapid expansion in recent months, the team is growing bigger. How could he be happy with such a huge expense on weapons and medicines? I finally saved some money, but now I'm almost back to the days before liberation. That's good. Yahiko didn't care about Angle's sullen look, he knew that all misers were of the same character. Are there any new movements of those wandering ninjas recently? He turned around and asked Nono, now she is in charge of all intelligence matters. After the last battle, they have learned their lesson. Now the defense is tight, it will be difficult to launch a surprise attack again. The Akatsuki organization also launched a night raid on wandering ninjas not long ago, with fruitful results. If you can't attack by surprise, then fight them head on. Are you afraid of them? A big victory boosted Rain Shinobi's confidence. The person who spoke was the same Rain Shinobi who had previously tried to keep Yahiko and the others. His name is Daiki Nakamura, and he is now mainly responsible for commanding the former Rain Shinobi forces. That's right. We can defeat them head on. Yuichi Nagashima was the commander-in-chief selected from the newly recruited troops. Jonan's strength and his earth style is amazing. If Yahiko hadn't appreciated his talent, his heart would have probably been taken away by Kakuzu. It's good to have confidence, but we still can't be careless. Despise the enemy strategically, but take him seriously tactically. During this period, Yahiko's commanding qualities have become more and more complete, and his speech has become more organized. Stinking show-off. Conan was complaining, but he felt that Yahiko seemed even more attractive. It's going to be a tough battle, we have to be fully prepared. Regarding the deployment, we should stick to the original plan. Take care of your own people. I don't want to see anyone fail at a critical moment. After this battle, you will all be heroes. Peace in the Rain Kingdom is upon us. At this point, Yahiko slammed the chair heavily, feeling excited. After several months of hard work, we have finally reached this point. Victory is just around the corner. Chapter 348, the eve of the decisive battle. Is the meeting over? Before anyone could respond, Nagato lifted the curtain and walked in, which really spoiled the mood. That's all. Have you dealt with the wounded over there? Yahiko scratched her head in embarrassment. Nagato came at the perfect time. Can't you wait until you've finished pumping out the energy? Draw a few more delicious pancakes? Well, everything is settled. Nagato nodded. He was now in charge of the medical and logistics aspects. The reason why he didn't come to the meeting was because he needed to treat the injured ninja. Anyway, there was no need for him to speak at the meeting. Okay, let's all go. After being interrupted by Nagato, Yahiko had no interest in continuing the meeting. The important parts have been told, and the outcome of this war has already been determined. The only difference is how much effort the 5 of them need to put in. Yes, Master Yahiko. Several commanders left one after another, and soon there were only 5 of them left in the tent. Lord Yahiko, you are becoming more and more majestic. Conan stretched and started teasing Yahiko. In front of others, he is a leader. Behind others, he is his own Yahiko, that's all. Thank you for the compliment, Lord Conan. Yahiko cooperated very well and bowed slightly to Conan seriously. When will I be given a high position? Conan is not responsible for anything, which is also due to her own personality. She was happy and at ease, because no one dared to look down on her anyway. That's easy. I'll make you the leader's wife, what do you think? Yahiko walked over to Karakura and sat down next to Conan with a smirk, turning the tables on him. FKU, you're not serious. Conan's cheeks were slightly red, but she was still not as thick-skinned as she used to be. Madam Chief, this is a very high position. Nono made a surprised expression and teased Conan. Nagato sat down next to her, smiling. Power has not changed the way they get along with each other, everything remains the same as before. You are all in the same group, I will ignore you. Hurry up and talk about business. I'm anxious to go back to sleep. Conan made up a lame excuse and shrank his neck to try to change the subject. But Nono would not let her go so easily. As the chief's wife, I have to be with the chief, right? Are you in a hurry? Advertisement? Ha ha ha. After saying this, Nono couldn't help but laugh out loud. Stop talking. Conan covered his face fiercely, not knowing what he was thinking, and the redness instantly spread to his neck. You may say you don't want to, but your body is honest. Kakuzu saw everything Conan was doing and delivered a fatal blow at the right time. I'm afraid the little girl must be so happy that her heart is blooming? I'll fight you. Conan seemed to have his sore spot hit and became furious. He stood up and rushed over with bared teeth and claws, wanting to scratch Kakuzu's face. Alright, stop messing around. Yahiko hugged Conan around the waist. When will this job of peacemaker end? You're angry out of shame. Kakuzu shook his head smugly, adding fuel to the fire. Let me go. I'm going to fight him today. Conan, who was about to turn off the engine, jumped up in Yahiko's arms. If Yahiko hadn't held her tightly, she would have rushed into Kakuzu's face. If you say less, no one will think you are dumb. Nagato glared at Kakuzu helplessly. He was so old and yet he had no shame in bullying a child. Okay, you guys are a family. I shut up. Kakuzu curled his lips, perfectly illustrating what it means that there is always someone stronger than you. He was afraid of Nagato from the bottom of his heart. Even though he now has 5 hearts back, he still has no confidence that he can defeat Nagato. As time went on, he became more and more aware of Nagato's terrifying strength. Those mysterious eyes brought abilities beyond his comprehension. Nagato once again made Kakuzu realize clearly that hard work is no match for talent. His decades of hard work seemed like a joke in front of Nagato. The woman, Nagato called out to Conan, his tone slightly accusing. It can be considered as being fair and not blindly blaming Kakuzu. HMPH, Conan was very considerate, stamped his feet, and sat back down angrily. Okay, let's get down to business. Yahiko comforted Conan for a while and the topic began to get on track. Tomorrow's outcome is predetermined, but we still can't be careless. Kakuzu, feel free to let go tomorrow. Advertisement. Conan and I will provide support. No, you and Nagato will be in charge of the medical department. Try to limit the casualties. We are not saviors. Victories that come too easily are often not remembered, let alone cherished. Yahiko's voice was quiet, so these words could only be said in private. It's not that he is cruel, it's just that sometimes some sacrifices are necessary. As he said, they are not saviors. It is far from enough to rely on them alone for the future stability of the Rain Country. Only after experiencing pain will what you gain become more precious. New. Kakuzu twisted his neck and creaked, his eyes showing no change. For him, killing someone is just a matter of having a bounty or not having a bounty. I have organized a rescue team. Nagato has done a lot of preparation on his part, and he has a kind heart after all. Since we can't fight on the front line, we have to do the best rescue work. I see. Conan responded impatiently when he saw Yahiko looking at him. It was obvious that he was still angry. Yahiko didn't care, thinking that the temper would go away after a while. The spies have been sent out, and everything is normal at the moment. Nono had also made arrangements in advance, and the wandering ninjas didn't know yet that they would launch an attack tomorrow. Although sneak attacks are a bit difficult, you can still catch the opponent off guard. Very good, the battle tomorrow will decide the outcome. Then tell the teachers the good news. Yahiko could already imagine Chuan Feng's joy. Even though I can't see Chuan Feng, it's still good to transmit his voice through Katsuyu the Immortal. Good. Nagato and Conan agreed in unison. They haven't contacted Chuan Feng for such a long time. It's not that I don't miss you, I just want to make some achievements and then report the good news to my teacher. So that the teacher would know that his 3 disciples lived up to his expectations. Don't call me then, I'm afraid I won't be able to resist scolding him. The corners of Kakuzu's eyes twitched twice, and he gritted his teeth. If possible, he didn't want to have anything to do with Hatake Chuan Feng for the rest of his life. When I think of the dark life in the cell, I really want to kill Chuan Feng. Tisk. Who cares about calling you? Conan had calmed down by now and started to provoke again. Then I thank you. Kakuzu no longer had the mood to argue with her, and he got really angry when Chuan Feng was mentioned. Stop, let's go. Seeing that Conan was about to speak, Yahiko could only cover her forehead with her hands in pain, feeling indescribably helpless. Then the 5 people left one after another, and the pre-war meeting was basically concluded successfully. Chapter 349. Suppressed in one stroke. The next day, it was still dark. The Akatsuki organization's main force has been assembled. The wheel of history has been changed a little by Chuan Feng, but some things have also been retained. Yahiko was wearing a black robe with a stand-up collar, and there were no red clouds on it. There was a mass of darkness in front of him, and his clothes alone looked very imposing. This is the uniform of the first generation of Akatsuki organization. I don't know when these people made it. Set off. There was no pre-war mobilization. Following Yahiko's order, the large army moved forward in an orderly manner. They all knew what this battle meant. After today, there will only be one voice in the Rain Kingdom. The wind whistled past their ears as Yahiko and Conan walked in the center of the team. Kakuzu followed the vanguard, with Nono and Nagato at the rear. They all kept their responsibilities in mind. Lord Kakuzu, we're almost there. Nagashima Yuichi bravely stepped forward to talk to Kakuzu, although he still had some trauma in his heart. The feeling of facing the Shinigami is something I will never forget in my life. Prepare to attack. Kakuzu didn't even turn his head, he could already vaguely see the defenses of the wandering ninja ahead of him. Yes, Kakuzu-sama. A large group of ninjas responded in a deep voice. Nagashima Yuichi did not dare to be negligent. He drew the blade behind him and followed Kakuzu closely. Kakuzu's prestige is built entirely on blood. A few minutes later, the large force was getting closer and closer to the fortifications of the wandering ninjas. At the current distance, it would only take a few breaths to be discovered. Do it. Kakuzu gave the order and took the lead in attacking. The black lines on the 2 arms twisted into sharp blades and extended forward rapidly, piercing the throats of the 2 secret sentinels of the wandering ninja. The 2 sentries' pupils dilated, but they never said, "Enemy attack," out loud. As the bodies fell from the trees, the flares from the wandering ninjas were already blooming in the sky. Kill. When Nagashima Yuichi shouted, Kakuzu was no longer in front of him. There's a fight ahead. Yahiko jumped up while running and stood on the top of a big tree. The fortifications are well done. Conan was flapping his wings and accompanying Yahiko. Both of them could see that enemies were constantly coming out of the fortifications to fight, which greatly delayed their advance. It's just good, just watch me. Yahiko smiled mysteriously, and it was obvious that she was very confident. Conan didn't respond, just watched Yahiko fill the cup quietly. Water-style water-severing wave, advertisement. Yahiko is quite fast at making hand seals, and can complete complex hand seals in 2 seconds. As the seal was completed, a large amount of chakra gathered towards his mouth. He puffed up his cheeks and suddenly spit out a super high-pressure straight water column from his mouth like a sharp blade. The water column extended all the way to the wandering ninja's fortifications, directly piercing through a thick earth wall. Yahiko turned her head and a stream of water swept past. The defenses of the wandering ninjas were like shoddy work in front of the water-severing wave and were all torn into pieces. Good job, young man. Conan patted Yahiko's shoulder with a look of relief on his face. She knew that Yahiko and Nawaki learned water style, but she didn't know that they could use it to this extent. Besides being shocked, I also felt a little distressed. How much effort did Yahiko put in when she didn't even know it? It's all thanks to Lord Conan's leadership. Yahiko looked at her achievements with great pride, and played with Conan with a smile on her face. Of course not. Without me, you wouldn't be where you are today. Conan acted so arrogant that his nostrils seemed to be raised to the sky. You're really welcome, ha ha ha. Yahiko almost laughed when she saw Conan like this. Okay, we still need support. Conan felt a little embarrassed and became serious again. Yeah, you're right. Yahiko stopped laughing and looked towards the battlefield again. Oh, what kind of ninjutsu is this? Everyone squat down. Hurry up and save them. The wandering ninjas were thrown into chaos by Yahiko's water-severing wave. Behind the broken fortifications there were cries of grief and broken limbs and bodies everywhere. The blood gradually dyed the ground red. It was Lord Yahiko who took action. Everyone follow me. Nakamura Daiki looked back, his eyes full of admiration. This water style was too terrifying, and he had no idea what kind of water style it was. Not to mention him, even in Konoha, not many people knew Tobirama's forbidden technique. Rush. The remnants of Rain Shinobi were like chicken blood, and they were going to sell the new and old grudges today. Without fortifications, Akatsuki, with Kakuzu as the spearhead, quickly attacked the territory of the wandering ninjas. The two sides began the bloodiest hand-to-hand combat. Take away the wounded, and remember to finish off the enemy. Wherever there is a battle there will be casualties, and Nono begins to move with a rescue team. Remember to use a bandage to stop the bleeding first. Advertisement Nagato followed behind and added that he was afraid that some of the wounded would have bled to death when they were brought back. This makeshift rescue team is still far from professional. Yes, Nagato-sama. The rescue team was divided into groups of 2, and they ran very fast with a stretcher. When he saw one of his own lying on the ground, still breathing, he carried him up and left. If you come across a stray ninja who is still alive, it wouldn't be a big deal to just step on him a few times. It's a good job. Nono approached Nagato with a smile on his face. She had never thought of forming a rescue team. No, the training time is still too short. Nagato would frown from time to time as he watched the rescue teams coming and going. However, the training time was indeed short, so he couldn't blame them. I'll help you from now on, and everything will be fine. Stop frowning, it doesn't look good. Nono reached out and gently stroked Nagato's forehead. Good. Nagato looked up at Nono and was about to say something else when he was interrupted. Sir Nagato, this is almost gone. 2 members of the rescue team started shouting from a distance. What's going on? Let me take a look. Nagato went forward, followed closely by Nono. No heartbeat, weak breathing, dying. Nono came to a conclusion after a quick look. Let's go together. Nagato placed one hand on the wounded man's heart and the other on his severed limb to stop the bleeding. Nono responded by placing his hands on the wound, which were also flashing green light. Hiss, as the injured man's slight voice came, he opened his eyes and then fainted again from the pain. Okay, take it back, I'll be there soon. Nagato retracted his hands and finally pulled the man back from the Shinigami. Too bad I can't use Katsuyu. Only after the rescue members left did Nono dare to speak in a low voice. We work harder, it's the same. Nagato smiled bitterly. This was the only way to avoid being exposed. He knew that in a large-scale war, the role that Katsuyu Sage could play would be far greater than the 2 of them. Leave this to them, let's go back. Although Nono felt sorry for the wounded, they had a more important mission. For now, they have done enough. Walk. Nagato took one last deep look in the direction of the battlefield and left without looking back. Chapter 350 Peace in the Rain Country. The left line is unstoppable, but the right line is a little weak. Yahiko found the attack on the left very difficult and the advancement speed was very slow. That Kakuzu guy must be killing people on the left, how can it not be fast? Although Konan doesn't get along with Kakuzu, he still recognizes his strength. At least she knew that she was still far from being Kakuzu's opponent. That's about it. We'll go to the right line first, then meet up with the center line and make the move. Yahiko first confirmed Konan's guess before giving a plan of action. No problem, I'll take you there. Before Yahiko could agree, Konan came behind him and hugged him directly with his arms through his armpits. Flying is faster than walking, don't let go. It wasn't the first time that Yahiko was carried away by Konan. After being caught off guard at the beginning, she quickly calmed down. Let go and smash me into a pulp. Konan shook deliberately, but it didn't scare Yahiko at all. Over there, throw me over there. As they got closer to the battlefield, Yahiko began to command Konan. Go ahead. Konan lowered his altitude, threw Yahiko forward, and kicked him in the butt mischievously. Stinky Yahiko, just keep your head against your chest. Water style. Water blade slash. Yahiko pulled out a kunai in midair and wrapped the entire kunai with water attribute chakra. With the acceleration from top to bottom, Yahiko landed with great force. Several stray ninjas in front of him had half of their heads chopped off, and a lucky spectator was trampled to death. Yahiko is an adult. The Akatsuki members who were rescued were all extremely surprised. Follow me. Yahiko had a stern face and took the lead and rushed into the battle circle again. Paper style. Paper spear. Konan did not stand idly by, launching indiscriminate attacks on the densely populated areas of wandering ninjas in the air. The spear made of paper pieces does not look sharp, but it is incredibly powerful. A large number of spears poured down from the air, making a sharp sound of breaking through the air. Bang bang bang, explosions rang out one after another, and a round of paper spears had much more effect than Yahiko. A large hole was blown open in the rogue ninja's body, and members of the Akatsuki organization swarmed in. With the addition of Yahiko and Konan, the left line's forward speed has been greatly improved. The wandering Jonin who had rushed over, thinking that there would be less pressure on the right line, were completely unable to stop the Akatsuki's offensive. Several wandering Jonin were soon defeated in the northwest by the joint attack of Konan and Yahiko. Fire the flare. Advertisement. Seeing that there were not many enemies ahead, Yahiko ordered his men to release a rally signal flare. This was agreed upon in advance, and in the end they would gather at the center line to wipe out the wandering ninjas in one fell swoop. Yes, Master Yahiko. A member of the Akatsuki organization wiped the blood off his face, took out a flare from his ninja tool bag and set it off. Purple flares bloomed in the sky and lingered for a long time. Lord Kakuzu, it's time to gather at the center line. Nagashima Yuichi killed several stray ninjas in front of him and came to a place not far from Kakuzu, keeping a safe distance. He was really afraid that Kakuzu would get so angry that he would kill himself. I see. Kakuzu retracted the black thread that pierced through several stray ninjas, and there was no emotion in his words. Without receiving the order to set off, Nagashima Yuichi did not dare to act on his own. There were only corpses everywhere except Kakuzu and him. Let's go too. Kakuzu looked up and saw that there were only a few forces left that could resist. Yes, Kakuzu-sama. Nagashima Yuichi was really afraid that Kakuzu would not obey his orders, and then he would have no way to deal with it. Walk. Kakuzu set off first, followed by a large group of people. Soon the rescue team was the only one still running on the left line. Hey, there's a big fish here. Kakuzu stopped and pulled out a small notebook from his pocket. He expertly flipped to the middle page and compared it with the ninja in front of him who was fighting with Yahiko. Yes, 30 million. For the first time in a long time, Nagashima Yuichi saw a happy smile from the heart on Kakuzu's face. Lightning-style pseudo-darkness. After confirming the target, Kakuzu casually fired a lightning style. Are you going to kill me? Yahiko was in close combat with his opponent and barely managed to dodge it. He dodged in an undignified manner, climbed up and yelled at Kakuzu. If you can't even dodge this, you'd better die. Kakuzu doesn't give face to anyone except Nagato. With a sneer on his face, he didn't plan to waste any more time talking to Yahiko and went straight towards the wandering ninja who was not yet dead. This guy. Yahiko looked at Kakuzu hatefully, full of anger. It turns out that only one's own strength is the most reliable thing. Nagato can't protect them forever. When I am stronger than him, I will beat him up severely. He glanced again at the wandering ninja who had been hit head-on by a pseudo-dark attack, and it was obvious that he was not going to survive. You have to know that pseudo-dark's power is enough to match that of 2 Reikari. It's a great strength that he didn't die on the spot. Advertisement, I'll take your head. Kakuzu grabbed the wandering ninja's hair, grinned, and cut off his head. 30 million in hand, so happy. Yahiko, their leader is trying to escape. At this moment, Konan's voice was heard, and he landed next to Yahiko. Where? Chase. Yahiko didn't have time to get mad at Kakuzu. Over there, I'm with you. Konan set sail again in a hurry. She had a good view while flying in the air. Yuichi, I'll leave this to you. Yahiko said hello and sped off. After a long time, following Konan's guidance, Yahiko finally stopped the leader of the wandering ninjas in a dense forest. He doesn't have much bloodline on him, and it seems that he ran away when he saw the situation was not right. But it's okay, there are no guards around. Let me go, I promise not to come back after I leave. The leader looked at the 2 people in front of him, one tall and one short, his face tense and a slightly pleading look in his eyes. They're just a group of rabble, and even if he is the leader, he doesn't have much backbone. Moreover, he had seen Yahiko and Konan in action and knew that they were both very strong. You're dreaming. You know how much evil you have done. Konan spoke first and refused sternly. Although she is not a messenger of justice, the wandering ninjas do make life miserable for the civilians of the Rain Country. The evil deeds committed one after another are too numerous to list. They're just untouchables, no need to get angry. Please let me go. I still have some money. The leader didn't care and took out several stacks of banknotes from his pocket. In his mind, what would it matter if all these people of the Rain Country were killed? This little money is not enough to buy your life. Yahiko suppressed his anger, and veins on his fists bulged beneath his black robe. He really wanted to beat this B***** D to death. Too little. That's easy. The chief thought he had a way out, and hurriedly took out several stacks of banknotes. With a flattering smile on his face, he threw all the money on the ground. A rough look shows that it is nearly 10 million. Even if you die, the money will be mine. Before Yahiko could say anything, Konan had already launched his attack. This time, money doesn't seem so important. Konan's thousands of paper rolls fell like heavy rain, and the big banknotes were broken and scattered all over the ground. Chapter 351. End of the war. How many more are there? In the makeshift medical center, Nagato is performing surgery on a seriously injured person. Sir Nagato, this is the last batch. The battle is over. Lord Yahiko has killed the enemy leader. The 2 rescue team members could not hide their excitement in their voices. They won, and from now on the Rain Country belongs to the Akatsuki organization, to them. I know. Go ahead and get busy. Nagato showed no surprise or joy on his face and did not stop the treatment. Everything was as expected. Yes, Nagato-sama. The 2 of them left quickly. Although they were physically exhausted, they were extremely excited. Yahiko and the others should be back soon. Do you need help? Nono finished the work at hand and walked over to Nagato. It's almost here. You take a break, I'll be done soon. Nagato looked back at Nono with a smile on his face. He could already sense the presence of Yahiko and Konan. I am a little tired. I can't compare with you. Nono didn't care whether it was dirty or not and just sat cross-legged on the ground. Her face was slightly pale and her chakra was greatly depleted. Compared to Nagato, her total chakra amount is far behind. Not only has Nagato treated more people than her, but he also doesn't seem tired at all. What's the comparison? We are all saving lives. After the treatment, Nagato skillfully bandaged the wounded. Let's take it away. With a wave of his hand, someone carried the wounded away, and then another person was carried in front of Nagato. He had informed the rescue team in advance, as he knew Nono could not handle the treatment of so many people. I'll take your place after I rest. Nono felt a little apologetic and reached for the tool bag behind his waist while speaking. No, I can do it. Nagato held Nono's hand before checking the injured in front of him. He guessed that Nono wanted to eat the Bingliang pills. Although this thing can restore chakra, it is not completely without side effects. It would accelerate the aging of women. This was the little knowledge Tsunade had told him. All right. Nono took his hand back angrily, like a child who had done something wrong. You're already great, I'm just a little special. Nagato knew that as a member of the Uzumaki clan, he was born with a chakra amount far exceeding that of ordinary people. This is something most people can't envy. I know, red hair. Advertisement. Nono didn't mention any names, but she had already received a lot of information about the Uzumaki clan. Born with huge chakra amount, powerful sealing skills, keen perception, etc. Sir Nagato, it hurts. The wounded man's weak voice interrupted their conversation. Sorry, I almost forgot. Nagato scratched his head awkwardly, looking embarrassed. Nono looked at Nagato's expression and burst out laughing. It's great to have him around. I can't save my hand, but I can save my life. Nagato didn't wait for the wounded man's reply, he just cut off the severed limb with some skin still left. The wounded man felt like crying as he looked at his arm thrown aside. Am I disabled now? Did I disturb Lord Nagato? Originally he still had a glimmer of fantasy, but now he has completely faced the reality. It's a blessing in disguise, at least I don't have to die. Okay, take it away. Nagato handled the situation neatly and the injured man was then carried away. We're back. The voice came before Yahiko and Konan arrived. Konan sounded particularly happy. Where did you get your windfall? Nono didn't stand up, just sat on the ground and looked at Konan with a smile. Dang dang dang. Konan pulled out a wad of large bills from his pocket and waved it in front of everyone like he was presenting a treasure. Although most of the money was destroyed in the battle, it is better than nothing. This money is enough to keep Konan happy for a long time. You really know her well. Yahiko reached out to grab it, but Konan dodged it. The little money grubber will only be so happy when he sees money. Nono touched Konan thoroughly. Nonsense, I'm happy to see you guys too. Konan came and sat cross-legged next to Nono. His Tsunade expression was so adorable. Kakuzu? Nagato looked at the two carefully, confirming that they were not injured before asking about Kakuzu. Don't mention him. He almost killed me too. Speaking of Kakuzu, Yahiko gets furious. Thinking of that scene before, I still feel scared. If I hadn't dodged it, I wouldn't have died with Nagato around, but I would have been injured at least. That guy is so abominable. Konan was outraged and spoke up for Yahiko, and both of them cursed Kakuzu countless times on the way. What's going on? Advertisement. Nagato frowned. What outrageous thing had Kakuzu done again? After Konan finished his exaggerated story, Nagato finally understood what happened. I'll look for him when he comes back. Nagato intends to give Kakuzu a warning. Yahiko is also his Achilles heel. Forget it, I'll get this back myself later. Yahiko rejected Nagato's kindness because he didn't believe that he would always be suppressed by Kakuzu. One day, he would teach Kakuzu a lesson himself. Good. Nagato nodded and agreed immediately. He could guess what Yahiko was thinking. But it is still necessary to teach Kakuzu a lesson. At worst, we can just keep Yahiko from knowing about it. After all, Kakuzu's behavior was too dangerous, and he would never allow this to happen again. Even if it wasn't Yahiko, he didn't want to see a teammate who killed his teammates like grass. This is different from the treatment of Kakuzu in the original work. He won't run away, will he? Nono didn't really trust Kakuzu, and didn't care whether he stayed or not. I didn't see him after the battle. I heard from Nagashima Yuichi that he went to collect the bounty. Oh, never mind him, what a nasty fellow. Konan now wishes Kakuzu would never come back, because then he would be in charge of all the money from now on. Hey, he can't bear to leave now. Yahiko scoffed, feeling very relieved about Kakuzu. Based on his understanding of Kakuzu, he would make money in the future, so how could he possibly slip away? Then we should go to the nearest money exchange. This wasn't the first time Kakuzu went out to collect bounties, and Nagato was too lazy to spend any energy monitoring him. If he really leaves, then leave, but if you meet him next time, don't blame him for being cruel and ruthless. What about casualties? Yahiko hasn't had time to count yet, so it seems more convenient to ask Nagato. More than 100 people died in the battle, about 80 were seriously injured and retired, and there were countless minor injuries. The last batch of wounded had been delivered, and Nagato was well aware of the data. Currently, there are only about 2,000 ninjas in the entire Rain country. The casualties this time have exceeded 1/10, which is quite a big number. Yahiko hesitated for a moment before continuing. I plan to choose a place to build our own ninja village. Rain Shinobi Village is a thing of the past, we need to move on. Take the remains of the dead back to build a memorial. Calm the people first, and then do something big after the repairs are done. As Yahiko looks to the future, the burden on his shoulders becomes heavier and heavier. Not only must he be worthy of his teacher, but he must also be worthy of his subordinates and the people of the Rain Country. I'll do whatever you say. Nagato and the other two looked at Yahiko's energetic appearance and felt motivated. Chapter 352 Shaoyun Village Konoha, Hokage Building. Hokage-sama, this is something new. Shota looked at the document in front of him, the corners of his mouth raised sharply. What is it? Tsunade was feeling a little tired, so he put down his pen and looked at Shota. A new ninja village has been established in the Rain Country. Akatsuki Village. Shota threw the document over and Tsunade caught it steadily. The news is a bit late. Tsunade gave an imperceptible smile, and seemed to be blaming the slow pace of the information. On the night of the unification of the Rain Kingdom, Yahiko and the other two had a long-distance conversation through the immortal Katsuyu, Chuan Feng and his family. She knew that Yahiko and the others were going to establish a new ninja village, but she didn't expect it to happen so soon. All in all, it hasn't been more than a week till today. Haha, yeah, I'm being nosy. It took Shota a moment to react. How could Tsunade not know? They're doing a good job. If there are any supplies you need, try to get them there quietly. Tsunade knew that the Rain Country had been in chaos for many years, and now Yahiko and the others would definitely need a lot of supplies to rebuild the Rain Country. No problem, leave it to me. Shota agreed readily because he knew that Yahiko and the others would never betray Konoha. Without any personal feelings involved, this is a project worth investing in. I'm so tired. I'm going out for a walk. Tsunade stood up and twisted her neck, heading out the door. Take care. Shota probably guessed what Tsunade was going to do and didn't say much. She is obviously very happy, but she has to hold it back. I really don't understand what women are thinking. No wonder I'm still single. Thinking of this, Shota sighed and shook his head, then continued to deal with his work. Tsunade left the Hokage building with a clear goal, heading straight for the ninja school. He smiled all the way and walked briskly. Having forgotten how many times he greeted passersby, Tsunade finally arrived at the gate of the ninja school. The guard saw Tsunade and immediately stepped forward to open the door. Hokage-sama, what brings you here? His voice was loud and clear, and as soon as he spoke, everyone knew that the Hokage had arrived. The teachers taught more seriously and the children stopped falling asleep. Why are you shouting so loudly? Is the principal here? Tsunade rolled her eyes, she wasn't here to inspect the work. Is it necessary to tip off like this? Yes, Master Chuan Feng has never left the school. The guard was very sure about what he said. How could an ordinary person like him know that Chuan Feng had to go through the main gate if he wanted to go there? Okay, go do your thing. Tsunade obviously didn't trust him, and she just asked casually. She could understand Chuan Feng, the one who couldn't sit still, even though he was not in school. Okay. Advertisement. The guard closed the door and went back to his little room to sit down. Tsunade was in no hurry and walked slowly towards the principal's office. On the way, I also said hello to Kakashi, as their class was having a practical class. A group of 3 was fighting fiercely. Kakashi, Hong, and Lin versus Guy, Asuma, and Obito. During the fight, Kakashi still had the energy to exchange glances with his aunt, and it was obvious that they had the advantage. After standing there for a while, Tsunade just kept shaking her head. There was no coordination between these people at all, it was simply 3 groups fighting individually. What are you fighting about? Are you guys supposed to fight alone? You are a team, you have to cooperate, do you understand? Cooperate? When Suzuki Osamu saw Tsunade shaking his head and leaving, he roared loudly, and his saliva almost sprayed on several people. The purpose of arranging them to fight in groups of 3 is to cultivate team cooperation. Except for Obito and Rin, the personal styles of these 6 people are very strong. There is not even the slightest sense of cooperation. I understand. The 6 Kakashi responded in unison, and their attitude began to improve slightly. At this time, Tsunade was already outside the principal's office. Without knocking, she pushed the door open and walked in. Why are you here? Chuan Feng stood up from his chair and pretended to be surprised. In fact, he had already seen Tsunade, and was just watching Kakashi and the others fighting from the window. Come and see our busy man. Tsunade was also merciless when teasing Chuan Feng. I work so hard, but this guy is so cool. Thank you for your hard work, my wife. Chuan Feng walked up to Tsunade, put his arm around her shoulders, and pushed her to sit in the boss chair. Then he started kneading Tsunade's shoulders and neck. That's it, try harder. Tsunade closed her eyes and enjoyed herself for a moment, feeling relaxed. It wasn't long before Chuan Feng started to act up. Where are you touching? This is school. Tsunade slapped Chuan Feng's hands away from his body and turned back to glare at him. This is shameless. Isn't this a habit? Chuan Feng apologized with a wry smile. He was indeed used to it. I couldn't help but want to touch something. Okay, you don't have to press it. Would you like to hear some good news? Tsunade turned around in her chair and faced Chuan Feng. Why, you're pregnant. Chuan Feng's eyes lit up. Could it be that he was going to be a father again? What are you thinking about? I told you not to have children for the time being. Tsunade rolled her eyes. It was already enough to worry about one Genji, and if there was another one it would be even more troublesome. Advertisement, what's that? The light in Chuan Feng's eyes faded, he actually still wanted a daughter. It's an old idea that having both a son and a daughter makes a good couple. Yahiko and the others have already established a new ninja village. Your disciple has also become a Kage. Tsunade didn't keep a secret and stared at Chuan Feng without blinking. As expected of me as your disciple, ha ha ha. Chuan Feng put his hands on his hips, raised his head and laughed 3 times in a very childish way. The word, smug, was almost written on his face, and he was far from being as calm as Tsunade after learning the information. Yes, it's all your credit. Tsunade couldn't bear to see his expression and instantly turned into a yin-yang master. Besides bringing them back to Konoha, Hatake Chuan Feng, have you made so many other great contributions, don't you know? Basically, they're just hands-off bosses and may not teach as much as I do. I dare not take credit for it, you have a part to play in this. Chuan Feng was very sensible and hid his ugly face in time. You're right. Tsunade was full of pride and agreed without hesitation. Putting aside other things, how could Nagato, who is so outstanding, not need my guidance? That's definitely true. My wife is the best. Chuan Feng licked people's faces and flattered them without any shame. Since you are so sensible, I will reward you tonight. Tsunade stretched out her index finger and lifted Chuan Feng's chin, looking very charming. I want big wings, and I want a tattoo. Chuan Feng rubbed his hands, his pig-like appearance was clearly revealed. You're asking for too much. Tsunade rolled her eyes in annoyance again. Adding an inch to the inch was not enough to describe Chuan Feng's greed. Chuan Feng just smiled slyly and didn't say anything. I don't want to bother with you, I'm going back to work. After all, the documents had not been processed yet and Tsunade couldn't stay too long. After saying that, he stood up and prepared to leave. I'll take you there. Chuan Feng followed closely behind Tsunade, he was really free. You stay here, I'll go by myself. Tsunade straightened her clothes and walked out the door without looking back. Don't forget my reward. Chuan Feng looked at Tsunade's departing back and did not forget to remind her. Fortunately, there was no one in the corridor, otherwise Tsunade would have been embarrassed. Even if others don't understand, she feels a little embarrassed. The reward is cancelled. Tsunade glared at Chuan Feng viciously and left quickly. Once you say it, it's not up to you. Chuan Feng muttered nonchalantly and returned to his seat, feeling indescribably comfortable. Chapter 353. Rain Tiger Freedom Technique. Why does the rain never stop falling in this rainy country? It was cold and wet, and it was such a horrible feeling. 3 men and 1 woman were traveling through the dense forests of the Rain Kingdom, and one of the men kept complaining. The 4 of them were wearing raincoats and Second Shinobi Village forehead protectors, and did not try to hide their figures. It is indeed a bit uncomfortable to come to the rain country from the dry wind country. This time they came to make friends with the Akatsuki village under the orders of the 4th Kage Rasa. After the end of World War II, Second Shinobi Village has been recuperating and has not interfered with the chaotic Rain Kingdom. However, he could not help but pay attention to the unified Rain Kingdom. One more ally is always better than one more enemy. The top management of Second Shinobi Village has always felt that if it weren't for the battles with Hanzo of the Salamander during World War II, things might not be so bad now. Just think about why it is called the Rain Country. The only female ninja adjusted the brim of her hat, but her brows were still furrowed. I never want to come to this damn place again. The 3 team members were all very angry. Why did they have to take on such a crappy task? Okay, stop complaining. I'll treat you guys to some drinks and a bath in the pool when I get back. The captain sounded helpless, he didn't want to do such a thankless task. Even if an alliance is reached, it is at most a verbal agreement, and if problems arise in the future, you may have to take the blame yourself. I'm so unlucky to be assigned such a crappy task. Captain is awesome. Captain is so nice. The captain is the most handsome. The 3 team members immediately smiled and started to flatter him. As Chunin, they don't think as deeply as the captain, and their complaints are just simple complaints. Hurry up and get going. The captain smiled bitterly and shook his head, wishing he could be as heartless as them. Yes. The 4 of them gradually increased their speed and continued to move deeper into the rain country. Most of the villages along the way are repaired houses and some newly built small houses. Occasionally, passers-by also had smiles on their faces. All this proves that the Rain Kingdom, which has been in chaos for many years, has finally regained peace. The teacher is right. Someone sent money. Nagato's mouth corners slightly raised, and through the feedback of the rain he sensed 4 unfamiliar chakras. This is his latest secret technique developed, the Rain Tiger Freedom Technique. He merges his own chakra into the rain, and every drop of rain that falls during this technique will be closely connected to his perception. Once a strange ninja enters the rain country, he will not be able to escape his perception. This is also because the rain country has just stabilized and needs to be wary of people with ulterior motives. Then how do you know it wasn't an intruder? Conan looked innocent, she didn't believe that anyone would rush to give her money. At least she would never do something like giving money. Don't worry, you'll know soon. Advertisement. Yahiko looked at Conan lovingly and smiled. Boom boom boom. Just a few seconds after Yahiko finished speaking, there was a knock on the door of Xiaoying's temporary office. Enter. Yahiko was still wearing her Akatsuki robes, her Akatsuki uniform not yet completed. Lord Yahiko, 4 Sand Shinobi are heading towards our Akatsuki village with great fanfare. Do you need to stop it? There's a cloud engraved on the forehead protector of this ninja's right arm, which is the symbol of Akatsuki. No need, send someone to contact them. Be nicer, eat and drink enough, then bring them to see me. Chuan Feng had already informed Yahiko and the others, and now they're here to form an alliance just to give money. When it comes to the god of wealth, of course you can't stop him. Yes, Master Yahiko. Xiao Ren took the order and left, not forgetting to close the door behind him. Well, am I right? Nagato only acts so proud in front of them? Yes, Nagato is the best. Conan pouted and was very perfunctory. If you don't need your brain, you can donate it. Kakuzu's light words immediately ignited the flames of war. Who are you saying has a bad brain? You are not smart, your whole family is not smart. Conan's fighting ability when it comes to swearing is undoubtedly low, but his momentum is barely passable. She stood up with her hands on her hips, looking like a pretty little shrew. Whoever speaks up will speak to him. Kakuzu didn't even bother to look at Conan. He continued with the next sentence slowly, which made Conan very angry. Ha ha ha, I'm sorry, I couldn't help it. Nono laughed out loud. Even though he had seen it many times, he still found it funny. Sister Nono, why are you laughing at me too? Conan immediately looked at Nono with grievance. Ahem, I'm not laughing at you, I just thought of something funny. Nono stopped smiling and began to defend himself. I don't believe it, I won't pay any attention to you. Conan looked at Yahiko and Nagato again, and no one spoke up for him. The anger in my heart has begun to explode. Okay, don't talk nonsense later. I want some more money to share with you. Yahiko winked at Kakuzu, telling him not to add fuel to the fire. You are fine, but in the end I will have to bear everything. Kakuzu smiled disdainfully and finally stopped talking. Advertisement, then I'll reluctantly forgive you. Conan rolled his eyes. Fortunately this loss was not in vain. Sand Shinobi is indeed the most impatient, it's a pity that they are not very wealthy. Nagato's tone was a little sad, he knew that Sand Shinobi village was the poorest of the 5 major ninja villages. You're wrong, then. Nano's words aroused Nagato's curiosity. After a pause, she continued. 4th Kage Rasa may not be as strong as 3rd Kage, but his money-making skills are top-notch. In recent years, gold mining in the desert has made a lot of money. It's just that they made a fortune quietly and the news didn't spread. Nono has learned a lot of secrets during his years of spy career. I see. Nagato suddenly realized, he didn't expect magnet style to be used in this way. A lean camel is bigger than a horse. Even without this trick, Sand Shinobi village is stronger than us. Yahiko hit the nail on the head. The Rain country is truly poor and destitute right now. The little money Kakuzu had was not enough to support large-scale construction. That's true. Nono agreed with Yahiko's point of view. After all, it is one of the 5 major ninja villages. Don't talk so much nonsense. When someone comes, I'll just detain him. Kakuzu has always been violent and even thought of kidnapping and demanding a ransom. This train of thought is unique. Your brain isn't much better. How much are 4 Sand Shinobi worth? Nagato immediately retorted, how dare you say that others are not smart enough? Kakuzu hesitated to speak, then decided to give up. My wounds haven't healed yet, so a wise man shouldn't suffer loss in front of him. Can't I avoid it if I can't afford to defend it? Nagato is right. Conan echoed before reacting. It seemed that Nagato also felt that his brain was not very clear. The originally happy expression became frustrated again. There's no need to detain people. Whether it's worth it or not is another matter, but it's not worth it to defend the Sand Shinobi village. Don't worry about it when the time comes. Leave it to us. Yahiko was afraid that Kakuzu might make trouble, so she made sure to greet him. Then I'll just collect the money, Kakuzu said stiffly, and walked away after saying this. What are you so proud of? Conan muttered again at Kakuzu's back. This made everyone present burst into laughter. Chapter 354. Except all one. Stop. Captain Sand Shinobi gestured and stopped moving forward. There were several Akatsuki ninjas blocking his way, and the one leading them was the man who reported to Yahiko. Akatsuki village, Jonin Yamaguchi Kappe. You have come all the way from the Kingdom of Wind. What brings you here? Katsuhira first gave his name to show that he had no ill intentions. Sand Shinobi village, Jonin Yoshinohara. I am here to congratulate you on the order of the 4th Kage. Congratulations on the establishment of Akatsuki village. Yoshino's polite words came out naturally without any trace of affectation. Even if we were to talk about an alliance, it would be impossible to talk to a Jonin. 4th Kage, you're too polite. You are guests from afar, and we in Shounen village will definitely treat you well. We still have some distance to go, let us lead the way. Katsuhira followed Yahiko's instructions and his attitude was indeed good. Thanks. After the two sides exchanged polite words, the two teams merged into one and continued towards Akatsuki village. By the time we arrived at Akatsuki village, it was already dark. The ninja village is newly built, please forgive us if we are not welcoming enough. Katsuhira had a smiling face and busy figures could be seen everywhere in the ninja village. You are being harsh, we are sorry for disturbing you. I wonder if Master Ying is available to see us now? Yoshino was eager to meet Yahiko immediately to discuss the alliance and then retreat. Don't worry, go eat first. You must be hungry after running around for so long. Katsuhira didn't wait for Yoshino's response and led the way to a barbecue restaurant. Team leader. The three Chunin called out when they saw Yoshino didn't move. Hey, follow me. Yoshino himself couldn't find Yahiko, so he could only take the lead and follow Kappe's footsteps. Besides, he was really a little hungry. A brand new barbecue restaurant that mainly serves game. At this stage, the Rain Country cannot supply large quantities of farmed meat. The conditions are not good, I can only take you to eat something casually. Kappe handed the menu to Yoshino, being very polite. Thanks. Yoshino didn't bother to look at it carefully. He ordered some fairly common game dishes, and then they found an empty table and sat down. Unable to resist Kappe's enthusiasm, Yoshino and the other three drank some wine reluctantly. Because the two sides were not in a hostile relationship, they were already very familiar with each other when they went out. At least that's what it looks like on the surface. Only God knows what's going on in their mind. Advertisement, Katsuhira-kun, please arrange it. I want to meet Master Xiaoying as soon as possible. After all, I have official business to attend to. Yoshino and Katsuhira hooked their arms around each other's shoulders, their cheeks flushed. It's getting late now, and I see you're tired. Why don't you take a bath first, rest up and see you tomorrow. Katsudera said he was discussing something with Yoshino, but he was actually pulling him towards the hot spring shop. How can I let you spend money again? Please inform me first. Yoshino stumbled forward, his resistance not so obvious. You reek of alcohol, it's inappropriate. I think we'll see each other tomorrow. Katsudera took advantage of the victory and continued to increase his strength, pushing Yoshino forward. That's not good, it's too expensive. It's so comfortable. In the hot spring pool, Yoshino stretched his arms over the edge of the pool, looking very comfortable. Yoshino-kun, don't worry, I will make sure you see our Master Xiaoying tomorrow. Katsuhira was afraid that Yoshino might be worried, so he patted his chest. Then I'll leave it to Katsuhira-kun. Yoshino no longer had the heart to see Yahiko. The fatigue from the long journey was completely relieved at this moment. After taking a bath, Kappe personally escorted Yoshino and the other three to the guest room before leaving. The next day, I took them to have breakfast before going to Xiaoying's office. Boom boom boom, come in. Yahiko's voice came from inside the house. Master Yahiko, this is the messenger from Second Shinobi Village. Come to congratulate the establishment of our Akatsuki village. Katsuhira took the lead into the house and bowed to Yahiko. Welcome. Feng is so polite, please take a seat. Yahiko stood up with a warm smile and motioned for Yoshino and the others to sit down. Second Shinobi Village, Yoshinohara and his subordinates meet Master Akane. Yoshino glanced at Yahiko quickly and then looked down again. There was a hint of shock in his eyes, he didn't expect that the shadow of Akatsuki village was so young. No need to be polite, sit down and talk. At Yahiko's invitation again, Yoshino and his four companions sat down opposite Nagato and his companions. Then I will take my leave first. Advertisement. Katsuhei and Yoshino nodded slightly and left first. Snap, as the door closed, Yoshino's heart was in his throat. He always felt weird. Looking at the smiles of Yahiko and the others, he had the illusion of being a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth. Yoshino-kun, these people are the elders of my Akatsuki village. Yahiko did not introduce them one by one, but simply mentioned them and continued to talk to herself. I am a straightforward person, please forgive me if I am offended in any way. I'm afraid you guys are here for more than just congratulations, right? After Yahiko sat down, she supported her chin with one hand and stared straight at Yoshinohara. Master Xiaoying has a keen eye. Coming here to congratulate you is only one of the reasons. As for the second one, I will explain it later. It is our Lord Kage who wants to form an alliance with your Akatsuki village. We are all neighbors, and we can discuss anything together in the future. After all, the current ninja world is just looking at peace. What do you think of this idea? Yoshino saw that Yahiko spoke directly to the point without hiding anything. Let's discuss it together, is of course a nice way of saying it, but in fact, they just want the Akatsuki village to become their younger brother. You are just a small ninja village in the Rain Country, and we are giving you face by joining our alliance. However, these innermost thoughts were not shown on his face. Lord Yahiko, I think this is a good idea. Nono was the first to respond, looking as if he couldn't wait to agree. Yoshino was immediately overjoyed. He didn't expect that the elders of Akatsuki village would agree with him as soon as he opened his mouth. It looks like this mission is a sure thing. It's good. But our Akatsuki village is in ruins now. Even if there are any changes in the ninja world, we want to help the Second Shinobi village, but we are powerless. Yahiko frowned, looking undecided. Master Xiaoying, you don't have to worry about this. Since we are forming an alliance, we will naturally help Akatsuki village in its current predicament. Yoshino had obtained some authority before coming, and Luo Sha knew what it meant to do nothing without benefits. It is impossible to make the Akatsuki village obedient without spending any blood. Thank you very much. Yahiko was overjoyed. This Yoshino didn't seem to be very smart and should be easy to fool. You're too polite. Helping each other is the most basic trust between allies. Yoshino smiled as if his mission was accomplished. I think we should forget it, we need a lot of money. I don't think it's appropriate to make Sand Shinobi Village bleed for no reason and take advantage of them. When Nagato said this, Yoshino's expression changed immediately. What kind of person is this? He doesn't even want free money. Chapter 355. Accept all too. No, you're wrong to say that. That's not even a question of taking advantage. We in Sand Shinobi Village are always sincere to our allies. We may need the help of Akatsuki Village in the future. Yoshino stood up anxiously, and if he had spoken faster he would have said that you had to take the money even if you didn't want it. I am so touched when Yoshino-kun said that. I have already felt the sincerity of the noble ninja village. Yahiko suppressed her smile and pretended to be touched. But this is indeed not a small amount of money. Sand Shinobi Village has not been rich since World War II. How can you only care about our own ninja village? Nagato acted like a traitor who was thinking about Sand Shinobi Village, but he didn't win any gratitude from Yoshino. How did such a person become a veteran? If it were in our Sand Shinobi Village, I'm afraid only the brains would be left after killing and feeding the scorpions. Well, Yahiko sighed, looking extremely conflicted. That indecisive look made Yoshino even more angry. He is really a talker and a jerk. How can he have any authority at all? Lord Yahiko, the benefits of an alliance outweigh the disadvantages. Sand Shinobi Village came here with good intentions. I don't think we should let Kazekage-sama down. As for the aid, just a token of appreciation will do. Konan can only say things that go against her conscience for the sake of acting. She just hopes to make as much money as possible. Yes, Master Xiaoying. The alliance is definitely a beneficial thing for both of us. As for assistance, we at Sand Shinobi Village will spare no effort. Yoshino thought that finally a smart person had appeared, and he had no idea that he was being led by the nose. That's not good. Nagato's words sounded very familiar to Yoshino. Nagato, stop talking. Since Sand Shinobi Village is so sincere, I will make this alliance even if there is no assistance. Yahiko interrupted Nagato and finally gave an answer that satisfied Yoshino. Master Xiaoying, you are wise. I will return to the village to report to Lord Fengying, and someone will contact me for follow-up matters. Yoshino was afraid that Yahiko would go back on her word, so he just settled the matter. That's easy. I understand that it has to be kept secret. Yahiko had an ambiguous smile on her face and looked a little unintelligent. I wonder how much money the noble ninja village can provide. At this point, Kakuzu finally spoke his first words. Didn't I just tell you that it's okay even if there's no assistance? Yahiko's smile immediately fell. This was how she should look when being slapped in the face in public by her subordinates. Master Xiaoying, there is no need to be angry. This gentleman is also outspoken. Advertisement, how could my Sand Shinobi Village not aid our allies? Yoshino instead comforted Yahiko, saying that the mission had been accomplished and it was time for him to relax. I'm sorry to have made you laugh at me, Yoshino-kun. Kakuzu is from a small town, so he is a bit greedy for money. Yahiko put on a smile and apologized, being very humble. No, Lord Kakuzu is just like that. Yoshino was secretly shocked, although he didn't know Kakuzu, he had heard of his name. I didn't expect that there is such a ruthless person in Akatsuki Village. I must report it to Lord Kazekage when I go back. So how much aid are you guys at Sand Shinobi Village going to provide? Kakuzu acted completely in his true colors and ignored Yahiko's words. I can't say how much more, but 100 million is no problem. Yoshino was full of confidence, and 100 million was not even the upper limit given by Lord Kazekage. I thought you were so rich. The one over there in Konoha is more generous than you. Kakuzu smiled disdainfully, not taking the 100 million funds seriously at all. Kakuzu, what nonsense are you talking about? Go back to sleep if you're not awake yet. Yahiko was shocked at first, then she started to yell. Just based on this change in expression, he is undoubtedly the MVP of the game. The Akatsuki village is still in contact with Konoha? Yoshino's face changed instantly. Konoha was a nightmare to the Sand Shinobi village. Konoha almost destroyed the entire Sand Shinobi village. No, absolutely not. We have not had any contact with anyone from Konoha. Yahiko's denial at this moment seemed so pale and powerless in front of Yoshino. Of course you don't know. I was the one who came into contact with it. Konoha asked for 500 million, which is a huge difference. Kakuzu took on all the responsibility and spoke very seriously. No, forming an alliance with Konoha is like seeking the skin of a tiger. Even if it's 1 billion, I won't agree. Yahiko's words were so decisive that Yoshino was deeply moved. Master Xiaoying is right. Konoha is the strongest among the 5 great ninja villages. To put it bluntly, the alliance between Akatsuki village and it is just an accessory. At this moment, Yoshino felt that Yahiko was so wise and he had misjudged him. The accessories are worth 500 million. Are you from Sand Shinobi village being too insincere? Kakuzu is going to play the villain to the end. Kakuzu, stop talking. No one from Konoha is allowed to contact me anymore. I have the final say in the Akatsuki village. Yahiko got angry at Kakuzu again, which made Yoshino feel more at ease. Master Xiaoying, you are also very sincere. Advertisement. We in Sand Shinobi village really can't come up with 500 million. But I will report this to Lord Kage when I return, and will do my best to help the Akatsuki village. Do you think it's okay? Yoshino knew how much Rasa feared Konoha, and he was willing to pay more money even if it was just to prevent the Akatsuki village from forming an alliance with Konoha. Now we can't worry about the upper limit of 200 million, we can only stabilize Akatsuki village first. No problem, just rest assured. I am the Kage of Akatsuki village. Yahiko was so happy that she patted her chest and assured Yoshino. HMPH, you don't know what's good for you. Kakuzu left the table in anger, bringing the drama to a successful conclusion. Bang! As the door closed heavily, Yoshino's mouth corners slightly raised. Never mind him, we've settled it. Don't worry, Yoshino-kun. I'll be waiting for your good news. Yahiko looked a little unhappy about Kakuzu's departure, but it was obvious that she was holding it back. Thank you, Master Xiaoying. I will not disappoint you with the funding when the time comes. Yoshino didn't realize that he had fallen into the ditch. That's easy to say. From now on, Akatsuki village and Second Shinobi village will be allies. Come and play more often when you have time. Yahiko was in high spirits and extremely polite. Must. Then I'll go back if there's nothing else. Master Fengying is still waiting for my news. Yoshino prepared to say goodbye to avoid any further trouble. After all, Kakuzu was an unstable factor, he saw it clearly. Okay, have a nice trip. I have something else to do, so I'll let Katsuhira give you a ride. Yahiko sent Yoshino and the other three out the door and called Katsuhei. Only after Katsube and Yoshino's 5 companions disappeared from their sight did Yahiko and the others burst into laughter. I wonder how much money I can get. Kakuzu came out from a corner at this time with a faint smile on his face. 200 million as a base. Yahiko's words were not very full. As long as Rasa was afraid that he would form an alliance with Konoha, the number would not be less than half. It would be better this way. Kakuzu felt that acting in a scene was more tiring than killing someone himself. Second Shinobi village acted quickly. In less than a week, a second group of people secretly arrived at the Akatsuki village. At the same time, it also brought 300 million in cash, which made Yahiko very satisfied. The alliance was finalized. While the Second Shinobi village was cursing Konoha, Yahiko and his gang used the same trick to defraud a large sum of money from the Rock Shinobi village. Under Shota's operation, Konoha's supplies also quietly entered the Rain Country. Money makes things easier, and the construction of the Rain Country immediately began in full swing. Chapter 356. City of Entertainment. A year passed quickly, and the ninja world seemed calm on the surface. The most popular place this year is the Rain Country. First, a few young men who appeared out of nowhere reunified the Rain Kingdom. Afterwards, not only a new ninja village was established, but large-scale construction was also carried out in the Rain Country. Now the Rain Kingdom has become a large entertainment city. Brothels, gambling houses, and hot spring parlors sprang up everywhere. Relying on its special geographical location, luxurious decoration and thoughtful service, it has gained a good reputation in the ninja world. Every day, large numbers of wealthy people from neighboring countries, big and small, come to consume. Although the special industry is directly controlled by Akatsuki village, the food and accommodation are enough for the villagers of Rain Country to live a good life that they never dared to imagine before. It's the end of another month. How is the profit this month? The Xiaoying building had been completed long ago, and Yahiko in Xiaoying's office looked more like a big boss than a ninja. It's up 10% from last month. Kakuzu was holding the monthly report, grinning from ear to ear. He had never had such a comfortable life. Every day when I wake up I count money, and the fighting and killing seems like it was something from my previous life. Not bad, the earnings have stabilized in recent months. As long as nothing unexpected happens, the profit every month should be within this range. Yahiko nodded, with no expression on her face. In fact, he has become numb and he really doesn't know how to spend so much money. I never thought that one day being too rich would become a problem. The teacher is really great. I didn't know these industries were so profitable. Conan doesn't mind being disgusting and vulgar now. Anyway, they are all professional girls recruited from various countries. There is no such thing as forcing women of good character into prostitution, so there is no question of having a guilty conscience. As for the destruction of her family caused by gambling, she can only say that it is her own fault. Even if you don't gamble in the Rain Country, there's always somewhere to lose. I think he asked you to do something he couldn't do himself. Kakuzu said sourly, it's nice to complain about Chuan Feng even though he can't beat him. Don't slander the teacher, he is not that kind of person. Conan immediately retorted, but his confidence was a little lacking. If the teacher opened a gambling house, he would definitely be bankrupted by his wife. Opening a brothel would only make things worse, as there is a high probability that you would die at the hands of the mistress. Thinking of this, Conan actually felt that what Kakuzu said made some sense. Haha, do you think Hatake Chuan Feng is a good person? Kakuzu sneered, he might never get over Chuan Feng in his life. Whenever I think of those 900 million, my heart bleeds. Why isn't Lord Chuan Feng a good person? Why didn't he spare your life? Advertisement Nono still has great respect for Chuan Feng. Kakuzu started to speak but was interrupted by Nagato. Okay, stop bickering. I made money, but I also got into trouble. Let's think about how to solve it. The profits made by the Rain Country in the past year have made its two allies jealous, and they both want to get a piece of the pie. Sand Shinobi Village was relatively better, but Onoki had sent people to Rock Shinobi Village for discussion many times. His attitude was quite tough, although Yahiko found excuses to shirk the responsibility. But this is not a long-term solution after all. If the tiger doesn't show its might, do you really think we are sick cats? There's no way I can get money. Conan's attitude was clear. There was no money, and at worst he would just do a show. It would be easy if there were several of us. With such a big mess now, can we just fight whenever we want? Yahiko rubbed his temples, and was also having a headache about this matter. It turns out that there is no free lunch in the world. How great it was to take the money from the two major ninja villages back then is how troubled it is now. Fighting is definitely not a good idea. They just think we are a small ninja village and are easy to bully. If we can make them feel threatened, this trouble might be easily solved. Nagato's analysis is very reasonable. Konoha is so rich, but no ally dares to ask for money. How about I go for a walk? Kakuzu felt that Konoha couldn't handle it on its own, but the Sand Shinobi Village and the Rock Shinobi Village would still be no problem. Kill some people and let them know how powerful you are. If you want your own money, it depends on whether you agree to it or not. Inappropriate. They all know your identity. This is tantamount to starting a war. Yahiko rejected Kakuzu's opinion without even thinking about it. It would be meaningless if Kakuzu disguised himself and killed someone. If we go there blatantly, it would mean that Akatsuki Village will take action first. This is not right from any perspective. Then keep dragging it out and see what they can do. At this moment, Kakuzu's opinion is highly consistent with Conan's, so the worst that can happen is to do it. Hoo-pa-hoo. We can't delay any longer. Something will go wrong. People's patience is limited, and Nagato guessed that Onoki was about to explode. Even if Luo Sha is better, it will become increasingly difficult to fool him. Whether it is a major war or secret sabotage, it is not a good thing for the Rain Kingdom. Advertisement, neither this nor that will work. What do you want to do? Kakuzu was afraid that in the end he would have to share the profits of the business, and he was getting a little anxious. Please be patient, aren't you guys discussing this? Nono could understand Kakuzu's feelings, but she couldn't think of any good ideas either. Nagato just said that we need to make them feel threatened. You mean to let them know that we are not easy to mess with and give up interfering? Conan finally showed his intelligence this time and accurately interpreted Nagato's thoughts. Letting them back off is the best way I can think of. Nagato nodded, but he still had no idea what to do. It's hard to say, but it's also easy to say. Nono seemed to have thought of something. How do you say it? Yahiko perked up and continued asking. Nagato's idea is to avoid direct confrontation and show force from the side. If we can defeat a supermaster in public, this matter should be resolved. Nono replied with a wry smile, not to mention whether he could win or not. There are not many supermasters who can make the two major ninja villages feel threatened. Yes, that's the idea, it's just too difficult to operate. Where can we find such a master? Nagato frowned, it was indeed easier said than done. How about inviting the teacher over to perform a play? Yahiko asked tentatively. The first supermaster that came to his mind was Chuan Feng. Do you take everyone for fools? Is it necessary to swallow my anger when I can defeat Hitaki Chuan Feng? That would just make people feel like there's something fishy going on. Kakuzu looked at Yahiko as if she were an idiot. You really know how to pick people. Then name a few more candidates. Boss Yahiko retorted unconvinced. Kakuzu opened his mouth but didn't speak. All he could think of was someone like the third Raikage. Who will come to Akatsuki Village for you to defeat? Boom boom boom. Just when everyone was at a loss, there was a knock on the office door. Enter. After Yahiko spoke, an Akatsuki nin came in. Master Akane, there is a disturbance and several jonin have been injured. Chapter 357 Arrogant and Domineering. Please explain more clearly. What is going on? Yahiko and the others were so angry that they went straight to the scene of the incident. This troublemaker has walked into trouble. A woman, wearing a mask, with her face hidden. She came after noon, and she seemed to be possessed by the plague god. We've been running the casino for so long, and I've never seen anything like her. You said this person, no matter how bad his luck is. At least I can win 1 or 2 games. She's good, I've never seen her win. This Shaonin is also a chatterbox and never stops talking. Perhaps because he had never seen anyone with such bad luck in gambling, he couldn't help but complain. Hearing this, a figure suddenly popped up in Yahiko and the others' minds almost at the same time. The 4 of them were in perfect sync, slowing down their pace and exchanging glances. There was a question in their eyes. No way. Kakuzu was the only one who didn't understand. Don't stop, keep talking. After making eye contact, Yahiko patiently let his subordinates continue describing. Later, she was so frustrated by the loss that she lost all the money she brought with her. A rough estimate is about 100 million, and then she said our casino was cheating. You know, we are a civilized casino and we never cheat. At this point, Xiao Ren looked at Yahiko's face. He knew that Yahiko had stipulated that the casino did not allow cheating and strived to provide customers with the best gaming experience. But that woman was so weird that he suspected the dealer had broken Yahiko's rules. Otherwise, how could you not win in a game of chance like gambling? That would be too unreasonable. Seeing that Yahiko didn't react, he continued. Master Dashu is in charge of order today. He immediately stepped forward to argue with the woman. But his attitude was very bad. No matter how I explained, he just didn't believe it. We are the casino that is cheating. Master Dashu really has no choice but to negotiate with her in a nice way. In the end, I plan to return a small portion of her gambling money to let her leave. But please rest assured that this does not mean that we admit that the casino is cheating. This Akatsuki ninja was quite serious in his words, but Yahiko and the others were too busy to care about that. They just wanted to know if this woman was who they thought she was. Well, go on. Yahiko urged, wanting to hear more useful clues to confirm the identity. Fairness is in the hearts of the people, and our customers all know our reputation. Advertisement: there are quite a few people who won money on the spot. If she had just taken the money and left, the matter would have been over. But she refused to agree and wanted us to return all her gambling money and compensate her with a large sum of money. How could the great tree master agree to this? As Xiao Ren spoke, her tone became higher. It was obvious that she was put into the situation and was very angry. Don't talk nonsense, just keep talking. Kakuzu sounded a little impatient. You better get to the point, kid. His eyes glared at her, and Xiao Ren shuddered in fear. After Master Dashu refused, the two of them had a few words. I was a little far away, so I didn't hear it clearly. Then the tree master flew out and couldn't get up for a long time. Akatsuki was about to continue but was interrupted by Yahiko. How did the tree fly away? Yahiko's eyes lit up. The identity could be confirmed by the way the man attacked. When that woman punched him in the stomach, Master Daishu felt like he was hit by a carriage. It flew out in a whoosh. Xiao Ren also gestured and saw that Nakamura Daishu flew quite far. Physical skills, great power. Nagato murmured softly. It seemed that their guess was correct. And then what? Yahiko continued to ask. Then several adults rushed forward, and one of them was punched, and all of them flew out. I saw that the situation was not right, so I hurried to find you. Xiao Ren finally told the whole story, and they all arrived at the entrance of the casino. The three-story casino has a luxurious exterior decoration. The three large gold-plated characters at the door are even more dazzling, Dream Yuanfang. The group did not hear any sound of fighting coming from inside, proving that the troublemakers were also waiting for the person in charge to come. I don't know whether he is confident or too arrogant. As soon as I entered the door, I saw that all the gambling tables in the hall had stopped operating. As long as it doesn't hurt themselves, everyone seems to prefer to watch the fun first. A group of Akatsuki ninjas, led by Daiki Nakamura, are confronting one woman and two men. Knowing he was no match for his opponent, he did not dare to attack first. However, there were blood stains at the corners of their mouths, which made them look much worse than the one woman and two men on the opposite side who were unharmed. The moment he saw Yahiko, Nakamura Daiki's eyes lit up as if he had seen a savior. Although there were no words, his hunched body straightened up unconsciously. Xiaoying is here, let's see how this ends. Advertisement. This unlucky woman is not easy to deal with. His gambling skills are terrible, but his strength is pretty good. Those who were sent flying just now were all Jonin from Akatsuki village. The people watching the fun were whispering to each other and having a great time discussing the matter. Hey, you, this little brat, our Xiaoying. Your casino is cheating, how are you going to solve it? Before Yahiko and the others could say anything, the woman started to complain first. Although her expression couldn't be seen because she was wearing a mask, it was clear that she didn't take Yahiko and the others seriously at all. The moment they heard the woman's voice, Yahiko and the others were so excited that they almost cried. Yes, it's her. He then looked at the two men beside the woman, who were also wearing masks and their faces could not be seen. But Yahiko and the others showed an imperceptible smile on their faces. You two are here too. Kakuzu's pupils shrank sharply. He would never forget one of the men. What evidence do you have to prove that our casino is cheating? With so many people watching, it's not like your words will count. How dare you hurt someone from Akatsuki village? Do you really not take our Akatsuki village seriously? Yahiko suppressed his excitement and spoke sternly without revealing any flaws. If I say cheating, I mean cheating. If you pay the money obediently, I will forgive you and let you go. The woman didn't seem nervous at all and even found a chair to sit down. The two men came and stood behind her, still without saying a word. Whatever you say is what it is. Who do you think you are? You apologize immediately, and I will consider whether to let you go. Yahiko was about to say something harsh, but changed her mind when the words came to her lips. If the revenge comes later, how will I be treated? But in the eyes of others, he was a little disadvantaged. People have come to your house to make trouble, and you just ask them to apologize? This is so easy to talk about. It seems that Xiaoying is also afraid of the woman opposite. I think so. What do you know? If we fight here, whose losses will be borne by us? That's right, Xiaoying is worried about the money. The onlookers had different opinions, and most people felt that Yahiko had lost momentum. Xiaoying had already lost halfway before the fight even started. Chapter 358 Fourth Hokage, you want me to apologize? You deserve it. The woman laughed contemptuously, and her words made people even more infuriated. This woman is so arrogant, I want to beat her up. Xiaoying is really patient, she is a cuckold. It would be a bit unreasonable if we don't fight anymore. The onlookers were all there to watch the fun and were eager for the two sides to start fighting right away. But they had no idea how deep the psychological trauma of Yahiko was. If I had known this would happen, whoever wanted to be Xiaoying would be able to do it. He hides his head and shows his tail, and dares not even show his true face. You are so ashamed to be seen? Yahiko pondered for a long time before saying these two meaningless words. Seeing his aggrieved look, Nagato and the others tried hard not to laugh out loud. If you say it too harshly, you may be held accountable later. If you say it too lightly, you may seem to lack momentum. It's really hard to live as this leader. I have nothing to be ashamed of. I'm afraid I'll scare you to death if I take off the mask. The woman adjusted her sitting posture and crossed her legs, looking very leisurely. Hey, I want to see who you are. There will be a price to pay for going wild in my Akatsuki village. Today, you can walk in and lie out. After several conversations, Yahiko finally figured it out. This must be the teacher's work. It's like someone brings you a pillow when you feel sleepy. After saying that, he no longer hesitated and raised his hand to throw 3 kunai. Let's get started. Can a kunai be used to make you fight? I've taken off my pants, and you're showing me this? The onlookers cried out that it was not enough. What kind of good guys would use kunai in a fight? As the sound of breaking through the air was heard, 3 kunai formed a V-shape and attacked 1 woman and 2 men respectively. Dododo, the kunai was easily dodged and shot into the wooden wall behind the 3 people with a sound. But Yahiko's goal has been achieved. All 3 masks were cut open and fell off the faces of 1 woman and 2 men. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that they did this on purpose. Since you want to see it, I'll let you see it. Konoha's 4th Hokage, Tsunade. The disciple of the god of ninja realm, Namikaze Minato. Advertisement, the first Hokage's grandson, Nawaki. There was no shortage of ninjas from various countries among the onlookers, and the identities of the 3 were recognized at the first moment, causing an immediate uproar. Needless to say, Tsunade is a celebrity in the ninja world just for being the current Hokage. Although fewer people knew Minato and Nawaki, they were recognized after all. Their outstanding performance in World War II and the missions they have carried out over the years have also made them famous in the ninja world. I've always heard that the Hokage likes to gamble, but I thought it was just a rumor. She is more than just a gambler. She is a well-known fat sheep in Konoha. What do you mean? If you only lose and never win, what else can you do but be a fat sheep? The crowd of onlookers murmured, but Tsunade still heard it. It's fine if he says such things behind her back, but how could Tsunade tolerate hearing it in person? Shut up. No one will think you are dumb if you don't speak. The powerful aura instantly calmed most people down. Only when it really happens to them do they feel what pressure is. Hokage is more than just a title. They're well aware of Tsunade's abilities. That is definitely Kage level, and with her status as a Jinchuriki, there are only a handful of people in the entire ninja world who can defeat her. What's more, the 2 people standing behind her are not good people either. It is no exaggeration to say that these 3 people can already conquer a small country. If I really get beaten up here, where can I go to seek justice? Even killing myself would probably not be a big problem. After all, Konoha still has that man's support, otherwise how could she, the Hokage, leave the village with peace of mind? The boy himself dared not leave the village easily, let alone come to the casino just to satisfy his desire to play. A Hokage would actually resort to blackmail? Yahiko's eyes were solemn and nervous, visible to the naked eye. His acting skills can be said to have reached the pinnacle. Xiaoying is scared. It's normal to be timid. If you were in that position, would you still be so tough? Yes, that's Konoha. If you can't beat them, you can only reason with them. No fun, no fun. The onlookers seemed to have seen the end of the matter. The Akatsuki village respectfully handed over a large sum of money and wanted to send Tsunade and the other 2 out of the rain country. Blackmail? Ha ha ha, you can think so if you insist. Stop talking nonsense and take the money. Tsunade laughs wildly, perfectly playing the role of a villain who bullies the weak. Minato and Nawaki were like 2 wooden stakes, with no expression and no movement. Advertisement. He just stood there with a stern face, acting as a bodyguard. What money? You're overthinking it. Just because you're the Hokage and have Konoha behind you, we have to let you control us? Yahiko took a step forward and said something that was beyond the expectations of the onlookers. It's still a tough nut to crack, don't force yourself. It seems to be a bit interesting again. Seeing that the situation did not develop in the expected direction, the onlookers became interested again. What? You still want to compete with me? I'm afraid you don't have that ability. My patience is limited. I'll give you 3 minutes to think about it. If you don't bring the money, I will tear down your Akatsuki village today. Tsunade shattered the seat beneath her with a simple slap. He stood up suddenly, looking very imposing. Try to take one apart. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Don't say it's just you, Tsunade. Even if Hatake Fang comes today, he can't take a penny from my Akatsuki village. Today I not only want you to apologize, but also teach you a lesson. So that you know that our Akatsuki village is not a place where you can act wild. Yahiko's attitude was extremely tough, leaving no room for maneuver. Hearing what Yahiko said, not only the onlookers, but even Nagato and others were trembling in their hearts. Brother, you really dare to act. If the teacher really comes, you will have to kneel down and sing, conquer. Kakuzu quickly looked around, fearing that he might find Fang. It can be seen that he really has a psychological trauma towards Fang. What a big mouth. Do his parents know that Xiaoying is so brave? A newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. He really thinks he is a big shot just by building a small ninja village. The onlookers sneered at this, saying that you only dare to act like this because Hatake Kawakaze didn't come. You dare to say it, but we are really afraid to listen. If Hatake Kawakaze really comes and you still dare to say this, then we will think you are awesome. Such words now are just for the sake of sensationalism. You are quite courageous. Do I need my teacher, brother-in-law, to help you? Minato and Nawaki finally couldn't hold it in anymore and took 2 steps forward to pass Tsunade. Why didn't I realize before that Yahiko is such a good actor? Who the hell are you two? Get away from me. Yahiko was completely immersed in it, and was not so polite to Minato and Nawaki. He had also thought it through. At worst, he would let the two of them beat him up to vent his anger. Now his first priority is to complete this act. Chapter 359 Fight. Court Death. Minato and Nawaki almost laughed out of anger. Yahiko, you are really an amazing boy. You don't dare to scold your teacher's wife, sister, so why do you take it out on us? Anyway, the current development shows that the talks have broken down, so Minato and Nawaki started fighting. Drawing out the long swords behind them, the two men rushed towards Yahiko. Only 2 afterimages passed by, and Minato and Nawaki were already in front of Yahiko in the next moment. So fast, it turns out that there is no false reputation. Some people in the crowd couldn't help but admire him. They knew that his skills were not something that an ordinary ninja could achieve. Why do you need to do anything, Lord Yahiko? Minato and Nawaki are happy, and Kakuzu and Konan are also happy. This sentence gives Yahiko enough face in front of outsiders. Kakuzu twisted the black thread of the Earth's Wrath into a sharp blade to block Minato, and Konan, holding a paper blade, also fought with Nawaki. The huge recoil force caused the 4 of them to retreat far away. Yahiko stood there without moving, just looking at Tsunade quietly. His calm attitude fully demonstrates the demeanor that a village leader should have. I didn't expect a fight would break out. The Akatsuki village is tough. Those 2 Akatsuki ninjas seem to have bloodline limits. What is a blood limit? That's called a secret technique. Let's go. Are you still chatting? This dream-making house will be gone soon. There are still some people who understand. Regardless of anything else, this house will definitely collapse if Tsunade takes action. As some people started to run outside, the onlookers began to evacuate. After the 4 of them exchanged 2 more moves, only the 2 hostile parties were left in the entire Dream Yuanfang. I have some strength. I'm going to be serious. Minato looked at Kakuzu and took out a special kunai from his ninja tool bag. He knew that if he didn't use his special skills, people would become suspicious. Although those who came to watch the fun went out, they did not go far. Just come on. Kakuzu was originally unwilling to take action, but was forced out by Nagato. He could only try his best against Minato this time. He couldn't beat him anyway, so there was no need to act. The most powerful body flicker technique, Flying Thunder God, is used. It was so fast that I couldn't even see the afterimage. There were many capable people among the onlookers, and even if they were not in the house, there were still people who could see the battle situation clearly. Ever since Kawafusa and Tsukumo used it frequently during World War II, Flying Thunder God has been completely exposed in the ninja world. But it doesn't have much impact. Knowing and being able to deal with it are 2 different things. Minato held back some strength. After all, it was not a life-and-death battle, and he fought back and forth with Kakuzu. Kakuzu, who was reluctant to destroy the entire building, did not dare to use large-scale ninjutsu and was still at a disadvantage. Advertisement on the other hand, Nawaki held back on Konan's strength and only relied on physical skills to deal with him. With the help of the light and heavy rock technique, Konan couldn't get rid of Nawaki. Because the venue was not open enough, Konan had no time to prepare ninjutsu and was forced to fight with physical skills. Nawaki is very kind to women. In the eyes of the onlookers, this was pure letting go, but they could understand it. Konan looks really good, like the girl next door who has just grown up. I want to test whether you have been lazy over the past year. Nawaki smiled and communicated with Konan secretly using lip language. I don't. Konan moved his lips but no sound came out, struggling under Nawaki's attack. Your 2 men are quite capable, but it's not good enough in front of me. Tsunade walked forward slowly. Even though it was just acting, Yahiko still felt the overwhelming pressure. Whether it's good enough or not, we won't know until the fight is over. Yahiko knew that if Minato and Nawaki hadn't held back, Kakuzu and Konan wouldn't have been able to hold out for long. But now he can only pretend he doesn't know. The decoration is nice, it would be a shame to ruin it. How about this? If you lose, I won't kill you. I will accept this gambling house with reluctance. It's your life-saving money. What do you think? Tsunade did not take action, but instead openly set her sights on the Dreammaker. The Hokage is so greedy. This is going to bite a big piece of meat off the Akatsuki village. It's simply robbery. Konoha is very powerful, what can you do? Tsunade's words spread, and the onlookers felt sorry for the Akatsuki village. You can win first if you have the ability. Yahiko snorted coldly. It would be great if they could avoid destroying the house. It is the master's wife who knows how to cherish the disciple's property. Then I'll take that as your agreement. Minato, Nawaki, fight from a distance. Don't destroy my business. Tsunade greeted, and Minato and Nawaki increased their attack strength, forcing both Kakuzu and Konan out. It's coming out. It's coming out. The onlookers exclaimed in surprise. This Hokage is so shameless. Xiaoying didn't agree at all, so she treated it as her own. But little did they know that this was no different from Tsunade's own. Could it be that if she really wanted it, Yahiko and the others would be reluctant to let her go? Advertisement. As soon as they walked out of the gate of Dreamhouse, Kakuzu and Konan consciously retreated while fighting, heading towards a remote place in the rain country. Konan was finally able to spread his wings and try to put some distance between himself and Nawaki. However, Nawaki also flew up in full view of everyone, still chasing closely. Is this the move of your rock shinobi village, Tsuchikage-sama? A bystander asked the rock shinobi next to him. Yes, I was cheated by Hatake Kawakaze. You can see that rock shinobi looks very unhappy. In the entire rock shinobi village, only Master Tsuchikage knows this secret technique. Now, it has been learned by the people of Konoha. I see, Konoha is really used to being a bandit. The man couldn't help but sigh, wondering how come all the good things were taken away by Konoha. He was very envious of this dream-fulfilling house, but unfortunately he lacked the financial strength. Some onlookers followed Minato and the other three away, while others were waiting for the main event. Lord Yahiko, I dare to fight. If I can't defeat you, you can attack me again. Nagato directly requested the fight, knowing that it would be difficult for Yahiko and Tsunade to get a victory that looked real. That might require Tsunade to let the sea go, so that even if he wins, someone with ulterior motives will be able to discover clues. Are you sure? Let me do it. Yahiko rejected Nagato in a hypocritical manner. Little guy, you don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Do you want to cooperate with me in a fight? The status was not equal, and Tsunade's face fell instantly. To outsiders, this seems normal. Who is that Akatsuki Nin? He actually challenged the Hokage. It seems to be an elder of Akatsuki village. He doesn't look like an expert. Nagato is not well known and does not look tall or mighty. Of course, it is not considered impressive in the eyes of the onlookers. Is Lord Hokage afraid? Nagato walked straight up to him and used a very low-level provocation. Ha ha ha, I'm afraid? I'll beat you up and then beat him up. It'll be the same to me. Tsunade held up a finger, pointing first at Nagato and then at Yahiko. Then Hokage-sama, let's go out and fight too. Nagato tapped the ground with his toes, and his whole body began to float as if he was weightless, flying backwards towards the door. In the comics, Tendo jumps up, but in the TV series, he flies. I will follow the TV version here. Universal pull. While flying backwards, Nagato extended his right hand towards Tsunade. A powerful suction force carried Tsunade and him out of the house. Chapter 360 Nagato vs Tsunade. Damn, what kind of power is this? Tsunade flew uncontrollably towards Nagato, waving his arms wildly and pretending to be terrified. It was her first time to experience the power of universal pull and she was amazed. No wonder Chuan Feng said that Nagato's current strength is unfathomable. With just this one move, the outcome of being sucked in is almost certain death. To outsiders, this scene was so shocking that it almost made their eyes explode. Xiaoying hasn't taken any action herself yet. The dignified Hokage was at a disadvantage in his first fight? Can everyone in Akatsuki village fly? What kind of ninjutsu is that? I've never heard of it. The Hokage is being controlled. This Akatsuki village is really full of hidden talents. Nagato's universal pull instantly maximizes the deterrent effect. Even Tsunade couldn't resist the jutsu, which made everyone present tremble in their hearts. When humans face the unknown, they always feel fear and endless speculation. Hokage? Nothing more than that. Nagato had a smile on his face, and his disdainful tone was even more revealing to Haki. Nagato of Akatsuki village officially shines his own light in the ninja world for the first time. Don't be so proud. Tsunade roared, powerful crimson chakra bursting out of her body, and a pair of wings suddenly sprouted from her back. He actually managed to escape from the range of universal pull and rise into the air with his powerful explosive power. Although I didn't see the scene where universal pull was dissolved, but in the TV show, Kakashi used a chain to hold the stone to block the suction of universal pull, so I think it is possible to break away with enough explosive power. Is that the ability of the tailed beast? What an evil chakra. It's scary just looking at it. The onlookers all took a few steps back, fearing that Tsunade would be controlled by the will of the tailed beast and hurt innocent people. Is this the power of the Jinchuriki? Nagato lowered his right hand and let it float in the air. This question sounded a bit like a deliberate question. Little devil, UP ***** D me off. Tsunade clenched his fists and turned into a red line and rushed towards Nagato. Don't worry, let's go to a spacious place to play. Nagato did not choose to fight hard, but turned and left. Where are you running to? Tsunade seemed to have lost his mind and sped up to chase after him. In a few breaths, even their shadows disappeared. Advertisement, hurry and chase after him. The onlookers were so eager to watch the fun that they immediately followed. Hokage Tsunade fights against the master of Akatsuki village, but he is still afraid of being defeated. If you miss this shocking news, you may regret it for the rest of your life. Nagato flew to a remote place and stopped. He could still hear the sound of fighting not far away. Looking around, there were flames constantly lighting up in the lake. It was Konan and Nawaki fighting with ninjutsu. Konan, who is immune to physical attacks, is indeed a headache. She kept making paper ninja tools to attack Nawaki, but she couldn't hit him. Nawaki's large-scale water style did not cause her much trouble, but it made things difficult for the onlookers. There were also people who stood too close and were swept into the lake to swim. Fortunately, no casualties have been reported so far. On the other hand, on Minato's side, Kakuzu had demonstrated all 5 types of escape techniques, but he didn't even touch Minato's clothes. The 5 incredibly powerful escape techniques seemed to be useless in front of the flying thunder god. This deep feeling of powerlessness made Kakuzu feel very upset. I didn't want to fight in the first place, but he forced me to do it, damn Nagato. In the eyes of the onlookers, the winner between the two has been decided, it just depends on how long Kakuzu's chakra can last. Once his chakra is not enough to support the strange black lines for defense, he will be defeated quickly. But what they didn't know was that it wasn't that Minato couldn't break Kakuzu's defense, but that he wanted to make this scene more interesting. A Kakuzu who was killed instantly would only make the strength of Akatsuki village even more underestimated. This goes against the original intention of their visit. You still have the mood to look around, you really don't take me seriously. Before Nagato could look away, Tsunade's attack was already close. The fist wrapped in red chakra grew bigger and bigger in front of his eyes. What can you do to me? Nagato showed no sign of panic. Not only did he not dodge, he didn't even raise his hand. This scared Tsunade. Is this brat looking for a beating? It was too late to stop his strength, and Tsunade felt relieved when he thought of the Uzumaki clan's strong physique. It's no big deal to take this punch from myself. However, the scene Tsunade expected did not appear. Her fist was tightly grasped by an arm, unable to move forward even an inch. The face that was so close to me now seems so far away. Is he a monster? How come there's another arm growing on my back? He was able to take Tsunade's punch head on. The faster onlookers had already arrived and saw Nagato using the Shirato ability to block Tsunade's punch. There are quite a few tricks. Advertisement. Tsunade frowned and kicked Nagato in the waist. If I were to be controlled like this, it would be such a loss of face for me as a Hokage. This time Nagato didn't continue to show off. He knew that Tsunade's legs were much more powerful than his fists. If this kick had landed solidly, at least half of my kidney would have lost blood. Shirato's arm released Tsunade, and Nagato dodged backwards. The two of them distanced themselves again. Water clone technique. Nagato deliberately did not use shadow clone technique, and after the seals were made, 6 Nagato surrounded Tsunade. It's just an incarnation. Tsunade looked around warily, but spoke with disdain. That's enough for you. The 6 Nagato answered in unison and then all attacked. Fighting me in close combat, you really don't know your place. Tsunade rushed forward without hesitation. She was not inferior to him in physical skills. He fought 1 against 6 and was not at all at a disadvantage. Each punch and kick was extremely powerful, and the water clone, which had only 1/10 of the original body's strength, was soon unable to withstand it. One after another, they were knocked down from the air by Tsunade, creating a huge deep pit. Eventually it turned into a pool of clear water and merged into the soil. In less than half a quarter of an hour, only Nagato was left fighting with Tsunade. This is why water clones cannot share vision, otherwise Tsunade might not be so relaxed. Tsunade's super strength is too terrifying. That hole in the ground could bury 10 of me. It's still too much of a stretch to use a clone to fight, and it's a waste of chakra. The onlookers commented on the fight between the two and watched it with great interest. It is undeniable that this kid from Akatsuki village is really good at physical skills. Tsunade's physical skills and super strength are among the best in the entire ninja world. Not only was he able to fight back and forth with Tsunade, he was not at a clear disadvantage. How's it going, kid? I just said your clone is not good enough. Tsunade knocked Nagato back with a heavy punch, with a slight smug look on his face. Nagato's physical skills have improved a lot. If I had known earlier, I would not only teach him medical ninjutsu. Chuan Feng insisted that he was suitable for ninjutsu, but she no longer thinks so. I just wanted to see how strong Hokage-sama's taijutsu is. Now it seems that's all. Nagato shook his hands pretending to be relaxed, but he had to endure the excruciating pain. The master's wife's fist is still so hard. Chapter 361. Each shows his magical power. Arrogant. It was just a warm-up. Tsunade was indeed a little embarrassed. After all this time, he still hadn't been able to defeat an unknown person in the ninja world in terms of physical skills. Who isn't? Summoning. Nagato's expression became serious, and he put his hands together and flew backward quickly, further putting distance between him and Tsunade. With a shrill scream, a giant bird swooped down from the sky at high speed. The target is Tsunade. This giant bird has a strange appearance, with a sharp beak that is bigger than its head, a pitch-black body and 3 legs. It is the Yatagarasu that appeared in the original work. When Jiraiya fought Pain, he knocked Gameiken away with just 1 hit, and Gameiken was taller than Bunta. This also fully demonstrates the powerful attack power of this summoning beast. This is too big. Not only is it big, it's also fast. I'm afraid Tsunade can't avoid it. Before the onlookers could finish their conversation, Yatagarasu had already come face to face with Tsunade. Compared to the Yatagarasu, the human body is not as big as its beak. Injury door, open. After so many years, Tsunade's 8 inner gates has made great progress. With a roar, he drove straight to the 4th gate. A flash of green light appeared on her body, and the terrifying chakra that erupted in an instant made everyone present secretly frightened. As expected of the cage of Konoha, His chakra amount alone is unrivaled in the ninja world. Tsunade's tiny fist, glowing red, came into close contact with the Yatagarasu. Bang! The invisible airwaves formed powerful shockwaves that spread in all directions, and the weak onlookers almost couldn't stand. The scene before them made them stunned, and they even had the illusion that they could do it themselves. Tsunade only used one attack, and the Yatagarasu turned into smoke and dissipated. Hokage-sama, you are quite capable. Nagato stood in the distance. Not only did he not look panicked at all, he even had the energy to make a joke. "Ahole, take my punch." Tsunade looked a little angry, flapping her wings and rushing straight towards Nagato. After opening the fourth gate, her speed increased even more, and some of the onlookers could no longer see her movements clearly. All I could see was a streak of red light streaking across the sky. "I won't fight with you." Advertisement, Shinra Tensei. Nagato was no longer interested in hand-to-hand combat. He opened his arms and a powerful repulsive force swept wildly around him. Tsunade came fast, but was bounced away even faster. Before he could touch Nagato, he was flung away and knocked down dozens of trees before he came to a stop. In a circular area centered on Nagato, there was nothing on the ground. Several guys who were close to the battlefield were affected and were flung several meters away by Shinra Tensei before they got up. Fortunately, he was not injured, so he patted his butt and continued watching. At this time, they didn't realize what would happen next. What kind of ninjutsu is this? No need to seal at all. Tsunade was actually knocked away. Could it be that he is really no match for her? Don't worry, Tsunade hasn't used his full strength yet. The onlookers had different opinions, and some people began to think that Nagato would win. The strength he has demonstrated so far has conquered most people. Both the physical skills and the mysterious Rinnegan abilities opened the eyes of the onlookers. The status of Akatsuki village in everyone's hearts suddenly rose to more than one level. God knows how strong Xiaoying will be before they make a move on her. Not every village is like Konoha, where the strongest ninja does not take the position of Kage. This is a ninja village that needs to be highly valued, not a clown ninja village that only knows how to make money. Summoning. With a loud bang, Tsunade reappeared in everyone's sight. The one standing under her feet was the gigantic Katsuyu sage. That body seemed even bigger than the three bunta, and the sensory impact it brought was indescribable. Just looking at the onlookers' mouths wide open for a long time shows Madara. Just to deal with such a little guy. It was obvious that Tsunade had consulted with Katsuyu Sage, and there was no flaw in their words. "Yes, Master Katsuyu. The opponent is very difficult to deal with. Sorry to bother you." Tsunade nodded, her eyes fixed on Nagato in the distance. "Since you can say it's difficult, I can only try my best. After all, you know I'm no grandmaster when it comes to fighting." The conversation between Katsuyu and Tsunade fell into the ears of the onlookers, which further proved Tsunade's importance to Nagato. After all, they had never seen such a huge summoning beast before. "I'm afraid the legendary tailed beasts aren't this big? Is this your summoning beast?" Advertisement, it doesn't look that great. Nagato wanted to say that he felt a little disgusted, but he swallowed it back when it came to his lips. As the saying goes, trouble comes from the mouth, so it's better not to offend Katsuyu the sage. "I was underestimated." Katsuyu Sage's tone was gentle, and he didn't sound angry at all. 5 escape techniques. Great link technique. Nagato suddenly had 4 more clones around him, each of them forming hand seals and releasing escape techniques of different attributes. 5 kinds of escape techniques were shot at the same target from different angles, with amazing momentum. He actually grandmasters 5 escape techniques. This terrifying amount of chakra is comparable to that of a tailed beast. I'm afraid I can't even handle one ninjutsu of this level. Theoretically speaking, the 5 elements Great Wave is not a secret technique, so naturally no one associates it with Sasuke Sarutobi of Konoha. The onlookers were just amazed at Nagato's ability to master 5 types of ninjutsu and his huge amount of chakra. Not to mention how many people in the ninja world have mastered the 5 kinds of jutsu. The consumption of this kind of big move alone is not something that ordinary people can withstand. And looking at Nagato's relaxed look, he might be able to continue releasing it. The tongue and teeth are sticky and sour. Faced with this terrifying attack, Katsuyu Sage slowly used his only attack method. A highly corrosive yellow viscous liquid spurts out of its mouth, looking like a chrysanthemum flooding. Although it is not very ornamental, its power is truly extraordinary. The larger the size of the summoning, the more powerful it will be when using this move. As the 2 techniques collided, a huge explosion was heard. The corrosive liquid was blown all over the sky, and it was like rain all around. Countless trees were corroded into ashes in an instant, and the onlookers who were unable to escape were in big trouble. After a shower, many people were wailing with their bare chests. The horrific wounds on their bodies caused great pain, and some of the worst had turned into pus. The ground was littered with torn pieces of clothing that were covered in sticky liquid. This was the first casualty since the 2 men fought. However, this is not within the consideration of the 2. If they want to watch the fun, they have to consider their own capabilities. Although eating melons is fun, your own safety is more important. I hope that in their next life they can be less fond of watching the fun. After this incident, the onlookers wisely retreated 2 miles. The injured have already run to Akatsuki village to seek medical help, which can be considered as indirectly generating income for Akatsuki village. If you have any other tricks, use them now. Otherwise don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Katsuyu Sage took Tsunade and slowly moved towards Nagato. Chapter 362. Complete Tailed Beast Transformation. You don't think this is the end, do you? Nagato slowly stretched out his right hand and aimed it at Tsunade. Tsunade didn't even think twice before flapping his wings and escaping, leaving Katsuyu Sage's head at an extremely fast speed. She was indeed very afraid of that strange suction. God knows if I can successfully escape if the power of that technique is further enhanced. Ha ha ha, would a Hokage be afraid? However, Nagato did not do as she expected. Katsuyu Sage lay quietly in the same place as steady as a rock. This made Tsunade blush. You little brat dared to scare me, I will remember this. It is now. Universal Pull. Before Tsunade could recover, Nagato suddenly raised his left hand and launched Universal Pull at Tsunade again. A stronger suction force than before suddenly appeared, and Tsunade flew uncontrollably towards Nagato again. It's the same trick again. Can Tsunade still escape? It seems like the suction is stronger. The onlookers could see that Tsunade was sucked over very quickly, which was completely different from the slow speed before. Damn it. No matter how hard Tsunade tried, he couldn't break free this time and could only watch as the distance between him and Nagato grew closer and closer. Universal Pull. Nagato's right hand, which was not used for magic, also launched Universal Pull on Katsuyu Sage. Little Tsunade, what kind of weird ninjutsu is this? I can't resist it. Katsuyu Sage was able to hold on for a little while thanks to his size advantage, but only for a little while. As soon as the words fell, its huge body was sucked into the air by Nagato. At this moment, Tsunade had no energy to respond to it, she couldn't even control her own body. Let me see which of you is harder. Nagato smirked and controlled Tsunade and Katsuyu Sage to collide in midair. Puff. Tsunade forced out a mouthful of blood and fell heavily to the ground from midair like a bead broken off a string. Katsuyu the Great was not hurt much by the impact, but falling from a great height was fatal. The huge body smashed a huge gully on the ground, and dense cracks spread like a spider web. The entire ground shook, and after the smoke and dust cleared, there was no trace of Katsuyu the Hermit. It can absorb such a large volume. Is this still possible with human power? Advertisement. Tsunade got hurt first. The effect created by Nagato performing Universal Pull with both hands was so great that the onlookers could hardly believe their eyes. Not only because Tsunade was injured, but also because he saw a behemoth like Katsuyu Sage being played around by Nagato. It is no exaggeration to say that Katsuyu the Hermit is so big that he can sit on and kill all of them who are just watching the fun. However, thanks to the blood that Tsunade forced out himself, the battle looked more intense. In fact, Nagato held back his strength, and Tsunade didn't suffer any substantial impact. Ah! With a roar, Tsunade got up without wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his whole body began to be covered by red chakra. In a few moments, the human figure disappeared, and what appeared in front of everyone was a giant insect with 3 pairs of wings. Complete Tailed Beast Transformation activated. It's just a play, is it necessary? Chome was still a little reluctant and complained to Tsunade with her consciousness. It originally thought that if it released its chakra, Tsunade would have enough time to play with it, but it didn't expect that it still wouldn't have any free time. Stop talking nonsense and watch your show. Tsunade was too lazy to pay attention to Chome, as this chatterbox would never stop talking. Can't I just say a few words? I was sleeping soundly, but you woke me up to work. Chome grumbled a few words in grievance, but didn't say anything else. It knew that if Tsunade got angry, she would really rush into the seal and beat it up. The complete 7 tails appeared in front of everyone, bringing unprecedented fear. Retreat, retreat quickly. Is that the tailed beast? I didn't expect Tsunade to be pushed to this point. You won't go crazy, will you? The onlookers retreated again, and most of them even saw the true face of the tailed beast for the first time. The huge size of dozens of meters and the evil and huge chakra all brought them tremendous pressure. I'm drooling just looking at it. I really don't know how that guy from Akatsuki village will deal with it. Ugly guy. Nagato didn't dare to scold Tsunade, but he felt no pressure in arranging Chome. Still floating quietly in the air, no change can be seen on his face. In the eyes of the onlookers, this strong man's demeanor was at its peak. What they are facing are the tailed beasts, not some cats and dogs on the street. Little boy, you talk too much nonsense. The voice that came out of Chome's mouth was still Tsunade's, but it sounded a little muffled. Then let me see what new tricks you have. Advertisement. Nagato didn't attack, but instead seemed to be waiting for the tailed beast to make the first move. Secret technique. Scale powder hidden technique. As Chome flew towards Nagato, she spat out countless scale powder from her mouth. The yellowish smoke covered a large area, completely enveloping Nagato and Chome herself. A little trick. Wind-style great breakthrough. The paralyzing effect of the scale powder was not reflected on Nagato at all. A gust of wind blew, and the light yellow smoke was blown away directly by Nagato, and the figures of Nagato and Chome appeared in everyone's sight again. Taking advantage of this gap, Chome has launched a charge. The huge tentacle on its head hit Nagato hard. After all, it was just an act, so Nagato didn't use Shinra Tensei. Otherwise, this attack would not have hit him at all. His vision was blocked in the smoke, but his perception was not affected. Bang! Nagato landed on the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. When he climbed out of the pit, blood was gushing from the corner of his mouth. Is that all? Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, Nagato smiled contemptuously. He's not dead yet. He's really tough. This kid is quite arrogant. The onlookers' opinion on this is that Nagato is really good at pretending, but little do they know that Nagato has almost done all the pretending in his life. He has never been one to seek the spotlight. I think you were looking for death. Tsunade's tone sounded a little angry, and her action the next second made the onlookers pale with fear. A large amount of chakra began to gather towards Chomei's mouth, and a high-density energy ball quickly took shape. Damn, it's tailed beast bomb. This excitement is unbearable to watch. Look, I'm leaving. The crowd was in chaos in an instant, and a large number of people left without looking back. They no longer had the heart to watch the fun. In a blink of an eye, only a dozen guys who were still confident in their own strength were left. They stopped after their third retreat. Whether it is to satisfy their curiosity or for other purposes, they are the most loyal audience. As Chomei fired the tailed beast bomb towards Nagato, everyone's heart tightened. A tailed beast bomb with a diameter of several dozen meters whizzed past, and a strong wind alone blew down a large number of trees. They couldn't imagine how powerful such a large-tailed beast bomb would be once it exploded. I even started to regret staying. If the guys from Akatsuki village can't stop them, their fate may be very miserable. Chapter 363 ending. Don't make such a big deal, don't kill that kid. Chomei was still a little worried. Although the power of his tailed beast bomb was not top-notch, it was still a devastating blow to ordinary ninjas. Don't worry, I know what's going on. Tsunade was full of confidence, as Chuan Feng had told her about Nagato's abilities. Nagato has more than one way to defuse the tailed beast bomb. While the two were communicating with each other, tailed beast bomb had already arrived in front of Nagato. Viewed from a distance, his figure could no longer be seen, completely blocked by the tailed beast bomb. It might still be time to run now. Several more onlookers chose to evacuate. It's too late to run now. A middle-aged man wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his legs trembling uncontrollably, but he still stood there without moving. Hungry Kido. Nagato took a defensive stance, and an invisible barrier unfolded in front of the tailed beast bomb. The expected explosion did not occur, and the huge tailed beast bomb actually began to shrink rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a few breaths, the dozens of meters long tailed beast bomb completely disappeared. It tastes good. I feel really good right now. Nagato jumped twice on the spot, with a look of unsatisfied expression on his face, as if it was the biggest insult to Chomei. This tailed beast bomb not only replenished the chakra consumed previously, but also seemed to make the vitality more abundant. Impossible, it was actually absorbed. Tsunade's tone was full of disbelief, and she was acting very well. Nothing is impossible, you are just too weak. Nagato's words caused an uproar among the crowd. Absorbing the tailed beast bomb was shocking enough, but such arrogant remarks were unacceptable. That's the Hokage. That's a tailed beast. If this is considered weak, then what am I? Scorpion. However, no one dared to complain, and they had to admit that the boy from Akatsuki village had the ability to say this. Ridiculous. You haven't won yet. Tsunade no longer had the arrogance he had when he said he would deal with Nagato first and then Yahiko. No matter how you look at it, it seems like he's bluffing. Soon. Nagato threw down 2 words and took the initiative to attack. I saw his back squirming and 6 arms suddenly grew out. The 6 palms intersected in pairs, and with a slight pull, the arms and wrists separated, revealing a series of missiles from the incision. Advertisement immediately afterwards, dozens of missiles launched fire at Chomei in the air. Due to his huge body, Chomei was unable to dodge them all. Boom boom boom. Explosions rang out one after another, and Chomei's screams of pain were deafening. When the flames died down, Chomei's body was covered with wounds. 2 of the pairs of wings were badly damaged and it was already difficult for them to maintain flying. Of course Nagato would not miss such a good opportunity, so he retracted his mechanical arm and flew towards Chomei. I'll fight you. Tentacle collision. Chomei flapped her wings hard, aiming her huge tentacles at Nagato again. You can only use the same trick on me once. Nagato dodged sideways nimbly, grasped 2 long black rods in his hands, and thrust them hard into the base of Chomei's wings. Ah! With another cry of pain, Chomei discovered to her horror that her wings were no longer under her control. A strange force disrupted its chakra, and Chomei, having lost the ability to fly, fell straight to the ground. With a loud bang, Chomei's huge tentacles dug deep into the ground, and its entire body took on a strange posture. Summoning. Nagato summoned a giant chameleon, which stretched out its tongue and wrapped Chomei tightly. Pulling Chomei out of the ground, it looks like a spent force. Its wings were drooping and its body was covered with wounds that took a long time to heal. This isn't entirely Tsunade's pretense. After all, in the original work, Shirato's attack power can directly severely damage Six Tails Jinchuriki. Although she was not as seriously injured as she looked, she still suffered some minor injuries. In order to make the performance more realistic, Chomei's figure began to shrink, eventually revealing Tsunade's true appearance. There were 2 black sticks stuck on its back, entangled by the chameleon's tongue and hanging in the air. His face was pale and bloodless, and the blood from the corner of his mouth had flowed down to his chin. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like he still has the strength to fight. At this point, the winner has been decided. The dignified Hokage was actually defeated by an unknown person from the Akatsuki village. Although those who witnessed the battle were surprised, they had no choice but to accept this reality. After all, seeing is believing, and this was the most exciting and intense battle they had ever seen. From today on, the name of Nagato from Akatsuki village will probably resound throughout the entire ninja world. How is it, Hokage-sama? Nagato floated in front of Tsunade and stopped, his words full of sarcasm. Only Tsunade could see the concern deep in his eyes. No matter what, just kill me if you can. My husband will never let you go. When the time comes, you and the Akatsuki village will be buried with me. Advertisement. Tsunade glared at Nagato and blurted out threatening words. At this moment, she perfectly interpreted the ugly appearance of a loser. I'm so scared. You think I don't dare? Nagato was smiling in the first sentence, but his second sentence was full of murderous intent. He held the black stick in one hand and pressed it directly against Tsunade's throat. It seemed as if he would end Tsunade's life with his own hands in the next second. In fact, he was also panicking. If the teacher knew how he treated the teacher's wife, would he beat him up? After all, Chuan Feng knows how much he loves Tsunade, and he knows it clearly. No way, he really dares to kill the Hokage? I'm afraid this kid is not smart. He wouldn't be unaware that Tsunade's husband is Hatake Chuan Feng. Your joke isn't funny. The few remaining onlookers continued to watch the development of the situation. If the Hokage really died here, the ninja world would be in chaos. No one can predict what Hatake Chuan Feng will do when he goes crazy. The destructive power of a super cage level is unquestionable, not to mention that Chuan Feng is not an ordinary super cage level. Would you like to try? Tsunade was very tough. At least he did not lose the backbone of a strong man in the face of death. Do you really think I don't dare? Nagato glanced into the distance, and the black rod pierced Tsunade's skin and slowly advanced. Let go of my sister. As soon as he heard the sound, the ninjutsu was already at Nagato's side. He breathed a sigh of relief and retreated gracefully in the air as if he were stepping on the ground. The poor chameleon was taken care of by Minato with her Rasengan, and Tsunade fell into Nawaki's arms. It looks like you guys won. Nagato looked at Minato and Nawaki coldly, but he was already very happy in his heart. If you don't come, I don't know how this will end. As for the safety of Kakuzu and Konan, he wasn't worried at all. He almost didn't receive the script for this scene. You hurt my sister like this, just wait. Nawaki had barely finished speaking when he was pulled away by Minato and disappeared from the spot. It runs pretty fast. Nagato naturally would not go after him. The purpose of this drama had been achieved. At this time, the intelligence personnel of the two major ninja villages had already taken action as he wished. Hurry back and report to Master Tsuchikage that Nagato from Akatsuki village easily defeated Hokage Tsunade. Hurry back and report to Lord Kage that Hokage Tsunade was nearly killed by Akatsuki Nagato. Chapter 364. Meet again. When Nagato helped the injured Konan and Kakuzu back to Dream House, the news of his victory over Tsunade had spread throughout the Akatsuki village. The way passers-by looked at him was completely different from before. That is a kind of awe, a respect for the strong. Before I even entered the door, Yahiko greeted me with a big laugh. Ha ha ha, well done. We showed the power of Akatsuki village. He didn't even go to watch the game, and the result was as expected. But his actions made people imagine a lot. Xiaoying seemed to be very confident. I'm afraid he already knew that Tsunade was no match for Nagato, and his previous refusal to let Nagato fight was just a pretense. This also indirectly makes people believe that Yahiko's strength is higher than Nagato's. Yahiko didn't know that his unintentional actions made Akatsuki village even more unfathomable in the eyes of others. Nono followed behind Yahiko and took Konan from Nagato's side with a look of concern on his face. Nawaki held back a lot, and although Konan's injuries looked serious, he was actually not seriously injured. It's a pity that they still got away. Nagato sounded somewhat dissatisfied with the result, as if he would only feel relieved if he really killed Tsunade. This inevitably led some people to complain in their hearts. Just be thankful that they ran away, otherwise it would be hard to say whether your Akatsuki village could continue to exist. At least there seems to be room for maneuver. After all, it was Tsunade who made the mistake first. Of course, no one dared to say this to his face. After all, they were still on the territory of Akatsuki village. Just run away. Killing him will be troublesome. Yahiko's tone was relaxed, and there was no sign of fear on her part. It seemed like killing Tsunade or not was just a matter of thought, without having to consider the consequences. Hey, I'll take them downstairs to heal their wounds first. Nagato sighed and prepared to leave. Go ahead. Thank you for your hard work. Yahiko had no intention of leaving together. He still needed to stabilize the situation. You don't have to fight, but you still have to clean up the aftermath. It's my job. Nagato gave Yahiko enough face, and left with the two wounded people with Nono. Only when Nagato and his 4 companions disappeared from his sight did Yahiko turn around and return to the dream house. During the war, the dream Yuanfang had been repaired and there was no sign that a fight had taken place there before. Brand new tables and chairs and beautiful dealers are all in place. Everyone, today's farce is really a bummer. It's all because of our Shaonin village's poor supervision. To express our apologies, everyone present can receive 100,000 chips for free. The amount is not large, I hope you don't mind. After Yahiko finished speaking, someone came out to distribute chips. Advertisement. He also has a good calculation, such a move can not only sell well. Moreover, chips are not cash. Sooner or later, they will be returned to Dreamhouse, and the number may even be greater. Master Xiaoying, you're welcome. It has to be said that the service of Dreammaker is good. What are we waiting for? Let's get started. With the free money, the casino immediately became lively. The huge gold-making machine, Dream Ueneming House, began to operate normally again. Everyone, don't worry and have fun. I promise that something like what happened today will never happen again. If it happens again, no matter who it is, I will kill them without mercy. Yahiko smiled, but the words she said were frightening. This is like giving a candy first and then giving a warning. Judging from your performance today, if there are any more blind people coming to cause trouble, I'm afraid they're tired of living. Yahiko's voice did not disturb the enthusiasm of the gambling table, and he was not annoyed when no one responded. Everyone have fun, I'm leaving now. After saying this, Yahiko called Nagashima Yuichi to give him a few words, then turned and left. As for Daiki Nakamura, he was injured and is recuperating. Today was an unexpected disaster for him. He didn't even know that he had unknowingly taken part in such a big drama. It was late at night, but Yahiko and his friends stayed together and did not rest. The injured Kakuzu and Konan no longer showed any signs of fatigue. I won't go, you guys chat about your own things. Kakuzu seemed very reluctant. He only recognized himself as a member of the Akatsuki village and did not want to have too much connection with Konoha. Okay, then you should go to bed early. Yahiko didn't force it, he knew how Kakuzu felt. Well, I'm going back. Kakuzu breathed a sigh of relief and left first. A killjoy. Let's go. Konan muttered something, then became visibly happy. Walk. Yahiko and several others filed out and ran towards the moonlight. About an hour later, they arrived at the agreed location. This is a natural canyon, and traces of years of fighting can still be vaguely seen. This is the place where Chuan Feng fought Hanzo. That's where we saw Sensei kill Hanzo of the Salamander. Advertisement. Nagato pointed to the hillside in the distance and spoke to Nono. I have to say, this is all fate. Nono was grateful to Chuan Feng from the bottom of her heart, otherwise she would never have met Nagato. Okay, what's there to miss about this crappy place? When Konan revisited the old place, the psychological trauma he had suffered for many years came to his mind again. She shudders when she recalls the scene where Hanzo was cut into 2 pieces. Okay, let's go find the master's wife. Yahiko didn't feel anything, after all, boys are braver. There. Nagato had already sensed Tsunade's location and rushed over with a few people. It was an exquisite wooden house, needless to say it was designed by Tsunade's wood style. Boom boom boom, come in. Tsunade's voice came out, her tone brisk. Master's wife, Konan misses you so much. Yahiko opened the door and Konan squeezed in immediately. She immediately threw herself into the arms of the half-lying Tsunade and rubbed her breasts hard, which made her envious. Okay, it's boring or not. Tsunade pushed Konan away helplessly, but the little girl was still so clingy. Yahiko, Nagato and Tsunade greeted each other and gave Nawaki and Minato a big hug. Who am I? Lord Xiaoying. Nawaki patted Yahiko's back hard, a smirk on his face. Ahem, bro, I was just pretending, please forgive me this time. Yahiko no longer dared to be arrogant at this time, and it was not an exaggeration to say that Nawaki was his little teacher. You were so brave, boy. Minato let go of Nagato, also with a teasing look on his face. Don't say that, if you don't come I'm going to stab myself twice. Nagato made a gesture of poking himself, which made everyone laugh. Tsunade-sama, Nawaki-senpai, Minato-senpai. Only then did Nono find a chance to say hello, looking a little reserved. Don't be nervous, you've done a good job over the years. With a kind smile, Tsunade affirmed Nano's achievements over the years in person. This is what I should do, it is my honor to serve the village. Nono straightened his chest and acted as solemnly as possible, his heart was extremely excited. This is the affirmation from the idol, chapter 365. Tsunade accepts a disciple. Oh, really? Then come back to Konoha with me later. It just so happens that I am still short of a disciple. Tsunade suddenly had the urge to tease Nono, and he suppressed his smile and looked very serious. Ah! Nono was stunned for a moment, totally at a loss as to how to respond. Nagato was also stunned. If Nono chose to leave, he would probably respect that. Why, you don't want to? Tsunade put on a serious face, as if she was really angry. But pretending is just pretending after all, and those involved are just confused. Konan blinked at Nono desperately, but she had no time to guess. No, of course I am willing to be your disciple. Nono hurried to explain, but he got stuck after just 2 sentences. She really wanted to learn medical ninjutsu from Tsunade, but she didn't want to leave Nagato. I glanced at Nagato, but still couldn't figure out how to continue. You don't have to worry about me, as long as it is your own choice, I support it. Nagato also figured it out. Even if Nono went to Konoha, it wouldn't stop the 2 of them from being together. Are you willing to do that? Tsunade turned to look at Nagato, her eyes full of admiration. This love for women is something he has learned completely from Chuan Feng. I'm willing to do that. Konoha is my home too. Besides, I have no reason to worry about Nono being by your side. Nagato gave a very forced smile. How could he bear to do that? Big fool. Conan muttered to himself, neither of these two people is smart. The master's wife almost grinned. Don't you realize that she is playing a trick on you? Tsunade-sama, I want to stay here. I'm afraid I can't be your disciple anymore. After hearing what Nagato said, Nono finally made up his mind and mustered up the courage to reject Tsunade. They were finally reunited, so how could she bear to leave? Even though it had been her long-cherished wish to study with Tsunade. No, Tsunade stood up suddenly, scaring Nono so much that he took several steps back. He was really frightened. This action, which was totally inconsistent with Tsunade's character, completely woke Nagato up. He looked at Yahiko and the others, all of whom had expressions that showed they were enjoying a good show. Only Conan rolled his eyes at him. How could there be such a stupid brother like you? Advertisement Nagato could only show an embarrassed expression, but he didn't dare to remind Nono. Do you really want me to return to Konoha? There are so many ninjas in Konoha who are better than me. I believe you can find a disciple you like. Nono was in great trouble and wished Nagato could speak up for him. If he was still kept in the dark, Nagato would definitely lobby for Nono. But now that he had seen the situation clearly, he dared not spoil the master's wife's fun. He could only turn his head slightly and avoid looking at Nono's pitiful eyes. He knew clearly that this was a good thing for Nono. I want you to be my disciple. Tsunade could no longer bear it and had to suppress the upturned corners of her mouth with difficulty. But I don't want to leave Nagato and go back to Konoha alone. Nono also gave it his all and shouted with his eyes closed. Ha ha ha, Tsunade was the first to laugh, and only Nagato blushed. What are you all laughing at? Nono found that Tsunade's anger did not happen as he expected, and he opened his eyes with a look of confusion on his face. Laugh at your stupidity. Conan covered his forehead with his hands. This silly girl hasn't figured out the situation yet. What I mean is that you can choose not to return to Konoha, but you cannot stop being my disciple. Well, are you willing? Tsunade also considered Nono's character a little bit, and finally expressed his attitude at this time. Yes, I do. The surprise came so suddenly that Nono completely forgot to control his expression and was as happy as a child. Hey, are you willing but still not willing to become my disciple? Nawaki coughed lightly, a timely reminder. Teacher, I accept the respect of my disciple, Yakushi Nono. Nono immediately knelt down respectfully and bowed deeply to Tsunade. Good boy. Teacher, I don't have anything valuable to give you, so I'll leave this notebook to you. Tsunade's idea of taking in a disciple was just a spur-of-the-moment idea, and he had not made any preparations in advance. She could only give Nono a notebook she carried with her, which contained her thoughts and experiences on medical ninjutsu. Thank you, teacher. As soon as Nono opened it and took a look, he knew how precious this notebook was. This is the note of the most outstanding medical ninja in the ninja world. Why are you being polite? I can't keep you around. I have to show you some real skills. Study hard, and don't embarrass me, your teacher, in the future. Tsunade touched Nono's head. This was her first official disciple. Neither Nagato nor Masaki count. One is my husband's disciple and the other is my future sister-in-law. Advertisement, I will definitely try my best. Nono stood up and stood aside respectfully, his mouth wide open with joy. Nagato, give Nono more guidance when you have time. If she doesn't learn well, I'll hold you responsible. Tsunade was 3 parts serious and 7 parts teasing, but what is certain is that Nagato is more than capable of guiding Nono. Master's wife, rest assured. I'll take care of it. Nagato and Nono looked like a pair of idiots while laughing. Okay, stop being silly. You have done a great job over the past year. Your teacher praised you very much. It's as if it was all his achievement. The only thing missing is his tail sticking up in the sky. As for the embarrassing request that Chuan Feng made to her regarding this matter, Tsunade naturally would not tell her. It's all thanks to the teacher's guidance. Yahiko continued following Tsunade's words. He could understand that Chuan Feng didn't come in person, but he was a little disappointed. I'm here. Konoha can't be left alone. Wait for a chance later. Tsunade saw what they were thinking and made a promise. It's okay. Master's wife, your coming here has solved a huge problem for us. Conan said as he put his arm around Tsunade again, undoubtedly a clingy guy. I don't have that ability. Your teacher asked me to come here. Tsunade was telling the truth. It was indeed Chuan Feng's idea. He guessed that Akatsuki village would face such a dilemma after blackmailing its 2 allies. Oenoki and Rasa probably won't dare to cause trouble again. I'm afraid that the reputation of the master's wife will be affected. Yahiko felt a little guilty. The reputation of Hokage was still valuable. What? Just because my master's wife lost once, someone dares to ignore me? Tsunade pretended to be serious, but she didn't really care. Not to mention that the amazing fighting power displayed by Nagato is very convincing. Her hidden strength is also a big trump card. This defeat is not all bad. How could that be? The name of the master's wife is still very famous. Yahiko flattered him and regained the feeling of living in Hitaki's house. Of course not. Master, I am the Hokage. Tsunade raised her head slightly in a proud manner, without any signs of aging. Everyone in the cabin chatted more and more excitedly, and finally Chuan Feng also joined the group chat through Katsuyu the Immortal. It was almost dawn when everyone dispersed, still reluctant to leave. Tsunade left the wood-style hut, and it seemed as if no one had ever been here before. Chapter 366. The school year begins again just a few days after the Battle of Akatsuki Village. Nagato's name spread throughout the ninja world. He reached the top of the ninja world with an almost invincible attitude, and no one dared to claim that they could defeat him after just this one battle. As a result, Konan and Kakuzu were exposed to the public. The immortal Kakuzu and the angel Konan are both on the focus list of major ninja villages. Yahiko, who did not make any move, was even deified. Some even claimed that Yahiko's strength might be slightly higher than Chuan Feng's. Although it may seem like overpraising, Yahiko doesn't care about it at all. Instead, she is very happy. Chuan Feng is his biological teacher. How could he come to cause trouble for him? This rumor has only benefits and no harm to Akatsuki Village. When Tsunade returned to Konoha, he was notorious for bullying the weak. The most annoying thing was that she lost the fight, and she was furious about it. At one point he wanted to launch a war against the Rain Country, but was stopped by the Konoha high-ranking officials. If the name is not right, the words will not flow. Tsunade cannot start a war just for his own selfish reasons. Fortunately, Hatake Chuan Feng was very understanding and knew that Tsunade was at fault in this matter. Not only did he not go to the Akatsuki village to cause trouble, he also did not stand on Tsunade's side, otherwise even the Konoha high-level officials would not be able to stop him. The drama was so sensational that it spread throughout the ninja world in a short time. As the situation gradually calmed down, it seemed as if the incident had just passed. According to rumors spread by spies from various countries, Tsunade and Hatake Chuan Feng had been in a cold war for a long time, and it seemed that neither of them had S**X. But these are just after dinner talk and can't be taken seriously. After some time passed, Akatsuki Village welcomed envoys from Rock Shinobi Village and Sand Shinobi Village. This time, the attitudes of the two major ninja villages changed drastically, and their words were quite respectful. Not only did he refuse to mention anything about getting a piece of the pie, he also hoped to have in-depth cooperation with Akatsuki Village. All this shows that Chuan Feng's idea worked. It's really refreshing. I gave them the arrogance before. As soon as the Sand Shinobi Village messenger was sent away, Konan jumped for joy. All the bad feelings I had suffered before were finally released today. The bigger the fist, the more truth there is. Yahiko couldn't help but feel secretly happy when she recalled the humble and submissive look of the Sand Shinobi Village envoy just now. The teacher is right. They are all bullies who only care about the weak and fear the strong. Nono still remembers what Tsunade said before he left, that he must not hesitate when it is time to show his strength. The ninja world has always been a situation where the strong prey on the weak. Finally, I can live a peaceful life from now on. Nagato had a faint smile on his face and seemed to be in a good mood. Advertisement: the Sand Shinobi Village messengers have special respect for him. HMPH, they know the current situation. Kakuzu had already made a plan. If Chuan Feng's trick didn't work, he would definitely visit the two major ninja villages. See whether they want money or lives. Okay, the trouble is solved. But we can't let our guard down yet. We need to pay attention to all aspects. Yahiko did not get carried away and kept a positive attitude. No matter how powerful the Akatsuki village is, it is ultimately just a small ninja village in a small country, so it's better to be cautious. Don't worry, I've explained everything. I'll know if there's any sign of trouble. Nono followed the strategy of Hanzo of the Salamander and had spies from Akatsuki village spread throughout the ninja world within a year. I trust you to do the job. Nono always gets things done in advance, making it much easier for Yahiko, the leader, to do his job. He didn't know how many times he had sighed that Nagato really had picked up a treasure. He looked up at the heartless Konan and could only shake his head and smile. You can only love the person you choose. What's that look in your eyes? Konan may be a little silly at ordinary times, but he is very alert when it comes to things like this. She was certain and positive that she was being despised. Nothing. I just want to see you. Yahiko was flustered by the question. Why don't you think so quickly when it comes to serious matters? HMPH, do you think I believe it? Just wait, you'll see what happens. Konan glared at Yahiko fiercely, then turned his head away and stopped looking at him. If you don't learn this lesson, you won't know how powerful Lord Konan is. Ha ha ha. Even Kakuzu laughed out loud as he watched Yahiko scratch his head in embarrassment. After spending a long time with these half-grown children, he felt that his mentality had become younger. Okay, there's nothing to do here. Let's go out for a couple of drinks to celebrate. Yahiko changed the subject, hoping to avoid punishment. Okay, except for Konan, who kept silent, everyone agreed. Advertisement, let's go, then. Yahiko knew Konan would not refuse to go, so she got up and went out. The five of them went straight to the most luxurious restaurant in Shounen Village, had a big meal, and drank a lot of wine. Yahiko, who was still somewhat conscious when he returned, thought he had really escaped danger. However, he was beaten up before he could rest. Teacher is right. Only girls and villains are hard to raise. Yahiko was lying on the bed with her eyes closed, muttering to herself, looking extremely aggrieved. After falling asleep, he smiled sweetly again. The problem was solved, and Akatsuki Village officially entered the stage of takeoff. With a steady stream of funds, an elite force was built, and the military power of the Rain Country reached its peak in history. Both in terms of economy and strength, it is far ahead of the demigod period. In the blink of an eye, another year passed. Except for occasional frictions among several small ninja villages, nothing major happened in the ninja world. Konoha is still thriving and firmly sits on the throne of the largest village in the ninja world. Last year, Kakashi was the first to enter the advanced class with excellent results, and this year Guy and others have also caught up. Since Chuan Feng opened the advanced class, it has provided Konoha with many outstanding ninjas in the past few years, and the threshold has naturally become higher and higher. Being able to enter the advanced class to continue studying is the goal of every child in the ninja school. Kakashi and the other 6 have now become the envy of many of their classmates. Today is the annual enrollment day for Konoha Shinobi School. Early in the morning, Chuan Feng got up and washed up at Tsunade's urging. Take care of Ginchi. I'll get some more sleep. Tsunade gave Chuan Feng one last kick on the butt, turned around, covered herself with the quilt and closed her eyes again. Although I haven't planned to have a second child yet, I still had a fierce battle last night. Chuan Feng rubbed his sleepy eyes, he was tired too. Chuan Feng put on his clothes mechanically, washed up and came to the restaurant, his eyes were finally clear. Morning, Dad. 5-year-old Ginji is also going to school today. He is sitting next to Kakashi and is very well behaved. Morning. Chuan Feng rubbed his son's head and sat down at the dining table. Uncle, can I not give a speech today? Kakashi, as the youngest student selected for the advanced class, will speak at the opening ceremony today. Why not? This is the honor you deserve. Before Chuan Feng could say anything, Tsukumo glared at Kakashi. Even though he holds a high position, he would feel proud of such things. Your son is so outstanding, can't you show him off? Chapter 367 Genius, go ahead and set an example for your brothers. There are many younger brothers and sisters coming to school today, so you must not let them down. After Chuan Feng finished speaking, he drank some milk and then started to eat. Brother, you are the best. Then you will stand on the stage and shine. I can point at you and tell others that this is my brother. Let them all be envious. Ginji put a siamai into Kakashi's bowl, smiling widely and speaking in a pompous tone. Oh well. Kakashi hesitated for a moment before agreeing. How could he bear to disappoint his brother? That's right, have you prepared your speech? Tsukumo smiled again, and Miyuki watched with a smile on his face, but did not interrupt. Whatever Kakashi decides, she will support him as a mother. Not yet, I'll let Hong help me figure it out later. Kakashi touched his nose awkwardly, he really didn't want to go. Only Guy is keen on this kind of thing of being in the limelight. Unfortunately, he is not qualified yet. You only know how to cause trouble for others. At this moment, Nishui finally couldn't help but speak, with a hint of complaint in her voice. How can you have the nerve to make a little girl famous like this? Aunt, you are wrong. What do you mean by other people's family? She is my sister-in-law. Yinchi is a little boy with a smart face. He made everyone laugh with just 2 sentences. Eat your meal. Kakashi's face flushed slightly, and he stuffed a bun directly into Ginji's mouth, stuffing him tightly. I'm telling the truth. Ginji took the bun down and took a big bite. It's the truth, it's the truth. Eat quickly, it's almost time. Chuan Feng finished the last bun in 2 or 3 bites and wiped his mouth with tissue. Wait for me a moment, it will be ready soon. After saying this, Ginji stopped talking and filled his little mouth. Don't choke, there's still time. Nishui stood up and poured another glass of milk for Ginji, also showing her affection for him. Thank you, Auntie. Ginji tilted his head back and swallowed the food, then finished the milk in one gulp, and finally finished his meal. Let's go, my 2 treasures. Chuan Feng stood up and left, followed closely by 2 people, one big and one small. Woo woo woo, advertisement just a few steps out of the restaurant, Xiaobai came up to me. The 7-year-old Xiaobai has stopped growing. His 1-meter-tall body is much bigger than the ghost mastiff. It is snow white without any other color, and looks both majestic and beautiful. Xiaobai wants to go too, so let's take him with us. Ginshi turned over and sat on Xiaobai's back. He and Xiaobai have a very good relationship. Just take it with you. Be quiet when you get to school and don't scare the kids. Seeing Kakashi's inquiring eyes, Chuan Feng did not refuse, but just greeted little white hits. Woo woo woo, Xiaobai nodded and walked beside Kakashi carrying Ginji on his back. The ghost mastiff is almost as fat as a pig, and he didn't even bother to come out and move around. Chuan Feng complained as he walked, saying that the ghost mastiff had done a great job in raising the baby over the years and that he was living a very comfortable life. Ouch, Xiaobai cried out, but Chuan Feng didn't understand. What does it mean? Chuan Feng looked at Kakashi. This thing still needs to be translated. Haha, Xiaobai said his father is afraid of you. Kakashi's attainment in dog language is much better than Tsukumo's. Can I still eat it? Chuan Feng completely forgot how much psychological trauma he had left on Ghost Mastiff. That's hard to say. Ginji was merciless when he complained about his own father. You kid. Chuan Feng patted Yinchi on the back of the head to express his dissatisfaction. Ouch, after being hit, Ginchi simply lay on Xiaobai's back with an expression of enjoyment. You are so lazy that you don't even want to walk this short distance. Chuan Feng smiled helplessly, and the 3 of them and the dog continued to go to the ninja school. As soon as I arrived at the school gate, I saw a huge crowd of people accompanied by noisy laughter. It seems like there are more people this year. Kakashi found that there were obviously more people this year than last year, not to mention when he enrolled. It's normal. If there is no war, the population will increase. Maybe we will have to limit births in the future. Chuan Feng didn't care whether Kakashi could understand or not, he was just speaking casually anyway. Konoha is still far from the point of population explosion. What is birth control? These words aroused Genji's curiosity. It means that a family is only allowed to have one child. If there are more children, there will be a fine. Chuan Feng summarized it succinctly. As for forced abortion, it might be a bit beyond the scope for Genji. A fine. Advertisement, that's okay, our family has money. My brother Kakashi and I will have as many children as we want in the future. Genji's comments sounded very much like a prodigal son, and Kakashi tried not to laugh out loud, for he knew Genji was going to be in trouble. Is it itchy? Chuan Feng lifted Genji off Xiaobai's back like a chicken. No, the skin doesn't itch. Dad, I was wrong. I won't have any more children in the future. Genji covered his butt and admitted his mistake straightforwardly. That won't do. If you don't give birth to me, where are you going to get your grandchildren? Chuan Feng was just about to teach this brat a lesson when he was interrupted by a female voice behind him. Aunt Yi Kang, save me. Genji no longer cared about his reputation and started yelling at Yi Kang. Luckily, he still had some brains and didn't ask Orochimaru to save him, otherwise he might have won the men's doubles. Auntie can't save you. Why don't you ask Kang Yu for help? Yi Kang covered his mouth and chuckled. At this time, Kang Yu poked his head out from behind Orochimaru. Uncle Chuan Feng, can you put brother Yinchi down? Kang Yu's soft tone immediately calmed Chuan Feng down. Sure. Chuan Feng threw his son aside like trash and opened his arms to hug Kang Yue. My daughter. Orochimaru didn't give Chuan Feng any chance at all, he turned around and picked up Kang Yu first. Mean. Chuan Feng withdrew his hand awkwardly and rolled his eyes. This daughter slave is hopeless. They are all here. Kakashi, Ginshi, Kang Yue. 3 green figures, 1 big and 2 small, arrived not far from Chuan Feng at some point. It was Might who led his 2 sons, Guy and Jia, Morning, Dai. Several adults greeted each other and the 5 children also gathered together. After chatting for a while, another acquaintance came over. Lord Chuan Feng. Fugaku led a little boy to the group. This is, Chuan Feng doesn't remember Fugaku having such a big son, and he's not married yet. This kid is a rare genius that my Uchiha has seen once in a century. It's just that his parents passed away early, and I happen to have nothing to do today, so I brought him to school. Fugaku rubbed the little boy's head and smiled. Anyone could see that he was very pleased with the little boy. Chapter 368 Uchiha Shisui, how talented. The big snake became interested when he heard the word, genius, and stared at the little boy again and again with its pair of snake eyes. Don't scare people. What's his name? Chuan Feng saw the little boy shrinking behind Fugaku because of Orochimaru's stare, so he manually diverted Orochimaru's gaze. Don't you know how scary you look? Do you think she likes you as much as your own daughter? Chuan Feng suppressed the urge to complain, but his curiosity was also aroused. It seems that this little boy is quite extraordinary as he can make Fugaku, a guy with expressionless face, smile so brightly. Chuan Feng quickly went over all the characters in the original novel in his mind and almost had the answer in his mind. At this age and period, the only person who could be called a genius by Fugaku was probably him. He called out Shisui, Uchiha Shisui, this year has been an eye-opener. Fugaku answered the 2 people's questions, speaking in a very calm and casual manner. But the corners of his mouth that couldn't stop rising revealed his true thoughts. Opened your eyes at the age of 5? Is this true or false? Orochimaru and Dai couldn't help but be shocked. They admitted that the Uchiha clan was indeed blessed by nature, but opening their eyes was not as simple as eating and drinking. Many Uchiha people will never be able to open their eyes throughout their entire lives, and opening their eyes at the age of 5 is simply unheard of. It is no exaggeration to call him a genius because he opened his eyes at the age of 5. Chuan Feng was not too surprised, as his guess turned out to be correct. Shunshin Shisui is a person who was almost deified by Hokage fans, so it is not surprising that he has such talent. As for Shisui's age, the Hokage does not mention it clearly, but since he participated in the 3 wars, I guess he is a little younger than Kakashi. I have met several adults. At Fugaku's suggestion, little Shisui greeted Chuan Feng and others one by one. Although he was still young, he knew that these people were all important people. You are welcome. Ginshi, come and introduce your new friend to everyone. Chuan Feng took the initiative to invite Ginshi to bring Shisui to join their small group. This is definitely a potential super shadow seedling. Even if he can't open Mangekyo in the future, he will have Kage-level strength thanks to the body flicker technique and illusion. Okay, Dad. My name is Hatake Ginji, let's be friends. Ginji came over and invited Shisui in a very generous manner. Go ahead. Advertisement at Shisui's questioning look, Fugaku smiled and gave him a gentle push on the back. Being able to make friends with Ginshi and the others is a good thing no matter how you look at it. Even if we put aside the utilitarianism, Shisui, as an orphan, also needs friends. Hello, my name is Uchiha Shisui, please take care of me. Shisui politely introduced herself to Ginji with a shy smile. Don't be so polite, follow me. Genji was a lively person, so he dragged Shisui aside. Soon, the 6 children were chatting together, chattering non-stop. Is this a preparation for training a successor? Orochimaru's sense of smell was so sharp that even Chuan Feng hadn't thought of that aspect. First, Fugaku is still very young, and second, he will give birth to a very outstanding son. It's too early to say that now, let's see later. Fugaku smiled but didn't respond directly. In fact, he really had this in mind, and he didn't intend to stay in the position of patriarch forever. That kind of life would be too boring. He was not a power-hungry person at heart. The Uchiha clan has regained its glory in his hands, and his biggest wish now is to marry Mikoto, have children, and grow old together. I think this kid is good. After Chuan Feng thought about it carefully, he really felt that Shisui would be a good patriarch in the future. Compared to Itachi, Shisui should be more suitable. Then please take good care of me in the future, Master Chuan Feng. Fugaku did not continue the previous topic. Anything he said now would be empty talk. After all, Shisui is only 5 years old, and no one can predict what will happen in the future. That won't do. Aren't you asking me to open the back door? Chuan Feng made a witty remark, which made everyone laugh. Everyone knows that you, Lord Chuan Feng, are famous for your fairness. Orochimaru made a joke casually. He was undoubtedly a bad friend. Oh, I don't deserve it. Chuan Feng's pretentious look once again caused a burst of laughter. Okay, it's almost time for us to go in. It won't be too late. Seeing that everyone around him had gone to school, Yi Kang didn't want to stay here and chat with a bunch of grown men anymore. Okay, let's go. Chuan Feng nodded and agreed. Several adults called the children, and a large group of people walked into the school. Before I even entered the school gate, I heard a voice calling from behind me. Wait for me, wait for me. Advertisement. When everyone looked back, they saw a big white-haired head leading a small white-haired head running towards them. If not Jiraiya and his son, who else could it be? Ginchi, Kongyue. When they got close, Naruto shook off Jiraiya's hand and ran straight towards his friends. The children had already become familiar with each other due to the friendship they had inherited from their parents. I thought you weren't free today either. Chuan Feng patted Jiraiya on the shoulder. He was usually so busy with work that he was rarely seen. The spy department can be said to be even more powerful in Jiraiya's hands and has made many contributions to Konoha. It's such an important day, I must be there. Jiraiya is much more reliable now, like a father. Let's go, let's have a good reunion after this is over. It's been a long time since we've had this many people. It's my treat. Chuan Feng decided the next itinerary with a wave of his hand. Although everyone lives in the same village, they are always busy with their own things and have fewer opportunities to get together than before. They are now the backbone of Konoha and can no longer be as free and easy as before. The days of being able to do whatever you want are long gone. I'm fine with that if someone treats me. Daipo has some intention of fighting against the local tyrants. He is just leading the Jonin team, so he is relatively free. I have to go to the lab after this. Orochimaru thought about it for a moment and decided not to refuse. The recent experiment was nearing completion and did not require too much attention. It's okay if you don't want to participate, just let Yi Kang take Kang Yu. I'm afraid Tsunade can hear Chuan Feng's little plan in the Hokage's office. The father-in-law does not have to meet the daughter-in-law, but the daughter-in-law can stay. I really don't know how Orochimaru could have such a soft and sweet daughter. You wish. Orochimaru snorted coldly, with no intention of satisfying Chuan Feng's wish. No problem, I'll get Mikoto later. Fugaku readily agreed and did not forget to bring his fiancée along. If there's wine to drink, Jiraiya, will not be absent. Jiraiya had been planning to spend some time with his son today, and it would be a nice thing for him for everyone to get together. Okay, go sign up first. Chuan Feng led a large team directly to the registration office and completed the procedures in a short time. From today on, Genji and his children are also students of the ninja school. Because there would be an opening ceremony after the registration, everyone came to Chuan Feng's office to sit around. As the space was not big enough, the children did not follow. Chapter 369. Chatting with old friends. I never thought that the school would get better and better in your hands. Orochimaru never says anything nice when he opens his mouth, and he and Chuan Feng are used to insulting each other. Although Chuan Feng likes to be a hands-off boss, Orochimaru knows that without him, the school would not be so excellent. There are so many things you can't imagine. Chuan Feng sat leisurely at his desk and drank a cup of tea, not paying any attention to what Orochimaru said. You know what, those students who just joined the spy department are really good. Jiraiya is very appreciative of the students coming out of the advanced class. These students who have received systematic training adapt quickly. He doesn't need to spend too much time on training before being sent out on missions, which greatly reduces his pressure. That's for sure. I put a lot of effort into it. Hearing the praise, Chuan Feng couldn't help but feel proud. This is Konoha's Wangpu Military Academy. He spent a lot of money both in terms of teaching staff and funding. Seeing is believing. Do you have any good talents in your medical class? The students assigned to Orochimaru were much inferior, and in his opinion, they were just average. In fact, this is already a careful selection. Being a medical ninja is difficult in itself, and he has very high standards. To get his high evaluation, I can only say that the medical team still needs to work harder. Whether it's good or not, you won't go and see it yourself. You were given time to come and give a lecture. Have you ever come? Speaking of this, Chuan Feng gets very angry. He is very good at asking people for things, but when asked to do something, he makes all kinds of excuses. Either they are busy in the laboratory or they have things to do at home. Now they realize that the level of students in our school is not good enough. Don't you see how many outstanding medical ninjas Konoha can count? Even Counselor Kaharu is now a permanent resident of the medical class. Can this be blamed on me? I'm really busy. Orochimaru's momentum suddenly weakened. Even Tsunade took time out to give him a lecture. He realized that he was indeed not in the right in this matter. I don't blame you, but who else can I blame? You are the boss of the medical department. These children in the medical class will be your subordinates in the future. If you don't pay attention to them yourself, who else can you count on? Since Orochimaru is weak, Chuan Feng will naturally become tough. He stood up suddenly, wishing he could drag Orochimaru to give the lecture right then and there. Okay, I'll go there sometime later. Orochimaru was troubled by what Chuan Feng said. It was just a lecture, couldn't he just go there himself? That's more like it. I didn't waste my breath. Chuan Feng showed a triumphant expression and was very proud after sitting down. The senior class is indeed very successful, and several of the students who came to our department are already capable of taking on important responsibilities. Fugaku spoke up only now, giving a fully positive evaluation. Hear me? This is the effect. Advertisement: the medical class is poor in terms of faculty. It would be a waste if you didn't give lectures on your rich medical knowledge. Chuan Feng had just finished squeezing Orochimaru, but now he started praising him. This kind of snobbish behavior is really hilarious. Just shut up, it gives me a headache listening to you. Orochimaru glared at Chuan Feng unhappily, saying, You've said everything. An irritable man. Chuan Feng pointed at Orochimaru with disgust, then turned around and smiled at Yi Kang. Yi Kang, have you been bored at home these years? Do you want to find a job? Chuan Feng's sudden question made Yi Kang stunned. She had long been accustomed to this life as a housewife and had no intention of becoming a ninja again. What? After squeezing me, you're now planning to take advantage of my wife? Before Yi Kang could reply, Orochimaru took over the conversation. His eyes were full of vigilance, and he felt deep down that Chuan Feng had bad intentions. Don't say such harsh words. I think it's a waste for Yi Kang to have all these skills at home. Why not come to the combat class and be a teacher? Just like my sister-in-law, it's nice to come to class occasionally and give some pointers to the younger generation. Chuan Feng really put a lot of effort into the advanced class and recruited young men from everywhere to be teachers. Is it that simple? Orochimaru's eyes were full of distrust, but in fact he was reluctant to let Yi Kang suffer any grievances. It's that simple, don't you think? Chuan Feng touched his nose. Was he that hateful? It's not up to me, she decides for herself. Seeing that what Chuan Feng said did not seem false, Orochimaru finally breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that Yi Kang was tired of fighting and killing, and if Chuan Feng wanted her to join the Konoha Shinobi team, he would be the first to say no. Am I suitable? Thinking about being able to teach Kongyue, Ginshi and others in the future, Yi Kang was already tempted. What's inappropriate about that? You are the wife of the Minister of Medical Affairs, a legitimate minister's wife. Chuan Feng knew what Yi Kang was worried about. She was still worried about her former identity. It's their honor to receive your guidance. Although Jiraiya has never fought with Yi Kang, he knows that as the former acting Kage, Yi Kang's strength is unquestionable. That's right. I'll ask you to take good care of my two boys in the future. There was no doubt that he could enter the advanced class after wearing the armor. Advertisement: although the younger son's talent is not good, he is just as hardworking as Guy. Okay then. I promise you. Unable to refuse such a kind offer, Yi Kang readily agreed. The salary can't be too low, Orochimaru said to Chuan Feng faintly. Don't worry, you'll be there. The ninja school is now very wealthy, so Chuan Feng naturally doesn't care about this salary. The five of them chatted for a few more hours, and the registration session finally ended. Boom boom boom, there was a knock on the principal's office door. Come in. Chuan Feng sat up straight and even cleared his throat. We were having so much fun chatting that my throat felt a little itchy. Master Chuan Feng, the opening ceremony is about to begin, you should enter. The person who came was Onoda Hyde. There were so many important people in the room that ordinary people didn't dare to disturb them. Thank you for your hard work today, I'll be there in a minute. Although Chuan Feng has tricked Onoda many times, he still respects him normally. Okay, I'll go first. Onoda Hyde smiled at everyone, then turned and left. Just go and have a look, you can watch the ceremony. Chuan Feng stood up, straightened his clothes a little, and adjusted his hair a few times. There is no need to show off my conceited side in front of all my old friends. Okay, it's very handsome. Jiraiya went out first and had to admit that he was outshined by Chuan Feng in terms of appearance. No wonder Tsunade fell in love with this kid in the first place. It was not unfair for him to lose. At your age, you still think you're a handsome young man? Orochimaru almost had a look of disgust on his face as he held Yi Kang's hand and they both went out one after another. I thought to myself, Chuan Feng is already in his 30s, why is he still so vain? I'm happy to do that. Is that your business? Yeah, die. Orochimaru was nowhere to be seen, and Chuan Feng could only talk to Dai. Yes, I'm leaving too. Dai said perfunctorily to Chuan Feng and disappeared in a few steps. Chapter 370 Opening Ceremony. The largest playground of the ninja school was now filled with children. Under the teacher's arrangement, they formed neat square formations. The parents were watching the ceremony from outside the isolation zone, and Orochimaru and his companions were among them. At this moment, they have the same identity as everyone around them, that is, parents. In front of the square formation was a high platform, on which sat the school leaders headed by Chuan Feng. As everyone arrived, Onoda Hideo stood up and walked to the front of the stage. Hello everyone, I'm Onoda Hideo, the vice principal of Konoha Shinobi School. As his vigorous self-introduction spread throughout the venue, the opening ceremony officially began. Today, first of all, I would like to welcome all the students to our school. I would also like to thank all the parents for coming to the ceremony and witnessing this important moment. Onoda Hideo spoke eloquently for more than 10 minutes and even felt a little unsatisfied. If there weren't so little text, he might have talked for longer. Now, please invite the student representatives to give a few words to everyone. Everyone applaud. Onoda led the applause, then slowly retreated to his original position. Not far from the stage, Kakashi and Hong were standing together. While the adults were chatting, she had already joined Kakashi and the others. Come on. Hong leaned close to Kakashi's ear and whispered encouragement, but the voice that came out was a male's. I am convinced too. Kakashi rolled his eyes at Hong and walked to the front of the stage amid applause. Looking at the way Kakashi walked, Chuan Feng frowned. It seems different from the usual Kakashi. Before he could think about it, Kakashi had already arrived at the stage. Ahem, Kakashi coughed twice, and the applause stopped abruptly. I am honored to speak to all the younger students today as a student representative. I'm Hatake Kakashi from the command squad. After a brief self-introduction, Kakashi spoke more and more fluently. The whole person exudes confidence on the stage. This is my brother. Genji said something inexplicably to the strange girl on his left. Not only was there no embarrassment at all, but there was also an unconcealable sense of pride in his tone. Indeed, he is a child who does what he says. Really, that's amazing. The girl looked at Kakashi with stars in her eyes. She was undoubtedly a love-crazy little girl. You are Hatake Genji, right? I know you. Advertisement. Before Genji could continue showing off, a boy to his right spoke up. The boy had severe dark circles under his eyes and a pale face, and he coughed twice after he finished speaking. Who are you? Genji turned his head and looked at the little boy in confusion. He felt that the other person was a bit presumptuous and that he was a complete double-standard person. My name is Moonlight Gale, and I admire your father's swordsmanship. My father said that Master Chuan Feng is the most powerful swordsman in all of Konoha. There was a light in Moonlight Gale's eyes, which was his love for swordsmanship. Hello, hello. When Genji heard Gecko Gale's praise for his father, a smile appeared on his face. I hope to have the opportunity to spar with you in swordplay in the future. Gecko Gale had no ill intentions, he simply wanted to see Genji's swordsmanship level. No problem, let's discuss progress together. Genji agreed readily, and he himself was not a difficult person to deal with. And me. Hearing Genji's agreement, the purple-haired girl behind Gecko Gale also moved forward. She is Azuki Yugao. We grew up together. Seeing that Genji was still a little unresponsive, Moonlight Gale took the initiative to introduce himself. Oh, hello. Genji looked at Mao Yugao and thought that the girl was quite pretty, though a little bit inferior to Kang Yu. Hello, my name is Kang Yu. I grew up with Genji. As if to assert her sovereignty, Kang Yue leaned back and leaned against Genji. Sure enough, girls are jealous. Hello, my name is Maide, and this is Uchiha Shisui. Hi, my name is Naruto. After hearing Kang Yue speak, several friends started to introduce themselves. There were so many people that Yu Guangji Feng and Mao Yu Shiyan were stunned. After looking around, I finally remembered everyone's name. Hello, please take care of me in the future. After the 7 children had a conversation, Kakashi's speech came to an end. Finally, I hope everyone can have a happy time in school. I'll be waiting for you in the advanced class. After saying the last sentence, Kakashi bowed and left the stage to applause. That's great. Hong gave a thumbs up to Kakashi, who stepped down from the stage. FKU, change back quickly, stop being so awkward. Kakashi pulled Hong away quickly, but the opening ceremony had not yet ended. What Kakashi said just now is very good. I hope that all students can learn well in school. Advertisement. Now, please welcome Principal Hatake Chuan Feng to give the final speech. This time, Onoda Hyde didn't give a long speech, he just said a few words and then returned to his seat. Chuan Feng stood up, straightened his clothes, and walked to the front of the stage with big strides. Hello everyone, I am Principal Hatake Chuan Feng. I am very happy to welcome you to school today. They were all words of encouragement, and there was nothing special about what Chuan Feng said. Dad, why is he talking so much today? This was the first time that Yinchi felt that Chuan Feng was talkative. In the past, he was the one who always talked to Chuan Feng. Haha, if you talk like that, be careful, Uncle Chuan Feng will beat you up. Kang Yu couldn't help laughing out loud. Ginchi was the typical person who never got enough of being beaten. He never knew what it meant to cause trouble with one's mouth. It's okay, he can't hear it from this far away. Ginji was not afraid at all, and Chuan Feng kept talking on the stage. What if I tell on you? Kang Yu gave a wicked smile and started to scare Ginji. You dare? As Yinchi said this, he started to tickle the itchy spot on Kang Yu's waist. Ha ha, ha ha ha, I don't snitch, I don't snitch. Kang Yue twisted left and right, and soon the formation was disrupted. Uncle Chuan Feng is watching you. Jia stared straight ahead, squeezing out a few words from between his teeth. That's good. We can't escape this beating. Ginji seemed to have lost his soul and stood still. You deserved it for tickling me. Kang Yu stuck out her tongue, and suddenly saw Orochimaru staring at her hungrily from the corner of her eye, and she immediately stood straight. Let you do whatever you want. Naruto was still adding insult to injury and earned 2 cold stares. There's nothing else to say at the end. I wish you success in your studies. Chuan Feng retracted his gaze and ended his speech. I was already thinking about how to fight so that the brat Ginchi would learn his lesson. It's just right to make up for the beating I got in the morning. It's over, Kang Yu, remember to beg for mercy for me. As if they had telepathic connection, Ginji had a keen sense that something was wrong. I can't protect myself. Kang Yue smiled bitterly and glanced at him, and Yinchi just glanced at him and quickly turned back. Orochimaru's murderous gaze frightened him to death. Let's just hope for the best. With a long sigh, Ginji just hoped that his mother would not come at noon, otherwise he would not be able to handle the mixed doubles. Chapter 371 Mixed Doubles, Dissolution. When the applause ended, Chuan Feng bowed and left the stage. At this point, the opening ceremony came to a successful conclusion. After hearing the word, disband, the originally neat team broke up instantly and the children all ran towards their parents. Goodbye. After saying hello to their new friends, Yu Guang Jifeng and Maoyue Zigao quickly disappeared into the crowd. After almost everyone had dispersed, only Ginchi and 4 others were left. Where are we going to meet? Little Shisui broke the silence and asked very innocently. Gather in hell. Ginji's weak voice was filled with despair. Be optimistic. Maybe Uncle Chuan Feng is in a good mood today and you can escape. Although Jia felt that it was impossible for Ginji to escape this beating, he still chose to comfort him. Hey, Ginji sighed, he knew it very well. The possibility of something like what is said happening is infinitely close to 0. It's just a beating, not that serious. From the way Naruto sounded, it was clear that he had been beaten a lot, and they all suffered the same fate. What are you guys standing there for? I'm leaving. Kang Yu was about to say something when he was interrupted by Kakashi's voice in the distance. Here I come, bro. Ginji responded and walked towards Kakashi dejectedly, not even a bit of the show-off look he had before. Stop dawdling. I've been waiting for you guys. Kakashi and Hong weren't there before, so they didn't know what happened. Brother, you can definitely save me, right? Ginji's eyes suddenly lit up, and he stepped forward and put his arm around Kakashi's arm. In trouble again? Kakashi looked helpless. They were fighting while Uncle Chuan Feng was speaking and they broke the formation. I was an honest child and told him everything. Take your hands away. I, your brother, can't save you. Kakashi ruthlessly pried Ginji's hands apart and walked away without looking back. It's not that I won't save you, it's that you won't die if you don't seek death. Besides, you think too highly of me, your brother, as if your father has never beaten me. That's it. If you stick your head out, you'll get a knife. If you hide your head, you'll get a knife too. Ginji seemed to have figured it out and followed Kakashi without hesitation. The 6 of them finally met up with the adults outside the school. Kang Yu heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Orochimaru was not there. Shisui knew that Fugaku had gone to call Makoto, so he stayed quietly with his friend. Advertisement, Dad, where are we going to eat? Ginchi, who had figured it out, took the initiative to ask about Chuan Feng, as if he was putting life and death aside. Let's go to the barbecue restaurant next to our weapon shop. Your mother is already waiting. Chuan Feng looked at Yinchi meaningfully, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Dad, I suddenly have a stomachache, can I not go? When Ginji heard Tsunade was waiting there, his calves began to tremble. It's really like when it rains it pours, and misfortune always strikes upon the unfortunate ones. That's just right, let your mother take a look at it for you. Chuan Feng knew what Yinchi was planning, puff. Kang Yu couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ginji is a guy with a bad brain. Why does he have to pretend to be sick when he could have made any other excuse? Didn't you know your mom is a medical ninja? Don't bother mom, I'm fine again. Ginji had obviously accepted his fate, he slapped his forehead and almost cried because of his own stupidity. That's good, let's go. Chuan Feng, Jiraiya and others chatted as they walked, occasionally bursting into hearty laughter. To Ginji's ears, those were the whispers of the devil. When we arrived at the barbecue restaurant, Tsunade had already been sitting there for a while. After greeting everyone enthusiastically, he grabbed Ginchi's ear and dragged him away with a smile on his face. You guys sit down first, I'll go take a look. Before everyone arrived, Chuan Feng followed under the pretext of watching the fun. Ah! A series of screams came from the next box, and Kang Yu heard his own future. Although Orochimaru dotes on her, he never shows mercy when it comes to beating her. Do you know you're wrong? Will you dare to do it next time? Chuan Feng and Tsunade sang the same tune, and Ginji had no choice but to give in. Mixed doubles is really hard to handle. The fight was going on fiercely over there, and here Shihi Zhenhong's family arrived. It was Chuan Feng who asked Hong to go back and call. Sakumo and Nayuki were also on their way. Where's Chuan Feng? Zhenhong just asked casually, he thought Chuan Feng hadn't arrived yet. I'm teaching the kids next door with Tsunade. Jiraiya pursed his lips and pointed to the box nearby. What did Genji do wrong? Hong moved closer to Kakashi and ate trigrams. The two of them huddled together and whispered, and soon Kakashi explained what had happened. Haha, it's really unfortunate for Genji to have a brother like you. Kakashi pried open Genji's hand, making Hong laugh so hard that she couldn't straighten her back. What can I do? Go in and get beaten up together. Advertisement. Kakashi rolled his eyes. Was he some cheap thing? It makes me laugh to death. Hong patted her chest and finally calmed down. About 10 minutes later, Chuan Feng and his family of 3 came back from the next room. There was no sign of crying on Genji's face, except that he screamed a little miserably just now. The pain is real, but the injury is not real. Having such powerful parents is sometimes not necessarily a good thing. The education is over. Sometimes you can't just rely on fighting. Zhenhong began to share her parenting experience, and Hong was indeed well-behaved and sensible, which made her very convincing. Adults talk about adults' things, and children talk about children's things. Did it hurt just now? As soon as Yinchi sat down, Kongyue came up to him and asked with concern. It hurts. My voice is almost hoarse. Genji pinched his throat exaggeratedly, as if it really hurt. You didn't cry even though it hurt, but I will definitely cry after we get home from eating. Kang Yu's face was full of sorrow. She was not as tolerant as Ginchi. I don't think so. Uncle Orochimaru would be willing to hit you. Although he had always heard Kongyue talk about it, Ginchi had never seen it once. That's not when I'm outside. I've been beaten so many times at home that I cried. Kongyu's words were instantly recognized by Hong's eyes, as they shared the same fate. Don't think that Zhenhong is bragging now. When Zhenhong got really angry, he beat Hong up many times. When talking about being beaten, the children all complained, except Shisui, who looked envious. Yes, as an orphan, he really hopes to have parents who can beat him up. But it's not bad now, at least the patriarch is really good to me. As time passed, people gradually arrived. Orochimaru was the last to arrive, with Misaki and Nawaki behind him. Minato and Kushina arrived with Fugaku and Mikoto, just a few minutes early. Brother-in-law, have you forgotten about us? Nawaki sat down next to Tsunade and pointed his finger at Chuan Feng. How could that be? I told Kakashi. Chuan Feng really forgot about them, so he could only randomly pick someone to take the blame. Ah, yes. Uncle Nawaki, I forgot. Kakashi reacted quickly, and it was a good thing to let his uncle take the blame. He also gave Ginchi a look, meaning that you kids should learn from him. You just forgot about us. Unfortunately, Nawaki was not stupid and could tell at a glance that Kakashi was giving false testimony. I promise I won't do that next time. The food is served, everyone, please eat. Chuan Feng realized that he couldn't deceive people, so he said that there would be no next time. By using the excuse of serving the food, he successfully diverted everyone's attention. Chapter 372. Jiraiya's troubles. As plates of barbecue and drinks were brought to the table, everyone started to eat. When old friends get together, there's naturally not much to be said for it. The adults were toasting each other and chatting happily. The children ate heartily, occasionally whispering to each other. After a few drinks, everyone started talking more. The atmosphere in the entire box is very warm and harmonious. Jiraiya, you didn't ask Maki to come? Putting down the empty glass in his hand, Tsunade seemed to suddenly remember something. Everyone brought their families with them, except Jiraiya, whose wife was not with him. Oh, Maki. Jiraiya was about to make an excuse, but his son spoke first. My mother beat up my father a few days ago, and then she went back to Fushiko village alone. Naruto said nonchalantly, not even swallowing the barbecue in his mouth. Looking at his calm expression, you can tell that this is definitely not the first time this has happened. Perhaps he has long been accustomed to this way of getting along between his parents. As usual, Dad would go and coax Mom back in a few days. But his interruption forced Jiraiya to swallow back what he was saying. He stared at Naruto with his eyes twitching. You little brat, don't you know that family disgrace should not be made public? Besides, what do you mean by beating me up? That was just me giving in to your mother, okay? Brother Jiraiya, you're not going to collect materials again, are you? In front of so many children, Nawaki didn't say it very explicitly, but those who could understand understood it. Only the children were confused. Bullshit, I haven't been to that kind of place for a long time. Jiraiya almost choked on his drink. This kind of thing should not be talked about casually. Although I once took young Nawaki to collect materials, that is now a thing of the past. Dad, what does it mean to collect materials? Naruto blinked his big eyes with curiosity. He couldn't understand the height of his eyebrows at all. Just based on these few sentences, a loving education is definitely in place. Don't ask so many questions, little kid, eat your meat. Jiraiya glared at Naruto. He really couldn't explain this kind of thing. When I think back to the ridiculous things I did when I was young, I feel a little embarrassed. It better not be. If that's the case, beating you up would be considered light. Tsunade stared at Jiraiya with a half smile. She had beaten Jiraiya many times before because of the material collection. Advertisement, really not. Jiraiya felt very wronged, as he had retired from criminal activities for many years. Are you sure? Orochimaru's three light words completely broke Jiraiya's defense. But it's no wonder that Orochimaru doesn't trust him, because he took Orochimaru to peek outside the women's bath when they were young. In the end, Orochimaru turned and left without even a glance, leaving Jiraiya alone to be poured a basin of hot water on his head by an old lady. As the saying goes, it is difficult to change a person's nature, and Orochimaru felt that it would not be surprising if Jiraiya committed the same mistake again. I really didn't, believe it or not. Jiraiya seemed to be angry and drank a full glass of wine. Why doesn't anyone believe the truth these days? Jiraiya, I believe you. In Jiraiya's eyes, Chuan Feng seemed to be the embodiment of justice, and his eyes became hot when he looked at him. Good brother. When these three words came out, everyone present was shocked. Jiraiya shouted with so much emotion. If you don't know, you might think he and Chuan Feng are half-brothers. Then tell me why Maki had a conflict with you. Chuan Feng was very good at choosing words, and a one-sided beating became a conflict in his mouth. This question completely ignored Jiraiya's abundant emotions, and all he saw was the flame of 8 trigrams burning. Jiraiya was choked. This grandson still didn't believe in him. Tell me. Dai and Zhenhong were cheering on the side, but the children didn't dare to be too ostentatious and only dared to glance at them out of the corner of their eyes. I see through you. It's not something shameful, and at this point Jiraiya is too lazy to hide it. Pointing at his friends with a look of disappointment, Jiraiya paused and continued speaking. Maki is from Nadeshiko village, you all know this, right? Chuan Feng and the others nodded repeatedly. Of course they knew all this. Nadeshiko village is a peculiar place. Jiraiya's eyes began to wander, and he recalled his first visit to Nadeshiko village. Their village is a matriarchal society, and the men are all outsiders who were defeated and married into the family. Maki was originally this generation's village chief, but I defeated him and brought him back to Konoha. It is her sister who has taken over the position of village chief now. You know how hard it is for a female ninja to be better than a male ninja. Their village is almost extinct and there is no way to accept new male villagers. A few years ago, Maki's sister wrote to me. I want Maki to help see if we can send some Konoha shinobi over. Advertisement, they said they would never force you to stay. They would only accept those who have been defeated and truly want to stay. Maki told me, and I just refused. Jiraiya's words were righteous, and he refused in order to prevent the loss of talent in Konoha. After all, as a man, he has a say in how tempting a country of women is. Are there many beautiful women in Nadeshiko village? Day's eyes began to light up, and if there hadn't been so many people around, his wife would have beaten him up on the spot. Most of them are pretty good. Jiraiya thought about it and gave a fair evaluation. Save a place for Guy and A when they grow up and can't find wives, send them to Nadeshiko village. At least bring me a daughter-in-law. Dai is really far-sighted, and parents all over the world are so pitiful. Ahem, it didn't quite understand and Guy was choked. I took the water handed to me by Kakashi and was able to avoid choking to death. Dad, I'm only 7 years old. Guy's face was full of resentment. Does his father have so little confidence in him? Although I am not popular with girls now, who knows, someone might be blind in the future. What's wrong with being 7 years old? If you make plans early, you will have more options. Before Dai could answer, Guy's mother had already stood on the same front as her husband. God knows what he liked about this green-skinned monster with a middle part at that time. She gave birth to 2 copies without knowing why. It's really pitiful to God. What Auntie said makes sense. Kakashi patted Guy's shoulder and stabbed him deeply. How can you say that? Guy just prefers playing with male classmates. He has a good relationship with Asuma and Obito. It would have been fine if Hong didn't say anything, but when she spoke, Dai and Guy's mother became nervous. It's okay if you don't have any popularity with the opposite S*X, but you shouldn't be too popular with the same S*X. Thank you. Guy looked at Hong speechlessly. Does he like playing with boys? There's nothing I can do if the girl doesn't like me. I'm afraid Nadeshiko village won't last until Guy grows up. Jiraiya was also shocked by Dai's train of thought. That's a shame. Dai sighed, as if he had suffered a great loss. If you refuse, then the matter will be over, right? Fugaku continued to ask questions in order to satisfy Makoto's curiosity. Chapter 373 Fugaku's wedding date, that time is in the past. Then I wrote more and more frequently every year. The words are full of complaints, except for saying that Maki didn't help him. The more pressure Maki is under, the more pressure he puts on me. But I can't push the Konoha shinobi into the fire pit. Jiraiya's statement is purely one-sided and self-righteous. If this were a fire pit, there would probably be countless warriors. That's right. Tsunade was relieved to hear Jiraiya's words. Konoha still ranked first in his heart. Just a few days ago, another letter came. Maki asked me to send some people to Nadeshiko village, saying that they were to be spies. What news is there about Nadeshiko village that we can find out? It was obvious that I was being asked to abuse my power, so I didn't agree. She went back in a huff. Jiraiya finally explained the whole thing clearly. It is not a work-style issue as everyone thinks, nor is it a relationship issue between the couple. That's not a solution. You can't just quarrel and coax each time. Zhenhong knew very well that it was not a good thing for a couple to do this often. He and Hong's mother had hardly ever had a quarrel in all these years. Then there's nothing I can do. We can't really send some people over there to continue the family line in Fushiko village. Jiraiya supported his forehead with one hand. Obviously he had been troubled by this matter for a long time. It's definitely not okay to send someone over there. We Konoha shinobi are all very valuable, but there is a solution. Chuan Feng's eyes rolled and he had an idea. What is the solution? Jiraiya immediately perked up and looked at Chuan Feng with an even hotter gaze than before. Orochimaru seems to have a solution. Why don't you let him talk first? Chuan Feng looked at Orochimaru, who was also an old fox, and wanted to see if the two had the same idea. As Chuan Feng finished speaking, everyone turned their eyes to Orochimaru. It was too late for him to refuse now. It's easy to say. You might as well think about it in a different way. After all, it is Fushiko village that needs our help. Why can't they send people to Konoha? Orochimaru asked Jiraiya with a smile on his face. I mentioned it, but they didn't want to. Advertisement. Jiraiya thought Orochimaru really had some good idea, but it turned out to be just that. Are you willing to let them do what they want? You have to understand that it is they who are anxious, not us. If we delay it for a few more years, and there are no newborns, we'll see who can't handle it. Orochimaru pinched Nadeshiko's vital point hard, and he saw through it much more clearly than Jiraiya. They will definitely be willing to send someone over by then. Find someone you like. If you win you can take her away, if you lose you can stay and become Konoha's wife. I want to see how many women in Nadeshiko village can lead us Konoha shinobi out. Chuan Feng continued what Orochimaru said, and their ideas coincided with each other. There is still the same tacit understanding as many years ago. Yes. Our Konoha is more prosperous than Nadeshiko village, and more powerful than Nadeshiko village. 9 out of 10 people who come to Konoha don't want to leave. Jiraiya suddenly realized that this was a plan to destroy the entire family. Even if Fushiko village sends someone, it will definitely be the strongest and most beautiful girl. If all these women stayed in Konoha, the Fushiko village would probably be destroyed. He couldn't help but feel a little reluctant when thinking of this. After all, this was his wife's hometown. Do you think the way of life in Nadeshiko village is good? How long can this last? Once a large-scale war breaks out in the ninja world. I don't need to tell you what the fate of a village with many women and low combat power will be, right? Tsunade saw Jiraiya's reluctance and added fuel to the fire. But everything she said was true. The way of survival in Nadeshiko village was not suitable for the ninja world. Jiraiya was in charge of intelligence work, so he naturally knew how turbulent the seemingly calm ninja world was in reality. In World War II, none of the parties achieved their ultimate goal, and another war was only a matter of time. After listening to Tsunade's words, Jiraiya fell into deep thought. Tsunade-sama is right. On behalf of the Uchiha clan, I would like to extend a warm welcome to the ninjas from Nadeshiko village. Fugaku agreed with Tsunade's point of view and made a little joke. You are addicted to marriage alliances, aren't you? Most of the Snow clan was taken away by you Uchiha, how shameless. Although it was a bit rude of Chuan Feng to point his finger at Fugaku, everyone could see that he was joking. That can't be helped. Our Uchiha looks good. Fugaku didn't care and even touched his chin conceitedly. Forget it, you are an exception. The official complaints were the most deadly. With just one sentence from Makoto, the expressionless Fugaku no longer had a smile on his face. Indeed, most Uchiha men are handsome and women are beautiful, but Uchiha Fugaku can't really be called a handsome man. Ha ha ha. Advertisement. Looking at Fugaku's embarrassing look, everyone laughed out loud at the same time. Fugaku, is there still no news about my scheduled disciple? Speaking of the Snow Clan, Orochimaru recalled what he had said many years ago. A disciple who possesses both Ice Release and Sharingan is still very exciting. Not yet. Fugaku smiled bitterly and shook his head. Wishes are beautiful, but reality is cruel. After the two tribes formed a marriage, the oldest child is currently only 6 years old. Not to mention awakening 2 bloodline limits at the same time, even awakening just one is a luxury. There's no rush for this kind of thing. Tsunade wasn't particularly looking forward to this. After all, Konoha's prosperity couldn't be maintained by just 1 or 2 geniuses. Then I'll wait a little longer. If it really doesn't work, I'm willing to mentor your children in the future. Orochimaru smiled at Fugaku, but felt a little embarrassed when he told Makoto. Because the experiment requires living subjects, he and Fugaku have become quite close in recent years. It's settled then, don't deny it later. Speaking of which, Makoto and I are getting married soon. I've been counting the days lately, so today will be my advance notice. After Fugaku finished speaking, he pulled Makoto to stand up, and the two of them toasted everyone present. As for the child taking Orochimaru as his master in the future, he also quite agrees. After all, Orochimaru's erudition is unmatched by anyone here. Congratulations. It's another big event for Konoha. Everyone stood up and responded, saying that it was true. As the largest clan in Konoha, the Uchiha clan leader's wedding will indeed be a grand event. I figured it out, too. Tsunade is right, that's how it's done. After a round of congratulations, Jiraiya finally made up his mind. That's right, it won't be too late to thank you later Maki. Chuan Feng picked up his glass and drank another one with Jiraiya. After 3 rounds of wine, the dishes have 5 flavors. Makoto and Kushina got together again, and the two best friends chattered non-stop. Makoto's face turned red when he occasionally glanced at Fugaku. I don't know what embarrassing things Kushina, the tomboy, said to her. By the time everyone walked out of the barbecue restaurant, it was almost 4 o'clock in the afternoon. After bidding farewell to each other, they went back to their homes, and today ended for them. The adults' steps were slightly unsteady, but the children seemed full of energy. Chapter 374 Mito urges marriage. Less than a month later, Konoha welcomed the wedding of the Uchiha clan leader. This day, the Uchiha tribe's territory is decorated with lights and colors everywhere, exuding a strong festive atmosphere. Early in the morning, the Uchiha tribe members rushing around for the wedding and guests coming to congratulate them could be seen everywhere in the tribe. Many high-ranking officials of Konoha and clan leaders were also present today. Even Hyuga Nobunaga brought his 2 sons Hiashi and Hisashi to send his blessings to the newlyweds Fugaku and Makoto. Ever since Tsunade came to power, Hyuga Nobunaga saw that the rise of the Uchiha could no longer be stopped. He wisely chose to ease the relationship, and Fugaku passively accepted the Hyuga clan's goodwill. Although the current relationship between the two tribes is far from being as close as that of brothers, at least there will no longer be the open and covert struggles of the past. The wedding ceremony officially began at Fugaku's residence at an auspicious time. Makoto was wearing a white wedding gown and had delicate makeup on today. She looked incredibly beautiful. As for Fugaku, his expressionless face never loses its smile, but it's a pity that it doesn't substantially improve his appearance. When the two of them stood together, it was obvious that they were like a flower stuck in cow dung. But there's nothing I can do if Makoto likes it. Chuan Feng not only gave Fugaku a generous red envelope, but was also invited to be the witness. He originally wanted to refuse on the grounds that he was not respectable enough, but he couldn't resist Fugaku's enthusiasm. With the title of the god of the ninja world and the identity of the Hokage's husband, who in the entire Konoha doesn't know him? It was an honor for him and Makoto to have Chuan Feng as the witness. After a few rounds of flattery, Chuan Feng was completely lost. I couldn't say any more excuses and could only agree reluctantly. That's why today, in front of so many guests, he gave his best wishes to the newlyweds. Several young couples who had not yet married were looking at the stage with envy in their eyes. Among them are the 2 pairs of Minato and Nawaki. Kushina, Makoto's best friend, had tears in her eyes. She held Minato's arms with both hands and wiped her tears on his shoulder. Minato touched Kushina's red hair with loving eyes. Everything was said without words. Masaki just glanced at Nawaki casually, and they both blushed when they looked at each other. As Chuan Feng finished his speech, the wedding came to an end. After Fugaku and Makoto completed all the procedures, they began to toast all the guests. When he returned to the main table, he could see that Fugaku was staggering a little. In order not to delay Fugaku's wedding night, Chuan Feng and other friends were considerate enough not to force him to drink. When night fell, the grand wedding finally came to a successful conclusion. After a busy day, the Uchiha tribe finally quieted down. Fugaku and Makoto's new house is naturally full of spring beauty, which cannot be told to outsiders. Chuan Feng and others walked home drunkenly. Advertisement. Sister, brother-in-law. We're leaving. Nawaki and Masaki say goodbye to Chuan Feng and Tsunade at the fork in the road. Well, go back and tell grandma that we will take Ginchi to see her tomorrow. Tsunade waved and continued walking forward side by side with Chuan Feng. Genji and Kakashi were following not far behind them, and Tsukumo and Nayuki were almost invisible. You go back too. See you tomorrow. Minato stopped walking and pulled Kushina's hand away from him. Okay, remember to think of me. Kushina looked up slightly at Minato, his eyes blurry. Her face was flushed, and you could tell at a glance that she had drunk a lot today. Well, go back and sleep well. Minato put one hand on Kushina's shoulder as if coaxing a child, and stroked the right side of her red hair with the other hand. Good. Kushina hugged Minato affectionately and turned to leave. Only after watching her catch up with Nawaki and the other 2 did Minato move forward to catch up with the 2 junior disciples. Brother Minato, when are we going to eat your wedding candy? Kakashi peeled a candy and put it into Genji's mouth, both of them staring at Minato. Haha, I'm not in a hurry. Why are you in a hurry? Minato was amused by the 2 and his thoughts began to wander. He and Kushina will have that day. Nawaki and the other 2 returned to the Senju residence, where the lights were still on. In recent years, Mito has become less and less willing to go out. In addition, since Genji started going to school, she spent more time at home alone. As soon as they pushed the door open, the 3 of them were still talking and laughing, discussing Fugaku and Makoto's wedding. Suddenly a figure appeared in front of them, and all 3 of them were startled. Grandma, why don't you make any sound when you walk? Nawaki patted his chest, looking frightened. It wasn't entirely an act, I did feel a little bit scared. Grandmother. Kushina and Masaki called out respectfully at the same time and lowered their heads. In front of Mito, they feel like they will always be children. When people saw me in this drunken state, I felt inexplicably flustered and nervous. Advertisement, you didn't see it yourself and you blame Grandma? Mito agreed before turning to talk to Nawaki with a small smile on his face. No, I just said it casually, Nawaki said as he walked forward and put his arm around Mito with a smile, not looking like an adult at all. You little brat, you only know how to make grandma happy. Is that Uchiha kid's wedding still lively today? Although Mito was invited, he declined on the grounds that he liked quietness. She didn't want to bring pressure to the guests because of her own reasons. Regardless of her identity as a Jinchuriki or as a first-generation wife, she is an existence that cannot be ignored. It's very lively, many people went there. Kushina followed up the conversation, not wanting to say that she was crying. As Makoto's best friend, she was deeply touched. I also wish the newlyweds all the best from the bottom of my heart. Yeah, that's good. Mito smiled widely, feeling very relieved. Hashirama was unable to integrate the Uchiha clan into the village, but having Tsunade accomplish it made up for some of the regrets. Grandma, let's go in and talk. Nawaki pulled Mito and walked towards the living room. He was really thirsty at the moment. After arriving in the living room and helping Mito sit down, Nawaki impatiently poured tea for them. What do you think when you see other people getting married? Mito took a sip of tea and asked casually, what can you feel? My brother-in-law almost stole the groom's limelight today. Nawaki is full of energy when talking about interesting things. It's not that Chuan Feng is trying to steal the limelight, it's just that Fugaku's appearance is really not very attractive. Fugaku is good in every way and cares about Makoto. It's just that the appearance is indeed a little bit worse. Kushina dared to say this in front of Makoto, and she was not afraid at all at home. You can't judge a book by its cover. Masaki has a very positive outlook, after all, Nawaki is not a very handsome guy. At least it's still some distance away from Chuan Feng and Minato. Aren't you envious? Have you ever thought about when you will get married? Seeing that the topic was gradually going off track, Mito had no choice but to get straight to the point. None of these unfortunate kids have grown up and still think of themselves as children? Chapter 375 Candle in the Wind. Ah. I'm not in a hurry, it doesn't matter if it's a few years later. Kushina reacted greatly and her face immediately turned red with embarrassment. She and Minato were still a little short of adulthood, but if grandma was really anxious, then sooner wasn't a bad idea. I didn't say you. Mito looked at Kushina in amusement, the kid was really anxious. I'm not in a hurry either. There were only a few people present, so how could Nawaki not know that Mito was coming for him? He and Masaki lived under the same roof, so naturally there was no sense of urgency. As for getting married, it was just a formality for him. Looking at the entire Konoha, who doesn't know that Masaki is his Nawaki's woman? What's worse, he is not ready to be a husband and feels that he is not mature enough. Before Masaki could finish her words, she was interrupted by Mito in a hurry. What's the hurry? You're not worried and you don't think about Masaki. She's already a grown-up girl. Does she have to wait for you until you're old? Mito seemed a little excited and spoke very quickly. He asked Nawaki a few words that made him feel confused. What is going on? I just attended a wedding. Why is it that my grandma seems like a different person when I came back? This matter has never been mentioned before. Grandma, I didn't say we can't get married. I just want to wait a few years until I'm more mature. Nawaki carefully studied Mito's expression, and his words were somewhat timid. As for Kushina, she had already shut up with a blushing face, and Masaki just watched from the side without daring to interrupt. That's easy for you to say. How many years later is it? Mito saw that Nawaki opened his mouth but didn't know how to answer, so he didn't continue to pursue it. Forget it. I'm too lazy to care about you, just do as you please. You've drunk quite a bit of wine, so go take a shower and go to bed early. After Mito finished speaking, he stood up and left alone, leaving the three confused people sitting in their seats. Grandma, what happened? Nawaki scratched his head and asked Masaki with a puzzled look on his face. At this moment, he didn't even remember what Tsunade asked him to tell Mito. Maybe he's worried about us because he sees that they're getting married. Masaki thought about it and expressed her guess. Maybe grandma was just saying it casually. Advertisement, you guys chat, I'm going to go wash up, I smell like alcohol. Kushina was a bit of a thickhead and didn't think much about it, he just stood up and left. Anyway, grandma is not targeting me, so let them worry about it. I think grandma is a little angry, should I apologize to her? If you really want us to get married sooner, then let's get married. What do you think? Nawaki was a filial child after all, and sat next to Masaki to discuss things with her. I can do anything. Listen to grandma. Masaki agreed immediately, but felt that it seemed a little unreserved, so she used Mito to block in front. Okay, let's go talk to grandma tomorrow. I guess it doesn't necessarily mean we have to get married soon. Nawaki just thought that Mito was jealous because he saw other people getting married. All of them completely ignored the fact that Mito was already old despite his youthful appearance. When they all fell asleep, the light in Mito's room was still on. She sat in front of the dressing table, looking at her still beautiful face in the mirror, but her eyes were unfocused. After a long moment, she stroked her cheek with one hand and muttered to herself. Hashirama, please wait for me for a while. At some point, the lights in Mito's house went out, and no light could be seen in the Senju mansion anymore. No words were spoken that night. The next day, Masaki got up early and prepared breakfast. Although she doesn't do it often, she should always apologize with an apologetic attitude. It was of course unrealistic to ask Nawaki to cook, so she had to do it. Mito finally arrived after Nawaki and Kushina were seated. Sitting in the main seat, there was no sign of fatigue on her face due to lack of sleep. Why, you want to please grandma? Mito only took one bite and knew who made this breakfast. That's impossible. It's my duty to cook a meal for Grandma. Masaki smiled and attentively added a bowl of porridge to Mito. You have such filial piety, Grandma is very happy. Mito took the porridge handed over by Masaki and was very relieved. At this time, Kushina just buried her head in eating, feeling very uncomfortable on an empty stomach after drinking. Nawaki didn't bring up yesterday's topic either, it was not the right time yet. As long as Grandma likes it, it's okay for Masaki to do it every day. Masaki said nice things to make Mito smile happily. As the meal was about to be finished, Mito seemed to be in a good mood. Nawaki put down the bowl, wiped his mouth and spoke. Advertisement, Grandma, I was wrong yesterday. The wedding date of Masaki and I is entirely up to you. Please be magnanimous and don't bother with us. Nawaki sat closer to Mito, a flattering smile on his face. Now you know to listen to Grandma? You can postpone it a few years if you want. Grandma was just saying it casually yesterday. Mito couldn't bear to be really angry. It was already good enough to see Tsunade get married and have children. She also figured it out last night that one should not be too greedy. She is better than Hashirama now. That short-lived man never even saw his grandson-in-law and grandson-in-law. As for Nawaki and Masaki, it's up to them. Grandma, you're the best. See, I told you that Grandma was just jealous for a moment. When Nawaki heard Mito say this, he felt relieved. First, Mito wasn't angry, and second, he didn't have to get married so early. You kid, can't your grandma be jealous for a little while? Mito tapped Nawaki's head in mock anger. Okay, Grandma, whatever you like is fine. Nawaki shrank his neck and laughed heartlessly. After chatting for a few more words, Genji's voice was heard. Grandma, Genji is here to see you. Accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps, Genji's figure first appeared in front of them. As he fell into Mito's arms, Chuan-Feng and Tsunade appeared from behind. My dear baby, I want to die so badly. Mito kissed Genji on the face several times, completely ignoring Chuan-Feng and Tsunade. Uncle, Aunt, Sister Kushina. Genji finished being intimate with Mito before greeting Nawaki and the other two. The generation structure is very messy anyway, so no one would blame him for calling him that. Masaki also accepted the title of aunt calmly. You just miss your grandma, not your uncle? Nawaki grabbed the child and gave it to Genji. He also liked this little nephew very much. I do, but I don't think so. Genji looked at Mito cleverly. Nawaki had no way to deal with him. Haha, you're bringing shame upon yourself. Kushina pointed at Nawaki and laughed so hard that she fell backwards. Some people just have no self-awareness. Chapter 376 Chuan-Feng makes the final approval. What are you talking about? No one answered the door. Chuan-Feng felt like he was at home here. After greeting Mito, he found a seat and sat down. Yes, I heard you talking from a long distance away. Tsunade sat down next to Chuan-Feng, picked up a piece of side dish with her hand and threw it into her mouth. Nothing, just yesterday Grandma said she wanted Nawaki brother to get married soon. Kushina looked left and right, but couldn't see Minato. Don't look at it, Minato took a temporary mission. It will be afternoon by the time we are done. Chuan-Feng saw through Kushina's little thoughts at a glance. Oh, I see. Kushina sat back down, with a hint of disappointment in her eyes. They had clearly made an appointment last night. It would be a good thing to get married sooner rather than later. Has the time been decided? Tsunade wiped her oily fingers with paper and looked at Nawaki. No, Grandma is just acting on a whim. Masaki and I plan to wait a few years. Granny Gang also agreed. Nawaki waved his hands quickly, fearing that Tsunade would misunderstand. Oh, I see. Tsunade threw away the tissue, not taking the incident seriously. I'm just saying it casually, let them decide their own affairs. Mito seemed to pretend that it wasn't her who was urged to get married yesterday, and her attitude changed completely. It's better to wait a few years. Nawaki is not qualified yet. Tsunade said as he raised his hand, causing Nawaki to lean back in shock. Sister, what are you doing? Seeing Tsunade withdraw his hand, Nawaki stood up with lingering fear. This damn bloodline suppression, is it not okay to scare you? Tsunade glanced at Nawaki casually. How could he support a family with such little courage? Okay, whatever you say, sister. Nawaki had no intention of resisting at all, he just rubbed Genji's face hard. Bad uncle, you hurt me. Genji struggled to escape from Nawaki's clutches. Who had he offended? Come to daddy. Chuan-Feng felt sorry for Yinchi and waved to him. Oh, yes. Kushina, how many months away are you from becoming an adult? Holding Genji against him, Chuan-Feng seemed to suddenly remember something. Me? I'll be an adult in less than 6 months. Kushina counted on his fingers, not knowing why Chuan-Feng asked this. Advertisement, less than 6 months? Chuan-Feng frowned and turned to look at Mito thoughtfully. What's wrong, Chuan-Feng? What's wrong with me? Mito was a little uncomfortable with being stared at by Chuan-Feng. What did he see through him? No, Grandma. I just suddenly thought it would be nice for Nawaki to get married sooner. How about you pick a date? Chuan-Feng didn't show any sign of abnormality on the surface, but he was filled with sadness in his heart. If he remembered correctly, in the original novel, Mito died shortly after Kushina became an adult. She urged Nawaki to get married, it was not just a casual remark. Maybe he just simply wants to see his grandson get married during his lifetime, so that he will have no regrets in this life. Brother-in-law, Grandma said it's up to us. Nawaki didn't know what Chuan Feng was thinking. Why was he bringing up a topic that had already passed? Shut up and tell me later. It was rare that Chuan Feng spoke to Nawaki in a bad tone. Masaki and Kushina were both startled by Chuan Feng's sudden increase in volume. What are you doing? Tsunade quietly pulled Chuan Feng, thinking that he was going a bit too far. Nawaki was her biological brother after all, so she didn't say anything excessive at this time. It's okay, let's listen to what Grandma says first. Chuan Feng gave Tsunade a forced smile. If Mito didn't tell him about this, he wouldn't be able to tell Tsunade. Let them be, there's no rush. Mito was stunned for a long time before looking at Chuan Feng deeply. Unexpectedly, this kid still found out. Brother-in-law, look. Grandma is just talking casually. Nawaki still hasn't realized anything is wrong and just thinks Chuan Feng is just worrying about it. Grandma, I think so. You can't let them do what they want. Nawaki, this kid, if you don't put pressure on him, when will he really mature? So, getting married early is definitely a good thing. Chuan Feng completely ignored Nawaki, but he couldn't be too blunt. Then he started to talk about some ideas that sounded very reasonable. What you said does make some sense. Mito's lips curled up slightly. She received Chuan Feng's kindness. Grandmother. Nawaki was interrupted by Chuan Feng just as he opened his mouth. Masaki didn't say anything. Why are you talking so much? Have you fallen in love with someone else? Advertisement? Chuan Feng had a lot of twisted ideas, which choked Nawaki so much that he couldn't say anything. Masaki stared at Nawaki for a long time after hearing that, until she couldn't help laughing out loud. Nawaki's aggrieved look was simply hilarious. As for the claim that Nawaki had fallen in love with someone else, she naturally didn't believe it. Masaki, what do you think about getting married? Mito didn't ask Nawaki again, because she knew Masaki. Since Chuan Feng was willing to take the lead, she just went along with it. I'm fine with that. I'll listen to Grandma. Just as Mito expected, Masaki gave the decision back to her without any hesitation. That's all. Grandma, please set a time. This is settled. Chuan Feng glared at Nawaki, making him swallow his words. Okay, I'll go find someone to calculate the date later. After Mito said this, the matter was finally settled. Nawaki was still a little confused until this moment. Was his marriage settled like this? Why are you in a daze? You should be happy. You are going to marry such a beautiful girl like Masaki. Tsunade reached out and hit Nawaki with just the right amount of force to confuse him without damaging his brain. I am happy. I am happy. Nawaki grinned, but he didn't look willing at all. Don't worry, my brother-in-law will give you a grand wedding. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Chuan Feng patted Nawaki's shoulder heavily, which was another kind of reminder. Whether or not he can understand it is up to Nawaki himself. Thank you, brother-in-law. The marriage was a done deal, and Nawaki calmed down and exchanged a few polite words with Chuan Feng. When I looked up, I saw Masaki sitting opposite me with a well-behaved look on her face, as if there was nothing wrong with getting married early. Then brother-in-law, you can't be partial to one and ignore the other. Don't forget that Minato is your eldest disciple. Kushina was too embarrassed to mention himself, so he could only bring up Minato's name. You little girl, you are quite anxious. Don't worry, I won't treat you unfairly. Chuan Feng looked at Kushina with amusement in his eyes. The little hot pepper was much more outspoken than Minato. I knew you were the best teacher, brother-in-law. Kushina didn't mind the awkwardness and just flattered him. Alright, put away your fake face. If I don't agree, you don't know how to frame me. Chuan Feng waved his hands in disdain and started joking. I'm not that kind of person. Kushina quickly denied it. How could she admit such a thing? When Minato and she were alone, he often plotted against Chuan Feng and Tsunade. One is henpecked and the other is a violent maniac. Chapter 377 Family Happiness. The girl is not reserved at all. Mito glared at Kushina, thinking that all those years of growing cabbages were in vain. Grandma, I will always be your good child. Kushina came close to Mito and started to act coquettishly. Okay, if you keep shaking Grandma will fall apart. Mito tapped Kushina's forehead, causing her to stagger. I haven't checked Kushina's body for a while, and she is indeed almost mature now. She also tried her best to learn all the sealing techniques she was supposed to learn. You guys sit down, I'll clean up first. Masaki stood up and started to clear the table, and Kushina went to help. Grandma, I'll go with you later. Tsunade asked. She had already sensed something was wrong. But I still have no idea at the moment, so I want to continue exploring with Mito. No, I can go by myself. Mito smiled and refused. She knew Tsunade would have to go back to work later. It's okay. It doesn't matter if I'm late. Tsunade still insisted on going, not wanting to find out why she felt uncomfortable. Grandma is not too old to walk yet, just go ahead and do your thing. Just let Ginji go with me. Ginshi-chan, would you mind going out with Grandma later? Mito refused again, but it wasn't because he realized something, he just felt that Tsunade's affairs were far more important than accompanying her. Good. Ginji nodded and agreed straightforwardly, moving from Chuan Feng's side to Mito's side. It's good to have Ginji with you. Let's not join in the fun. Chuan Feng saw that Tsunade was about to say something, so he interrupted her. Oh well. Genji, you have to be obedient when you accompany your grandmother. After Chuan Feng said this, Tsunade had no choice but to give up. Yeah, I know, Mom. Genji nodded obediently, leaning against Mito with a look of enjoyment on his face. Because he was taken care of most by Mito since he was a child, he is still very dependent on Mito. Grandma, don't buy him so many snacks. Tsunade did not forget to give instructions, and the closeness between generations was fully reflected in Mito. I know. I still need you to teach me. Mito looked impatient, and it didn't take much thinking to tell her that she didn't take Tsunade's words to heart at all. Come, drink some water. At this time, Masaki and Kushina finished clearing the table and brought tea and fruit. Everyone at the table, young and old, continued chatting about family matters. Talking about the past to the present, the laughter never stopped. Advertisement about an hour later, we finished the fruit and drank the tea. Chuan Feng and Tsunade prepared to leave as they still had official business to attend to. Grandma, let's go. Chuan Feng stood up first and greeted Mito. Well, get busy. I'll have Nawaki take Ginchi back in the evening. Mito waved his hand and made no move to stand up. Goodbye, Grandma. Tsunade stood up along with Chuan Feng and waved to her son. Goodbye, Mom and Dad. Ginji watched the two of them leave, and he seemed to be a little more energetic. Are you still afraid of them? Nawaki felt the same way when he saw Ginji's condition, which was exactly the same as his own when he was a child. With the corners of his mouth slightly raised, he began to tease Ginchi. You're talking as if you're not afraid, Uncle. Ginchi admitted it very openly and didn't think there was anything shameful about it. It was this rhetorical question that made Nawaki extremely embarrassed. This is really shooting oneself in the foot. You're not cute at all. Uncle won't play with you anymore. Nawaki thought about it and still didn't dare to say that he was not afraid. Not only did others not believe it, he himself didn't believe it either. He stood up, ruffled Ginji's hair hard, then turned and left. You just take your anger out on a kid, stinky uncle. Ginji scratched his messed up hair and complained quietly. Haha, ignore him. Aunt will help you. After watching the fun, Masaki went over to help Ginji fix his hair. I'm going out. Kushina is someone who can't sit still, and she doesn't plan to stay at home without Minato coming. Mito hummed softly, and Kushina disappeared after a while. Grandma, I have to go to the lab too. If you come back at noon, I'll cook. Masaki does look like a good wife and mother, and is considerate to both her superiors and subordinates. No, just do your thing. I'll take Ginchi out for a quick bite at noon. Mito is not the type of evil mother-in-law who would not want Masaki to run back and forth. Okay then. I'm leaving. Ginji, bye. Masaki gently pinched Ginji's face, then turned and walked away. Advertisement, Grandma, is it time for us to set off? Ginji looked up at Mito, his eyes clear and bright. Don't worry, go with Grandma and get some money. Mito took Ginji's hand and walked towards the bedroom. They couldn't go out without money. No need to take it, I have it. Ginji gently broke free from Mito's hand and took out a small wallet from his pocket as if to show off. He unzipped his jacket and exposed all the pocket money he had saved for a long time. Wow, there are so many. Mito pretended to be surprised. The amount of money in the small wallet was an unimaginable amount of money for a child from an ordinary family. That's right, Ginji has been saving it for a long time. Ginji's self-confidence was boosted by Mito, and he felt like he was the richest man in Konoha. That smug little expression was so arrogant. Keep saving, Grandma will give you some later. You usually buy delicious food for Kang Yu, right? Mito patted Ginji's head and started his next words with a joke. I haven't bought it many times. Ginji's face turned red, and although he didn't deny it, he was a little embarrassed. How many times have you bought it? Mito had a smile on his face and had no intention of letting Ginji go. He continued asking questions as he walked. Just a few times. Oh, Grandma, please don't ask. Ginji had no idea how many times he had bought it for Kongyue, so he could only fool people by acting like a spoiled child. Okay, I won't ask anymore. After saying this, Mito took Ginji's hand again, and the two of them went to the bedroom talking and laughing. Open the small drawer on the dressing table, that's where Mito keeps his change. One for you, too. Is it enough? Mito counted out the two largest bills and handed them to Ginji. That's enough, thank you Grandma. Ginji did not refuse. He took the banknote, folded it and put it into his small wallet. He had some knowledge of Mito's financial strength. I occasionally heard Tsunade mention that my great-grandmother owned the deed to an entire commercial street in Konoha. Although he had no specific idea, he knew that it was a huge fortune. Let's go too, and let your uncle look after the house alone. Mito casually pocketed some of the money and put the rest back. Good. Ginji took Mito's hand and the two of them walked out the door. Nawaki, look after the house. When passing by the martial arts hall, Mito happened to see Nawaki warming up, so he called out. Got it, Grandma. Chapter 378. The auspicious date has been set. After exiting the gate of the Senju residence, Mito stopped and looked up at the sky. Today, the sun is shining and the breeze is not dry. It seems like I haven't been out for a long time. Tai Nai, which way are you going? Ginji shook the hand he was holding with Mito, with a childlike smile on his face. This way. Mito was in a trance for a moment, then came to his senses and took Ginji to the path on the right. After passing through the alley, the two came to the busy street, just like ordinary people. The streets were crowded with people, and parents with children could be seen everywhere. Thanks to the current peaceful and stable environment in Konoha, the villagers' faces are filled with happy smiles. Walking leisurely on the street, the good-looking combination of Mito and Genji is very eye-catching. Moreover, there is some similarity between their eyebrows. People who don't know her would think Mito is Genji's mother. "Madam, your son is so handsome." A fat lady dressed in gold and silver, holding the chubby little girl, took the initiative to talk to Mito. At first glance, he was born into a wealthy family in Konoha. "This is me," Genji was about to explain when Mito interrupted him. "Thank you for the compliment. Your daughter is very cute too." Mito had no intention of explaining and smiled kindly. As he spoke, he reached out and pinched the little girl's round face. No, this kid just loves to eat it. Look at how fat she is. It worries me to death." The fat lady never mentioned her own figure, but she had a clear idea of her daughter's appearance. Although she said this, the smile on her face proved that she really enjoyed Mito's praise. The little girl looked at Genji, then looked up at Mito, then shyly shrank behind her mother under Genji's inquiring gaze. "He seems to be an introvert. Hello, my name is Genji." Genji was very generous and took the initiative to say hello. "At this point I no longer have the thought of explaining anything further, as long as my grandma is happy." "Hello." The little girl avoided his gaze and didn't even dare to say her own name. "This child is timid. I'm sorry to make you laugh." The fat lady patted her daughter's head, slightly apologetically. "It's okay, it's good for girls." Mito probably thought of Tsunade and Kushina, and didn't think there was anything wrong with being timid and introverted. Haha, I think so too. The fat lady instantly felt like she had met a close friend today, and every word Mito said touched her heart. When she smiled, she looked even more plump. "Let's talk again when we have a chance. We have other things to do." After all, they didn't know each other, and Mito didn't plan to delay any further. Relatively speaking, it is more important to calculate the date for Nawaki and Misaki. "Okay, I won't keep you any longer. See you again if we're lucky." The fat lady was also a discerning person. Seeing that Mito had no intention of making friends with her, she stepped aside. Advertisement, goodbye. Genji waved to the little girl and was led away by Mito. "Why, do you think grandma is too old?" After walking for a while and being quite far away from the fat lady and her daughter, Mito spoke again. "No, how is it possible, grandma, you are the youngest and the most beautiful." Genji's brain worked quickly and he knew what Mito was talking about. "You little rascal, you only know how to make me happy." "Then why did you want to explain just now?" Mito looked at Genji with a half smile, wanting to see how he would answer. "I just feel that the order of generations is messed up. Besides, my grandmother is so young and beautiful, they will be shocked." Genji first found a legitimate reason, and then gave some flattery. But this is indeed what he really thinks. In Genji's eyes, the grandmother who was always gentle to him was indeed more beautiful than his mother. Smooth talk. Mito was so amused by Genji that he couldn't stop grinning and was in great joy. "Too milky, I want to eat Anko meatballs." Passing by the meatball shop, Genji's eyes lit up when he saw the long queue. It's not that he wanted to eat that much, he just enjoyed the feeling of being pampered. "Walk." Mito had already forgotten Tsunade's instructions and walked towards the dumpling shop holding Genji's hand. Despite the long queue, Mito did not show any impatience and always had a faint smile on his face. By the time the two men came out with a few strings of meatballs, half an hour had passed. "You're so cute, eat one too." Genji held up a skewer with one bite taken from it and brought it to Mito's mouth. The two of them picked different flavors. Good. Mito was a person who didn't even want to touch Hashirama's leftovers, but faced with Genji's kindness, he agreed without hesitation. If Hashirama saw this scene, he would probably be extremely jealous. "Is it sweet?" Seeing Mito bite off one, Genji asked hurriedly. "Sweet, our Genji is the sweetest." Mito chewed it twice, squinting his eyes in enjoyment. Hearing Mito's praise, Genji's steps became lighter. The two walked along the main street, passed through several alleys, and finally arrived in front of a small mansion. Is this it? Looking at the simple gate in front of him, Genji thought Mito had taken the wrong path. In his limited knowledge, these charlatans should be very rich. Yes. Mito nodded, unclasped his hands and stepped forward to knock on the door. Boom boom boom, who is it? An old voice was heard, and then the door opened. "Advertisement, it's me, I'm bothering you again." Mito nodded slightly to the old man who opened the door. "It's you, Mito-sama. Come in." The old man saw Mito and Genji clearly, and opened the door to make way for them. "Hello grandpa, my name is Hatake Genji." Genji took a quick look at this plain-looking and even somewhat ugly old man and quickly looked away. "Hello to you too. This must be the Hokage's son, he is indeed intelligent and polite." The old man gave an ugly smile and extended his hand to invite the two to come in. "Naughty boy, bring him here to join in the fun." "Excuse me." Mito naturally took Genji's hand, and the two of them walked in one after the other. The old man moved quickly. He closed the door and walked quickly to Mito to lead the way. He still remembered Mito's generosity last time, and it looked like he would make a lot of money again today. He led the two of them to a quiet room. The environment was quite acceptable. After the two of them sat down, the old man came out and brought tea and sat down opposite them. I came here today to calculate an auspicious date for my grandson's wedding. This is their birth date. Mito didn't engage in small talk. He took out a piece of paper from his pocket and put it on the table, then got straight to the point. Genji sat obediently next to Mito, looking around curiously without saying a word. Then congratulations first. The old man first said congratulations before picking up the piece of paper with Nawaki and Masaki's birth dates. I didn't see him fiddling with any props, he just kept pinching his fingers with a serious look on his face. Tisk tisk, a match made in heaven. A 2-month period is not appropriate. The old man noticed Mito frowning slightly and immediately changed the subject. 23 days from now will be a good day. Hearing this, Mito smiled with satisfaction. One has to admit that this old man really has some ability to read people's expressions. Hard. Mito said as he pulled out a few large bills from his pocket and placed them on the table, which made Genji look shocked. Isn't it too easy for this old man to make money? It's all part of my job. The old man calmly wrote down the date and handed the note back to Mito. Those few words were written very beautifully, forming a sharp contrast with his appearance. Then I won't bother you anymore. Goodbye. After getting a satisfactory answer, Mito decided not to stay any longer. Then I'll take you there. The old man stood up and led the way, looking as if he regarded money as dirt, without even looking at the big bills on the table. Trouble you. Mito took Genji's hand again, and the two of them left the meditation room under the guidance of the old man. The distance was not far to begin with, and they were out of the mansion gate in a short while. After watching the two people walk away, the old man closed the door with a happy face. Today is such a good day. 12 Mount Chapter 379. Gag. Why didn't you let me stay with Grandma in the morning? At noon, Tsunade asked Xuanfeng about his doubts when he was alone with the Hokage in his office. Although she agreed with Xuanfeng's wishes at the time, it didn't mean that she would stop asking about it afterwards. Grandma is happy to take Genji with her, but with you. Haha. Are you having trouble finding it? Xuanfeng raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and looked Tsunade up and down with a playful look, the meaning of which was obvious. This desperate move undoubtedly aroused Tsunade's anger. I think you were just looking for trouble. Before Xuanfeng finished his words, Tsunade picked up a pen at hand and threw it over. The sound of breaking through the air went straight into the eardrums, and was no weaker than that of a kunai. You want to murder your husband? Xuanfeng didn't even put down his legs and still had a smile on his face. He held the pen tightly between his eyes with 2 fingers and started turning it. Why don't I stab you to death? Tsunade rolled her eyes. She knew that this attack was nothing to Xuanfeng. I was just joking, don't get so angry. Xuanfeng stood up and walked to Tsunade, pressing her temple with a playful smile. Stop interrupting me, you haven't answered my question yet. Tsunade slapped Xuanfeng's hand away and stared at him intently. Oh, Grandma herself refused. Why do you have to stick to me so shamelessly? Besides, it's the same even if Genji is with you. Xuanfeng continued to make jokes but didn't get to the point. What do you mean by shameless? That's my grandma. Tsunade glared at Xuanfeng, and most of her doubts were dispelled. Perhaps she was just too sensitive. She had absolute trust in Xuanfeng and didn't think he would hide anything from her. Yes, I used the wrong word. Xuanfeng nodded hurriedly, thinking that he had finally passed this level. I don't know if Genji is obedient or not, and whether he has upset Grandma. Nawaki and I were too naughty when we were little. Every time we went out with Grandma, we would get beaten. Talking about the past, Tsunade couldn't help but burst out laughing. It really hurt when Mito hit people, but now I am filled with nostalgia. I'm good at getting beaten up. When I was little, I couldn't beat my elder brother. I got beaten badly. Xuanfeng never mentioned a word about the mistakes he had made. Haha, you'll take revenge when you grow up, right? Tsunade imagined it and laughed even louder. No wonder Xuanfeng likes to quarrel with Shuomao so much, it turns out this is the reason. Advertisement, not entirely, mainly because my eldest brother is too old-fashioned. Xuanfeng does not admit that he is a petty person, and that is just an external expression of deep brotherhood. Tisk, you're just too jumpy. Brother is such a down-to-earth person. Tsunade finally said something fair. People like Tsukumo are the most loyal and reliable. I'm just too honest. If it weren't for me, he would have been killed without even knowing how he died. Xuanfeng said this with great pride. It can be said that the present status of the Hatake family was entirely created by him. Do you see that cow in the sky? After listening to Xuanfeng, Tsunade looked up at the ceiling seriously, as if he had the ability to see through things. Love is not to be believed, a woman with a short vision. Xuanfeng could understand the hidden meaning of Tsunade's words. After all, 2 kinds of people cannot sleep in the same bed. Thank you for the compliment. Tsunade nodded slightly, smiling. Just when Xuanfeng was about to do something bad, Shota's voice came from outside the door. Can I come in? Shota asked because he was afraid that he might see something inappropriate for children. Normally he would just push the door open and walk in. After all, there was no reason to knock on the door when returning to his workstation. Enter. Tsunade looked at Xuanfeng's retracted hand and gave him a provocative look. Neither of these 2 people is easy to deal with. You wait. Xuanfeng opened his mouth, uttered 3 silent words, and passed by Shota. Master Xuanfeng doesn't look well. is he feeling unwell? Shota returned to his seat and asked with concern. It's okay. He always feels uncomfortable for a few days every month. Tsunade's casual response made Shota even more confused. Why, Lord Chuanfeng still has women's troubles, but before he could finish thinking, Tsunade assigned him a task. A higher-ranking official can crush a person to death, so he has to do what he deserves. Shota quickly forgot about this little thing as he got into work mode. The mountains of documents were processed one by one, and before I knew it, the sun was about to set. That's all for today. There are no important documents. Tsunade stretched herself and stood up to get off work. You go first, I still have a few more. Shota looked up with a smile on his face, but he looked a bit tired, and it was obvious that he was a workaholic. Don't be too tired, let's go. Tsunade smiled and shook her head, forcibly dragging Shota out of the door. Advertisement, go home. After leaving the Hokage building, Tsunade let go of Shota's arm, which was almost swollen from her pinch. Be gentle next time. Shota rubbed his arms, realizing that he was not as resistant to beatings as Lord Chuanfeng. Haha, if you're not good at it, just practice more, let's go. With a hearty laugh, Tsunade left without looking back. After watching Tsunade disappear from his sight, Shota looked back at the Hokage building before slowly walking away. Genji hasn't come back yet. When Tsunade returned home, he only saw Kakashi following Haku around in the training ground. Normally, Genji would be a follower of his. I didn't see Genji, but uncle just came back not long ago. Kakashi stopped chasing, stood still and looked at Tsunade and answered truthfully. Got it, go ahead and play. Tsunade was just asking casually, thinking that Genji wouldn't be in danger when he was with Mito. Yes, auntie. Kakashi nodded and ran off again after Shiro. All the way to the restaurant, Tsunade saw Chuanfeng and the Sakumo couple smiling happily. What are you talking about? Why are you laughing so happily? Tsunade sat down next to Chuanfeng, who had already handed her the tea. Speaking of that brat Minato, he got jealous when he heard that Nawaki was getting married. Ha ha ha, Shuamao laughed heartily again as he spoke. As an elder, he was very pleased to see the younger generations getting married one by one. It's only a matter of time before he and Kushina get together, there's nothing to be jealous of. Tsunade took a sip of tea, her tone calm, but her eyes were full of smiles. The child is grown up now, there's nothing we can do. Looks like Minato's mansion needs to be put on the agenda. This is not only because Chuanfeng promised Minato, but also because he was willing to do it. After years of getting along, his love for Minato is no longer just the same as a Hokage fan's love for a Nagatame. He has long treated Minato like his own son or nephew. That's up to you. Don't be too shabby. Tsunade glanced at Chuanfeng casually and joked. She knew that Chuanfeng was always generous to his family, and Minato's house could not possibly be described as shabby. Of course I am the stingy person. Chuanfeng laughed and was already thinking about the location. It's too far, and the sense of distance is not good. It's too close, maybe it's a bit annoying. In the end, they decided to let Minato choose by himself, and he would just be in charge of the construction and decoration. Okay, call Kakashi to eat. As soon as Shuo Mao finished speaking, the ghost mastiff got up and ran out of the restaurant. It is almost as fat as a ball, but now it only does this much activity. Chapter 380. Chatting under the moon when night falls, the stars are twinkling and the moon is high in the sky. Genji, under the leadership of Nawaki, knocked on the door of Hitaki's house. I thought you were going to sleep with your grandmother today. As soon as the old butler opened the door, Tsunade's voice came from behind him. Mom. Sister. Genji threw himself into Tsunade's arms like a spoiled child, and Nawaki respectfully called him, sister. You are too old to be ashamed. Has the date been set? Tsunade petted Genji's head lovingly and looked up at Nawaki. Yes, in 23 days. Nawaki scratched his head, a little embarrassed. My younger brother is also going to get married soon. Be more mature in the future. You will have a heavier responsibility on your shoulders. Nawaki swore that he had never seen his sister smile so gently in his life. I know. I'll try my best. Nawaki put his hands down and looked serious. Come in and sit down. Tsunade invited Nawaki in, since he wasn't afraid of going home no matter how late it was. Forget it, just tell your brother-in-law, I'm going back. Nawaki thought that he would be questioned by several people if he went in, so he decided to go back and feel more comfortable. Okay, I won't keep you here, go back. Tsunade naturally didn't need to invite Nawaki again and again, and waved his hand to signal him to go back. Goodbye, uncle. After saying goodbye to Genji, Nawaki turned and left. Butler, you should go to bed early. Leave things like opening the door to others. Tsunade knew that the butler was the only person in the Hitaki family who had watched the Chuanfeng brothers grow up, and he was definitely not comparable to an ordinary servant. I'm going to rest now, I just happened to hear it. The butler hunched his back slightly and answered submissively. The Hitaki family is in such a state now, he is really worried that those newcomers will be ignorant of etiquette and ruin the reputation of the Hitaki family. It's more reassuring to do things like opening the door and meeting guests yourself. You, forget it, I'll take Ginshi with me. Tsunade could do nothing about the butler, she knew the butler would not go to bed until late at night. Take care. The butler bowed until the footsteps faded away, then he stood up, touched his mustache and walked back into the darkness. Son, you're back. Come to daddy. Chuan Feng sat at the stone table with his arms open, and Yinchi reluctantly threw himself into his strong embrace. Advertisement. Where did grandma take you to play? You came back so late. Except when he is practicing, Chuan Feng is very fond of his son on weekdays. Look at his bulging belly. Grandma must not have taken my words to heart. But all this was within Tsunade's expectations. Mito would not listen to her advice unless the sun rose from the west. I didn't eat much either. Grandma was in a good mood today, so she took me for a walk. It's so boring to just walk around here, so grandma just bought some food. Although Genji is still young, he has a quick mind and speaks with reasoning. How much did you buy? I just want to ask you what you had for dinner. Tsunade's 2 consecutive questions made Genji freeze up on the spot. There was no dinner at all. He had already eaten all the snacks. Eat meatballs, sushi, squid, sashimi. Genji didn't lie. He counted on his fingers as he recalled everything. His little expression was so adorable. You also ate sashimi? Grandma never eats that kind of stuff. There is something different about Tsunade. This relationship between 2 generations is too close. I think Tai Nai is eating happily. Genji scratched his head. He thought Mito liked to eat it, so he gave her half of his portion. Looking back now, it's no wonder that Tai Nai's expression seemed a little strange at the time. He didn't think much about it at the time. You are so lucky. Your uncle and I didn't have this kind of treatment when we were young. He got beaten badly. Tsunade raised her hand and Genji shrank his head in fear. This was a shadow. Why scare him for no reason? Just hit him if you want. Having a child without having fun would lose its greatest meaning. Chuan Feng smiled wickedly and carried Genji to Tsunade's lap. Mom wouldn't want to hit me. Genji put his arms around Tsunade's neck and spoke coquettishly without any hesitation, completely forgetting how miserable his own cries were when he was being beaten. Then you think too much. I really can't bear to part with it. Tsunade obviously doesn't buy it. This is just a trick that Chuan Feng has played to death. Haha, you are just being sentimental. Come here, auntie. Nayuki couldn't help laughing out loud. She was probably the only good person in the family who had never beaten Genji. Auntie, you are the best to Genji. I'm going to play with my brother and shall buy. Genji quickly broke away from Tsunade's embrace, kissed Nayuki on the face and ran straight to Kakashi. This child is really annoying. Nishui covered her mouth and chuckled. She was the most loving mother in the family. A loving mother often spoils her child. Shuamao only dared to mutter quietly, but when he saw Nishui's murderous look, he quickly fell silent. Advertisement. The date for Nawaki and Misaki has been set, right? Nishui withdrew her gaze and turned back into the gentle and virtuous wife she was. Yes, in 23 days. Sometimes I think about how time flies by so fast. In my memory, Nawaki is still the kid who followed me around, but now he is getting married and having kids. Tsunade's words were full of sighs. She was no longer the young girl she used to be. She had already become a wife and a mother. Who says it's not? In the blink of an eye, I'm already over 30. Nayuki still remembers every detail of her love affair with Tsukumo, as if it happened yesterday. Alright, both of you are still as radiant as ever. Mr. Mito will probably be very busy with Nawaki's marriage, so Nayuki, please go and help out. It was a rare opportunity for Shuamao to flatter someone, so since he was busy, he could only let his wife do it for him. You don't have to tell me, I'll be there tomorrow. Nishui is a thoughtful person, so she doesn't need any advice from a rough guy like Shuamao. Sister-in-law, thank you for your hard work. Let Chuan Feng go with you tomorrow, he's free. Of course, Tsunade would not let Chuan Feng, a street urchin, sit idle. What do you mean I'm idle? At most I'm just taking a break from my busy schedule. It's okay if I didn't hear some of your words, but I, Hatake Chuan Feng, the god of the ninja world, don't have any face? Come on, do you think sleeping in the office every day counts as taking a break from your busy schedule? Tsunade didn't give Chuan Feng any face. This guy wouldn't cry until he saw the coffin. Ahem, I'm just tired, really tired. Chuan Feng scratched his head awkwardly. He really couldn't refute this because what Tsunade said was true. Just go on and don't waste your words. Tsukumo acted like a big brother, following Tsunade in a show of strength. Okay, I'll report to Grandma tomorrow morning. Needless to say, Chuan Feng would also be very interested in his brother-in-law's wedding. After all, Nawaki is Odo-san with whom he has a deep bond. That's more like it. Tsunade looked at Chuan Feng with satisfaction and decided not to exploit him too much tonight. Come to think of it, the connection between Nawaki and Misaki is truly amazing. He also found a wife during the war. Tsukumo recalled how timid Misaki was brought back to the camp by Nawaki. The word, fate, was truly indescribable. Who said it wasn't true? The brat got really lucky. Tsunade burst out laughing. She believed that Misaki would be a good wife and mother in the future. I think Misaki is lucky. Anyway, we should just give our blessing. Chuan Feng didn't say much, only he knew how tragic Misaki's ending would be without Nawaki. Chapter 381. 23 days the next day, Chuan Feng and Nishui came to Senju's house early. Behind the two men followed a large group of Hatake family servants, and the team was huge. As soon as I walked in, I saw the hired housekeepers cleaning the house. Mito walked around and took in the overall situation. At Nawaki's wedding, The Senju family is the absolute host, and she wants the Senju mansion to be spotless. Grandma, my sister-in-law and I have brought people to help. Just tell me what you want. Chuan Feng and Nishui walked forward, and Mito also came over. Mito adult. Nishui didn't feel restrained when facing Mito, as she was already familiar with him. Then I won't be polite with you. Once the house is clean, we can start decorating. You two can go shopping. We are all experienced people, you know what you need to buy. Mito didn't bother to be polite with Chuan Feng and the others and assigned them the task directly. After saying that, she took out her wallet from her pocket. She felt that it was not reasonable to let others work and pay. Grandma, that's not necessary, you are slapping me in the face. Nawaki is not only your grandson, he is also my brother. Chuan Feng hurried to stop him, this was traditionalism engraved in his bones. Haha, then grandma won't be polite to you. Nawaki is lucky to have a brother-in-law like you. The economic strength of the Hatake family is obvious to all, and Mito is too lazy to argue anymore. If Chuan Feng's family was poor, she would never accept it. What are you talking about? We are all family. You stay and listen to Master Mito's orders. Sister-in-law, let's go. Chuan Feng arranged the people he brought with him, and then went out to the market with Nishui. After the two left, Mito arranged work for the remaining servants and continued to stroll around. Chuan Feng and Nishui were gone for a whole day, and only returned home with a full load when the sun set. There were 3 large storage scrolls filled to the brim, and when they were put out, they filled up half the courtyard. You guys have some great shopping skills. Tsunade, who came over after get off work, was dumbfounded. Did they empty the store? It doesn't matter if it's more. What else do I need? Chuan Feng got his haircut and deliberately put on the face of a nouveau riche. I bought a few more styles, so it looks like there are more. Nishui has difficulty making choices, and Chuan Feng doesn't want to waste time, so he takes them all away with a wave of his hand. Advertisement anyway, the value of this thing is just a drop in the bucket for him. A little bit of money is not enough for you to brag about. Tsunade got angry when she saw Chuan Feng's dead look and kicked him. Okay, stop flirting and eat. Mito just watched the show casually, these two funny guys were really a perfect match. Okay, Grandma. Chuan Feng reacted quickly and followed Mito to the restaurant happily. This guy is really shameless. Tsunade covered her forehead. The only thing that hasn't changed about Chuan Feng over the years is that it still loves to be a conspicuous bag. I understand you. There is another one at home. Nishui felt the same way, and they looked at each other, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Let's go and eat. Tsunade sighed and walked forward with Nayuki. There were quite a lot of people at Senju's house today, so Mito specially arranged a sumptuous meal. During the meal, Nawaki and Misaki kept expressing their gratitude, and Kushina joined in the fun, and it was obvious that she was a little envious. We are family, so we should keep our differences. Your brother-in-law will definitely organize a grand wedding for you. You two don't have to worry about anything, just wait for the wedding wine. Chuan Feng was in a good mood and had drunk a little, so he took on everything. You heard what your brother-in-law said, don't worry. Tsunade could see that Nawaki and Misaki were looking forward to it and were a little nervous. Well, thank you, sister and brother-in-law. Nawaki and Misaki thanked them again, being as polite as outsiders. Kushina almost laughed out loud when he saw Tsunade's face darken. These two are really nervous, and Tsunade insists on saying whatever she doesn't want to hear. Thank you again and I'll twist your head off. If Mito hadn't been sitting there, Tsunade would have slammed the table. Okay, you two too, just remember the kindness of your sister and brother-in-law. If you can't speak, then speak less. Mito couldn't bear to watch it anymore and spoke up to help Nawaki and Misaki. I understand, Grandma. The two of them nodded like chicks pecking at rice, being incredibly well behaved. They're just minor issues, don't get angry. Chuan Feng found it understandable and started to comfort Tsunade. I'm so p********** off. Tsunade drank a glass of wine himself, took a deep breath and glared at Nawaki. Sister, it's my fault. Advertisement Nawaki's brain is working better now, and he is very frank in admitting his mistake. Your sister knows, drink some more with your brother-in-law. Seeing that Tsunade was too lazy to pay attention to Nawaki, Chuan Feng had to resolve this somewhat funny and somewhat embarrassing situation by himself. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, the only thing left on the table was joy. 23 days, slow at the same time as fast at the same time. After everyone's careful arrangements, Senju's residence was decorated with lights and colors in just a few days. A large number of invitations were sent to relatives and friends in Konoha village. Nagato and his friends who were far away in the land of rain also received invitations. This was what Nawaki insisted on doing. He can understand if people don't come, but if he doesn't tell them, it's his fault. The news that Nawaki was going to get married gradually spread throughout Konoha. Most of the ninjas in Konoha village are aware of this powerful water-style master with a strong background. The villagers only knew that he was the Hokage's younger brother and the grandson of the first generation. But Nawaki didn't care about all this, at the moment he only had the upcoming wedding in his mind. He also believed that sooner or later his name would appear independently in the ears of the villagers, without any pronouns. A large group of people are busy preparing for Nawaki's wedding, and a few people far away in the rain country are also feeling uneasy. Nawaki-san and Misaki-san are finally getting married. Nagato held the red invitation, his heart filled with blessings. Among the few people, he and Misaki have been in contact the longest. In the laboratory, Misaki has always taken good care of him, and they are of the same race, so they have a very good relationship. Lovers finally get married, I'm so happy for them. Yahiko looked at Conan, fortunately you are by my side. Are you going back? No, didn't feel much. Nawaki could only be said to be her senior, and she didn't even know Misaki. I want to go back, but I don't know if it will be troublesome. Nagato scratched his head, thinking about the feasibility of the matter. Nawaki-senpai must want you to go back, but if he really can't go back, I don't think he will blame you. After all, he knows exactly what we are doing. Nano's analysis was correct, and what she said was exactly what Nawaki was thinking. There's no need to worry about the safety of the village. It's been very quiet since the master's wife left. Besides, there's Kakuzu to watch the house, but I'll listen to you guys. Conan's words actually revealed what he was thinking. You, Nagato and I will think about it again. Yahiko scratched Conan's nose, her eyes full of affection. Chapter 382 Relics a few days before the wedding. The Land of Grass. Hello, excuse me. I want to ask you something. Why is this store closed? A big bearded man randomly grabbed a lucky passerby. Who are you? The passerby's eyes were full of vigilance. The lion really didn't look like a good person. I'm here to look for my relatives. Is Grandma Xingzi of this family out? The lion tried to put on a kind smile, but unfortunately his words were not convincing at all. I haven't heard that the old lady has any relatives outside. Mrs. Xingzi passed away 2 years ago, and the store has been vacant since then. The passerby muttered something in a low voice, and really didn't want to offend the lion, so he told the truth. Dead? The lion confirmed again that this result was within his acceptable range. It is only too normal for an old lady with poor health to die in troubled times. How can I lie to you? Everyone in the village knows it. It's buried on that little hill over there. The passerby pointed in a direction and he really meant what he said. Okay, thanks. After getting the information he wanted, the lion thanked the master and went to the top of the hill. There were 2 small graves connected together, and on one of the tombstones was written the name of Daokan Xingzi. The Lion of Konoha Village, on behalf of Lord Nawaki and Lady Misaki, would like to thank you for taking us in. The lion placed the sacrifice, bowed sincerely several times, and then stood up and left. He then returned to the village, sneaked into Grandma Anzi's shop quietly, found a few decent relics, and then set off back to Konoha. The night before the wedding, Lion handed over several of Grandma Anzi's belongings to Nawaki. Thanks a lot. Nawaki patted the lion on the shoulder. The two had a lifelong friendship, so there was no need to express gratitude. Haha, it's nothing, just a trip. Just have a drink with us when the time comes. The lion's face was full of smiles, and he was very happy to be able to help Nawaki. Just don't get me so drunk that I can't get into the bridal chamber. Otherwise, I won't forgive you guys afterwards. Nawaki started joking around, and the old friends were chatting harmoniously. That's not the case. I will definitely save some strength for you, little brother. The lion raised his eyebrows and smiled lasciviously. Haha, screw you. Go away. Nawaki raised his leg and kicked the lion lightly. Luckily Misaki couldn't hear it. I wish you a happy wedding in advance. I'm afraid I won't be able to get a word in tomorrow. Advertisement, I'm leaving. The lion pretended to rub the place where he was kicked and turned away. When the lion disappeared from his sight, Nawaki looked at the relics in his hand and fell into deep thought. Well, I'm sure Misaki can understand. Muttering a few words, Nawaki put his hands behind his back and slowly walked towards Misaki's room. Boom boom boom, you haven't slept yet? After a few knocks, Nawaki put his hand down. No, the door is not locked. Misaki's gentle voice came from inside the house. Nawaki hid the relics in his arms and pushed the door open. Why don't you rest earlier? You'll be tired tomorrow. Nawaki came and sat down beside the bed, and Misaki moved in half lying down. I can't sleep. I miss Grandma Xingzi a little bit. Misaki's eyes were blank as she thought of the kind old man who took her in. Although she couldn't protect herself, she gave herself a place to stay and 3 meals a day. That. Nawaki hesitated, not knowing where to start. Just say whatever you want to say. Is there anything we can't communicate about? Misaki turned her attention to Nawaki, who would be her husband from tomorrow. Well, I wanted to ask Lion to pick up Grandma Xingzi to attend our wedding. But only bring this back. Nawaki took out the relics of Anzi's grandmother. Just one glance and Misaki's eyes were red. There was an item in it that was the comb that Grandma Xingzi often used. Grandma Xingzi also often used this comb to comb her hair. Is Grandma Xingzi gone? Misaki's hands were shaking slightly as she took the relics from Nawaki. Yes, he died of illness, very peacefully. Nawaki actually didn't know whether Grandma Anzi's death was painful or not, he just said that to make Misaki feel better. That's good. That's good. Misaki couldn't hold back her tears any longer, and they fell one by one from her eyes. Granny Xingzi will also bless us in the Pure Land. Nawaki put his arm around Misaki's shoulders and let her lean on him. Yes, she will. Misaki hugged Nawaki tightly and finally burst into tears. Thank you, Nawaki. After a long time, Misaki wiped her tears and patted Nawaki's shoulders which were wet with her tears. No need to say thank you between us. Nawaki stretched out his fingers and gently wiped the tear marks on Masaki's cheek. Advertisement. Masaki nodded and they looked into each other's eyes, both of them blushing. Looking at the beautiful face and the tender and moist lips so close to me. Nawaki slowly leaned over. Masaki closed her eyes shyly, her long eyelashes trembling uncontrollably. Although the two have been in love for a long time, they have few opportunities for intimate contact as they are both conservative by nature. Their lips touched like a dragonfly touching the water, and then met again. Nawaki slowly cupped Masaki's chin and kissed her harder and harder. Masaki's hands also held Nawaki tightly again. After a long time, their lips parted. You should go back. Masaki blushed and lowered her head slightly, brushing the corner of her mouth with the back of her hand. Okay. Nawaki used reason to suppress his impulse, and tomorrow night Masaki will belong completely to him. Go to bed early, good night. Masaki gently left a mark on Nawaki's cheek and watched him leave. Nawaki returned to the house and tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Finally, he took a cold shower before he was able to fall asleep. The next day, it was still dark. Nawaki was awakened by a knock on the door. Still sleeping? You're not getting married today? Mito's voice was like a death sentence, and Nawaki got up in shock. He rubbed his eyes and looked at the clock on the wall. My dear grandma, it's only 3 o'clock now. Grandma, isn't it too early? I want to sleep a little longer. Nawaki slumped down on the bed again, eyes closed. Why are you sleeping? Hurry up. Masaki will be going to Orochimaru's house later. Since Masaki had no family, Mito decided to have her married in Orochimaru's family. Orochimaru and his wife would naturally not refuse such a thing. After all, Masaki is also his direct disciple. I know, then get up. Nawaki finally got up after Mito's constant urging. I rubbed my face hard and my mind finally cleared up. I thought I shouldn't have kissed her last night. It was really uncomfortable to be neither in nor out. I put on my casual clothes and opened the door, but Mito had already left. After washing up, Nawaki went to the yard to stretch his muscles, and saw Masaki walking out surrounded by several women. I went to Orochimaru-sensei's house. Wait for you to pick me up. Masaki tilted her head to look past the person blocking her. Although she didn't say anything, Nawaki understood her meaning accurately. Nawaki nodded and gave Masaki a, no problem, gesture. Masaki on the other end smiled sweetly and walked out of the door surrounded by the crowd. Chapter 383 Nawaki's wedding. As the sky gradually brightened, close guests began to arrive at Senju's house. The already bustling Senju residence became even more lively. Minato arrived first, while Chuan-Feng and Tsukumo's family of 6 arrived a little later. Very energetic, handsome. Nawaki was already dressed as a groom at this time. Chuan-Feng looked him up and down and began to praise him. Nawaki just smiled foolishly with a hint of embarrassment, like a happy idiot. How's it going? Are you excited? Minato circled around Nawaki and stopped behind him, naturally placing a hand on Nawaki's shoulder. Tisk. What's there to be excited about? It's just a marriage. Nawaki turned his head slightly, his tone full of disdain. You can't lose face in front of your good brother. In fact, he was so excited that he had so much to say that he didn't know where to start. Really? My brother Nawaki has a stable mentality. Minato had a smirk on his face. How could he not understand Nawaki's personality? It's just a dead duck talking stubbornly. Of course I will. I want to be the Hokage's man. Nawaki still has the dream of being a Hokage. Even though you are my brother, I won't let you. Minato vowed that he and Nawaki had the same dream. Yo, you're grabbing it already? I haven't stepped down yet? Tsunade couldn't help but smile. It seemed like her day of exoneration would soon be here. It's okay, we are still young. As soon as Nawaki said this, the expression on his face changed. He looked at Tsunade guiltily, nervous. How come this idiot mouth is always faster than his brain? What do you mean, brat? Forget it. Today is your big day. I won't beat you. I'll save it for you. Tsunade glared at Nawaki threateningly, then quietly lowered his raised hand. It's fine if you want to be Hokage, but if you say I'm old, you deserve a beating. Haha, master's wife, I don't think so. Minato was gloating on the side, unaware that he would become a victim. You are no good either, birds of a feather. Perhaps thinking about it was not enough to make poor Minato feel better, so he got hit hard by Tsunade. It's unnecessary. You deserve it. Looking at the funny scene in front of him, Chuan-Feng's wrinkles were almost bursting with laughter. Teacher, Minato rubbed his head pitifully, his face full of innocence. It's no use calling you teacher. Advertisement. Tsunade's aura was terrifyingly strong at this moment. Why are you so nervous on such a happy day? It's almost time to eat something and go to Orochimaru's place. At this moment, Mito led Kakashi and Ginji into the room. Good. Everyone agreed in unison, and Chuan-Feng was the first to lead the way out. After a quick breakfast, the wedding procession lined up and Nawaki led the large group out. Orochimaru's house was unusually lively at this time, as there were not many people visiting normally. Kanjetsu, does Sister Masaki look good today? Yikang pointed at the neatly dressed Masaki and asked Kang Yu, while Orochimaru smiled and said nothing. It's beautiful. I want to marry brother Ginji who is this beautiful in the future. Kang Yu blinked her eyes cutely, totally unaware of Orochimaru's face which suddenly darkened. If I said this 20 years later, Orochimaru might be able to accept it, but not now. Haha, shameless little girl, look at your father's dark face. Yi Kang glanced at Orochimaru and laughed. It's okay, Dad. I'll come back to see you often. We're so close anyway. Kang Yu walked up to Orochimaru and tugged at the hem of his shirt. Okay, my Kang Yu is really filial. Dad's chest feels a little tight, let's go out for a walk. Orochimaru gave an ugly smile and walked out, holding his chest. The big B asterisk 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 D gave birth to a little B asterisk 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 D, and I don't know what kind of magic potion he used to feed Kongyue. Mom, is Dad okay? It can be seen that Kang Yu still cares about Orochimaru. It's okay, he just drank too much vinegar. Just take a few steps to digest it. Yi Kang was not worried at all, she knew Orochimaru's little thoughts very well. That's good. After hearing what Yi Kang said, Kang Yu felt relieved. Baby, you're so cute. After watching such a good show, Misaki couldn't help but hug Suigetsu, thinking that she would definitely have such a cute child with Nawaki. Haha, Lord Orochimaru was angry and left. Only when he could no longer see Orochimaru did Kushina dare to speak a few words. I used to think he was some kind of cool and aloof male god. Now I know he is a jealous person. Yi Kang covered his mouth and chuckled, his eyes full of love. I really envy the relationship between you and your teacher. Misaki was speaking the truth. She came to Orochimaru's house the most frequently. Even Nawaki came less frequently than her. Don't be envious, you will be able to do it in the future. Yi Kang's face was filled with happiness and smiles. This kind of life was something she had never dared to imagine before in Second Shinobi Village. The wedding procession will be here soon. Kushina checked the time and estimated that Nawaki and the others were almost on their way. Advertisement. I thought if I hadn't come to Orochimaru's house, I would be with Minato right now. It should be soon. I'll go check it out. Yi Kang saw that Misaki also wanted to know, so he left Kang Yu and went out to ask. The two sisters Misaki and Kushina started chattering again in the house, and after a few words, Misaki was amused and her face turned red. We're almost there, Misaki, get ready. Not long after, Yi Kang and Orochimaru came in together. Yi Kang took Kang Yu and helped Misaki to tidy up the white wedding dress. It's really beautiful. Nawaki is really lucky. With an admiring look, Yi Kang praised Misaki's appearance. It's not as beautiful as you say. Misaki is probably the type of person who is unaware of her own beauty. She doesn't think she is that beautiful. It's more than enough for that silly boy. Wait a little longer, I'll have someone notify you when we get there. After Orochimaru finished speaking, he left again. Today he was also considered half the protagonist. Nawaki was his disciple, and Misaki was taught a lot by him. Thank you for your hard work, teacher. Watching Orochimaru leave, Misaki felt nervous for no reason. We are all here. Feeling Misaki's sudden grip on her hand, Kushina whispered in comfort. Misaki took 2 deep breaths and calmed down again. Several women were chatting quietly in the house, and Nawaki had already seen Orochimaru waiting at the door. Teacher. Nawaki raised his arms and waved them, and Orochimaru glanced at him and smiled in response. Come in, Misaki is waiting. When Nawaki came closer, Orochimaru patted Nawaki's shoulder with a gratified look. Good. Nawaki knew Orochimaru's house well, and went straight to the room where Misaki was. Uncle Orochimaru. Yinchi followed Chuan Feng and greeted him warmly. HMPH, Orochimaru glanced at Chuan Feng and snorted coldly. I was wondering what's wrong with you. The child is greeting you. Chuan Feng was not aware that Orochimaru was stimulated and was very dissatisfied. Hey, Orochimaru still didn't respond. He touched Genji's head and turned back inside. He didn't want to pay any attention to Chuan Feng at all and took his anger out on Chuan Feng. He must be jealous. Tsunade covered her mouth and chuckled. She understood Orochimaru. Nerve, let's go in too. Chuan Feng was confused for a long time and was too lazy to think about it anymore. Chapter 384 Wedding. Nawaki was so excited that he almost ran to the outside of Misaki's house. Orochimaru followed closely behind, with Chuan Feng and his group a little behind. Standing at the door, Nawaki lowered his head to adjust his clothes, then cleared his throat quietly before knocking on the door. Boom boom boom, Misaki, I'm here. Nawaki's gentle voice came clearly into the room. Misaki-san, your husband is here. Kushina raised an eyebrow at Misaki, then looked out the door again, eyes full of anticipation. Why are you looking at me? Misaki understood the little sister's teasing and complained angrily. Come in. After saying that, he responded to Nawaki. With a creaky sound, the door was pushed open and Nawaki, dressed as a groom, appeared in front of Misaki. The immaturity and impropriety that she usually showed in front of him were all hidden by Nawaki. At this moment, he looks calm and handsome. You look so beautiful today. As soon as he entered the door, Nawaki's eyes were deeply attracted by Misaki. If Yi Kang and others had not been present, his soul would have been lost. What are you daydreaming about? Take her home and she will be yours for the rest of your life. Before Misaki could reply, Yi Kang's sneer brought Nawaki back to his senses. Nawaki looked at Yi Kang embarrassedly, just scratched his head and smiled foolishly. Fool. Misaki murmured softly and took the initiative to extend her right hand. Why are you still standing there? Move. Chuan Feng saw this scene as soon as he arrived. He looked past Orochimaru, who was watching the fun, and slapped Nawaki on the back of the head. Ouch! Nawaki staggered and came in front of Misaki. There is no need to look back. This familiar force and voice are undoubtedly from the unscrupulous brother-in-law. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Nawaki stood firm and took Misaki's hand. Beautiful bride, I will take you home. Two pairs of bright eyes looked at each other, and love filled the air. Good. Misaki replied firmly, and stood up as Nawaki gently pulled her. Just as the two were about to walk out hand in hand, there was another twist. Give me a kiss, give me a kiss. Kushina took the lead in making a noise, and the sudden shouting caught Nawaki and the other man off guard. Give me a kiss, Minato reacted quickly, following Kushina's steps, and responded immediately. Advertisement. As the cheers grew louder, the door was completely blocked by the guests who had gathered to watch the fun. I can't get out, you see? Nawaki looked behind him, with a look of confusion on his face. I'll remember you. Misaki gave Kushina an eye contact, but only got a grimace in response. Kushina is content with the present and doesn't think too far ahead about the future. Bring it on. Pursing her lips calmly, Misaki closed her eyes and waited for Nawaki's kiss. However, the color of her fair face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye, confirming the embarrassment in her heart. With a wave of calls, Nawaki slowly lowered his head and finally kissed Misaki on the lips. Feeling the suction on her lips, Misaki opened her teeth slightly, and the kiss between them became more and more enjoyable. After about 2 or 3 minutes, the two separated with reluctance. Can you let us out now? Nawaki calmed his rapid breathing and turned to face the door. Misaki blushed and lowered her head slightly, not daring to look at anyone. Uncle, is my aunt sweet? Not only did Nawaki not get a response, he also saw Genji stand up under the orders of someone unknown. That's a very good question. Kushina is still the one who enjoys watching the fun and is the number one in the atmosphere group. Misaki glared at her hatefully. Children are ignorant. Are you also so young? Why are you asking such nonsense? Clear the way for your uncle. Nawaki tried to get away with it by using his authority as an elder. No uncle. Uncle Orochimaru asked me to ask. Genji had an innocent expression on his face and looked up at Orochimaru behind him. However, Nawaki never expected that the teacher would become so naughty. This kind of question would only be reasonable if Genji was asked by his brother-in-law. After all, this doesn't fit with Orochimaru's personality. Don't listen to this brat's nonsense. It was his father who ordered it. Orochimaru saw everyone's eyes on him, but he remained calm. He spoke these 2 sentences in an extremely calm manner, as if he was not the main messenger. But the action of pushing Genji towards Chuan Feng made his words less credible. Yi Kang looked at her husband trying to shirk responsibility, and it was hard for her to hold back her laughter. Are you trying to put the blame on me? Chuan Feng stared at Orochimaru speechlessly. Is my face not a face? As for directing Yinchi behind the scenes, that's not a big deal for Chuan Feng. After all, Orochimaru will be his father in the future. Okay, 2 grown men, stop haggling over trivial matters. Nawaki, just tell me if it's sweet or not. Tsunade doesn't favor anyone, neither of them is a good person anyway. Advertisement. The light in Nawaki's eyes faded, he was still too naive. It looks like my sister is trying to help me out? Could Tsunade be that kind of a person? Oh, that's right. Sweet, very sweet. After figuring it out, Nawaki responded generously with a forced smile. You seem a little distracted. Insincere? Chuan Feng's mouth corners slightly raised, and he started to speak provocative words. However, no one paid any attention to him when he said this, which was consistent with his public image as a person with a bad heart. You are really my good brother-in-law. What I said is true, truer than gold. Nawaki didn't care about anything this time and showed rare toughness. Ouch. As the saying goes, the more you resist, the more excited I am. Unfortunately, before Chuan Feng could increase his strength, Misaki spoke in a soft voice. Brother-in-law, let's go out, it's about time. Seeing that Misaki was still shy, Chuan Feng immediately felt embarrassed to continue. There is no guilt in bullying Nawaki, but bullying such a weak sister-in-law is a bit too much. Yes, it's time to go out. If we miss the auspicious time, Grandma will punish us. Chuan Feng found a serious excuse for himself, and he actually hit the point. Now even Kushina, who wanted to continue making trouble, stopped. She was unwilling to bear Mito's anger. As Chuan Feng moved to the side, everyone stood on both sides, leaving space for the door. Let's go. Misaki gently squeezed Nawaki's hand and whispered. Oh. Nawaki finally came to his senses and walked out the door with Misaki in his hand. As I walked, I thought to myself, if I had known that Misaki's words were so effective, why would I have put in so much effort? Watching the bride and groom go out, everyone followed them. Kushina finally walked with Minato, and Genji also stuck close to Yi Kang. Is this how you become a teacher? Chuan Feng deliberately walked to Orochimaru, playing a sarcastic role. Is this how you become a brother-in-law? Orochimaru was not one to be bullied, and he glanced at Chuan Feng half-heartedly. It's the same, how about I give you a ring? Tsunade was laughing happily, and Yi Kang was also very happy holding a child in each hand. Men, sometimes they really have childish psychology. Chapter 385. Senju. Nawaki and Misaki walked out of Orochimaru's mansion with everyone's blessings and support. The wedding sedan carried by 8 people had been waiting outside the gate for a long time. The 8 people who acted as sedan bearers were all Nawaki's old subordinates. On the one hand, safety is guaranteed, and on the other hand, everyone wants to share in the good fortune. Get in the sedan, madam. Nawaki gentlemanly escorted Misaki to the wedding sedan, and he was reluctant to let go of her hand only when the curtain was drawn. Although he didn't have a tall horse, he had enough means of transportation. With a bang, the smoke burst and a python appeared under Nawaki's feet. Xiao Hong, let's go. Nawaki waved his hand triumphantly, and the python and sedan chair moved side by side. If the sedan bearers had not been mentally prepared in advance, and if they had not been ninjas, they would probably have been trembling with fear. There is no need to elaborate on how big a snake is, as it can accommodate a person standing on its head. The villagers who were watching the fun all retreated more than 7 steps in unison. We are here to enjoy the good fortune, not to be frightened. I haven't heard of this happening. Chuan Feng was simply stunned, staring at Nawaki's back. In my 2 lifetimes, this is the first time I have seen someone get married riding a snake. As for the crotch of his pants being torn from riding a dog, he didn't take it seriously at all. His little brother is very useful, neither have I heard of it. Tsunade and Chuan Feng looked at each other, looking at Zhao Hong, whose face was as red as blood, holding her forehead with one hand. My silly brother wouldn't think that red represents happiness, right? Why? Zhao Hong is so pretty. Nawaki and I have almost visited all of Ryuchi Cave. On the other hand, Orochimaru was full of admiration. It's really hard to compare the aesthetic tastes of different people. You two are a perfect match, master and disciple. Yi Kang didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and suddenly remembered Orochimaru's mysterious whereabouts in the past few days. It turned out that he went to do this. Now she is just not afraid of snakes, but she still has a long way to go before she likes them. A bunch of people without vision. Baby, isn't Zhao Hong pretty? Orochimaru was very dissatisfied. He bent down, picked up Kongyue, and pointed at Zhao Hong and asked. It's so bright and beautiful. Kongyu's eyes sparkled as he looked at Zhao Hong, and it was obvious that she really wanted to go up and sit down. My daughter has good taste. Orochimaru was very satisfied with Kang Yu's answer. She was worthy of being his offspring. Advertisement. He kissed Kongyue gently on the cheek and put her down again. Yes, your daughter has the best taste. Yi Kang rolled his eyes at Orochimaru. He is such a daughter slave. That's because she has a mother with good vision. Orochimaru's casual words made Yi Kang smile, and he grasped it easily. Why didn't I realize you were this kind of person before? Chuan Feng looked at Orochimaru with disdain in his eyes. This guy is so scheming when it comes to flattery. He's not as honest as me. Do you think I'd care about you? Orochimaru glanced at Chuan Feng without any expression, with only the word indifference written all over his face. Stop talking nonsense, the team has gone far away. Tsunade felt a headache when she heard Chuan Feng fighting with others, so she grabbed him and left quickly. They never get tired of fighting at home, and they want to PK outside. If there were no flatheads in the Hokage, Tsunade would definitely suspect whether Chuan Feng was the reincarnation of the flathead. Haha, can't you two just talk properly? Yi Kang hadn't finished laughing before, and now he was amused again. Who said he was the father of this brat? After all the guests had left the house, Orochimaru locked the door and walked forward, leading the reluctant Ginji. The Orochimaru residence does not host guests, it only serves as a wedding reception location. Ginji clearly felt that his uncle's hands were not as warm as his aunt's, and he gave him a big bad review. In front of the gate of the Senju mansion, Mito was looking forward to it. Standing next to her were Tsukumo, Jiraiya and other people who did not go to the wedding. Why hasn't Uncle Nawaki come yet? Naruto was being led by Jiraiya, and as a child he was already getting a little anxious waiting. It will be soon, let's wait a little longer. Jiraiya didn't even turn his head, he had always treated Nawaki as his own brother. What is that? The sharp-eyed Kakashi saw from afar a figure rising and falling rhythmically beside the sedan chair. That's a conspicuous bag. Mito was also quite speechless. She could sense without even looking that it was Nawaki riding a snake. Ahem, at least it's red, and it looks festive. When the distance got closer, Nishui almost couldn't hold back her laughter and could only cover it up with a cough. It's a great day, and it really opened our eyes. Shuo Mao was completely trained by Chuan Feng, and his reaction to this scene was even smaller than Chuan Feng's. Advertisement, forget it, I'll go in first. The scene was so beautiful that Mito really didn't want to watch it. She is the princess of the Whirlpool country, she should be beautiful and well-mannered. How could there be such a naughty grandson? You damn ghost, they're all like you. While muttering softly, Mito walked towards the door with a faint smile. Mito had only been gone for a few minutes when the wedding procession stopped at the door. Nawaki nimbly jumped from the top of Zhao Hong's head to the front of the sedan chair, opened the curtain and helped Misaki out. Without any instructions from him, Zhao Hong disappeared on the spot. What a perfect match. Jiraiya looked at the newlyweds, his eyes filled with relief. The little kid who always followed me around and asked me to read magazines has now started a family. Let's go in. Nawaki pulled gently and Misaki followed suit. The two of them stepped into the gate of Senju Mansion again amidst full blessings. Walking all the way to the hall, there were many guests, only Mito was sitting alone. As Nawaki and Misaki stood in front of Mito, the wedding ceremony officially began. Thank you very much for taking time out of your busy schedules to attend the wedding of my grandchildren, Senju Nawaki and Uzumaki Masaki. As soon as Mito stood up and spoke, the whole scene fell silent. She paused, but the expected discordant sound did not appear. The Senju have died or dispersed, and have long lost their former glory. It's time to end some of the original initiatives. Besides, Nawaki will have children in the future, and someone will have to carry on the Senju name. Hashirama, I won't do what you want this time. Nawaki felt like crying when he heard this. How could he not know what his last name should be? Why are my grandfather and second grandfather both Hokage, but I don't even have the qualifications to inherit their surnames? When I was a child, my sister and I would only call each other when there was no one around. We were two poor guys who had surnames but couldn't use them. Senju Nawaki, Senju Tsunade. No, now it's time to call Hatake Tsunade. Thinking of this, Nawaki secretly raised a smile. I believe that with everyone's witness and blessings, they will have a happy life. As their grandmother, I'm extremely grateful to everyone for coming. Next, I hope they can finish drinking the wedding wine with your blessings. After saying these words, Mito bowed slightly and sat down again. At this moment, Ginji and Sugetsu came to Nawaki and Masaki with wine glasses in hand. Chapter 386 A Successful Ending. This first cup, my sister and brother-in-law toast to you. May you two spend every spring, summer, autumn and winter together. The first cup of Tsunade naturally came out, bringing Chuan Feng with him. Thank you, sister and brother-in-law. Nawaki and Masaki each picked up their glasses, clinked them together, and drank about a third of the wine. Masaki might not be able to hold her liquor well, as her cheeks turned red after taking a sip of wine. I won't say more, brother-in-law, just give birth to a baby soon. Chuan Feng was still not serious. After drinking, he raised his eyebrows at Nawaki. Hiss. Tsunade calmly pinched Chuan Feng's waist. This is the consequence of not keeping your mouth shut. It's not that there's anything wrong with Chuan Feng's words, it's just that when people like him say something, everyone will treat it as a joke rather than a blessing. Masaki almost laughed out loud when she saw Chuan Feng taking a deep breath and pretending to be calm. No matter what others think of her brother-in-law, she received his blessing. I won't let anyone have the second cup. Orochimaru stood up, holding Yi Kang's hand, as if it was a matter of course. Teacher is amazing. Jiraiya pulled Maki along without showing any weakness, and as the older brother, he was not much worse. If I can't compare to her own sister, how can I be inferior to you, her teacher? Teacher, big brother. Masaki and I will drink first as a sign of respect. Nawaki saw this and quickly gave Masaki a look, and the two quickly linked arms and drank a third of the drink again. After Nawaki's action, Orochimaru swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. After staring into Jiraiya's eyes for a few seconds, both of them turned their heads away and smiled. Blessings come late, but they are indispensable. After they finished drinking, the four of them sat down, and the 6 people from the Shuamao, Dai, and Zhenhong families all stood up. It was obvious that they had discussed this long ago. There is no fighting or competing, and the words of blessing seem to have been rehearsed, and they are the most sincere expressions of emotion from the elders. The glass of wine was finally finished, and Nawaki and Masaki changed glasses and filled each other's glasses again. Ginshi and Kongyue stood straight holding trays. Nawaki ni, Masaki ni. May your future days be filled with warmth and sweetness, and may the flower of love always bloom. Minato and Kushina stood up together, but no one came to fight for it. Just at the table in the far corner, 2 men and 1 woman raised their glasses silently. Thank you. You are next. This is also Nawaki's sincere blessing to his good brother. Advertisement then came the polite exchanges of some dignitaries from various ethnic groups. Isn't this also a world of fame and fortune? Nawaki responded with a smile one by one. He was not a naive boy in front of these people. The 3 cups of wine are drunk in 9 times, and the 339-degree ceremony is officially completed. Tsunade nudged Chuan Feng with her elbow, seeming to be happier than her own marriage. Chuan Feng could also understand, after all, he was her biological brother, and blood was thicker than water. He also understood the beautiful meaning of the 3 offerings ceremony. Influenced by ancient Huxia Yin-Yang Taoism, Japan has believed since ancient times that odd numbers are yang numbers and are very auspicious numbers. 3 represents heaven, earth, man and even all things in the universe. 9 is the largest yang number and represents supreme auspiciousness. Therefore, the 339 degrees in the wedding means, after asking the heaven and earth and performing the rituals in the 3 realms, the 2 people make this contract and from then on, they will depend on each other through life and death and never leave each other. Chuan Feng couldn't help but feel a little proud when thinking of this. Even in the Hokage world, one can still see the shadow of Daxia. It's time to serve tea to Grandma. Nawaki and Masaki put down their glasses and knelt down in front of Mito. Tea is here. Ginshi and Kongyue ran quickly, replaced the wine with tea and came back to the 2 of them. Grandmother. Nawaki and Masaki raised their cups above their heads respectfully. Good boy, Grandma is very happy today. Mito tasted 2 cups of tea happily, feeling sweet to the heart. When Nawaki and the other man raised their heads, she slowly took out a big red envelope from behind her back. This is a little gift from Grandma. Please give it to Masaki for safekeeping. Inside was the remaining half of Mito's house deed, with the final half left for Kushina. Although Kushina is not her biological granddaughter, after so many years of getting along, the only difference between the two is the blood relationship. Thank you, Grandma. After thanking him, Misaki accepted the gift generously without any hesitation. This is not only Grandma's blessing but also a gift from her. The value is secondary. Grandma, you are biased. Nawaki pretended to be aggrieved, saying that he was the biological grandson. You were right. Grandma is just partial. Mito didn't buy it at all and looked at him as if to say, what can you do to me? Puff. Seeing Nawaki speechless and frustrated, Misaki couldn't help but laugh out loud. Okay, get up. We still have to toast the guests. Advertisement. Mito stood up and helped Nawaki and Misaki up, and the wedding ceremony came to an end. Ginshi and Kanyue were finally freed at this time, put back on the tray and quickly returned to their parents. Nawaki and Misaki walked forward, and servants followed behind them with wine. Toasting at every table was not a pleasant experience, and Misaki's face was getting redder and redder. Fortunately, as a medical ninja, Nawaki doesn't have to worry about her health. There was no hindrance at the elders' table. Instead, Minato, Lion and other bad friends gave Nawaki a few drinks. By the time he reached the corner, Nawaki's steps were a little unsteady. Thank you all for coming to my wedding with Misaki. The repeated words were still clear when they came out of Nawaki's mouth. Happy wedding, Nawaki brother. Nawaki's eyes suddenly gleamed. What is this? He secretly used chakra to sober up a little and looked carefully. The two men and one woman opposite him were smiling at him, although they all looked like strangers. But that familiar voice and eyes, who else could it be but Nagato and the others? Thank you, thank you. Nawaki was overjoyed, but couldn't rush forward to give them a big hug. After drinking 3 cups in a row, my eyes were already filled with mist. Noticing Nawaki's unusual behavior, Misaki then noticed Nagato and the other two. After looking again and again, I finally confirmed the identities of several people based on Nagato. You all may look unfamiliar to me, but thank you for coming to our wedding. I respect you, too. Misaki drank from the glass with her cheeks flushed. You're welcome, sister-in-law. The three of them called Nagato very smoothly, just like the joke they made back then. Are you going back home after the wedding? Nawaki asked casually, and everyone just treated it as a casual chat. Well, there's something else going on at home. It's enough to drink this glass of wine. Yahiko smiled. They were already satisfied with this trip. I attended Nawaki's wedding and met familiar relatives and friends. Even if we can't recognize each other, there is no big regret. Okay, see you again. Nawaki pulled Misaki away, the back of his hand gently brushing across his eyes. How could their brotherhood be broken? Chapter 387 Wedding Night. As night fell, the Senju mansion was in ruins. The guests had not yet all left, and Chuan Feng and others, led by Mito, filled another table. All the alcoholic drinks have been replaced with hangover-sobering drinks, and everyone is enjoying the drinks. Thank you for your hard work these days. Mito had a warm smile and was a little tipsy. You can tell that she is really happy today, and feels like she has gotten what she wanted. You are too polite. There are no outsiders here. Orochimaru spoke first, and Chuan Feng and Tsunade had no intention of responding. Haha, then it's me, an old lady, who is being pretentious. Please take good care of Nawaki in the future. Mito's smile did not fade, and he drank a glass of beverage instead of wine. Grandma, Nawaki felt uncomfortable for no reason when he heard this. Did Grandma say anything wrong? Even though you're married, who here isn't your elder? Even if it's Minato, this kid is smarter than you. Mito glared at Nawaki and realized that he seemed to have said something wrong. Don't worry, Grandma. No matter what, Tsunade and I are here. Chuan Feng knew exactly what Mito meant, and his joy was somewhat diluted. Good boy, I feel relieved when you say this. Your disciples are here today, right? Before anyone present had time to think about it, Mito changed the subject. Grandma, how did you know? Nawaki was quite surprised. He thought he was the only one who knew about it. You underestimate Grandma too much. Mito smiled faintly. As long as she wanted to know, there would be no secrets in the whole of Konoha. On such a happy day, she would not allow any accidents to happen. Yes, I have already seen him. Chuan Feng also discovered it naturally. It was not because his perception was so outstanding. This is all thanks to the Flying Thunder God mark on Nagato and the other two. Outside the village, Chuan Feng had already communicated with his 3 disciples. You didn't even tell me you were coming to see me. You're so heartless. Orochimaru sighed jokingly, and it was obvious that he didn't mean to blame her. He and Nagato were not master and disciple in name, but they were master and disciple in reality. It's different now. There are too many eyes on them now. Akatsuki village has firmly established itself as the top ninja village among the 5 major ninja villages in the ninja world. Tsukumo didn't notice it either, but he understood what Nagato and the other two did. It's never too late to be careful. The situation in the ninja world is getting weirder and weirder. Advertisement Jiraiya didn't say much, because due to his position he had the most say on the situation in the ninja world. Yeah, there are more tasks recently. Minato added a sentence. As a benchmark figure of the new generation of Konoha, his task is very heavy. If the sky falls, I'll hold it up. Relax, there is still time. Tsunade smiled. Until Minato and the others grew up completely, she would be responsible for everything. Sister Haki. Nawaki gave Tsunade a thumbs up with pride. Work hard, the world will be yours from now on. Shinku was not a combat-type ninja. Konoha was full of talented people, and he had gradually retreated to the second line. Even if there is a war in the future, he will no longer be the logistics manager. Although I'm not good at using my brain, remember to call me if you want to fight. Dai still has a clear understanding of himself, and White Fang is still eye-catching. It's too early to tell now. The most important thing today is that it's time for you to enter the bridal chamber. Chuan Feng ended this heavy topic. He still had to go back and digest what he had talked about with Nagato and the others today. This move of mine was the right one. Yeah, don't accompany us. A night of love is worth 1,000 gold. Calculate how much money you have lost. Jiraiya winked at Nawaki. He was as frivolous as Chuan Feng. I'm going back to the house first. Misaki felt embarrassed when she heard that, and her face turned red again after the alcohol had gone away. He got up in a hurry and left without looking back. Watch your mouth. Maki pinched Jiraiya angrily, the old rascal. Still sitting? How can you sit still? Chuan Feng patted Nawaki in frustration and asked, why are you still being so pretentious at this point? Ouch, Nawaki covered his head and cried out in pain. Then I'll be leaving too, you guys can chat slowly. Looking around, Nawaki stood up with a slightly apologetic look. Go ahead, go ahead. Under the drive of the crowd, Nawaki trotted after him. While they were still chatting, Shinbo Misaki and Nawaki came in one after another. Snap, Nawaki entered the door and locked the bolt, and Misaki sat down at the table. Neither of them spoke, and one of them held a glass of water, thinking about something. Occasionally they looked at each other, then quickly looked away. Are you hungry? After a long while, Nawaki finally spoke. Not hungry. Advertisement. Misaki shook her head. She was already full from drinking, so how could she be hungry? For a moment, the room fell silent again. I'm a little sleepy. After saying this, Misaki felt guilty and didn't dare to look up. Then go to bed. It's getting late. Nawaki put the cup down, stood up and helped Misaki up. The two of them walked to the bed and sat down, and could feel each other's trembling limbs. Misaki took off her coat, revealing two arms as delicate as lotus roots underneath her shirt. You turned off the light. Misaki's hands, which were placed under the hem of her shirt, couldn't stop shaking, and she asked Nawaki to turn off the lights. Good. Nawaki looked away and swallowed. With the sound of footsteps, the two men were plunged into darkness. When Nawaki sat down on the bed again, Misaki had already curled up under the quilt, and her underwear was scattered beside the bed. I'm coming in. Nawaki's voice was a little unsteady, and he stripped down to his underwear and got into bed. The two of them lay there without moving, but they could hear each other's breathing becoming increasingly heavy. Very comfortable. Nawaki carefully reached out his hand and felt that it was soft. Misaki's body tensed up and she couldn't help but groan. This sound seemed to make Nawaki lose his rationality, and he leaned sideways and moved forward. As the underwear was thrown out of the bed by Nawaki, the two hot bodies hugged each other tightly. You are so beautiful. Slightly raising his head, Nawaki looked into Misaki's eyes with deep affection. I love you. Misaki didn't dodge, her eyes were blurry in the dark night. I love you too. Nawaki lowered his head and their lips touched. Both of them wanted to melt each other into their bodies. The hug became tighter and the breathing became heavier. After their lips parted, both of them were already moved. Kiss rained down from top to bottom. Are you okay? Nawaki, after all, had no experience, so he gently stroked Misaki's cheek. I'm fine. Misaki's voice was barely audible. Then here I come. The battle lasted until both men were exhausted, and only then did the bridal chamber return to peace. It is late at night outside the window. Chapter 388. The Restless Three Thunders. The next day, when Nawaki and Misaki woke up from their sleep, Chuan Feng had already called everyone to start a meeting. There was a small meeting room in the Hokage building, and not many people were present. Tsunade was in the first place, with Chuan Feng, Tsukumo and others sitting on both sides. Everyone present had one thing in common, which was that they knew clearly the identities of Nagato and the other two. The atmosphere yesterday wasn't suitable for chatting. I was thinking about gathering everyone together today to discuss this. Chuan Feng spoke first, his face showing no emotion. Of course, no one would think that he was overstepping his authority. I could see yesterday that you were worried about something. Tell me about it. No matter how much they quarrel or make a fuss, Orochimaru is still the man who understands Chuan Feng the best. Is this the top secret information of the Akatsuki village? Jiraiya is indeed an intelligence officer with an extremely sharp sense of smell. Tsukumo sat upright without saying a word, while Fugaku and Shota both listened attentively. Dai Daemon looked left and right, his mind seemed to be at home. Since the establishment of Konoha, it seems that no meeting has ever been so harmonious. Although there are not many people present, they can definitely influence all actions of Konoha. There is no doubt that this is Konoha's core meeting. Yes, let Chuan Feng tell you the details. He spent the whole night thinking about it. This was news that Konoha's intelligence department had never received before, and Tsunade only learned about it from Chuan Feng yesterday. That's right. After the wedding banquet yesterday, I went to meet Nagato and the other three. Yahiko told me a piece of news. The third Raikage has sent someone to contact him. It was just a coincidence, they were planning to continue the contact. Tell us when you have accurate information. Chuan Feng kept the secret a secret and did not reveal what the Third Raikage's intention was in sending people to contact the Akatsuki village. To win over? Alliance? Jealous? What is that black bandit planning to do now? Everyone made guesses, but Dai was the only one who made people laugh and cry. Haha, I'm afraid the Third Raikage will be unhappy to hear you say that. Chuan Feng couldn't help laughing out loud. Sanlai's style was indeed as Dai said. How can I be afraid of him? Dai didn't think and just spoke. There is a sense of, who else but me, in my opinion. Once lousy 8 gate opens, no one will love it. Okay, stop keeping me in suspense, hurry up and tell me. Shuo Mao interrupted their playfulness. He hated it most when Chuan Feng kept things in suspense with him. Advertisement, he has been like this since he was a child, he deserves a beating. Just say it, why are you so fierce? Chuan Feng pretended to be weak, which made people feel sick. I want to vomit, hurry up. Orochimaru was not in a good mood now. It's broad daylight, who are you trying to disgust here? It's so disgusting that it opens the door to disgust, it's so disgusting. Boring. Chuan Feng touched his hair awkwardly and finally became serious. The Third Raikage sent his son to the Akatsuki village. During my interactions with Yahiko and the others, I only revealed one thing, which was that I wanted to form a wartime alliance with the Akatsuki village. When he said the last 4 words, Chuan Feng deliberately emphasized his tone. You have to know that no matter how turbulent things are in secret, the ninja world is still in a period of peace. The words, wartime alliance, cannot help but make people suspicious. It's all thanks to you, Tsunade. Orochimaru looked at Tsunade, and she almost didn't react to his words. If Tsunade had not been defeated miserably by Nagato, the Third Raikage might have really looked down upon the small village of Akatsuki. Let alone a wartime ally, he might even despise being a lackey for Cloud Shinobi village. It seems that we made too little noise. What Chuan Feng said makes sense. A few years ago, he and Orochimaru caused 8 Tails to go berserk and took away the secret technique of the lightning armor. But it is still far from causing any serious damage to Cloud Shinobi village. Cloud Shinobi village has been developing well in recent years? Fugaku frowned. Since the land of lightning was too far away, he didn't really have any Cloud Shinobi to interrogate. Plus, it was still peacetime, so he didn't know much about the development of Cloud Shinobi village. According to the intelligence in recent years, since Master Chuan Feng and Master Orochimaru returned, the Third Raikage first severely punished the negligent ninjas, and then personally led the team to participate in the post-war reconstruction. In a short period of time, we have re-established our prestige and won the hearts of the people. In the following years, the army was greatly expanded, and 8 Tails had also rediscovered the Jinchuriki. As for the second tale, I haven't heard any news. Shota briefly explained the information about Cloud Shinobi village as if he knew everything about it. The sky cleared up and the rain stopped, and he felt like he was fine again. Orochimaru snorted coldly. War was always the thing he hated the most. It's just that sometimes, the world doesn't work the way he wants. That's not all. The Third Raikage thinks far ahead, he has a strong sense of crisis. Maybe the pressure from us in Konoha is too strong for him. Jiraiya was not bragging, Konoha is indeed incredibly strong nowadays. Perhaps the only thing that can be compared to it is when Konoha was first established and Hashirama, Madara, and Tobirama were all there. You know, at that time, whether Konoha wanted to unify the ninja world really just depended on whether they were willing to do it. It's a signal. I believe you should have had a premonition. Advertisement. World War II did not achieve the goals of the militant factions in various countries. War was inevitable. Our daimyo may not be without ideas. Tsukumo said this and looked at Tsunade, the one she had the most contact with in the daimyo prefecture. The militant faction is so powerful that the daimyo can do nothing about it. Tsunade sighed, which was a kind of acquiescence. Even if no other ninja village started a war, Konoha might not be the first to start a war. Who wouldn't want to give it a try when they have the sharpest sword in their hands? That's getting off topic. Do you all think Cloud Shinobi village will have any action in the next few years? Chuan Feng brought the topic back to the topic. At least it was not Konoha that wanted to take action now. Everyone looked solemn and nodded one after another. Why a few years later? Dai scratched his head. He really didn't think he was smart enough in front of these people. It takes time for the Jinchuriki to grow, and allies are not readily available. The black bandits you're talking about aren't that stupid. Orochimaru took the initiative to explain, and Dai nodded as if he understood. Who does the Third Raikage want to target? By this time Jiraiya already had the answer in his mind. San Shinobi Village, the Kingdom of Wind. This time even Dai caught up with the rhythm, and everyone's answers were surprisingly consistent. You should pick on the weak ones. The Third Raikage should think the same way. Chuan Feng tapped the table with one finger, making rhythmic sounds. San Shinobi Village suffered the heaviest losses during World War II. Now we can only say that our strength has recovered. Even if we go on for a few more years, we will have no chance of winning against Cloud Shinobi Village. Shota's analysis was very accurate. It is not so easy for a village that was almost destroyed to recover. If that's the case, why did the Third Raikage seek an alliance with the Akatsuki village? Dai even felt that the Black Bandits were a bit unnecessary. That means the Third Raikage's ambitions are more than that. First, it can allow Akatsuki village to prevent other countries from providing support, and second, we can join forces to conquer more land. As for who the next target will be, it's hard to say. I have to say, Fugaku is becoming more and more capable now. The feud between Cloud Shinobi Village and Rock Shinobi Village was well known to the ninja world. It is impossible for Onoki not to understand the principle that the lips and teeth are interdependent. It was indeed a good move by the Third Raikage to contact the Akatsuki village, but unfortunately he did not expect that the Akatsuki village would listen to Konoha. There will be no next step. As long as Cloud Shinobi village takes action, the ninja world will be in chaos. Chuan Feng shook his head. He knew that the Third War would not be too far away. The conference room fell silent for a moment. This was not good news. That's all for today. Keep your mouth shut. In the future, we will increase our attention to Cloud Shinobi village. We in Konoha should also prepare. After a long while, Tsunade finally spoke to end the meeting. Chapter 389 Kushina's coming of age ceremony. Since the last meeting, the entire Konoha village has been operating under the will of the top leaders. The spy department further intensified its infiltration into Cloud Shinobi village. Casualties were inevitable, but fortunately, they managed to successfully infiltrate a lot of people. Information about Cloud Shinobi village began to trickle in. The Konoha shinobi, who had been at ease for too long, conducted many actual combat exercises under the supervision of Dai, Nawaki, and Minato. Although no one leaked the news, there were always smart people who realized that everything was unusual. As time went by, Konoha was gradually covered by an invisible pressure, and there was a bit more murderous atmosphere. Yahiko and his companions who were far away in the Rain Country continued to contact Cloud Shinobi village under the instructions of Chuan Feng. Both sides had their own ulterior motives and kept testing and pushing each other. Their wartime alliance was destined to take time to finalize. Half a year passed quietly, and on this day Kushina ushered in an important moment in her life. She is an adult. Minato, who hadn't even had a day off on his 18th birthday, took a day off today to spend the entire day shopping with Kushina. The two walked from the east end to the west end of Konoha village, laughing from sunrise to sunset. Bathed in the sunset, a blonde boy and a red-haired girl returned to the Senju mansion together. Hey, you two are not lost. I had only taken a few steps inside when I heard Tsunade's teasing voice. Master's wife, Sister Tsunade, we're not too late. Minato scratched his head in embarrassment, but Kushina was very confident. Today she is the birthday girl, the biggest birthday girl. It's not late. The moon hasn't come out yet. Tsunade scoffed again and deliberately looked up at the sky. Kushina was about to continue to refute when a guest arrived. Kushina, we are not late. Makoto's belly was slightly bulging, and she walked in with the help of Fugaku. Of course she wouldn't miss her best friend's coming-of-age ceremony. Slow down. Kushina naturally stepped forward to take Fugaku's place. I'm fine, it's only been a few months. Makoto smiled and touched her belly, her face full of happiness. This is her and Fugaku's first child. Better be careful, stairs. Kushina supported Makoto very carefully. I've never seen you so attentive before. At this moment, Nawaki also came out, with Masaki a few steps behind. HMPH, if Miss Masaki was pregnant, I would be so attentive as well. How could Kushina not hear the teasing meaning of Nawaki? This was a different way of saying that she was careless, but unfortunately she was powerless to refute it. Ignore him, I'll check on Makoto. Advertisement. Masaki gently pushed Nawaki aside and stepped forward to support Makoto with Kushina. As a professional medical ninja, physical examination was easy for her. Thanks. Makoto knew that Masaki was an excellent doctor and did not refuse. Although she had gone to the hospital for checkups, she trusted Masaki more. This was taught by both Tsunade and Orochimaru. Besides, there's no harm in checking more. You are welcome. The three of them disappeared into the front yard after a while, and the remaining few started talking again. Why isn't Masaki's stomach moving yet? Don't tell me what you have to hide. Do you want me to check it out? Tsunade looked at the direction where Makoto and the other two disappeared, and blurted out some fierce words. Minato didn't dare to laugh at the playful expression on his face. He was really afraid of getting into trouble, and he really couldn't afford to offend his master's wife. You hope your brother is doing well, okay? I'm really drunk. Nawaki rubbed her forehead in pain. This married woman was becoming more and more unscrupulous in her words. Ha ha ha, learn more like Fugaku, he looks healthy. Tsunade turned around and teased Fugaku again. I don't dare to worry about that. I'm back in good health. Fugaku, the expressionless guy, actually picked up Tsunade's words with a smile. What are you laughing at? I bought the cake. At this time, Chuan Feng came in carrying a big cake. Indeed, in terms of physical strength, 3 Fugaku are no match for 1 Chuan Feng. I'm praising your good health. Minato finally got the chance to speak, otherwise he would have been suffocated. If you want to say something else, I don't agree with it. But is this body good? I, Hatake Chuan Feng, am second in Konoha. Who dares to claim to be first? Chuan Feng handed the cake to Minato and laughed wildly with his hands on his hips. This is undoubtedly the late stage of Chunibyo. Chunshin is sick. Tsunade didn't care to watch and just turned and walked away. If she wasn't a little far away, she would have kicked Chuan Feng over first. How are you doing lately? Seeing Tsunade leave, Chuan Feng also became serious and chatted with Fugaku. In the past 6 months, everyone has had their own things to deal with, and there haven't been many opportunities to meet. The men started talking, ranging from business to personal matters. By the time we were waiting for dinner, the yard was already full of men. Advertisement without exception, they are all seniors that Kushina is familiar with. Everyone, it's time to eat. Masaki came out and greeted everyone, and everyone gathered in the restaurant. It was obvious that this was not the first time for everyone to come here and they were very familiar with the place. Everyone took their seats in the restaurant, and Mito just waved his hand and all kinds of delicious food were served on the table. As long as she is here, she has the final say in the Senju mansion. Kushina, today is your home court. Grandma, I won't say any more. When all the dishes were served, Mito stepped back and gave the floor to Kushina. Girl, from today on you are an adult. She looked at Kushina with warmth and kindness. Love you, Grandma. Kushina felt a lump in her throat for some reason and threw herself into Mito's arms, 2 tears streaming down her cheeks. Okay. Act a little more grown up. Mito stroked Kushina's eye sockets with his thumbs, and then touched her red hair. I'm making fun of you all. Kushina nodded and smiled again to face everyone. Thank you all for coming to my coming-of-age ceremony. I can't express my gratitude enough, so I'll give you a toast. Kushina picked up the wine glass that could hold nearly half a pound of wine and drank it all in one gulp. Some emotions were completely suppressed by the strong stimulation. Looking at this posture, I'm afraid you can't drink it. Nawaki leaned his shoulder against Minato gently, drinking the wine in his hand. Be more confident and get rid of the fear. Minato responded with a wry smile. He really couldn't drink as well as Kushina. Haha, that guy looks exactly like my sister. You have to learn more from my brother-in-law in the future. Nawaki raised an eyebrow at Minato. Outsiders all know that Chuan Feng is dominated by his wife, but only he knows how his sister is controlled by his brother-in-law. After all, Odudu has seen scenery that others have never seen. Of course you have to learn it. Minato agreed verbally and kept nodding, but in reality, no one knew how much this love-brained man listened to him. After a glass of wine, everyone got to know each other and the atmosphere at the table began to become lively. You drink a glass, I drink a glass, you say a word, I say a word, and we laugh constantly. Looking at the noisy scene in front of him, Mito, who always likes quietness, did not feel annoyed at all. There was always a smile on her lips and her eyes were gentle. I'll visit my granddaughter and grandson-in-law later. I'll go see my grandson and granddaughter-in-law later. And there is the lovely Ginji, chapter 390 discussion. After 3 rounds of wine, the dishes have 5 flavors. Everyone was a little tipsy and the birthday party was coming to an end. This is what Grandma prepared for you. Taking advantage of the gap between everyone's conversations, Mito was the first to take out the gift. The smile on her face never faded throughout the entire night. It was a red envelope, and it looked a bit familiar. Thank you, Grandma. Kushina's cheeks flushed, and she bowed slightly to take it with both hands. Can I open it and take a look? Maybe it was the alcohol that was at work, but before Mito could reply, Kushina had already curiously opened a corner. No wonder it looks familiar. Inside the red envelope was the land deed, exactly the same as the one Masaki received when she got married. Mito knew that he would not be able to live to see the day when Kushina got married. It would be appropriate to take this opportunity today to give the dowry to Kushina. You kid. Mito smiled and shook his head and just watched it. Grandma, this is too expensive, I can't accept it. Kushina took a quick look and even his drunkenness faded a little. This red envelope is too valuable. I used to joke that I would ask my grandma for some sooner or later, but when she really got them, she didn't dare to accept them. After all, I am not biological granddaughter. Whatever the reason was for Mito to adopt her, Kushina was already grateful. How can you accept such an expensive gift? What can't you have? Just think of it as your dowry in advance. Mito pretended to be angry and pushed back Kushina's hand. Then you can wait until I get married before giving it to me. Kushina continued to refuse. She never thought about why Mito gave it to her in advance. Just keep it. What if Grandma regrets it if I miss this opportunity? Chuan Feng resolved the situation in a joking tone, and there was no sound of incongruity. Why are you regretting this? This is what I prepared for her. You 3 are my favorite. Grandma gives one to everyone, and she's never partial. Mito glanced at Chuan Feng but didn't appreciate it. She put Kushina in the same position as Tsunade and Nawaki, and she meant it sincerely. Kushina was about to be moved when Mito turned around and teased her again. If you really feel it's too hot, just give it to Minato for safekeeping. It makes no difference anyway, Mito said in a teasing tone, pointing at Minato. It also proves that she approves of the love between these 2 young people. Grandma, what's the difference? If this were said by someone else, Kushina might even be proud of it. But when it came out of Mito's mouth, she was just shy. I can. Minato was suddenly called and refused without thinking too much. He doesn't dare keep this red envelope. Ahem, advertisement. Chuan Feng covered his mouth and coughed lightly in time, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Sorry, my throat is a little itchy. He casually brushed it off and gave Minato a stealthy look. I love this red envelope so much, thank you. Minato understood and did as Chuan Feng asked. After saying that, He took the red envelope from Kushina, looking like someone obsessed with money. You're welcome. Treat her well in the future. Mito smiled slightly upon seeing this, without any grudge at all. Of course, don't worry. Before Minato could put the red envelope away, he scratched the back of his head with a silly smile. I'm so p*********** off. Kushina glared at Minato fiercely. Now that he has become so capable, he actually dares to go against me. Minato shrank his neck and did not refute, he was also helpless. Now that the matter was settled, Kushina stopped trying to shirk responsibility. As Mito started, everyone gave out their gifts. In response to everyone's blessings, Kushina thanked them one by one. While giving their blessings, she and Minato were naturally teased. They should be the next to get married. After finishing the birthday cake, Kushina saw everyone out the door. Chuan Feng, Xiao Gang, wait a moment, come with me. Mito stopped Chuan Feng and Tsunade who were about to go out. Good. Ginji, stay with your uncle for a while. Chuan Feng handed Ginji over to Nawaki and followed Mito's slow pace. He seemed to realize something, and his face looked a little serious. Tsunade accompanied Chuan Feng, and the three of them entered the bedroom one after another. Sit. Mito sat down on the bed, his eyes unfocused. Grandma, what do you want us to do? Tsunade came over to Mito and sat down next to her. You are the Hokage now, so I guess I need to say hello to you. Mito calmed himself down and said something that left Tsunade completely confused. What's up? Tsunade frowned. Grandma never got involved in the affairs of the village. I plan to seal Nine Tails out. Mito's tone was calm, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. Oh, whatever you like. No need to tell. What did you say? Tsunade felt a little dizzy and didn't react at first. Then the drunkenness instantly dissipated and he stood up. His eyes suddenly opened wide and his whole body seemed to freeze. She knew very well what it meant to seal away the tailed beast. You heard me right. After so many years, it's time for Grandma to go find your grandpa. He must miss me over there too. Mito reached out and pulled the somewhat stiff Tsunade to sit beside him, with a faint smile on his face. Advertisement: she has no regrets in her life. I have long since let go of birth, old age, sickness and death. Grandma, Before she could even utter a complete sentence, Tsunade's tears could no longer stop falling. Her eyes were red, and Mito's image in front of her began to become blurry. Silly child, this day will come. Grandma has been with you guys long enough. If you don't go again, your grandpa will be jealous. Mito touched Tsunade's head, just like when they were little. It's a pity that time goes by too fast and Grandma can't be with you forever. Grandma, can't you just take it a little slower? Chuan Feng turned his head away and then turned back. It's useless when destiny comes. Mito shook his head slowly. Her body, despite her youthful appearance, has reached its limit. No, I don't. I'll go find Orochimaru right now. There must be a way. Tsunade said as she stood up again, wiped her tears and was about to walk out. It was as if all the strength in my body had returned. She didn't want to, and didn't dare to think about it. If there was really any other way, why would Mito ever want to leave them? Wake up. Do you still look like a Hokage? Mito shouted, and Tsunade stopped in his tracks. The tears that had just stopped flowing down again, leaving circles on the floor. In my current state, I can still seal Nine Tails safely. It's unnecessary to delay it any further and it will only add to the uncertainty. Mito began to explain, completely destroying Tsunade's last hope. I know you're sad. I feel bad too, but you're still the Hokage. Chuan Feng let out a long breath and pulled Tsunade to sit next to him. He reached out and wiped the tears from her face. Tsunade was completely speechless and could only sob mechanically. I have two suitable candidates and I want to discuss them with you. Kushina is the Nine Tails container that was decided long ago. Although it's not fair to her, this has been the outcome since she came to Konoha. Masaki, it was a surprise, but she is very talented and learns the sealing technique very quickly. Although he is a bit older, he is still a suitable candidate. I think they should all understand. Mito sighed and talked to himself. You can see the look of pity on her face, as she knows best the pain of Jinchuriki. Once one becomes a Jinchuriki, only death can free one from that identity. Not only do they have to suffer from the erosion of the tailed beasts at every moment, but they also suffer some unfair treatment. But unfortunately, these two girls don't have as strong strength and status as her. One she regarded as her own granddaughter, and the other was her granddaughter-in-law. No matter who she chooses, she will not be happy. Hashirama, you really left me with a difficult problem. Chapter 391 Masaki is pregnant. Who do you prefer, Grandma? Chuan Feng had gradually calmed down by now and had the best candidate in mind. Yes, he had predicted this day would come half a year ago. I prepared myself mentally, but when it came time to be honest, I still found it a little hard to accept it. Hokage is a magical world with various secret techniques. But immortality is difficult to achieve, and death is almost the end of everyone's life. Looking at the entire Hokage, there are only two ways to bring a person back to life. One is the forbidden technique Rinne Tensai technique activated by the Rinnegan. Let's not talk about whether Nagato can use this forbidden technique now. Even if Nagato had to sacrifice himself to revive Mito, Chuan Feng knew he couldn't do it. And he believed that Mito would not be willing to accept it. As for the other forbidden technique that has been reincarnated, the grass on the developer Chio's grave is probably several meters high. Where can I find how to use it now? Now, he had no choice but to accept it. No preference, they can both. I want to hear your opinions today. Mito answered quickly and kicked the ball back. She really hasn't thought about it yet. The palms and backs of the hands are all made of flesh, and it is very difficult for her to make this decision. I suggest choosing Misaki. At this time, Tsunade had wiped away her tears, but she still looked depressed. Chuan Feng and Mito looked over upon hearing this, waiting for what was to come. Personally speaking, Misaki is more peaceful. In terms of sealing techniques, Misaki is no weaker than Kushina. Besides, Misaki's research on the tailed beasts is more thorough. Tsunade gave 3 reasons in a row, each of which was valid. She did not take anyone's side, nor did she mix any personal emotions. Just talking about the matter, after calming down, she is still the decisive 4th Hokage. Well, that makes some sense. Chuan Feng wanted to refute a few words, but Tsunade's statement was flawless. Perhaps due to his preconceived notions about the original work, he still felt that Kushina was more suitable. Of course, he also has a little selfish motive. If it's really as you said, I won't have to worry about it. Although Misaki seems to be less susceptible to Nine Tails. But none of you know Nine Tails. Kushina certainly has her advantages. Mito shook her head. These 3 points were not enough reasons for her to make up her mind. No one knew Nine Tails better than she did, and Misaki's advantage wasn't as great as Tsunade thought. Then, why don't you ask them for their own opinions? Chuan Feng asked tentatively, cautiously glancing at Tsunade's reaction. That's one way to do it. Instead of us deciding their fate, we should leave it to them themselves. Tsunade pondered for a moment and agreed to Chuan Feng's proposal. As for what Mito said, she didn't question it at all. Alas, that's it, then. I'll talk to them tomorrow. Mito sighed, she couldn't think of a better idea. Advertisement. If Nine Tails wasn't too useless to Chuan Feng, he would actually be the most suitable person. With the help of Wood Style, Nine Tails had no room to resist. Grandma, how much time do you have? Tsunade tried to calm herself down, but her voice still trembled. Since she couldn't change the ending, she wanted to spend more time with her grandmother in her final moments. Not so fast, Grandma wants to see you more. Mito smiled calmly, as if she really didn't take death seriously. Okay then. Tsunade seemed relieved that she didn't get a definite answer. Chuan Feng opened his mouth, but for a moment he didn't know what to say. All 3 of them were silent, and the only sound in the room was the rising and falling breathing. I don't know how much time passed before Mito spoke again. You guys go back first. I'll tell you when I get the results. She was also afraid that Nawaki and the others would become suspicious if it took too long, so she tried to keep it a secret for the time being. Okay, I'll come back tomorrow. Tsunade could understand Mito's worry and stood up obediently. Are there any marks on my face? Turning around to face Chuan Feng, she tilted her head slightly. No, it's normal. Chuan Feng smiled slightly, stretched out his hands and rubbed Tsunade's face with his thumbs. Grandma, let's go. Tsunade gave a forced smile and a cheerful tone. Mito nodded without saying much. Chuan Feng and Tsunade left the house under Mito's watch. It's nice to be able to set a good date for yourself. After the two disappeared into the distance, Mito muttered to himself in a self-deprecating tone. Chuan Feng and Tsunade walked into the courtyard and looked no different than usual. Genji, come here, go home. Tsunade waved to Genji, and Nawaki walked over with Genji. Sister, what did Grandma call you for? Nawaki stood beside Chuan Feng and asked casually. Nothing, just a quick chat. Tsunade brushed it off, and Nawaki didn't suspect anything. Okay, it's getting late, we can talk tomorrow if you have anything to say, bye. Chuan Feng took Genji by the hand and pulled Tsunade along, and the 3 of them walked out the door together. Bye-bye. Nawaki and the others waved goodbye to them. Do you feel that something is wrong with your sister? Misaki was careful and waited until Chuan Feng and the other 2 were far away before asking. What's wrong? I didn't feel it. Nawaki shook his head blankly, then looked at Kushina. I didn't see that either. Kushina and Nawaki look very similar, both are rattles. Maybe I'm wrong. Misaki didn't know the reason after all, she just thought she was too sensitive. Advertisement, never mind her, let's go back to bed. Nawaki rubbed his hands together, his eyes burning. Come on, I'm waiting to hold my nephew. Kushina teased with a smile and ran away. This damn girl. Misaki looked at Kushina's back and took all her evil deeds to heart. She swore that she would make Kushina look good on her wedding day. Go back to the house and make a baby. Nawaki was too lazy to care about that. There was no one around, so he simply picked up Misaki by the waist and walked quickly towards the bedroom. Fugaku got married not long before him, and Mikoto is now pregnant. It would be a lie to say that Nawaki wasn't a little envious. Put me down, put me down. Misaki struggled in Nawaki's arms, her face flushed with embarrassment. It's okay, everyone has left. There was no way Nawaki would let go, he was Misaki's real husband. So what if someone sees it? Are you jealous? As they approached the bedroom, Misaki gave up struggling. She guessed Nawaki's little thoughts very well. No. Nawaki was stubborn and refused to admit it. Really? Misaki looked at Nawaki with amusement. He looked so adorable in his childish look. A little bit. Nawaki felt guilty being looked at and could only speak in a nonchalant manner. Bang, the door was kicked open and then closed again. From today on, there is no need to be envious, because I have one too. As soon as Misaki said those two words, Nawaki froze in place. The thought of throwing Misaki on the bed disappeared completely. What? Are you pregnant? The expression on Nawaki's face changed from surprise to ecstasy. I thought I was overeating. As a result, a very faint breath of life was found. Misaki stared into Nawaki's eyes, love boiling in her. Haha, that's great. I'm going to tell Grandma. Nawaki kissed Misaki twice on the mouth, but that wasn't enough to express his excitement. Maybe tomorrow. Grandma might be resting. Misaki hugged her arms tighter and moved closer to Nawaki. As their eyes met, the atmosphere in the room began to become charming. Can it be that? Nawaki hesitated for half a minute before taking any action. Misaki blinked her big eyes and said nothing, but just nodded slightly. Then there was a good spring light in the house again. Chapter 392. Meet Nine Tails. After returning home, Tsunade left Chuan-Feng and Ginchi behind and went straight back into the house. What happened to her? Tsunade seemed quite happy when she left, which made Miyuki confused. Could it be that the couple had a quarrel? Go play with my brother. After sending Ginchi away, Chuan-Feng slowly told the whole story. Grandma is dying. Ask me and Tsunade to discuss who will be the next person to seal Nine Tails again. She feels bad. Chuan-Feng did not hide it. He knew that his elder brother and sister-in-law were not the talkative type. How come? Mito-sama looks healthy. Sakumo and Miyuki's faces were filled with disbelief. Mito's youthful appearance makes it easy to overlook her age. I don't want to believe it, but it's true, alas. Chuan-Feng sighed deeply, feeling very unhappy. He has been calling her Grandma for many years. Is there no way to prolong my life? Shuamao glanced in the direction of Chuan-Feng's bedroom. His meaning was clear. As one of the best medical ninjas in the ninja world, didn't Tsunade have any solution? It's meaningless now. Chuan-Feng shook his head, and at this moment he could understand Tsunade's pain even more. She has saved countless lives, but she is helpless against her grandmother's death countdown. She even had to watch it happen. How cruel it was for her. Perhaps this is a relief for Master Mito. Shuamao frowned and his eyes dimmed. Maybe. Chuan-Feng didn't comment. His thoughts had already drifted away to who knows where. As the first-generation ultimate weapon, Mito has been silently guarding Konoha and her husband's dream. Over the decades, she has experienced the grief of losing many loved ones. I also watched my old friends go away one by one. Although having descendants can provide some emotional support, this kind of life is indeed not very pleasant. Who are the new generation of Jinchuriki? After a while, Sakumo couldn't help it. Whether as a family member or a high-ranking official of Konoha, he is indeed qualified to know. It has not been decided yet. Chuan-Feng's thoughts were pulled back and his eyes were red. What's there to ask? Go and keep Tsunade company. Nishui glared at Shumao, then pushed Chuan-Feng. Is now the time to talk about this? This family will fall apart without me. Okay, got it. Chuan-Feng went to the bedroom. Advertisement Ginji was already having a great time with Kakashi, and the sound of their laughter could be heard everywhere. Looking in the direction of Kakashi and Ginji, Sakumo and Miyuki remained silent for a long time. Parting is always the biggest theme in the world. I'm coming in. Chuan-Feng knocked on the door first, but there was no response from inside. If you listen carefully, you can faintly hear the sound of crying. This was the first time he had to say hello before returning to his room. Squeak. When Chuan-Feng opened the door, he saw Tsunade burying her head in the pillow. The whole body was shaking slightly. Cry, I'm here. Sitting down beside the bed, Chuan-Feng gently stroked Tsunade's back. He knew that asking Tsunade to be strong at this time was nonsense, and emotions needed to be vented. Woo woo woo, Tsunade straightened up, her pillow was already wet. She reached out and put her arms around Chuan-Feng's neck, leaning on Chuan-Feng's shoulder and crying even more sadly. Listening to the crying beside him, Chuan-Feng felt more and more sad. Hugging Tsunade tightly in his arms, his tears also flowed. Men don't shed tears easily, but they do when they are sad. After a long time, Tsunade was probably tired of crying. After leaving Chuan-Feng's arms, those beautiful eyes became a little red and swollen. Did you know this a long time ago? It wasn't really a question. Tsunade just remembered Chuan-Feng's unusual behavior when Mito urged him to get married. I didn't tell you because I was afraid you would be sad. Chuan-Feng looked straight at Tsunade and admitted it very frankly. So now I know it, don't I? It can be heard that Tsunade is still a little dissatisfied. How could he not tell her such a big thing? Are you feeling better? Still gently wiping Tsunade's tears, Chuan-Feng did not respond. Tsunade shook her head without saying anything. She just didn't want Chuan-Feng to worry too much. Get some sleep. The words of comfort came to Chuan-Feng's lips, but he couldn't say them. I want to spend more time with Grandma during this time. Please help me with the work. Tsunade made a request that wasn't too unreasonable. Okay. Chuan-Feng did not shirk his responsibility this time and agreed directly. Thanks. Tsunade finally smiled. These two words contained multiple layers of meaning. We don't need it. The two of them sat on the bed and chatted for a long time. The next morning, Mito woke up from his sleep. With a smile still on her face, she dreamed of Hashirama. Advertisement. She told Hashirama that Tsunade had given birth to a lovely son and Nawaki had married a beautiful wife. The Konoha village he built has become more prosperous and powerful in Tsunade's hands. Seeing Hashirama's frown, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. After lying on the bed for a while and savoring the memory, Mito reluctantly got up. I haven't seen Hashirama for a long time. I really miss him. As usual, Mito came to the restaurant after washing up. Good morning, Grandma. Soon, Nawaki and his companions all arrived. Masaki, who was still half asleep, yawned. Morning. Mito had a smile on her face rosy and shiny, and no one could tell that she was dying. While eating, Nawaki was thinking about giving his grandma a surprise. After Mito finished eating, he was about to speak but was beaten to the punch. Masaki, Kushina, come with Grandma. Mito said and stood up, not giving Nawaki a chance to speak. Oh, okay. Masaki and Kushina looked at each other, and only saw confusion in each other's eyes. Don't worry, I won't tell Grandma. After leaving a message for Nawaki, Masaki quickly followed. Looking at the empty dining table in front of him, Nawaki began to doubt his life. Yesterday I called them sister and brother-in-law, and today I called them Masaki and Kushina. Is there anything that you can't tell your grandson? Sit. Mito sat down at the table and pointed to the empty seats on his left and right. What do you want us to do, Grandma? Kushina is an impatient person and couldn't help asking questions as soon as he sat down. Give me your hand and relax. Mito didn't respond. He stretched out his left and right hands in front of Masaki and Kushina respectively. Good. Although they didn't know what Grandma was going to do, the two of them trusted Mito unconditionally. As the four hands clasped together, Masaki and Kushina felt dizzy. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself in a completely unfamiliar environment. This place is filled with evil and violent chakras, and the whole space seems extremely depressing. When I looked up, I saw a fox tied to a stone ball in the air by Juha-da. The fox had 9 tails and was unable to move on the stone ball. It is undoubtedly 9 tails. This is the sealed world inside Mito's body. Even if her life was coming to an end, 9 tails had no chance to resist. As this 9 tails, Kushina's mouth dropped open. She had always known what her destiny was coming to Konoha. Is this day finally coming? What a terrifying power. Looking at the huge monster in front of her, Masaki felt a wave of panic. The amazing chakra and huge body are nothing short of terrifying. She couldn't imagine how much disaster would happen if such a monster broke the seal. Chapter 393 Voluntary Choice. Before Mito could speak, 9 tails had already started making a commotion. Mito, you old hag. You're about to die, but you won't let me go? 9 tails roared loudly, and the chains on the stone ball made a rattling sound. It can be seen that it is not completely ignorant of what is happening outside. It can be seen that 9 tails would really rather die with Mito than be sealed again. Noisy. Mito looked at him coldly, and the 2 words revealed his impatience. Without seeing how she moved, several chakra chains suddenly stretched out from her back and flew towards 9 tails. The chain was like a merciless iron whip, constantly whipping 9 tails' torso. Ah! The whipped 9 tails screamed, forgetting that the old witch in front of it was never in a good mood. The stone ball continued to tremble as 9 tails struggled, and debris kept falling down. At this time, Masaki and Kushina who were watching were stunned, and even the important information previously revealed by 9 tails was automatically ignored. Grandma, are you that strong? 9 tails indeed? This is the sealed world inside me. Turning around, Mito was the kind-looking elder again. At this moment, 9 tails' wailing continued to echo in his ears. Grandma, why did you bring us here? Masaki was a little confused. It was not until today that she found out that her grandmother was also a Jinchuriki. But it's not her fault, no one has ever told her, and Mito has never used the power of 9 tails. It seems you have already guessed it. My child, Grandma won't be around for long. Mito glanced at Kushina, his tone soft. From the moment you came to Konoha, your fate has been determined. Grandma wants to apologize to you on behalf of Konoha. This is not fair to you. Masaki, your arrival gives Grandma one more choice. But Grandma has also thought about it. If you all don't want to be Jinchuriki, I will take 9 tails and leave with me. Anyway, with Chuan Feng here, 9 tails won't be able to cause any trouble in the future. Mito now has greater autonomy than in the original work, and no one will morally blackmail her. Not to mention that Konoha also has a Jinchuriki. As for what to do if 9 tails reappears a few years later, it will not be your concern. Grandma, are you going to leave us? Masaki stared at Mito blankly, tears silently sliding down her cheeks. She knew what the consequences would be if the tailed beast left its body. On the contrary, he was not too moved by the possibility of becoming a Jinchuriki. Is another elder who has been kind to us leaving? Silly child, this day will come. In the days ahead, I believe Nawaki will always be with you. Mito touched Masaki's head. What a good child. Grandma, I want to be a Jinchuriki. But, could you please not leave us? Kushina threw herself into Mito's arms with tears on her face. Advertisement at this point, the sadness in my heart has overwhelmed my fear of becoming a Jinchuriki. Grandma doesn't want to either, but this body is not doing well. Mito shook his head in self-mockery and patted Kushina on the back. Grandma, I'm pregnant. You haven't seen your great-grandson yet. Misaki spoke with tears in her voice, stumbling over her 2 sentences. There was no time to care about the promise to Nawaki. Haha, good, that's great, it's a pity, Grandma may not be able to wait until that day. A gleam flashed in Mito's eyes, then dimmed again. This is the best news I've heard in a while. You discussed this matter with your sister and brother-in-law yesterday, right? Kushina left Mito's arms, now in no mood to congratulate Misaki. What they both mean is that you decide for yourself. Mito nodded and the topic returned to the right track. Kushina is still young, let me do it. Misaki is like an older sister and she is willing to take on this responsibility. Misaki-san, please stop arguing with me, this matter shouldn't have involved you. Kushina knew that if Misaki wasn't there, she would be the only choice. Grandma knows you are all good kids, but have you ever thought about letting Nine-Tails leave with me? Mito felt a little surprised, but also felt it was reasonable. Sometimes, love can make people make many incredible decisions. The village needs this strength. Kushina looks careless, but she knows everything. She had long considered herself a part of Konoha. It just so happens that Orochimaru-sensei and I also need new materials. The reason Misaki gave was rather far-fetched, but it was also true. Grandma is very happy that you have this heart. Nine-Tails is very powerful, but the stronger the power, the harder it is to control. When Mito said this, Misaki and Kushina involuntarily looked at Nine-Tails who was being beaten. You call this hard to control? There were big question marks in the 2 little heads. No matter who you are, you need to touch it with love. The power of the tailed beasts will also be gradually fully controlled by you along with the power of love. When that time comes, the tailed beasts will no longer be a burden to the Jinchuriki. Mito was right, but not even the slightest bit convincing. You keep saying that you want to persuade with love, but is your love a whip? Could it be that Nine-Tails is a masochist? Got it, Grandma. Neither Misaki nor Kushina dared to object. Advertisement. I can't hide my thoughts at all. Mito laughed at the 2 people who said one thing and meant another. It's not Grandma who is hitting you. If you can subdue this guy alone, you can treat it the same way as Grandma. It doesn't matter whether you love me or not. Mito looked up at the bruised and battered Nine-Tails and retracted the diamond chain. You, Nine-Tails was about to say something vicious, but Mito glared back at him. God knows how strong this woman is. I choose to reform it. Misaki and Kushina secretly weighed their own weight and felt that love was more reliable. Haha, don't be discouraged. Maybe you can achieve the same level as Grandma in the future. Mito laughed, as if he had returned to the time when he fought alongside Hashirama. Grandma, it's probably inappropriate since Misaki-san is pregnant. Kushina looked at Mito expectantly. This was the first time he wanted to become a Jinchuriki so much. Well, I really didn't know during the pregnancy. But the seal will be greatly weakened during childbirth. Mito frowned and chose not to continue what Kushina said. She will not favor anyone in this matter, so there will be no unpleasantness caused by this matter in the future. That definitely has an impact. For the sake of the baby in your belly, Sister Misaki, please don't compete with me for it. Kushina grabbed Misaki's arm and started to act coquettishly. Misaki thought about it but didn't know what to say. She doesn't care, but she can't bear it if it really affects the baby in her belly. Okay, it's me. Grandma, Miss Misaki agreed. Kushina didn't care about anything and wanted to get things settled right away. When did I say I agreed? Misaki was furious, she was just thinking about it. Okay, stop arguing, it's not like we're going to reseal Nine-Tails today. Go back and think about it carefully. Mito did not plan to decide on a candidate immediately. Just let the 2 of them feel the pressure of Nine-Tails first. Nyaline, I'll ask Nawaki to persuade you. Kushina's eyes lit up and he went out to add fuel to the fire. The position of Jinchuriki must belong to me, you, alas. Misaki had no way to deal with Kushina, and it seemed like she really couldn't win the fight. Be quiet, I'm leaving. Mito had a smile in the corner of his eyes, but in Nine-Tails' eyes, it was a demon in disguise. Chapter 394. Half for each person. 3 whole days passed, and Kushina had to work very hard to convince Misaki. At this point, the candidates for Nine-Tails Jinchuriki have been preliminarily decided. Kushina did not choose to tell Nawaki, the previous words were just talk. She knew it was not appropriate for her to bring up this matter. Since Grandma herself didn't say anything, why should she say anything? What have you been talking about with Kushina lately? Nawaki was lying in bed with Misaki in his arms, still clueless and unaware. I don't know what's wrong with her, she insisted that I chat with her. Misaki pressed her cheek against Nawaki's chest and rubbed it upwards naturally. Crazy girl, only Minato can stand her. Nawaki teased, a smile on his face. That's because Minato has good taste. Misaki rolled her eyes at Nawaki in dissatisfaction, feeling sorry for the little sisters. His vision is just average, far worse than mine. Nawaki couldn't help showing a smug look on his face as he spoke, and he raised Misaki's chin with his finger. Stinking poor. Misaki slapped Nawaki's hand away, and the gloomy mood she had felt over the past few days seemed to ease at this moment. Nawaki kept on grinning, his hand under the covers stroking Misaki's belly. Don't be silly, you still have a mission tomorrow. Masaki held Nawaki's hand, adjusted herself to a comfortable position and closed her eyes. Good night. Nawaki lay on his side, hugged the person beside him and fell asleep with a satisfied smile. Not everyone may have a good dream every night, but the day will always dawn. When Chuan Feng and his two companions arrived at the Senju residence, Nawaki had already left. Sister, brother-in-law, grandma is waiting in the quiet room. Opening the door, Masaki glanced at Minato but didn't ask any more questions. After saying that, she turned around and walked ahead to lead the way. As Kushina's fiancé, Minato's arrival was not surprising. I guess my sister and brother-in-law must have brought him here for a reason. Don't worry, Kushina will be fine. Chuan Feng saw Masaki's guilt and worry and took the initiative to comfort her. After all, not everyone can be like Tsunade, who doesn't care about being a Jinchuriki. My grandma took us to see it. It was horrible. Thinking back on it, Masaki's face turned pale. Even Nine Tails, who was being suppressed by Mito, was so intimidating that she couldn't help but worry. What happened to Kushina? Minato's tone was a little impatient. He and Nawaki were equally clueless about this. If Chuan Feng hadn't specifically called him today, he would probably be on a mission right now. Advertisement, don't worry, she's fine. Tsunade didn't even bother to explain, as she would talk about it later anyway. Worry less, talk less. Remember what I told you, just nod when you should. Chuan Feng glanced at Minato's gaze and then looked forward. Got it, teacher. Minato nodded and kept his doubts to himself. He could tell Kushina would not be in danger for the time being. There's nothing scary about that thing, just relax. Chuan Feng's confident words really put Masaki at ease. It has to be said that his title as the god of the ninja world is still very important. Minato was confused as to what the teacher was talking about. After walking for a while, the four of them arrived at a quiet room. After opening the sliding door, the group saw Kushina kneeling respectfully opposite Mito. Here I am. Mito greeted casually, still as young and beautiful as ever. Grandmother. After greeting each other, they sat down. Kushina was even more surprised when she saw Minato. She hadn't told Minato that she was going to become a Jinchuriki. Once I find out, I will definitely be scolded afterwards. The most important thing is that she deliberately concealed such things and she didn't dare to talk back even when being scolded. Since it's decided to be Kushina, then let's discuss the time today. Mito was simply discussing his own death with everyone. But she still didn't care and even smiled. Let's do it later, to give Kushina more time to prepare. Tsunade's opening words were to delay time, even 3 to 5 days would be fine. How late is late? Mito stared at Tsunade with a half smile. How could I not see through her little thoughts? Tsunade didn't expect Mito to ask such a question and was speechless for a moment. I could only look to Chuan Feng for help. Grandma, how long will it take you to seal 9 tails? Chuan Feng took over the conversation and got straight to the point. Minato's pupils contracted suddenly. Considering what Chuan Feng said before, he had already guessed the truth. Kushina lowered his head at this point, not daring to look Minato in the eye. Within 3 months. Mito didn't say anything very confident. 3 months was definitely enough for her. 3 months. Chuan Feng frowned. Time might be a bit tight. That will take at least 3 months. Advertisement. Tsunade took it immediately. She hoped it would last as long as possible. Okay, I'll do as you say. Then let's set it to be today, 3 months from now. Mito agreed immediately. She could still satisfy this small request. Grandma, I have something else I want to discuss with you. Chuan Feng's sudden seriousness made Mito stunned. You say? As Mito responded, everyone's eyes were focused on Chuan Feng. The power of 9 tails is too great for Kushina. Then I wonder if there is a possibility, if I split 9 tails in 2, wouldn't it be easier to control and less harmful to my body? Chuan Feng gestured for a while. This was an idea he had thought of a long time ago, but he was just willing to speak about it today. The tailed beasts are strange creatures created by the Sage of 6 Paths by splitting the 10 tails. In the original work, the 9 tails are indeed divided into yin and yang. All of this indicates that splitting the tailed beast in 2 is possible. The only thing Chuan Feng is struggling with right now is that he can't think of any way to split 9 tails. In the original work, it was Minato who used the Shiki Fujin at the cost of his own life to separate the 9 tails into 2. It is certainly unrealistic to do so now. Even though the Shiki Fujin is a forbidden technique passed down from the land of whirlpools, Mito definitely knows how to do it. But as a Jinchuriki, she cannot use it. There's nothing wrong with your idea. But have you ever thought about this? Even if 9 tails is split in 2, who will get the other half? If it's for Masaki, then what's the point of them fighting over it for days? Mito agreed with Chuan Feng's point of view, but she didn't think Kushina couldn't handle the entire 9 tails. Of course not Masaki. Give it to this boy. He and Kushina have a strong bond, and he is definitely in good health. Chuan Feng pointed at Minato, eager to tell the ultimate goal. If I could see the living Minato open the golden body, it would make up for the regret I had when I watched Hokage. Minato's pupils trembled again. I thought it was just an ordinary day, but it turned out to be so exciting? He swallowed, remembering Chuan Feng's advice to listen more and talk less. Kushina and Masaki both opened their mouths wide. This choice was totally unexpected to them. Can he do it? Not to mention Mito. Even Tsunade frowned. She admitted that Minato was a rare genius, but she was also too aware of the Uzumaki clan's physical advantages. What's wrong? No problem. Chuan Feng almost patted his chest and made a promise. In the original work, Minato, who can open a golden body, is not qualified to be a Jinchuriki. Even if you beat him to death, he wouldn't believe it. Minato stared at Chuan Feng in a daze, and felt that his teacher had more confidence in him than he did. Am I that good? He pinched the inside of his thigh hard for some unknown reason, and Minato gasped in pain. It turns out this is not a dream. Chapter 395. Developing the Sealing Technique. Would you like to? Think carefully before answering. This is not a joke. Mito looked at Minato. This kid had never appeared on his list. I do. Minato nodded firmly. On the one hand, he kept his teacher's instructions in mind, and on the other hand, he was willing to empathize with Kushina. Since the teacher said he could do it, he believed that he could do it. This is also the trust accumulated over the years. It's useless if you're willing. I'll give you a checkup. Tsunade poured a bucket of cold water on Minato's head. This was not something that could be achieved just by wishful thinking. All right. After all, Minato was still unsure and felt a little disappointed. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Chuan Feng patted Minato's shoulder, still confident. If he can't do it, I'll give you half of it. Mito made a small joke, and no one would doubt Chuan Feng's qualifications to be a Jinchuriki. Okay, I agree. Chuan Feng readily agreed, even though Nine Tails had almost no benefit to him. Can you really split the tailed beast in two? Kushina was skeptical because he had never heard of it. Based on the progress of the laboratory's research, we speculate that the tailed beast cells we cultivate will not have intelligence even after they're formed. Masaki was speaking the truth. She didn't think the tailed beasts could be divided into two intelligent parts. There is a forbidden technique called Shiki Fujin. Do you know about it? Although Tsunade didn't study it, she had read almost all the scrolls on sealing techniques that her grandmother brought. She still remembers this forbidden technique vividly. This is a very rare ninjutsu that targets the soul, but the cost of performing the technique is very high. I didn't teach them. Mito shook her head. She didn't think it was necessary for Masaki and Kushina to learn this forbidden technique that aimed at mutual destruction. No wonder I haven't heard of it. Kushina had an expression that said, I see. Masaki was still waiting for what to say next. Chuan Feng was a little surprised. Tsunade's mind was quite quick. But it's better this way, he doesn't need to guide me step by step. Pretending to listen attentively, Chuan Feng and Minato stared at Tsunade together. If the Shinigami didn't cut off the entire soul, would the person still be able to live? Tsunade looked at her grandmother. After all, she had never seen anyone perform this technique. Yes, there has been such a thing. Mito nodded. There were many such examples in the Whirlpool country before. So if Nine Tails is cut in half by a Shinigami, does that mean it is divided into two parts? Tsunade continued to come up with ideas and completely did Chuan Feng's job. Well, theoretically yes. Mito frowned and thought for a moment, then gave an affirmative answer. Then can we develop a new technique based on the Shikifujin technique? Advertisement. The effect doesn't need to be that strong, and the cost doesn't need to be that high. Tsunade asked tentatively. Mito was undoubtedly an expert among experts when it came to sealing techniques. It will take time. Mito blurted out without even thinking. With the techniques to refer to as a prerequisite, there is no possibility of failure for her when developing new techniques. The only thing to consider is the length of time. Is 3 months enough? Chuan Feng interrupted at this time. It's hard to say. Mito didn't dare to make any guarantees. As he got older, his brain wasn't as good as it used to be. You can find someone to help you. Orochimaru and Jiraiya also have some research on sealing techniques. Tsunade did not mention herself. All her knowledge about sealing techniques was taught by her grandmother. As for Chuan Feng, there is no difference whether you have it or not. Can. Mito nodded in agreement. That's it for now then. I hope we can develop a new technique within 3 months. Chuan Feng made the decision right away, and Mito had no objection to it. In comparison, half a Nine Tails is definitely easier to deal with than a whole one. The development of this technique will definitely bring more benefits than disadvantages to Kushina. Don't be happy so early. If the new surgery doesn't work, Kushina will have to bear it alone in the end. Tsunade wasn't trying to pour cold water on this, she was just stating a fact. Sometimes the greater the expectations, the greater the disappointment. She didn't want to have double sadness at that time. I know, Sister Tsunade. Kushina couldn't stop smiling. Minato, this fool, thought that Jinchuriki was a joke? The promise was made so hastily, it makes me angry. Don't look so sad. I'll take care of this matter. I guarantee she'll be fine. On the other hand, Minato and Masaki looked stern when Tsunade poured cold water on them. Chuan Feng pointed at Kushina and spoke with great certainty. He could certainly be sure that Kushina would have no problem being a Jinchuriki. As for the idea of each person having half of Nine Tails, it was more due to his selfish motives. Thank you, teacher. Minato's eyes lit up again, as long as Kushina was safe. Masaki just nodded slightly without saying anything. Okay, that's all for today. Nawaki, let's talk about it later. Mito ended the family meeting. She hadn't figured out how to tell her grandson the news. Masaki, you go find Orochimaru. Kushina, you go find Jiraiya. Advertisement. Tsunade assigned tasks to the two girls. Good. Masaki and Kushina agreed and left, then I'll leave too. The elders were the only ones left in the quiet room, and Minato couldn't sit still any longer. Having said that, he stood up and prepared to leave. Wait a minute, I'll check you out here, see if it's as good as your teacher said. Tsunade called out to Minato, beckoning him over. You don't even believe me, just check it out, and no one will say anything. I don't know where Chuan Feng got his confidence from, he looks like he deserves a beating. Minato scratched his head awkwardly and came in front of Tsunade. Put your hand over here. Minato obediently extended his right hand under Tsunade's command. Minato felt warmth spread all over his body as Tsunade's chakra traveled through him. Just barely, not as good as Kushina. Tsunade thought Minato had an excellent physique, but it turned out that Chuan Feng was exaggerating. She didn't even think about how Minato, who was born into a commoner family, could have a heaven-defying physique. Haha, really, Minato's strength isn't just his physique, it's his willpower. Chuan Feng laughed to ease the awkwardness, and Minato wanted to find a hole to crawl into. He really thinks he is so awesome. Okay, Minato is qualified. Mito laughed out loud at the amusement of the three people. From Kagura's mind's observation, Minato had more than enough chakra. Coupled with his strong willpower, Mito felt that it was more than enough as a Jinchuriki who was half nine tails. That's good. Chuan Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the original novel was not a lie. Let's go. Tsunade loosened his grip and Minato fled. I'm really embarrassed today because of the teacher's flattery. You guys go back too. Tsunade has been sticking to him every day these days, and Mito is even a little annoyed with her. The main reason is that her clingy appearance is in stark contrast to her true nature. Grandma, I'll accompany you, Tsunade said as she stood up and walked over to Mito. She will spend the last period of time with her grandmother. I really don't need you to accompany me. Mito pulled Tsunade's hand away from his arm, full of disgust. I'm going to work. Chuan Feng pretended not to see it, snapped his fingers and went to the Hokage's office. Obviously he was late, and Shota's resentful look made him feel uneasy. Sorry, something delayed me. Chapter 396 Great Toad Sage. Since that day, tense and exciting new technology research and development has been carried out in the Senju Mansion. Because the matter involves 9 tails, its importance to Konoha is self-evident. So Orochimaru and Jiraiya devoted themselves to the task, putting their regular jobs on hold. A large number of scrolls and books were brought in one after another, and the two of them worked as if they were working in the Senju Mansion. Such a big event certainly could not be hidden from Nawaki, and it might be that Mito did it on purpose. Within 2 days, Nawaki learned that his grandmother did not live long. From being unable to accept it at the beginning to accompanying me every day later. Time is probably really the best medicine. Although Nawaki couldn't help, he formed an observation duo with Tsunade. As time goes by, March is getting closer. How's the progress of the new technique recently? Chuan Feng showed his muscular upper body, his eyes revealing a hint of fatigue. He uses his brain during the day and moves gold at night. Even an Iron Man can't protect him. Very good, but there is still one key point missing. I estimate it will take at most another week or so to finish it. Tsunade's hair was disheveled and her face was still flushed from the aftermath. She just rested her head on Chuan Feng's arm, her plump body slightly curled up and exposed. What's the key point? Chuan Feng's big hand was holding the navigation system and he was fiddling with it casually. Is it the same as what you said? Can you understand or solve it? Tsunade rolled her eyes, but she couldn't really explain it herself. In terms of knowledge of sealing techniques, she is better than Chuan Feng, but also limited. These two combined may not be as good as Orochimaru or Jiraiya. As for Mito, there is no need to mention it. I still suffer from the lack of education. Chuan Feng was speechless and touched his forehead awkwardly with his other hand. He immediately decided to pay close attention to Ginchi's academic performance in the future, and the same thing must never happen to his son again. Oh, there is no such thing as a perfect person. I'll let you know if there's any news. Tsunade hugged Chuan Feng sideways, and the two of them stuck together again. Okay, go to sleep. Why are there so many documents recently? Chuan Feng complained and no longer had the desire to do it again. Due to Jiraiya and Orochimaru's leave, many important documents were transferred to him for processing. Add to that some important documents from his school, it was like he was doing the work of 4 people alone. It would be strange if he wasn't tired. Thanks a lot. Advertisement, wait until you get through this period. Tsunade said as her face darkened again. She still felt heartbroken every time she thought about the ending. Okay, go to sleep. Chuan Feng pulled the quilt over himself and Tsunade, and then gently stroked her back. I'm fine. Good night. Tsunade squeezed in and then closed her eyes. Nothing happened that night, and Tsunade returned to her parents' home on time the next morning. Why hasn't Jiraiya come yet? I'm still late like when I was a kid. Tsunade couldn't help but complain as she saw Mito and Orochimaru already busying themselves. He completely forgot that he could only be a spectator and could not contribute any help. How can you be late, Jiraiya-sama? Nawaki immediately refuted it, which was worthy of the magazines he had read over the years. Orochimaru was reading a scroll with great concentration, ignoring the siblings. Only Mito glanced at them with a smile in his eyes. The two of them exchanged a few words, and then the clacking sound of wooden clogs was heard. The person has not arrived yet, but the voice has arrived first. Sorry, it's a little late. Because of the presence of elders, this was the first time that Jiraiya was late. Tsunade was just making small talk, but no one cared. No problem. Mito responded with a smile, saying that it wouldn't take too long at this stage. How was last night? Orochimaru put down the scroll at this point and looked at Jiraiya. It turned out that he just didn't bother to deal with the siblings. Those who can't help with serious matters are useless, and Orochimaru doesn't bother to communicate with useless people. There is some good news. Jiraiya paused, then came and sat down next to Mito. I went to Mount Myoboku last night after I got home. I heard some secrets from the Great Toad Sage, which was very inspiring. Jiraiya was late because he had just returned. The Great Toad Sage looks like he could attack at any moment, but he is actually an old monster who has lived for 1,000 years. Even the magic of the Sage of Six Paths was taught by it, so it is normal for Jiraiya to get some useful information from it. Oh, tell me about it. Orochimaru's snake pupils lit up. He had heard the White Snake Sage mention Gamamaru's name before. That was indeed a remarkable old fellow, thanks a lot. Advertisement Mito didn't show much emotion, he just looked at Jiraiya quietly. As for Tsunade and Nawaki, they were just two curious kids, waiting with bated breath for Jiraiya's next words. For both of them, it doesn't matter whether they understand or not, as long as they have the right attitude. The great sage said that the tailed beasts were given life by the Sage of Six Paths. But it is not the life we normally understand. It might be more accurate to say that they are a combination of chakra and consciousness. It is difficult for us to create life, but it is much easier to split the tailed beasts. We have thoroughly studied the technique of Shikifujin. It can be used against any living being with a soul, but according to the great sage, it won't work against the tailed beasts. If Chuanfeng heard what Jiraiya said, he might be shocked, because in the original work, Minato successfully used it on 9 tails. So our research is going in the wrong direction? Orochimaru frowned. The premise of their research was the Shikifujin. Now the March deadline is approaching, and if the source is wrong, they will not have enough time to start over. It's our fault for taking it for granted. It looks like we can only let Kushina suffer a little more. Mito sighed and had to accept this reality. She had no doubts about the words of a 1,000-year-old immortal. No, you got it wrong. Jiraiya gave a smug smile, and the expressions on Tsunade and Nawaki's faces turned from disappointed to cheerful. We are on the right track. What the great sage meant was that the Shikifujin could not completely seal the tailed beasts and could not achieve the effect of destroying them. It's not that this technique has no reference value for splitting the tailed beasts. Jiraiya explained a few words but missed the point. What does that mean? After all, Orochimaru was only studying the tailed beast cells, so he still didn't know enough. That means even if you use the Shikifujin on the tailed beast, you can't seal it completely. The only thing a Shinigami can harvest is the spiritual energy of the tailed beasts, which we can understand as yin attribute chakra. Until the sealing technique is complete, the tailed beast can continue to live on the remaining chakra. Jiraiya paused at this point, things were already clear. I see. You are worthy of being the Millennium Sage of Mount Myoboku. Mito understood it immediately, and his thoughts became completely clear. They just need to change their mindset and all problems will be solved. The difference between extracting chakra and extracting soul is obvious. Your trip was not in vain. Orochimaru also had a smile on his face. Smart people have good brains. As the saying goes, those who are involved in the matter are often the most confused. The height at which Great Toad Sage stands is also very different from theirs. On the other hand, Tsunade and Nawaki, two smart guys, looked at each other with confusion in their eyes. Chapter 397. Soul Seal. 3 days passed in a flash, and a scroll containing a complete new technique appeared before everyone. It was still the familiar quiet room, but there were a little more people in the room today. Let me take a look first. Chuanfeng took the scroll in his hand without anyone fighting for it. Those who dare to compete with him for it have already seen it, and those who have not seen it dare not compete with him for it. Is there anything wrong? After all, it was Chuanfeng who proposed the idea, so Mito politely praised Chuanfeng. Ahem, it shouldn't be a problem for me to use it. Chuanfeng had just finished reading how many seals he had to make, and his evasive answer made Tsunade cover her mouth and laugh. Is this what Grandma is asking you? If even he can't use it, then the limitations of this new technique might be a bit too great. Yes, it's only 7 seals. It's really not a big problem for you, Master Chuanfeng. Orochimaru looked at Chuanfeng with contempt. It turned out that there were 2 different kinds of people sleeping in the same bed. In his eyes, both the couple were first-rate, illiterate. Stop being so sarcastic. Chuanfeng could not help but hear Orochimaru's sarcasm and immediately retorted. Wow, I actually heard it. Orochimaru chuckled, his words full of contempt. Coupled with his cold face, it can only be said that the insult is extremely strong. Come out and fight me one-on-one if you dare. If Mito hadn't been there, Chuanfeng would definitely not have pointed at Orochimaru with one hand. This would be in line with Orochimaru's style if it were on his face. Have some shame, please. Stop making trouble, and you just know how to laugh. Tsunade is simply speechless when it comes to ultimate. When there is no eye-catching bag, Chuanfeng is the biggest eye-catching bag. Jiraiya, who was watching the fun from the side, was successfully affected. What does it have to do with me? Jiraiya pointed at himself in disbelief. There really was no law these days. The little ones' faces turned red from holding their breath, and none of them dared to make a sound. Ha ha ha, you two remind me of Hashirama and Tobirama. They often play like this. Only Mito laughed out loud, with a nostalgic look on his face. After this interruption, the tense atmosphere instantly eased. This technique requires two people to use it at the same time. Did you see it? Orochimaru snorted coldly and did not continue to argue with Chuan-Feng, the rough guy. Of course I saw it. Chuan-Feng quickly glanced down and saw a line of small words in the remarks. Advertisement. This technique can only be used against tailed beasts, and requires the combined efforts of two people. Orochimaru was too lazy to expose the truth, so he rolled his eyes and continued talking. I won't tell you how huge Nine Tails chakra is. This technique requires a ninja with strong yang attributes and a ninja with strong yin attributes to use at the same time. This will divide the Nine Tails chakra into two equal parts. It's easier to choose people with yang attributes, but there are fewer options for people with yin attributes. Although he possessed yin chakra, Orochimaru did not feel that he was suitable. His chakra amount is certainly huge for an ordinary ninja, but it is still not enough in front of Nine Tails. Moreover, yin attribute is not his main attribute, so his proficiency is naturally lacking. Teacher, how strong do you mean? Nawaki asked tentatively, wanting to see how narrow the options could be. At least not below me. Orochimaru pondered for a moment, but took Nawaki's answer quite seriously. Just pretend I didn't ask. After Nawaki heard this, no one came to his mind. His strength is not inferior to that of his teacher, and he is also proficient in using yin attribute chakra. There doesn't seem to be anyone like this in his friend list. I'll count as one, and Fugaku will be the remaining one. Chuan-Feng immediately thought of Uchiha. The yin attribute is just right for his major. With Mangekyo's Fugaku, the amount of chakra is naturally not a problem. Uchiha's chakra amount is definitely not small, it depends on who he is compared with, and with the improvement of pupil power, chakra will definitely increase greatly. Refer to the changes of the two pillars, the chakra amount is also terrifying. I almost forgot about him, he's a suitable candidate. Orochimaru nodded in agreement, he also knew Fugaku's strength. After all, Fugaku still needs to work hard to get the eternal Mangekyo. As for the candidate with yang attribute, he immediately thought of Chuan-Feng. Compared to the two, his relationship with Fugaku is still a little lacking. It's decided so quickly? Mito didn't mean to question it, it was good that she didn't have to worry about it. Yeah, Fugaku and I are fine. Chuan-Feng nodded and put the scroll back on the table. This technique hasn't been named yet. Minato passed it around among the others, but didn't see the name of the technique. Those are all small matters, how about you think of one? Jiraiya regretted it the moment he said it, how could he come up with a good name with Minato around? His nickname of, Genius of Naming, is well known in Konoha. Okay. Minato agreed immediately, his face full of excitement. Such a powerful sealing technique deserves to be named Haki. Here we go again. Advertisement. Kushina put one hand on his forehead and exchanged a wry smile with Misaki. Since it is a jutsu to seal the tailed beasts, it was developed with great effort by several elders. Then why not call it, Uzumaki Great Snake Double Beast Sealing Method? Looking at the smug look on Minato's face, it was clear that he was very happy with the name he had come up with. It not only integrates the names of several developers, but also includes the usage method and objects, which is perfect. Yes, it is perfect. Stop your horrible thoughts. It can be seen that Tsunade really doesn't want the ninjutsu that his grandmother developed before she passed away to be called such a difficult to pronounce name. Isn't it nice to listen to? Teacher, what do you think? Minato questioned Tsunade's taste without doubting his own naming skills. Ahem, it's hard to put it into words. Chuan-Feng couldn't believe it. How could you, Minato, ask this? Who was this shameless person you learned this from? You took it very well, don't take it next time. I had only heard of Orochimaru before, but today I have learned a lot more about him. Alright. Minato's heart finally died. I don't know when I'll be able to meet someone who understands my damn talent. Let me come up with one. How about calling it soul separation technique? Chuan-Feng drew on many martial arts novels he had read and came up with a relatively conventional name. Not very good. Tsunade was merciless, it was clear that the name was not to the Hokage's taste. Not as good as mine. Minato muttered quietly, but it didn't escape Chuan-Feng's ears. Get out with your shitty name. Chuan-Feng pointed to the door, showing Minato a clear way. Tisk, let's go. Minato took Kushina and left directly to find Fugaku. The relationship between them is really good. Nawaki looked at Minato and the other person who were leaving, but he never dared to say the name that was on his lips. This technique can be considered as the final work of Master Mito. I think it would be better if Master Mito named it himself. Orochimaru said it politely, but everyone present understood. Everyone's face darkened, as there was less than a week left before the March deadline. Then I'm welcome. To keep it simple, let's call it the Soul Seal. Chapter 398 to Jinchuriki. A huge open space has been cleared in the deep forest in a remote part of Konoha. Tsukumo led Anbu to form a circle and tightly block the open space. Although it was unlikely that there would be any problems with today's lineup, Tsukumo was still cautious. He even brought out the ghost mastiff and Xiaobai from home, as they are both good at investigation. There are two small alders not far apart in the middle of the open space, which are just enough for an adult to sit cross-legged. There was a group of people gathered near the altar, discussing something. You heard everything I said, didn't you? Mito looked serious, and he knew that nothing could be done carelessly today. Don't worry, Grandma. I heard it clearly. Everyone responded and nodded heavily. Okay then, let's get started. Mito came to the front of the altar alone and stood still. Kushina and Minato were sitting cross-legged on the altar, with two people standing beside each of them. Are you scared? Tsunade walked around the altar, carefully carving the magic circle. Although Chuan Feng felt that this was unnecessary, he did not stop it and just watched quietly. Carving the magic circle is not only a sign of respect for Nine Tails, but also a sign of love for Kushina and Minato. You have to know that Tsunade sealed 7 tails directly without any preparation. Fine. Kushina took a few deep breaths and gave a forced smile. How could I not be afraid? Don't worry, it's only half. Chuan Feng smiled slightly and spoke with great ease. In the original book, Kushina can accommodate a whole 9 tails. Now that he's here, I only need to seal half of it into my body, so what could go wrong? Kushina responded softly, her mind slowly calming down. Minato on the other end was much more relaxed, chatting and laughing with Fugaku, and didn't look nervous at all. Orochimaru walked around the altar and quickly completed the carving of the magic circle. I'm going to start. Seeing that all the preparations were completed, Mito's voice reached everyone's ears clearly. Then 6 pairs of eyes looked at her. Untie. Mito quickly made a few seals and then pressed one hand on the seal position on his body. A powerful chakra suddenly burst out, and Mito's face became solemn in an instant. Here we go. Tsukumo stopped his patrol, looked towards the open space and whispered. Advertisement Gui Mastiff and Xiaobai retreated instinctively, their bodies trembling slightly. As the chakra became more and more dense, the red chakra could be clearly seen quickly materializing above the open space. It's coming out, Mito reminded, ready to strike at any time. She had to control 9 tails as soon as possible to facilitate the next action. There was no response, and everyone looked up into the air intently. Haha, I'm finally out. There was only a deafening laugh, and 9 tails was finally freed. Its huge body appeared in the center of the clearing, with 9 tails swaying in the wind behind it. The violent chakra rolled up invisible airwaves, making everyone's clothes rustle. Before it could make the next move, Mito shouted, adamantine sealing chains. 5 chakra chains materialized and flew from behind Mito towards 9 tails, binding 9 tails tightly in just a moment. Old witch, you will die a miserable death. 9 tails looked around, his heart sank completely. Even the chakra in his body seemed to have weakened. This is too much of an overestimation of oneself. It clearly felt the two forces it feared the most. I thought that if I risked my life, there might be a glimmer of hope. Now it seems that it was just a moment of anger. After all, you will die, so just accept my arrangement. Mito laughed instead of getting angry. It seemed like she had seen 9 tails helpless and furious look more than once. So strong. Chuan Feng was secretly shocked at the scene in front of him. This was the first time he saw 9 tails. Sage of 6 Paths is indeed very biased. This huge amount of chakra is not comparable to that of Chomei and others. While he knew Mito had the ability, that was different from seeing it. At this moment, I can only sigh from the bottom of my heart that she is worthy of being the wife of Senju Hashirama. Master Mito is really terrifyingly strong. Fugaku compared himself to Mito. Even if he used Susanoo, he couldn't say that he was better than Mito. As for 9 tails, he didn't feel anything. This is the confidence brought by the Uchiha clan and the Mangekyo Sharingan. The gap is too obvious. Orochimaru looked at 9 tails with excitement in his eyes. This is the strongest tailed beast he has ever seen, bar none. Kushina, Masaki, watch carefully and learn well. Grandma can only teach you this once. Mito once again gathered chakra and performed the diamond chain moves on 9 tails one by one. With constant wailing and struggling, 9 tails became the best sandbag. Grandma, advertisement in the eyes of everyone, Mito was aging at a speed visible to the naked eye. The long red hair lost its luster and became dull and dull. The once delicate skin is now covered with wrinkles. The upright body also became hunched. At this point, Mito truly became an old grandmother in her twilight years. I'm fine, just do it now. Mito's voice was filled with fatigue, and he waved his hand to urge everyone to move. Good. Chuan Feng's eyes were red, he looked at Fugaku and nodded. The next moment, the two of them moved in unison and completed the 7 seals at the same time. Spirit seal. With 2 loud roars, Chuan Feng and Fugaku each ejected a drop of blood onto 9 tails. With blood as the medium, 9 tails chakra began to gather in the palms of the two people. At first it was just a trickle of water, but as time went by, it gathered at a speed as surging as the sea or river. 9 tails' body continued to shrink, and it realized that something was wrong. Damn it, what are you going to do to me? It twisted its body wildly trying to break free from Mito's control, but the chains on its body still bound it tightly. How could anyone want to care about the fish on the chopping board? Almost. Looking at the red chakra that had solidified in his hand, Chuan Feng signaled Tsunade to take action. Fugaku over there also finished communicating with Orochimaru. 8 Sign Seal. Tsunade and Orochimaru took over the last baton, and a steady stream of Nine Tails chakra slowly entered Kushina and Minato's bodies. Perhaps it was because the Nine Tails chakra was too violent and too huge. Kushina and Minato both clenched their teeth, their faces looking slightly grim. I won't let you go. I don't know how much time passed before Nine Tails made his threats and disappeared without a trace. Chuan Feng and Fugaku also have very little high-density chakra left in their hands. Another half an hour passed and 8 Sign Seal was finally completed. Nine Tails was perfectly divided into 2 equal parts and sealed into Kushina and Minato's bodies. Before he could check on the two's condition, Mito had already fallen to the ground. Having lost the tailed beast, her life is in danger and it seems that she will die at any time. Grandmother. Chuan Feng arrived immediately and knelt on one knee to help Mito up. Is it going well? Mito's voice was no longer clear, but became weak. Smoothly. Tsunade cried, tears welling up in her eyes. That's good. That's good. Mito knew the result, but he still asked to feel completely relieved. Chapter 399 Mito's death. Orochimaru gave Minato and Kushina a brief checkup, and they all came to Mito. Grandma. Kushina looked at Mito's aging appearance and tears kept falling down. Seeing Kushina's sad look, Minato couldn't help but feel sad. Orochimaru's face was as gloomy as water. Parting always makes people sad. Fugaku opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. At this moment, he was just an outsider. How's it going? Tsukumo dismissed Anbu and came alone. After much deliberation, the father and son, Gimao and Xiaobai, did not dare to follow and decided to go home together. Mito-sama, time is running out. Orochimaru shook his head at Tsukumo, sadness thickening the air. Chuan Feng, take grandma back, this is not a good place. Mito gave an ugly smile, no longer showing his former charm. Good. Grandma, let's go home. Nawaki and Misaki are waiting for you. 2 tears rolled down Chuan Feng's face. He didn't even take Tsunade with him. He took Mito and disappeared in front of everyone. Without any communication, Tsunade took the lead and headed towards the Senju residence. Listening to the sound of the wind in her ears, she had only one thought, which was to go faster and faster. Grandma, we're home. 2 figures appeared in Tsunade's boudoir, where the flying thunder god mark Chuan Feng had never been erased. Grandma has always known. Mito looked around the room and still wanted to tease Chuan Feng. He had left this mark before he married Tsunade, and Mito was sometimes afraid that he would hear something he shouldn't. Young people are really shameless when they are in love. I didn't mean to hide it from you. I haven't been here many times. Chuan Feng probably didn't quite believe what he said and actually laughed out loud. Smiling through tears, it looks really funny. Put me down and help me back to my room. Mito patted Chuan Feng's shoulder. She didn't want to look embarrassed in front of Nawaki and Misaki when she left the house. Good. Chuan Feng did as he was told, and Mito even had difficulty standing up. Most of his body weight was on Chuan Feng, and he walked towards his bedroom with difficulty. Just a few steps out of Tsunade's room, I heard hurried footsteps. Grandmother. It was Nawaki and Misaki. Before they even got there, the 2 of them, who had never seen grandma like this, burst into tears. By the time Chuan Feng was substituted, Nawaki and Misaki were already in tears. Don't cry, it's not good for the child. Advertisement. Grandma has lived a long life, so be happy. Mito slowly raised his hand and gently brushed it across Misaki's face. But the more I tried to hold back my tears, the more they flowed. Misaki's vision became blurry, but she continued to support Mito as she walked forward, relying on her familiarity with her home. Grandma, everything is going well. Nawaki tried to finish his words in one breath. It went very smoothly. Both Kushina and Minato are fine. Several people had already reached the door of Mito's bedroom, and Chuan Feng hurried forward to open the door. As soon as Mito lay down on the bed, Tsunade and his group rushed in. The room was not that big to begin with, but today it was a bit crowded. Stand aside, you're blocking the light. Mito probably didn't want to see so many people with sad faces surrounding him. Everyone dispersed to the sides, leaving only Tsunade and Nawaki sitting beside Mito's bed. Grandma's life was worth it. You're all good kids with great potential. Originally, I was most worried about Nawaki. This kid is spoiled. Luckily there's Chuan Feng. Mito glanced at Chuan Feng. She was really satisfied with this grandson-in-law. It was his own hard work. I didn't do anything. Chuan Feng patted Nawaki's shoulder, his smile still as ugly. Your grandfather didn't see you get married and start a family, but your grandmother saw it all. When I tell him, he'll be so jealous. Mito laughed as he spoke. Grandma, Tsunade and the others were crying and could only call out for Mito. Don't cry, everything will be fine. Mito's eyes began to blur, and his life force became weaker and weaker. Grandma, Tsunade and Misaki both reached over and forced their chakra through to extend their lives. What is this for? I saw Hashirama coming to pick me up. If you can't bear to leave Grandma, then I'll stay with you for a while. Mito's eyes seemed to light up again, and he looked reluctant. Hurry up. At this moment, I heard a sound outside the door. It was Nishui's voice. She pushed Ginshi in. Grandma. Genji threw himself on the bed, ignoring Chuan Feng and Tsunade. "Oh, my dear grandson." Mito forced himself to cheer up and put his wrinkled hand on Genji's face. Advertisement, but she really had no strength left, and was about to fall before she could touch him. Genji grabbed it and pressed Mito's hand to his face. "Grandma, you haven't seen Genji grow up yet." Genji's tears mixed with snot all got on Mito's hands. "Grandma won't be able to see Genji grow up. Your great-grandfather is here again. I'm leaving now. You all need to be well." After saying the last few words, Mito still had a smile on his face, closed his eyes and stopped breathing. Grandma, neither Tsunade nor Masaki were willing to accept reality and continued to increase their chakra output. "That's enough, let Grandma go in peace." Chuan Feng grabbed Tsunade's hand and forcibly pulled her away from Mito's body. Masaki slumped to the ground helplessly and was pulled up by Nawaki again. "Woo woo woo, no one will respond when I call Grandma at home from now on." Tsunade broke free from Chuan Feng's restraints, hugged Genji, and cried heartbrokenly. "You have to be strong. Is everything ready?" Chuan Feng wiped away his tears. He is now the eldest in the family. "I'm ready." Nawaki nodded, his eyes red. The coffin that Hizashi had ordered a few days ago had already been placed in the side yard. "Let's spend some last time with Grandma." Chuan Feng looked up at the roof and heard crying in his ears. Mito's funeral was handled by Chuan Feng. He spent a lot of money to invite a monk from the fire temple to pray for Mito. All the respectable people in Konoha came to pay tribute to Mito. This is not only for the Hokage's sake, but also out of respect for Mito himself. 3 days later, Mito was buried. Her tomb was built next to Hashirama's, so it could be considered a joint burial. As for digging up Hashirama's grave and burying the two together in the true sense, Chuan Feng didn't even dare to think about it. With the last handful of soil added, Mito's life came to a perfect end. This old man who witnessed the establishment of Konoha is sleeping forever in the cold underground. She would watch Konoha flourish and her descendants grow in size and size. Led by Chuan Feng, the whole family kowtowed respectfully several times. Perhaps all their tears had been shed, and no one was crying anymore except Genji. "Let's go. Come and see Grandma when you miss her next time." When everyone left, the sunshine in the sky was still as warm as ever. Chapter 400 Uchiha Itachi. When someone leaves, someone comes. That's life. Mito had been gone for a long time, and Chuan Feng and his family's lives returned to normal. But when I inadvertently think of that kind woman, I can't help feeling a little sad. Today, the setting sun once again covered Konoha with a golden coat. Makoto is in the hospital. At the Hatake family's dinner table, Chuan Feng brought up the topic. "Well, she should be born in the next 2 days. Fugaku was embarrassed when he came to me." Tsunade chuckled. The patriarch really cared about his wife. "Who told you to be the Hokage? It's normal for him to feel embarrassed about letting the Hokage deliver the baby." Chuan Feng threw a peanut into his mouth and looked very comfortable. "What's that? If I want to win him over, I have to do something." Tsunade teased. There was no talk of bonding between them anymore. Those 2 words would only taint their relationship. "That's great. I'm going to be a father soon." Tsukumo drank a cup himself, saying that the newborn baby was the guarantee for Konoha's continued prosperity. "I'll go and join in the fun on that day. Anyway, we've gotten along very well over the years. Nishui is very good at dealing with human relationships and acts like a mistress of the house. Fugaku has been in the hospital for the past few days. I'm afraid of missing out." Tsunade found it somewhat amusing and also somewhat touched. It seemed that Chuan Feng was surrounded by players who loved their wives very much. Normal. He wants to hold Makoto in his hands. Chuan Feng really couldn't understand why Fugaku in the original novel was willing to let his wife die with him. "You're doing pretty well in this regard. Keep working on it." Tsunade glanced at Chuan Feng in a charming way. It was amazing that an old couple were doing this. Kakashi and Genji both shuddered in disgust. "I never got beaten." Minato muttered quietly. He was a smart guy. "You deserve a beating, don't you?" Tsunade glanced sideways, and the 2 younger ones quickly buried their heads in their bowls. "Ha ha ha." Tsukumo and Nayuki laughed out loud. This harmonious family atmosphere was really heartwarming. "Thank you for your praise, Hokage-sama." Chuan Feng was very cooperative and clinked glasses with Tsunade. 2 days later in the afternoon, Tsunade was called to the hospital while handling official business in the Hokage's office. "Makoto is giving birth. Advertisement, don't worry, wait until you become a father." Tsunade patted Fugaku's shoulder outside the delivery room. Chuan Feng was already with him. Shisui sat quietly aside, watching the adults without saying a word. "I'm counting on you, Master Tsunade." Fugaku bowed slightly. Even though he invited Tsunade, he was still very nervous. "I'm going in." Tsunade smiled bitterly and shook her head, then turned and entered the delivery room. "Come and sit down." Chuan Feng found a seat and sat down, slapping the Karakura next to him. "I can't sit still." Fugaku just sat down and immediately stood up again. He is now like an ant on a hot pan, eager to run around. "Don't you still believe in Tsunade? I'm an experienced person, sit down." Chuan Feng stood up and forcibly pushed Fugaku down. Believe it, believe it." Fugaku was choked by Chuan Feng and had no idea what to do. This was not a question of whether to believe it or not. Do you want a son or a daughter? Chuan Feng thought he had mastered some important secret. It's a son. I knew it a long time ago. Fugaku's mind was obviously not on the conversation. He had already seen the delivery room 800 times in such a short time. Don't look at it. Giving birth is not like drinking water. How can it be so fast? Chuan Feng was a little disappointed. He actually forgot that this was the Hokage world. There are so many ways to identify the S*X of a fetus. That's not necessarily true. I heard that some people are very fast. Fugaku had already inquired about it and was almost regarded as a psychopath for it. Who would ask someone with a child how long it took to give birth? Forget it. What did you name your child? Chuan Feng was too lazy to argue. There was indeed no absolute fast or slow in this kind of thing. Weasel, Uchiha Itachi. Fugaku's attention finally focused a little, and it was obvious that he was very satisfied with the name. Does it have any special meaning? Chuan Feng frowned. Although it was expected, the word Itachi was not a good symbol just by looking at it literally. No special meaning. He's just a senior named Itachi whom I looked up to when I was a kid. I hope my son can be as strong and respected as that senior. Fugaku smiled sheepishly. He really hadn't thought that much about it. I see. Chuan Feng was speechless. It seems that you copied all the names you came up with? I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. Fugaku realized it a little later and had no plans to change it. It's just a name. How can I, the son of Uchiha Fugaku, live with just a name? Time passed by minute, and the two of them chatted with each other occasionally. Advertisement, my disciple hasn't come out yet. Orochimaru's walking seemed to be silent, and people only noticed him when he was close. Who did I think it was? It scared me. Chuan Feng didn't expect Orochimaru to come. This didn't fit in with his cold personality. It seems that he was not joking before. There has been no child who possesses both Ice Release and Sharingan in all these years, and Chuan Feng thought this matter had been forgotten. Orochimaru the adult. Not yet. It is Itachi's blessing to be your disciple. Fugaku was stunned for a moment before he reacted. If Orochimaru hadn't brought it up, he really wouldn't have been able to remember the casual conversation at the table. It doesn't count as a blessing. Don't think I'm being too much in the future. Orochimaru's mouth corners slightly raised. With Nawaki as a precedent, he had learned his lesson. Only a strict teacher can produce a good student. You can teach me freely, Makoto, and I will never say anything. Fugaku has also experienced hardships since childhood and has no resistance to this. Haha, that's good. Orochimaru laughed out loud, which was rare, and it was obvious that he was in a good mood. Don't mislead the young people. Chuan Feng couldn't stand seeing Orochimaru happy, and he would feel uncomfortable if he didn't say something bad about him. But he couldn't help but laugh when he thought about Itachi being Orochimaru's apprentice. The famous scene in the original novel where Orochimaru was killed instantly by a single look from Itachi is truly unforgettable. What qualifications do you have to speak on this as a teacher? Orochimaru's laughter stopped abruptly and he looked at Chuan Feng with an unfriendly look. How dare you, a hands-off boss, say anything bad to me? Which of my disciples is not outstanding? Chuan Feng stiffened his neck and spoke with great confidence. I'm too lazy to care about you. Orochimaru waved his sleeves, turned around angrily and sat opposite. He had nothing to say to such a shameless person who dared to take all the credit for himself. Facts speak louder than words. Chuan Feng had a great sense of accomplishment in returning victoriously, and his face was full of the word, deserve a beating. Right, Fugaku. Seeing that Orochimaru no longer paid attention to him, Chuan Feng asked Fugaku who was standing aside. Ahem. Fugaku saw Orochimaru looking at him intentionally or unintentionally, so he didn't know how to talk to him. Just when he was in trouble, the door of the delivery room finally opened. Congratulations, both mother and child are safe. Tsunade took off the gloves with bloodline on them and smiled widely. Thank you, thank you. Fugaku left the question unanswered and rushed into the delivery room regardless. Son, you came just in time. Dad loves you. Chapter 401 Senju Karen. Konoha Village Cemetery. Mito has been sleeping here for a whole year, and the flowers in front of the tombstone have withered beyond recognition. It looked like no one had been here for some time. There were only a few people in the entire cemetery paying tribute to old friends or relatives. In the distance, 6 people were slowly approaching. I haven't visited Grandma in a while. It can be seen that Tsunade has let go of his worries, and he walks lightly with a smile on his face. Isn't this a surprise for Grandma today? Nawaki held a bouquet of bright roses, Mito's favorite color. Be careful or Grandpa will get angry if you are so partial to me. Chuan Feng walked beside Tsunade, teasing the siblings. How come? Look what I brought. Tsunade actually pulled out a pair of paper dice from his pocket, shook it gently, and heard a sound. You really know how to give what you like. Chuan Feng was stunned. He had never seen anyone use such a thing during worship. Does great-grandfather like gambling? Genji was holding a baby and walking steadily. Who do you think Mom learned the art of gambling from? Tsunade glanced back at Genji and smiled brightly. Well, it seems that Grandpa is also quite good at losing. Genji had the good fortune to witness Tsunade's gambling skills, and they were horrific. I think you're itchy. Tsunade was furious when he heard that. He thought it was just bad luck. Aunt, save me. Genji jumped directly to Masaki's side. He knew that as long as he didn't let go of the baby, Masaki would definitely protect him. Your aunt can't protect you. Kushina saw through Genji's little thoughts at a glance and snatched the baby away. You speak out of your mouth. Masaki covered her mouth and chuckled. Genji was just like her brother-in-law, with a talkative face. Okay, it's coming. Just as Yinchi was about to fall into the clutches of the devil, Chuan Feng saved him in time. HMPH, I'll let you see how mom kills everyone when I have a chance. Tsunade was still very unconvinced. She never thought that her gambling skills were bad. Mom is the best. This time Ginchi learned his lesson and decided not to suffer loss in front of him. The amulet has been stolen, so if you continue to be rude, you would be stupid. I like to hear that. Advertisement. Tsunade's face is like the weather in June, changing in an instant. Go, clean it up. Chuan Feng gave Yinchi a light kick on the butt, and everyone had already arrived in front of the tombstone. Okay. Ginchi walked forward and cleared away the flowers and fallen leaves in front of the tombstone, muttering to himself. Great-grandfather, great-grandmother, Ginji is here to see you guys. After saying that, he took out 2 boxes of meatballs from somewhere and placed them in front of the tombstone. They were all the flavors that Mito had eaten with him. Grandpa, Grandma, Suna brought gifts for both of you. Tsunade stepped forward and put down the dice cup, then took out a small gift for Mito. Nawaki put the flowers away, but forgot to bring something for Hashirama. But then again, he had never met Hashirama, so naturally he didn't have as strong feelings for him as Tsunade. It was inconvenient for Kushina to hold the baby, so she just watched. Masaki stepped forward to help put the offerings in order, only Chuan Feng did not move. Looking at this large cemetery, he couldn't help but think of a forbidden technique, impure world reincarnation. One has to sigh that Orochimaru in the original work is so bold that he even dares to dig in such a place. Sarutobi Hiruzen really doted on him to the extreme by not killing him. What are you doing? Come here. Tsunade called Chuan Feng back from his wandering thoughts, and he quickly walked forward, shouting, Coming. We have a new member in our family, and today we are here to show him to our parents. Chuan Feng lit the short incense in his hand, and Kushina quickly handed the baby to Nawaki. Grandma, this is Mai and Masaki's daughter. Look, isn't it cute? We gave her a nice name. My name is Hanari, Senju Hanari. Nawaki turned his daughter's face towards the tombstone, love overflowing from his face. The baby has been born for several months, and his facial features have gradually developed. He now looks a bit like Masaki. The most similar thing is the red hair. Huali felt curious about everything in front of her, and she didn't know what she was seeing. Perhaps there was some kind of connection between the two, and she stretched out her little hand to touch the name on the tombstone. Chuckle. When Nawaki moved her closer and her little hand touched the tombstone, Karen smiled. It seems that Grandma is very satisfied with my sister. Ginji couldn't help but think back to the last time he saw Mito, and how he wanted to touch her face again. Grandma, Minato and I can now use the power of 9 tails. It's safe, don't worry. During this year, both Kushina and Minato worked hard to adapt to the power of 9 tails. The strength of both of them has made great progress. I missed you so much. Advertisement. Masaki knelt beside Nawaki, her eyes reddening again. Grandma, I'm really awesome now. You will definitely become a great ninja in the future. Ginji was full of confidence, totally unlike his usual humble self. Everyone expressed their longing, and the short incense gradually burned out. I'll see you next time. Chuan Feng stood up first. There is still a long way to go. Let's go, Grandma. After calming down, everyone said goodbye one by one and turned to leave. Peace returned to the tombs of Mito and Hashirama. Thanks to Mito, there are more offerings in front of Tobarama's grave. It is indeed a lonely place without descendants, and there are very few disciples who remember to visit his grave. A gentle breeze blew by, and the incense ashes in front of the tombstone were blown away. On the way back, everyone was silent and their steps were heavier. It was not until they parted at the fork in the road that they said goodbye. Going to the Hokage building or skipping work, Chuan Feng and his family of 3 walked aimlessly on the streets of Konoha. Let's go to work. I have to be considerate of Shota as well. Tsunade smiled sheepishly. He really wasn't qualified enough to be the Hokage. Haha, it's amazing that the Hokage still remembers poor Shota. Chuan Feng imagined Shota's resentful look and laughed heartily. Dad, Mom. I'm going to find Kang Yu. The ninja school is on holiday today, and Ginji can't stay at home. Go ahead, kid. Chuan Feng waved his hand and sent Yinchi away. The brat really followed him. And you? Where are you planning to go for a stroll? Since students are on vacation, Chuan Feng naturally doesn't need to go to school. I'll just take a stroll, you go your own way. Chuan Feng had no intention of working as a helper in the Hokage building. Okay, I'm leaving. Tsunade walked towards the Hokage building, while Chuan Feng wandered around Konoha alone. Chuan Feng really enjoyed watching the villagers with happy smiles on their faces and the vendors hawking their wares on the street. He is already very satisfied to be able to protect these smiling faces. In the days to come, he will do his best to keep these smiles forever. If possible, he hoped that war would never come. Chapter 402. The Lion Opens His Mouth. Master Xiaoying, the sincerity of our Cloud Shinobi village is evident to all. Can you give me a definite answer today? In the secret reception room of Akatsuki village, a dark-skinned strong young man looked at Yahiko who was sitting in the upper seat. His light yellow hair was combed neatly back and he wore heavy armor. He looked like someone who was not to be trifled with. This is a serious matter and we still need time. Yahiko said this as a natural reaction. The smile on her face remained unchanged. Bagayalu, Kongula, you've said this 800 times. Oh yeah, my ears are calloused from listening to this. As soon as Yahiko finished speaking, the teenager next to the burly man spoke. He wore small sunglasses, had 2 long knives on his back, and spoke in a very rhythmic manner. Speak honorific, a hole. Before the boy finished singing, the strong young man grabbed his head, but his angry eyes turned to Yahiko. How could he not be angry? It's just that due to my status I can't speak directly, so it's a pleasure to say it through the mouth of the young man. Puff, Conan couldn't help laughing out loud at the funny scene in front of him. Then he looked at Yahiko with a teasing look on his face. This idiot doesn't even know how to change his words when trying to shirk responsibility. Ahem, it's okay. Our top leaders are all here today, so let's discuss this further. How about you go and rest first? Yahiko didn't feel like arguing with the kid, and his meaning was clear, just keep dragging it out. Thank you for your kindness, Lord Xiaoying. We are not tired now. This concerns both you and me, I think we should discuss it together. Fourth generation I had no intention of leaving and sat very steadily. He had to get an answer to whatever he said today, otherwise it would be difficult to explain to his father when he returned. This time I really came with a death mission. I don't think this is appropriate. Yahiko didn't expect that fourth generation I would be so difficult to deal with this time. If there is anything inappropriate, please feel free to ask for anything you want. I will agree to whatever I can decide. Isn't this more efficient than you discussing it alone? It has to be said that third generation is indeed very sincere, and this time they directly granted their son a considerable degree of autonomy. Since the contact with Akatsuki village, the two sides have cooperated in many aspects. Apart from anything else, the commercial exchanges alone have provided the Rain country with a huge source of economic income. The most important thing is the free sharing of some ninjutsu. Although it is not an important secret technique, it is already valuable. You know, the number of ninjutsu is the foundation of every ninja village. And the ones who benefit the most from all this are the Rain country and the Akatsuki village. What if you can't make the decision? Before Yahiko could respond, Kakuzu's voice rang out, his green pupils emitting a captivating light. Advertisement, you didn't even mention it, so how do you know I can't make the decision? Fourth generation eyes smiled and responded calmly. He is no longer a young boy and is quite skilled in passing the ball. Interesting. Kakuzu rubbed his chin, already thinking about what to blackmail. What you said makes sense, so let's discuss it together. Yahiko and Nagato exchanged glances and agreed. Thank you, Master Xiaoying. Fourth generation I appeared calm on the surface, but he was actually relieved in his heart. If this group of people really drove them away, he would have no way to stop them. At least, he had no confidence at all in his strength. He is still far from reaching the strength of the fourth Raikage in the original work. I've always had a question about forming a wartime alliance. Now the ninja world is in a peaceful period. Nono frowned and asked a very unprofessional question. In fact, she knew the meaning of it, she just wanted to see if she could get some more information. Regarding this issue, Cloud Shinobi Village has always been vague and has never given a positive response. Today is also a good opportunity. Peace is only temporary. When has the ninja world ever been truly peaceful? My father was interested in the large tracts of land inland. Fourth generation I's 2 sentences have made it clear that our Cloud Shinobi Village is determined to start a war. So what can we get? Yahiko answered quickly, which was in line with his status. What are the benefits of my Akatsuki village forming an alliance with you? Don't you think the Rain country is too small? How can such a small country match your strength? Fourth generation I spread his hands and flattered everyone present. Yahiko and the others were almost ignited with passion. Which man doesn't have a dream of dominating? What else? Yahiko leaned forward on one elbow, his eyes full of greed. Identity, wealth, land, population, we have everything you want. I am not afraid of you being greedy, I am afraid of you not being greedy. Fourth generation I raised the corners of his mouth fiercely, feeling that most of the things were already done. Boy, this is not enough. Kakuzu inserted himself again, and Yahiko sat up straight with a mysterious smile. This kind of extortion and profiteering should be done by the chief financial officer. After all, everyone has his or her own expertise. So what do you want? Fourth generation I suppressed his smile. He knew very well what kind of person Kakuzu was and was mentally prepared to make some sacrifices. I want, advertisement, a tailed beast. Kakuzu held up a finger in front of him and stared closely at fourth generation I. Impossible. Killer Bee stood up suddenly, his face full of shock. Don't worry, we didn't say we wanted yours. Nagato opened his mouth slowly and looked up, his Rinnegan behind his bangs gleaming with energy. Although Killer Bee has not been exposed, how can it hide from these eyes? You want the 2 tails? Even though fourth generation I was mentally prepared, he was still shocked and his face looked unnatural. He really has no say in this matter. Not to mention him, I'm afraid even the third Raikage can't make the decision alone. That's the tailed beast, the ultimate weapon of war. We'll talk about war gifts after the war. I want what I can get now. Besides, we don't have tailed beasts in Akatsuki village. I'm afraid we won't be able to face other Jinchuriki by then. Kakuzu has never been a character who likes to eat big cakes. I can't make the decision on this matter. After being surprised, 4th generation I quickly calmed down and admitted that he was single. I know. You can go back and ask the 3rd Raikage for instructions. Kakuzu looked unconcerned. He would be surprised and annoyed if 4th generation I agreed. As long as I give you 2 tails, will you agree? 4th generation I did not lose his composure because of Kakuzu's exorbitant demands. He said and looked at Yahiko again, waiting for a reply. Sure, as long as you give us the tailed beasts, we will do our best. Yahiko agreed without any hesitation. Normal people need Jinchuriki to use the power of the tailed beasts, but we don't. He hadn't even expected Kakuzu to ask for a tailed beast from Cloud Shinobi village. At this moment, I could not care less about the delay as Chuanfeng had instructed, because this matter could not be settled in a short time anyway. It's not impossible to discuss it with Chuanfeng at that time. I believe the teacher will not blame me, after all, it is a tailed beast. Okay, I feel relieved with your words. I will report the truth to my father when I return. 4th generation I still had no joy on his face. This matter could be said to be a mixed blessing. The good news is that there has finally been a breakthrough in the wartime alliance. The worry is that the tailed beasts are too important. Although the 2-tailed didn't find a suitable candidate after the death of the previous Jinchuriki, it doesn't mean that Cloud Shinobi village is willing to hand it over. I have to say this will definitely be a difficult decision. Then wait for your good news. When Yahiko saw that 4th generation I had stood up, she knew that the matter had come to an end. We'll take our leave now. We can give you an answer sooner if we go back earlier. Bye, let's go. 4th generation I bowed slightly and said goodbye, then walked out the door with Killer B without looking back. The two of them walked faster and faster. Chapter 403 Discussion 1. When the aura of 4th generation I and Killer B completely dissipated, Yahiko and the others returned to their usual way of gang along. Do you think Cloud Shinobi village would agree? Nono stretched lazily, looking relaxed. She knew very well that the ownership of the tailed beasts was not something that the 3rd Raikage could decide on his own. Kakuzu's huge request was beyond everyone's expectation. One can only say that he is worthy of being the financial steward. The level of extortion is really high and ruthless. That depends on how urgent they are. I think there is hope. Kakuzu rubbed his chin, feeling somewhat smug. Originally, he had no expectations for this, and he just wanted to get rid of 4th generation I. But 4th generation I's reaction made him feel that this matter was not without a chance of success. At least he saw that Cloud Shinobi village was very eager. What do you think it's useful for? Konan rolled her eyes in disdain. It was a daily routine for her to argue with Kakuzu. I'm too lazy to care about you. Kakuzu sneered, not in the mood to argue at all. Whether he accepts the challenge now depends on his mood. Very hopeful, more than 50% chance. Nagato is silent but his success has made a big splash. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone looked over. Clearing his throat, Nagato sorted out his thoughts and continued. The current situation in Cloud Shinobi village is that the arrow is on the string and has to be shot. Over the years, the daimyo of the Land of Lightning has given great support to the 3rd Raikage in developing its military strength, providing money and manpower when needed. Do you think all this would be for nothing? Nagato glanced around and said that all the accurate information available was correct, and there was no doubt that it was all Nano's credit. Without waiting for anyone to respond, he spoke again. Cloud Shinobi village currently has an 8-tails Jinchuriki, although he is still a little immature. But it's a pretty good weapon of war. As for the 2-tail, it's a bit useless to Cloud Shinobi village right now. Not only will it be difficult to find a suitable Jinchuriki in a short time. Thanks to the teacher, they will also send a lot of experts to watch over us. This doesn't look good for Cloud Shinobi village. And in the perception of most people, the tailed beasts need the right Jinchuriki to become weapons of war. Even if Cloud Shinobi village handed over the 2-tail, they wouldn't think we could use it quickly. Advertisement, after all, only a handful of people know that I can control the tailed beasts. So I think our chances of getting the second prize are more than 50%. Nagato analyzed it carefully and spoke a long and logical list. If Cloud Shinobi village knew that you could directly control the tailed beasts, then there is indeed no way the 2 tails would be handed over to us. Yahiko nodded, he had thought of the same thing. Yes, only a few of us know this news. It must be kept secret, Konan said and looked at Kakuzu, distrust written all over his face. Why are you looking at me? I want this tailed beast more than you do. Kakuzu didn't refute directly nor got angry, he was not a good person anyway. If you say so, I believe it. Konan had to admit that Kakuzu's reasons were very convincing and she couldn't continue to find fault. Okay, be careful when bickering. Although Kakuzu didn't care, Yahiko still acted as a peacemaker for the nth time. Understood, Master Xiaoying. Konan curled his lips, thinking that he was just a talkative person. According to what Nagato said, this second tail seems more suitable for us. In exchange for our cooperation, you will have to take up manpower to look after the second tail. They didn't lose money on this business. The more Nono thought about it, the more he felt that what Nagato said made sense. Although she was in control of the intelligence, Nagato was clearly much better than her in overall analysis. It's not about whether we make a loss or not, it's because we are worth the price. Kakuzu hit the nail on the head. If it weren't for the exceptionally strong power displayed by Akatsuki Village, they probably wouldn't even have the qualifications to negotiate. Konan rarely responded, as she understood that fairness in the ninja world lies in fists. There's no point in us guessing. Just wait, we are not the ones who are anxious anyway. Yahiko smiled. They were able to handle this matter with ease. Yes, that's the truth. Nagato and the others nodded, it was just a matter of waiting. If I get it, I'm lucky, if I lose it, I'm doomed. The tailed beasts are not a necessity for the Akatsuki village. I'm leaving first, you guys contact that person. Kakuzu stood up and prepared to leave. He could guess with his toes what Nagato and his friends were going to do next. Anyway, he was unwilling to have more contact with Chuan Feng. Okay, walk slowly. Advertisement. Yahiko had no intention of trying to keep Kakuzu, as they all knew how pretentious Kakuzu was. I wonder if the teacher is free now, Nagato said as he quickly formed hand seals as Kakuzu left the reception room. As the smoke cleared, a small Katsuyu appeared in front of Nagato. Master Katsuyu, please help us contact the teacher. Nagato still has a lot of respect for Katsuyu Sage, and his words are full of respect. Okay. Katsuyu's gentle voice sounded, and the two tentacles on his head trembled slightly. The ability of visual sharing has been quietly activated, and Chuan Feng, who was far away in Konoha, was startled by the sudden scene in front of him. It's urgent. Let's talk next time. Chuan Feng in the principal's office said hello to Onoda Ying and disappeared. Leaving in such a hurry? Before Onoda Hyde could react, there was no one in front of him. He could only turn around and leave with full of questions. When Chuan Feng showed up in the Hokage's office, Tsunade and Shota were discussing something. Why are you here? Tsunade was a little surprised when he saw Chuan Feng. It had been a long time since he had used Flying Thunder God in his office. You guys can talk later, it's urgent. Chuan Feng quickly stepped forward and interrupted their conversation. He didn't know when there were two little Katsuyu on his shoulders, and he gave one to Tsunade. As soon as little Katsuyu was acquired, Tsunade saw another picture. Teacher, mistress, the people from Cloud Shinobi Village just left. Nagato saw every scene from Chuan Feng's arrival at the Hokage's office. He didn't reminisce about the past, but went straight to the point. How was the chat? Tsunade looked at the familiar faces over at Nagato, and her frown gradually relaxed. It's okay, but this time they are more tough. Although they promised us a lot of benefits, they were just empty promises. So we asked them to bring out one of the tailed beasts. Nagato was more tactful in his words and did not put all the blame on Kakuzu, saying it was everyone's decision. What? Tsunade was completely stunned. This was not only an exorbitant price, but it was also too bold. When Chuan Feng and Orochimaru were competing for the second tail, they had a fierce battle with Cloud Shinobi Village. Give it? Chuan Feng frowned, subconsciously feeling that things would not go so smoothly. Shota looked at Tsunade and Chuan Feng's expressions with great curiosity, and suddenly felt like an outsider. Chapter 404 Discussion 2. No, I went back to discuss it. Nagato shook his head and answered truthfully, you guys have quite a big appetite. After figuring out the key, Tsunade chuckled with a hint of teasing. Haha, whether you can get it or not is still unclear. Nagato laughed dryly, feeling extremely embarrassed. It's not impossible. Chuan Feng pondered for a moment and tapped the desk with one finger, making a rhythmic sound. We think so too, but we haven't figured out the next step yet. Nagato's face lit up with joy, as long as the teacher didn't mean to blame him. Let me think about it. Tsunade and Shota were both very quiet and did not disturb Chuan Feng's thoughts. During this time, everyone got a Katsuyu. Through Katsuyu Sage's visual sharing ability, everyone was able to hold a virtual meeting. The matter of the tailed beasts cannot be decided in a short time. Next, regardless of whether Cloud Shinobi Village gives you the two tails or not, you should agree to the wartime alliance. Since the world of ninja is about to change, we should at least be prepared in advance. Chuan Feng saw the impatient attitude of Cloud Shinobi Village. Rather than procrastinating, it is better to make a decision early. Got it, teacher. Yahiko nodded, with an uneasy expression on her face. Konan put it on your face, and you won't take it off? Chuan Feng looked at Yahiko with a look of disappointment, and he knew very well the feeling of Katsuyu sticking to his skin. Ahem, if Cloud Shinobi Village is willing to give away even the tailed beasts, then it proves that war is not far away. Shota covered his laughter with a cough. How could Chuan Feng, a henpecked husband, look down on others? If you have the ability, try to make yourself proud. You are right. But even if the tailed beasts don't give us the peace, it won't last long. Nagato first affirmed Shota's opinion, then couldn't help but sigh. Because they were orphaned by the war, they all reject war from the bottom of their hearts. Well, the war is coming and we can't change it. As long as ambitions continue to grow, there will never be true peace in the ninja world. Chuan Feng didn't say it explicitly. Peace is always forged with blood and lives. Then how do you think the ninja world can achieve peace? Yahiko looked up at Chuan Feng, which was little Katsuyu's vision. Advertisement, don't be too greedy, it's great enough to protect your own peace. Chuan Feng smiled, not wanting to dwell on this profound question any longer. Although he agrees with peace under unification by force, this is not something that can be said. We have finally managed to change the three little ones' values, and we cannot let them go back into the same ditch again. 2. Nagato and the other two nodded, content with taking care of their own little piece of land. Only Nono looked at Chuan-Feng strangely. She felt that Chuan-Feng seemed to be deliberately avoiding something. Shota, go call a meeting of the top management. After talking about business, Tsunade asked Shota to go to work. Yes, Hokage-sama. Shota was too lazy to watch them reminiscing about the past, so he returned little Katsuyu and turned away. Everything has been fine lately. Following Tsunade's greeting, everyone started chatting animatedly in no time. Apart from 8 trigrams, it was just daily chores, with lots of laughter on both sides. Only Nono, the diligent child, took the time to ask Tsunade a few questions about medical ninjutsu. After all, she was not with her teacher, so the effect of her self-study was definitely worse. Probably to give them time to reminisce, Shota did not return for a long time, and Katsuyu Sage became a little impatient. I won't mind passing on the information. Isn't it a bit too much for you to use my clone as a chat tool? The immortal Katsuyu took advantage of the moment when everyone was talking to express his dissatisfaction. Does the immortal Katsuyu have no face? Konoha's high-level meeting ended in less than half an hour, which was not even as long as the time it took Shota to find someone. Everyone was surprisingly unanimous in their opinion that Cloud Shinobi Village's first target could never be Konoha. Even if the third Raikage becomes arrogant enough to attack Konoha directly, Konoha will not be afraid at all. Even without mentioning the Akatsuki village, Konoha had made pre-war arrangements more than a year ago. The only question they have to think about is how to participate in the war, passively or actively. As for avoiding it, it is unrealistic from any perspective. The people attending the meeting are all smart, and no one would be so unrealistic. In the end, the vote was taken by a show of hands, and the result was to remain calm and act according to circumstances. As Konoha and the Akatsuki ninja continued to wait, 4th Generation I and Killer B finally rushed back to Cloud Shinobi Village. I'm back. Before his son could speak, 3rd Generation I's voice came over. Yes, father. 4th Generation I went over his speech again in his head and looked directly at 3rd Generation I, who was working. From your looks, things are not going well. 3rd Generation I slowly raised his head and could see that his son did not look well. It's not that it's not going well, it's just, never mind. Just listen to me. Advertisement. 4th Generation I couldn't find the words to describe his feelings, so he could only tell him everything that happened. When he said that the Akatsuki village wanted the 2 tails, he didn't even dare to look his father in the eye. However, the imagined roar did not appear, so he looked up at his father again. You're done? Does Killer B have anything to add? 3rd Generation I frowned and turned his attention to Killer B. They are too greedy, just as hateful as the guys in Konoha. Killer B behaved normally when facing the 3rd generation and didn't dare to speak in a strange tone. Haha, well said. 3rd Generation I laughed when he heard this. He found Killer B's frankness very interesting. It would be great if I could handle everything according to my mood. It's a pity that we still have to cooperate with such a hateful guy. 3rd Generation I smiled and then frowned. It was really difficult to ask for 2 tails. Even though he had great prestige in the village, the fate of the tailed beasts was not something he could decide alone. Father, 4th Generation I was about to say something else, but 3rd Generation I made a gesture to silence him. After exchanging a glance with Killer B, both of them stood there obediently, not daring to speak anymore. Call the village leaders and assemble in the conference room in 5 minutes. After a long moment, 3rd Generation I rubbed his head and gave an order. Yes, father. 4th Generation I accepted the order and left with Killer B. He was already used to his father's swift and decisive actions. I hope everything goes well. After 2 minutes, 3rd Generation I muttered to himself before getting up and heading to the meeting room. Squeak. As the door of the conference room was pushed open, the noisy noises inside stopped abruptly. From the heated situation just now, it can be seen that the internal harmony of Cloud Shinobi Village is still very harmonious, and there is no bloody power struggle. In less than 5 minutes, all the high-level people who could come to Cloud Shinobi Village were in place. No need to guess, I'll tell you right away. 3rd Generation I had a serious face and walked to the first seat under everyone's gaze. The Akatsuki village has relented, they want the second tail. 3rd Generation I's simple 2 sentences caused an uproar, and the conference room suddenly became like a vegetable market. What the hell is Akatsuki village? Do they deserve the tailed beasts? The tailed beasts are not an option, but other things can be discussed. You think you have some power, so you dare to blackmail us? Chapter 405 Courage. Various discussions reached his ears, and 3rd Generation I had no intention of interrupting. He didn't speak until the discussion died down. Have you finished arguing? Let's talk nicely next time. I don't want this to happen again. 3rd Generation I's mouth corners slightly raised, and 2 rays of light flashed in his eyes. In just a short while, the conference room had been divided into 3 groups of people. The number of people who do not support giving the second tail is the largest, followed by neutral, and the number of people who support it is the least. Master Raikage, I think it's not impossible to hand over the 2 tails. As the most trusted subordinate of 3rd Generation I, although Tudai did not participate in the debate just now, his words made many people unable to believe it. Is this still the local leader who is devoted to the village? Did you accept? A big man who slammed the table and stood up broke out in a cold sweat before he could finish his words. Third Generation Ai's cold eyes frightened him. His mind, which had been overwhelmed by anger, instantly regained consciousness and he sat down again with a wry smile. Many people disagree. Tell me your reasons. Third Generation Ai retracted his gaze and let Tu Dai continue speaking. There was no indication of his inner thoughts from his face. That's what I think. The two-tail is now just a decoration in my Cloud Shinobi village. It still needs more experts to look after it. From the current situation, the second tail is actually a burden to us. Plus, the tailed beasts are difficult to control. I don't believe that the Akatsuki village can find a suitable Jinchuriki in a short time. Then there is still a chance to get it back after the war. Tu Dai was just speaking based on facts, and in the current situation, the second tail was indeed dispensable. Lord Toshiro, you also mean according to the current situation. It's just that I think in the long run, a tailed beast is far more valuable than some wartime ally. This time, the person who refuted was much more rational and his words were very polite. What you said makes sense. Anyone else have other ideas? Third Generation Ai did not give Tu Dai a chance to continue explaining. He raised his eyes and slowly scanned the surroundings. If you give, we will have a powerful ally. If you don't, we can train our own Jinchuriki. It's a difficult decision. Reikage-sama, please make the decision. There is nothing wrong with the neutrals' ideas, and they can accept any choice. Any other opinions? 3 different opinions were put on the table, and Third Generation Ai once again scanned the room. Advertisement. This time there was total silence, with only the sound of breathing in the entire conference room. Now that you've finished speaking, let me say a few words. Third Generation Ai stood up, put his hands on the table, leaned forward slightly, and looked very aggressive. Everyone knows the current situation in the village. Our military strength has reached its peak. How long do you think the daimyo will be willing to support us with such expenses? 1 month? 3 months? Or half a year? Every time Third Generation mentioned a time, his tone became more serious. Looking at the frowns in the room, his mood became heavier and heavier. Issues that were not taken seriously in the past have now become difficult problems that must be faced. He couldn't think of a better solution except to strike out in a short time. There is no free lunch in the world. All the efforts made by the daimyo are for a clear purpose. Once the war begins, it will be about coordinating operations and sharing the pressure. We all need a strong ally, and Akatsuki village is the most suitable choice. Third Generation Ai paused deliberately after he finished speaking, and there was no objection in the entire conference room. No matter how much everyone present looked down on Akatsuki village, they all had to acknowledge the strength of that small village. The scene that Tsunade personally performed a few years ago had a really huge impact. Coupled with the Rain country's unique economic development, the military strength of Akatsuki village should not be underestimated. It's just a tailed beast that is useless. I'll just give it away. The ninja world is so big, is it still possible to not find other tailed beasts? The meaning of Third Generation Ai's words has gradually become clear. The price paid now can be compensated in future wars. Master Reikage, then, how can you be sure that the Akatsuki village will cooperate if the two tails is given to them? A certain opposition party is still unwilling to accept this result and is struggling desperately with a stupid question. Hey, they won't be willing to become our enemies. Third Generation Ai sneered, too lazy to explain further. Unfortunately, he really made a mistake this time. If Yahiko is a normal ambitious person, then the wartime alliance between Akatsuki village and Cloud Shinobi village after they obtain the tailed beasts is absolutely reliable. At least until the end of the war, Akatsuki village will be a solid ally of Cloud Shinobi village. But Yahiko happened to be arranged by Konoha, and ambitions aside, even the fist threat from Cloud Shinobi village would have no deterrent effect. Yes, the Dark Man wanted to continue speaking but was at a loss for words. He was convinced. No need to say more. We can't just worry about the immediate gains and losses now. We need to look at the long term. Advertisement. We at Cloud Shinobi village have been preparing for this for many years. It will never be like last time. Third Generation Ai slammed the table heavily. The sound was deafening. Would you like to reconsider it? The Akatsuki village may just be testing our bottom line. It might not be a bad idea to replace the tailed beast with something else. The opposition is large in number and is still trying to change Third Generation Ai's mind without giving up. Yeah. Each tailed beast was obtained by our ancestors at a great cost. There was a chorus of agreement, and everyone had their own opinions. Then think about it, according to the style of Akatsuki village where people say the same thing 800 times. How long will it take to continue the negotiations? Who will be in charge of this matter? You? Or you? Third Generation Ai pointed at them one by one, and everyone he pointed at lowered their heads. Yahiko was notoriously difficult to deal with, and this had become a consensus among the higher-ups at Cloud Shinobi village in recent years. Otherwise, Killer B wouldn't have been allowed to accompany Fourth Generation. Raise the problem and you have to solve it. How about one of you ask the daimyo to give us another year or so, and then we can talk about the alliance? Seeing no one answer, Third Generation Ai smiled bitterly and shook his head. 5 letters have come from the daimyo this month. The pressure on Reikage-sama is greater than you think. The local official said something fair, but it is difficult to relieve the suffering if you are not in the position to do so. Alas, is there really no better choice? The opposition knew that it was even more unrealistic to find a daimyo. Don't the warriors of Cloud Shinobi village have the confidence to get back twice as much as we lost now in the future? If we lose a 2 tails, we might get 1 tail, 3 tails, or even 9 tails. The fire in third generation Ai's eyes was about to burst out, and his hatred for Konoha was always buried deep in his heart. It was an unforgettable shame and pain. Everything is up to you. Perhaps the feeling of shared hatred for a common enemy was ignited, and perhaps handing over the 2 tails was the best solution at the moment. The opposition's persistence was finally broken by third generation, and the matter was a foregone conclusion. Father, do you need me to send it over again? Fourth generation Ai asked tentatively. He was happy to share his father's worries. No, let them get it themselves. Sincerity is mutual. Third generation Ai's mouth corners slightly raised. Let's take this as the final test. Chapter 406 Trip to Cloud Shinobi Village. Madara is an adult. Nagato went to the land of lightning. In the dim cave, only a head was visible from the ground, and there was no expression of emotion on his face. For a long time, he has never stopped monitoring Nagato. The ninja world is about to be in chaos. Has anyone chosen the key chess piece I asked you to find? Madara's eyes were empty and unfocused. She sighed and changed the subject. He had long lost the ability to control Nagato's thoughts, and he knew very well that the current Nagato could not be manipulated at will. Sitting on the long stone bench, Madara looked much older, and the wrinkles on his face were probably enough to kill a fly. Compared to his peak, he can hardly even be considered alive now. The Uchiha clan holds a very important position in Konoha, and it's not easy for me to act. There are currently 2 people who meet your requirements. One is called Obito and the other is called Shisui. Now the status of Uchiha in Konoha is no longer the same as in the original work. With the help of the ninjas in the village, the defense of the clan is naturally more stringent. Ju was still able to come and go as if no one was around, and even found out about Fugaku. I have to say that he is really good at hiding. Very good, keep observing. As for Nagato, let's put it aside for now. As long as Nagato is alive, there is not much point in letting Zetsu monitor him. Yes, Madara-sama. Ju nodded slightly and was not surprised by Madara's decision. Nagato is now almost completely out of control, so Madara's backup plan becomes particularly important. He was willing to do anything to save his mother. Go ahead, and leave a few clones behind. Madara only had orders but no explanations, as he had recently discovered an unexpected compatibility between White Zetsu's body and Hashirama's cells. Good. Ju happily left behind a few White Zetsu clones and disappeared underground. Anyway, they were all extracted from the ghetto statue, so he didn't feel bad at all. With this, we can make up for a lot of combat power. Madara is also planning for the future. A child who is easy to control may not necessarily have great strength. But once he completes the fusion of White Zetsu and Hashirama cells, that won't be a problem anymore. At that time, all we need to do is transplant White Zetsu's body to make the chess piece gain powerful power. Whether it is the inexhaustible eye power or the weakened version of wood style, it is enough for his chess pieces to roam around the ninja world. Slowly standing up, Madara dragged White Zetsu's body into the darkness with great effort. Why should I come with you? Advertisement. On the ship to the land of lightning, Kakuzu sat opposite Nagato and took the initiative to break the silence. Among Chuan Feng's disciples, he is now most wary of Nagato. Even Minato is inferior to him. And this fear becomes deeper and deeper as Nagato grows up. It is a huge fear of unknown power. In all his years of life, he had never seen a ninja with abilities as mysterious, diverse, and powerful as Nagato's. Because you are the one who made the request, it would be wrong for you not to say anything, right? Nagato smoothed his bangs to the sides, tilted his head slightly, and smiled in his Rinnegan. I see you're reluctant to let your girlfriend go along on this adventure. You want to use my old bones for anything, right? Kakuzu pretended to look away casually and joked with Nagato. If you want to, you can. Nagato's mouth corners slightly raised, trying hard not to laugh out loud. Kakuzu really guessed it right. Although he had enough confidence and strength to take Nono safely in and out of the land of thunder, it didn't matter if there were any accidents. But he was still unwilling to take the risk, thinking that it is better to be safe than sorry. It's my bad luck, but can I keep the tailed beast if I get it? Kakuzu immediately started thinking about the tailed beasts again, with an excited look on his face. No matter what, he has made a great contribution to the Akatsuki village in obtaining the tailed beast. You, keeping the tailed beasts? Nagato was so surprised that he even wondered if he had heard it wrong. I am so young, and my hearing is not good. Uh-huh. Kakuzu pointed at himself and nodded. He swore he had never been so well behaved in his life. How much does a tailed beast sell for? It can range from tens of millions to hundreds of millions. Kakuzu answered without thinking. How can I trust you at this speed? Nagato smiled bitterly and shook his head. He was not afraid that Kakuzu would run away with the tailed beast. But the possibility that Kakuzu took the tailed beasts to sell is very high. I heard it from others, too. It was all hearsay. I really don't want to sell it. Do you believe it? Kakuzu waved his hands repeatedly. He didn't think so. But this short sentence always sounds so lacking in confidence. Even if I believe it, do you think Yahiko and the others will believe it? Just give up on this idea. Nagato knew that if he didn't refuse, Kakuzu would probably continue to pester him. Advertisement: this tailed beast was not brought here to sell for money. No room for negotiation? I really don't sell it. Kakuzu moved closer to Nagato and tried to save face. He wanted to prove that he was not the kind of person who only cared about money. Look, it's almost there. Nagato didn't want to continue this topic and looked away. Through a thin layer of mist, the outline of the dock could be vaguely seen in front of the ship. Kakuzu responded softly, his eyes dimming, and he stopped embarrassing himself. Be more alert and show your strength. The tailed beasts are so expensive, do you really think anyone would dare to buy them? Nagato could understand Kakuzu's feelings. It must be hard to be able to only look at a large sum of money but not touch it. But what he said was true. With the precedent of Takigakure, it can be said that there are no fewer people who dare to buy the tailed beasts, but they are definitely only a handful. That's true. Kakuzu seemed to be enlightened. Apart from the major ninja villages, he really didn't know where to find buyers. As for the several big villages, how could he possibly sell them? Okay, get ready to go ashore. Nagato stood up and walked towards the bow, her red bangs covering her eyes again. About 10 minutes later, as the ship vibrated, they arrived at the Kingdom of Thunder. Led by the captain, Nagato and Kakuzu stepped onto land one after another. My lords, this place is still some distance away from our village. Should we rest for the night or leave immediately? This is a special ship sent by Cloud Shinobi Village, and the captain is a Jonin. It's just that he knew the identities and strengths of Nagato and Kakuzu, so his words and actions were very humble. This is my first time in the Land of Thunder. Please show us around. There's no rush to get going. Nagato looked around, not looking anxious at all. It seemed that in his heart, the tailed beasts were not as important as the scenery of the Land of Lightning. Of course, it's my pleasure, but don't stay too long, otherwise I won't be able to explain to the Raikage. This was a result that Cloud Shinobi had not expected. As soon as he opened his mouth, it became like he was begging Nagato to get the tailed beast as soon as possible. Don't worry, I won't make things difficult for you. You've worked hard these days. Nagato seemed very easy to talk to, and secretly sighed that the teacher's advice was really useful. Now not only does the initiative return to my hands, but I can also eat and have fun. As long as we continue to ignore the tailed beasts, this trip to Cloud Shinobi Village will be unusually smooth. Chapter 407. Tailed Beast obtained. This is much easier than carrying out the mission. Then let's go to the town ahead and stay there. Cloud Shinobi laughed heartily and led the way forward. Okay, I'll follow your instructions. Nagato and Kakuzu followed Cloud Shinobi together. Soon the three of them arrived at the town. As it was close to the pier, it was quite prosperous. Under Cloud Shinobi's arrangement, Nagato and Kakuzu stayed in the most luxurious hot spring hotel. Over the next few days, the three of them walked and stopped, and Nagato didn't mention a word about the tailed beasts. Kakuzu and I felt like we were on vacation, so relaxed and comfortable that I couldn't express it in words. Cloud Shinobi's situation was not so good. Not only did he have to pay a lot of money out of his own pocket, but he also had to deal with secret letters from the third generation asking about their progress. Finally, on the fifth day, Cloud Shinobi had very little money left in his pocket. Although he could get reimbursed when he returned, he still couldn't help feeling sad. My two lords, have you had fun these days? It's about time we go to the village. Cloud Shinobi had a smile on his face, but it didn't look pleasing to the eye at all. Instead it looked a bit pathetic. I'm very happy, but it cost you a lot of money. How about we set off after lunch? Nagato said politely, then readily agreed. He would get bored of playing for a few more days. This is not a trip with Nono. What's the point of traveling with three grown men? Kakuzu still maintained his aloof demeanor, speaking softly with a nasal tone. Okay, it's almost time for dinner. Cloud Shinobi's tone was filled with uncontrollable excitement. He was finally going to be free from his suffering. I originally thought it was an easy job, and I would be rewarded for bringing someone back to the village. I finally fought my way through the siege and won the first place, but the result was unacceptable. He, who was considered one of the best among the Jonin, not only had to be a paid tour guide, but also had to face the wrath of the Raikage. Days like this are simply amazing. The one in front looks good, let's just eat something. Nagato had sharp eyes and pointed in the direction of a restaurant with quite nice decoration. Good. Cloud Shinobi squeezed out a word from between his teeth. The excitement he had just felt was gone in an instant. Nagato and the others are not familiar with the Land of Lightning, but he is. This restaurant is delicious, but outrageously expensive. Unable to refuse, Cloud Shinobi could only comfort himself that it would all be reimbursed. As the three of them finished their meal, Cloud Shinobi emptied his wallet of the last coin and even wrote an IOU shamelessly. If his family wasn't so famous in the Land of Thunder, he would probably have to stay and wash dishes today. Advertisement 2 days later, the three finally arrived at Cloud Shinobi Village. As soon as they entered the village, Cloud Shinobi handed Nagato and Kakuzu over to the welcoming team and ran away without stopping. He would feel uneasy unless he got the money he spent reimbursed. Welcome, both of you. Third Generation I was very considerate and came personally with several senior executives. There were not many people, which was not conspicuous but also reflected his importance to Akatsuki Village. You're welcome, Raikage-sama. Nagato bowed slightly to show politeness, behaving properly and neither servile nor overbearing. Kakuzu stood expressionlessly beside Nagato without saying a word. We have to spend more time here at my Cloud Shinobi Village. As your host, I will definitely treat you well. Third Generation I looked very generous, but unfortunately he didn't seem to have any intention of discussing business. That's great, I haven't had enough fun yet. The scenery of the Land of Lightning is truly unique. Nagato's happy expression didn't seem fake, which made third-generation Ai full of doubts. Is this kid here to play or to get the tailed beast? In the blink of an eye, another 3 days passed, and Nagato and Kakuzu seemed to have completely forgotten what they were here for. With third-generation Ai's arrangement, they ate and drank as much as they wanted, and visited almost all the places that could be visited in Cloud Shinobi Village. Even the Raikage office was visited more than once. It was raining heavily in Cloud Shinobi Village that day, and Nagato and Kakuzu were resting at the inn. Kakuzu was so bored that he came to Nagato's room while walking around. You seem quite comfortable. As soon as Kakuzu entered the door, he saw Nagato sipping tea, which was the finest tea sent by third generation. Come and try it, this tea is good. Nagato glanced out the window, giving Kakuzu a hint. These days, let alone contacting Chuan Feng, he didn't even use Katsuyu to talk to Nanoyu. It's better to be careful, then I'd like to try it. Kakuzu swallowed the words on his lips and patiently sat down next to Nagato. You need to be calm while drinking tea, you're just too impatient. Seeing Kakuzu gasping in amazement at the heat, Nagato made a double entendre. Yes, you are the most patient. Kakuzu glared at Nagato unhappily, he has become quite capable. The weather is bad today, otherwise I would have planned to go to the ninja school. Our Akatsuki village still has a shallow foundation, and we have a lot to learn. Nagato took a sip of tea and talked ramblingly. Advertisement. It's just a school. Let Yahiko sign and I'll allocate the funds. Kakuzu blew on the tea to cool it down and drank it in one gulp. If it is to build a school, he would be willing to pay the money. After a few years, he gradually developed a sense of belonging to Akatsuki village. After wandering for most of my life, it's still best to have the feeling of home. Besides, he is also one of the founders of Akatsuki village. That's fine. Wait for me to get the scriptures and then I'll get Yahiko to sign it when I get back. It is my duty to be the first principal. After saying this, Nagato burst into laughter, as if he really took the matter to heart. The sounds of their conversation and laughter floated out of the window and disappeared in the rain, but third generation was not in such a good mood. Raikage-sama, do you want to continue observing? In the Raikage's office, Minister Ambu bowed slightly and asked third generation Ai. During the days in Cloud Shinobi Village, Nagato and Kakuzu were under Ambu's surveillance 24 hours a day. Observe what? Listen to them smiling every day. This man is impatient and he doesn't understand what there is to observe. Now that everything has been settled, why not send the tailed beast out quickly? Time waits for no one, and his sword has long been thirsty. The sooner they finalize their alliances, the sooner they can start taking action. A reckless man. Another person scoffed upon hearing this. Everyone present was undoubtedly the top brass of Cloud Shinobi Village. A reckless man is a reckless man. Hasn't it been a waste of effort these past few days? Seeing that the office was about to turn into a vegetable market, third generation Ai interrupted in time. Quietly, please meet in the meeting room of Akatsuki Village. And bring the amber bottle. Third generation Ai shouted loudly, and suddenly his voice was the only one echoing in the office. Yes. A shadow guard took the order and retreated. Master Raikage, are you going to give away the amber purifier bottle as well? Now some people disagreed. Giving the tailed beast was already a big disadvantage, and now they had to sacrifice another treasure? What are you thinking? The sealing jar obtained by Whirlpool Country is good enough. As for whether anything goes wrong when they take it back, it has nothing to do with us. Tu Dai is worthy of being the confidant of third generation Ai, and he can guess his thoughts clearly. With the amber purifier bottle, the sealing jar seems useless to Cloud Shinobi Village. That thing won't reinforce the seal, and at best it can only lock up the tailed beast for a few years. By the time the war is over, even if the tailed beasts come out to harm the Akatsuki village, it will not affect the overall situation. Chapter 408 Return to Shaoyun Village. Haha, they got a bargain. As if they had seen the scene of the two tails wreaking havoc in the Akatsuki village, several people laughed unusually happily. Even though Cloud Shinobi Village voluntarily handed over the tailed beasts, it still did not prevent them from feeling unhappy deep down. I don't want to hear that kind of talk again, let's go. Third generation Ai looked over and his laughter stopped abruptly. As he led the way out, a group of Cloud Shinobi Village high-level officials walked out one after another. When Nagato and Kakuzu came to the meeting room under the guidance of an Anbu, the amber bottle was already placed on the table. After just one glance, Nagato looked away. Suppressing the slight excitement in his heart, Nagato walked slowly to the reserved seat and sat down. Kakuzu was not as restrained as Nagato. His eyes did not leave the amber bottle even for a second until he sat down. Even though this was the first time they met, it didn't mean they didn't know each other. One of the 5 treasures of the Sage of Six Paths, its sealing ability is unparalleled. I am here. Please forgive me if there is any inadequacy in our hospitality these days. Third generation Ai spoke politely with a bright smile on his face. You are so polite, Raikage-sama. We are both a little flattered these days. He is polite, and Nagato is even politer than him. Not really, not really. I asked you two to come here today. I'm sure you know why. Third generation Ai paused, but his smile did not fade. I'm really sorry. I just got some free time today, so I quickly asked you to come over and get some business done. The two tails is sealed inside. Pointing at the amber bottle, third generation Ai's expression turned serious. You are busy, it's understandable, we are in no hurry. This time, Nagato didn't even bother looking over. His formatted smile made it impossible to tell what he was thinking. No matter how urgent it is, this important matter must be done. Third generation Ai was almost speechless. He didn't expect Nagato to be so blunt, which made him look like he was asking for trouble. That's what you said. After finishing the work, it's more fun to play without any worries. As if realizing that he had said something wrong, Nagato's young face showed a hint of apology. Haha, I'll make sure you have a great time. Advertisement. Third generation Ai laughed dryly, and the more he looked at Nagato, the more annoyed he became. This red-haired boy is quite capable, and I didn't expect that he is also good at making people angry. If I'm not mistaken, this is an amber bottle. Nagato saw that it was almost time to talk, so he turned the topic back to the main topic. Not to mention him, even Kakuzu could see that third generation Ai didn't want to chat with Nagato anymore. Yes, the two-tail is sealed in there and is safe. But treasures like this cannot be loaned out. I will transfer the two-tail to another sealed container when the time comes. Just take it with you when you leave. Third generation Ai was afraid that Nagato might be ignorant and think that he was going to give him the noble phantasm, so he quickly explained it clearly. That's natural. It is an honor to be able to see this kind of treasure once. Nagato knows that too much is as bad as too little, and this will give third generation Ai enough face. It will take some time to transfer the tailed beasts. I'll have someone notify you once it's done. There was no further discussion about the amber bottle. After things were made clear, third generation Ai didn't want to talk anymore. That's perfect. We're planning to visit the school tomorrow. It should be convenient, right? Looking at the surprised look of third generation Ai, Nagato thought that the school had some secrets. That's convenient, I'll just say hello and you can go ahead. You don't want to take the tailed beast back to the village, but you're wandering around. It seems like you really don't take the tailed beast seriously? Thank you Raikage-sama, we won't bother you anymore then. Nagato stood up, bowed, and said goodbye to Kakuzu. Looking at the two people leaving, third generation Ai had an indescribable strange feeling in his heart. Whether in words or actions, Nagato is flawless, so normal that it arouses suspicion. Then I remembered that even a notorious bounty hunter like Kakuzu was a high-ranking official, and it all made sense. Maybe in their eyes, the tailed beasts were just valuable objects. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Nagato and Kakuzu played their part in the drama, visiting the ninja school on the second day, with an attitude of seeking knowledge. Nagato kept asking questions to the principal of the ninja school who had received the order, and took notes in a small notebook. He left reluctantly only when night fell, and Kakuzu had already gone to rest somewhere. The next day, the two of them left with the black jar in their arms, with the farewell of third generation Ai and others. The trip to Cloud Shinobi Village ended perfectly. Although the return journey was the same distance, it took Nagato and Kakuzu much less time than the outbound journey. I boarded the ship from the pier I came from, crossed the Iron Kingdom, and landed at the Waterfall Kingdom. Because of the war that Hanzo started, the warriors of the Iron Kingdom are not at all friendly to the people of the Rain Kingdom. Even if your identity may not be recognized, it is always better to have less trouble than war. The people of Taki country don't have so many concerns, and Taki ninjas rarely walk outside the village. Advertisement. After getting ashore, Nagato and Kakuzu swaggered across two countries and returned to the Rain country. Before entering the village, I saw Yahiko and others waiting at the entrance of the village. I thought you guys were reluctant to come back. Yahiko would never say polite words like, welcome back. He had a teasing smile on his face and did not ask what the tailed beast thought. I almost didn't want to come back. I've gained weight during this time. Nagato said this while touching his non-existent belly. The two of them sang in unison, making everyone laugh. If you are fat, lose weight. Be careful that Nanoyu dislikes you. Yahiko joked, and Nono stepped forward. It's just a few pounds of fat, just cut it off. Nono made a cutting gesture, cleanly and neatly, then you have to know your limits. Yahiko had a teasing look in her eyes, and I wonder what inappropriate scenes for children she was thinking of. You're disgusting. Conan took a step back in disgust. The filthy demon king understood immediately. You can't spit out ivory from a dog's mouth. Nagato looked at Yahiko speechlessly. This guy was becoming more and more like a teacher. If you need anything, you're welcome. Nono is not someone who is easy to bully now, at least he never says anything cowardly. Ahem, no, I'm fine. Yahiko almost choked on her own saliva. It's really hard to resist when girls act like hooligans. HMPH, Nono gave Yahiko a look that said, I can't deal with you, little brat, and he looked very proud. Okay, let's go. Nagato chuckled and naturally took Nano's hand. Kakuzu didn't interrupt, but it was obvious that he was in a good mood. The smile on his face never disappeared, and he was completely different from the stern face he had in Cloud Shinobi Village. As Nagato passed Yahiko, everyone headed towards the Hokage building. Here, the second tail is in here. Kakuzu reluctantly released the black jar from the scroll. He would rather this brief possession had never happened. Chapter 409. Online beating of Two-Tail 1, just this jar? Conan walked forward and knocked on it curiously, and the black jar made a dull sound. Is this thing sturdy? Yahiko frowned. This jar couldn't be exactly the same as the one used by the teacher at home to pickle vegetables, but it was at least 70% similar. It's hard to imagine that this thing can safely seal the tailed beast. Of course, this should have been spread from the land of whirlpools. Nono looked knowledgeable and walked forward to take a closer look. Since she has been learning Tsunade's 100 healings mark recently, she has become somewhat interested in sealing techniques. When she was about to touch the black jar with a smile on her face, an accident happened. The black jar, which had been silent, shook violently a few times, scaring Nono so much that he flew back several meters. If the office wasn't big enough, she wouldn't know where she was. When she stood still, the astonishment on her face had not yet disappeared. At this time, Nagato was already standing in front of her, with the same surprised expression. Nono looked at the jar which had calmed down again in shock, and was extremely frightened. If she were to be attacked by a tailed beast at such a close distance, her small body would not be able to withstand it. FK. What a crap thing Cloud Shinobi Village gave me. Nagato swore, which was rare, and turned around to hug Nono. Yahiko and Konan also retreated several meters, only Kakuzu remained where he was without moving. This kind of thing has been in disrepair for a long time, and the sealing power is not strong. It's only natural that the movements of the tailed beast inside would affect the container itself. Kakuzu looked as if he was used to it, as he had seen this kind of broken jars many times in Takigakure before. It's just that one contains 7 tails and the other contains 2 tails, that's all. You're saying this is normal? Nono finally breathed a sigh of relief. She was really scared just now. At such a close distance, even Nagato might not be able to react. Kakuzu nodded slightly, revealing a barely perceptible smile. It was the first time he saw these people panicking at the same time. FK, that's scary. Konan patted his chest, which had grown to a considerable size. If it had moved when I knocked it before, it probably wouldn't be much better than Nono. How long will this thing last, in your opinion? Yahiko looked at Kakuzu, and at that moment she realized what it meant to have an old person in the family as if he were a treasure. It's hard to say. My opinion is to deal with it as soon as possible. Kakuzu shook his head. He really couldn't tell, and he didn't know how to strengthen the seal. Advertisement, then take care of it immediately. Nagato made up his mind with a single glance. He had kept it in the storage scroll on the way back, and he hadn't expected this to happen. Now, according to Kakuzu, he knows that as long as this black jar is left in the village for one day without being dealt with, everyone will be worried. That's fine with me. Yahiko raised both hands in agreement. Then where should we release the 2 tails? The rain country is a very small place, and if the noise is too loud it will be difficult to avoid being discovered by neighboring countries. Nono frowned. Her worry was understandable. Kakuzu, do you know any barrier ninjutsu? Nagato immediately thought of a solution. As long as he used a barrier to trap the tailed beasts, he was sure that he could end the battle in a short time. Yes, it is, but it's hard to trap the tailed beast. The angle is a bit speechless. After all, I was born in a small ninja village, and this guy thinks too highly of me. That means there is nothing. Konan rolled his eyes, leaving Kakuzu speechless. Why don't you go to heaven, little girl? Ask the master's wife. There must be some in the village. Yahiko didn't even mention Chuan Feng. He knew that only Tsunade could help with this rare ninjutsu. Okay. Nagato nodded, and Nono immediately performed the summoning technique upon seeing this. With a puff of smoke, a half-human Hai Katsuyu clone appeared in front of everyone. Master Katsuyu, please contact teacher Tsunade. Okay. It was a simple conversation, and Tsunade responded after a while. Without anyone saying anything, Katsuyu split into smaller pieces and climbed onto the shoulders of several people. What do you want to talk to the teacher about? Tsunade was lying leisurely on a rattan chair at home basking in the sun. Today was a long-awaited rest. Teacher, it's like this. Nono explained the matter clearly in a few words. Is there a barrier ninjutsu that can trap the tailed beasts? Chuan Feng half sat up from the same rattan chair next to Tsunade. He remembered the barrier that trapped 9 tails in the original work. As his memory was not deep enough, he could not remember the name for a moment. No, seeing Chuan Feng's embarrassment, Nagato was a little disappointed. If even Konoha didn't have this kind of ninjutsu, it would be hard to find. Yes, how could there not be? Your wife will definitely remember. Advertisement. Chuan Feng said this with certainty, looking at Tsunade with hope. He believed that Tsunade, as the Hokage, should be familiar with the ninjutsu of the Forbidden Technique Room. Ahem, there are so many such jutsu that I can't remember them all. Wait a moment, your teacher and I will go look for it. Tsunade unilaterally cut off the visual sharing and raised his hand to hit Chuan Feng. Why are you hitting me? Chuan Feng looked at Tsunade in astonishment. How had he offended her? You push it onto me if you don't know, may I know? Tsunade looked very confident, completely unaware of how ridiculous it was that as a Hokage he had never even been to the Forbidden Technique Room a few times. I have no knowledge or skills. Chuan Feng touched his head and complained, this old woman is really unreasonable. Hurry up. Tsunade was too lazy to argue anymore and took Chuan Feng's hand. The next moment, they both appeared near the Forbidden Technique Room. After saying hello to the ninja guarding the room, they entered the Forbidden Technique Room one after another. Looking at the scrolls filling up several large bookcases, the two uneducated people were overwhelmed. Do you know where it is? When everyone asks the same question in unison, it means that you can only search blindly. Without any unnecessary movement, the two turned around at the same time and began to search. After an unknown amount of time, Tsunade was the first to find a suitable barrier jutsu, 4 red yang formation. Yes, that's it. Chuan Feng is also a person who knows things after the fact. Only after seeing it did the distant memories gradually become clear. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Tsunade rolled her eyes, speechless. The scroll is sorted by the names of the ninjutsu. If you know the names of the ninjutsu, it won't take that long. I just remembered this. Chuan Feng scratched his head embarrassedly. I want to beat you up. Tsunade grabbed Chuan Feng's hand again, and went home and quickly connected to the Katsuyu chat room. Did you find it? As soon as he saw the person, Nagato couldn't help but ask. Of course, someone please take note of it. Tsunade spread the scroll in front of him, and Nagato and the others could see it clearly. Kakuzu wanted to see it but didn't want to, and his expression was very conflicted. If it weren't for curiosity, he would never have stayed. Okay, teacher. Soon, Nono copied it on the blank scroll. Chapter 410. Online beating of Two-Tailed 2. Nagato is not available, Kakuzu counts as 1. You 3 should be able to use it. Chuan Feng stroked his chin and looked at them, and felt that it was not a big problem. Although the 4 red yang formation requires 4 cage levels to activate, Yahiko and the others have grown extremely rapidly over the years. Putting aside Nagato, the cheater, the others are all talented players. After having better life experiences, it is completely expected that he would reach cage level strength earlier than in the original work. Teacher, who do you look down on? Conan pouted, and that unconvinced tone was quite cute. Haha, the teacher said something wrong. I apologize to you. Chuan Feng laughed insincerely, completely ignoring the fact that Kakuzu was unwilling to be dominated. Alright, you 4 should get acquainted with each other first. It's an A-rank ninjutsu after all, it's not that easy. Tsunade wasn't really worried, but she just wanted to see how Nagato would subdue the tailed beasts as soon as possible. Yahiko and the others have been together day and night for so many years, so naturally there is no problem with their tacit understanding. Good. Nagato agreed, picked up the jar and walked out. Kakuzu was reluctant but still followed them. After a while, the 5 people came to the valley where Hanzo died. This was indeed a good place. It is surrounded by mountains and has only one entrance, so it is very hidden. It's nice here. Chuan Feng nodded, without any nostalgic thoughts about the past. Is it okay to just drop the can? Nagato raised the black jar, and scared Yahiko and others so much that they retreated. In a blink of an eye, they had put a long distance between themselves and Nagato. I'll try, don't be afraid. Nagato was overjoyed after taking the jar. Low-level prank. UB********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** scary when he suddenly did this. Haha, just throw it as hard as you can. Chuan Feng looked like he was just watching a show. It was certain that most people would not be able to break this jar. But as for Nagato falling, there will definitely be no problem. Without further delay, let's try the barrier. Tsunade also had a smile on her face, but it was much more restrained than Chuan Feng's. Yes, teacher's wife, advertisement only. Kakuzu did not respond. He silently stood apart with Yahiko and the other two, surrounding Nagato in the center. Are you ready? After estimating the distance, everyone's faces turned serious. Following Yahiko's low shout, the remaining three nodded in unison. Here I come. The four of them began to form seals at the same time, and huge chakra waves spread across the valley. Chuan Feng and Tsunade held their breath and silently cheered them up. First time, failed. Second time, failed. For the third time, a rectangular barrier burning with red transparent flames finally rose from the ground. It worked. Chuan Feng murmured, his eyes becoming serious. Then I'll start. After making eye contact with Yahiko and the others, Nagato smashed the black jar to the ground without hesitation. Bang! With a loud bang, the black jar shattered. When the smoke and dust cleared, a hole with a diameter of several meters appeared in front of everyone. Nagato's fall was so powerful that it was terrifying. Through shared vision, Chuan Feng and Tsunade both saw a large amount of blue chakra quickly condense into substance. Yahiko and the other three stared at the barrier intently, and even their breathing became heavy. Ah! A fierce and piercing roar pierced his eardrums. Nagato frowned and stepped back. The next moment, a big cat covered with blue chakra flames suddenly emerged from the barrier. This guy is pretty good looking. Conan's eyes were focused on the second tail, attracted by its good looks beneath its huge body. The two blue, flame-shaped tails with black stripes stand upright, indicating that it is currently in a very unstable mood. Yes. Nono nodded, without any worry in his eyes. Although she doesn't dare to say that she can defeat the tailed beast, she has full confidence in Nagato. How did you choose for me? Tsunade looked from Nibi to Chuan Feng, clearly disliking Chome. In terms of appearance alone, Wei is several blocks ahead of Chome. You are a woman who destroys the bridge after crossing it. Before Chuan Feng could reply, Chome was already clamoring inside Tsunade. No one can stand being disdained so blatantly. It's not the animal itself that decides what it looks like, so the only thing to blame is Sage of Six Paths. Over the years, even if Chome has no credit, she has worked hard. At least, it never caused Tsunade any trouble. Advertisement. Not to mention the joy of having big wings, just looking at its peaceful temperament, it is undoubtedly the best among the tailed beasts. Seeing Tsunade's expression change, Chuan Feng instantly realized that a chatterbox had saved him from disaster. Otherwise, this question is really hard to answer. Alright, I'll apologize to you, I said the wrong thing. Tsunade knew she was wrong, so she apologized impatiently. Woman, I don't see your sincerity, you hurt my pride. Chome became excited upon seeing this, and had no intention of quitting while she was ahead. At this time Chuan Feng clearly felt that Tsunade's pressure had become stronger. This was his sixth sense as a man. I'm giving you face, but you don't want it, right? You're asking for punishment for talking about your self-esteem with me? Tsunade stood up suddenly, which scared Chuan Feng. Chome is really a warrior. What's so fierce? Chome flapped its wings and moved closer to the edge of the sealed space. Thinking of the scenes of being pressed to the ground and rubbed over the ears, how could it still have any self-esteem? In front of Tsunade, I only have the fear of being dominated. Life as a worm is really hard. HMPH, having once again subdued Chome under his power, Tsunade sat back down with satisfaction. However, there was no intention for Chuan Feng to answer the previous question. Look, a fight is about to start. Since Tsunade didn't ask any further questions, Chuan Feng naturally wouldn't come any closer. Changing the subject, he turned his attention back to the barrier. Nagato and the two-tailed have been in a standoff for a while. Looking at the bean-sized human in front of him, Erwei was disdainful at first. But when it sensed the powerful chakra in Nagato's body, it did feel threatened. The pressure brought by this kid in front of me is no less than that dark-skinned guy in Cloud Shinobi Village. Looking around, it found that although it had broken the seal, it still seemed not to have gained true freedom. It is very familiar with the barrier and often gets trapped inside it when it goes berserk in Cloud Shinobi Village. Human, let me out. Erwei raised his left front leg and took a small step forward, lowering his head slightly. That condescending look brings a strong sense of oppression. But this sense of oppression is very inconsistent with its gentle voice. Puff, don't even think about letting you out. If you behave yourself, I promise to make sure you don't suffer as much. Nagato couldn't help but laugh out loud. The contrast between the two tails was quite big. He gently turned his wrist, revealing a small black stick from under his wide sleeves. The playful look under the red bangs is as if he is looking at a pet. Chapter 411. Online beating of Two-Tail 3. You're looking for death. The two-tail had never been humiliated like this before, and it immediately exploded under the stimulation of Nagato's words. I saw it just exert a little force with its hind legs and its whole body pounced out. The giant blue claw flashed with cold light and rushed straight towards Nagato. The fierce light in its eyes was even more terrifying. If this shot was successful, it believed that the human in front of it would have no chance of survival. Advertisement. The distance, which was not far to begin with, was reached in a flash. Tisk tisk, just a little slow. Yahiko commented from outside the barrier, her tone very disdainful. Although the Nibi has good momentum, how can it hit Nagato at this speed? If it could turn into Nono, then there would be some possibility. And the fact was just as Yahiko expected, Nagato didn't even think of dodging this attack. Since he was going to fight, he planned to defeat the two-tailed fox in one go. Without any movement, Nagato's upper body clothes were torn apart, revealing his muscular body. Wow, this is much better than a body of ribs. Looking at Nagato, Chuan Feng couldn't hide the pride in his tone. What ribs? Of course Tsunade couldn't understand what this meant. Chuan Feng just brushed it off. He believed that such a tragedy would never happen to Nagato again. Bang! There was a muffled sound in my ears. The mechanical arm protruding from behind Nagato's shoulder grabbed the second tail's claw completely with lightning speed. The powerful force from top to bottom caused Nagato to sink more than 3 inches into the ground. But afterwards, no matter how hard the second tail tried, it could not move forward an inch. How is that possible? The two-tailed beast looked at Nagato, who was so close to it, with a look of astonishment on his face. It couldn't believe that someone could fight against it with physical strength alone. That's not enough. Nagato raised his head and looked up, with a hint of mockery at the corner of his mouth. As the bangs parted to the sides, 2 Rinnegan appeared clearly in front of the two-tail's eyes. These eyes, how is that possible? The fear buried deep in his heart suddenly struck him, and for a moment the only thing left in Erwei's mind was, escape. This is the eye of the Sage of Six Paths, how could it forget? Oh, you know my eyes? Although Chuan Feng did not tell Nagato the truth, he always had doubts in his heart. As he studied medical ninjutsu in depth, he knew clearly that these eyes were not born with him. Advertisement, impossible, this is impossible. The two-tailed beast's eyes were filled with fear, but the more it tried to break free, the tighter Nagato held it. Never mind. It's not important. Not getting any useful information, Nagato shook his head in self-mockery. Indeed, it didn't matter where these eyes came from. As long as these eyes belong to him now, they're part of his Nagato body. As soon as he finished speaking, Nagato raised his hands and 2 long black sticks shot forward at high speed. With one of its front limbs held down, Erwei had no way to dodge. Puff. The sound of the long stick entering the body could be clearly heard. and the two hind limbs of the tail were directly pierced through. Oh woo! The two tails regained consciousness after feeling the pain, and subconsciously swung their other forelimbs to attack Nagato again. This time, its entire forelimbs were burning with dazzling blue flames, and it was determined to burn the human in front of it to ashes. Even if this kid is the descendant of the Sage of Six Paths, it doesn't care. Wouldn't it be better to be good? Facing the fierce attack from the two-tailed beast, Nagato remained calm. He raised his hand and shot out another long black stick. The mechanical arm behind his shoulder released the two tails, and the whole person retreated quickly. The whole set of movements is done in one go, with an indescribable grace. It was not very cost-effective for him to control the second tail like this. What did you do to me? Not only did the attack miss, but he was injured again, and the roar of the two-tail continued to echo throughout the barrier. Although it was freed from its restraints, it clearly felt that the chakra in its body was severely disturbed. If the power of this interference was stronger, it realized that it would most likely become a puppet at the mercy of others. The key to all this is the several long black sticks on the body. Thinking of this, Wei opened his mouth and wanted to pull out the long black stick. Very clever. Chuanfeng smiled slightly, which was considered a compliment to Wei. Of course, it's okay to call it a mockery. You think they are all like you? Tsunade glanced at Chuanfeng. This was pure slander. How come Hatake Chuanfeng isn't smarter than the tailed beasts? No, how can you compare yourself to the tailed beasts? Chuanfeng was about to retort, but when he thought about how Tsunade was still angry, he could only smile and swallow his anger. Yahiko and the others who saw this scene tried hard not to laugh, and their faces gradually became distorted. If it weren't for the powerful control, the barrier would not be able to be maintained. Only Nagato was not affected, and his attention was focused on the two-tail. Advertisement, don't even think about it. Seeing the intention of the two-tail, how could Nagato turn a blind eye? Although the damage caused by the black stick is not worth mentioning, the effect it brings is of paramount importance. There was no way he would just watch Wei pull out the black stick. Earth style. Earth dungeon trap and killing. Nagato completed the seal in an instant and slapped the ground in front of him with one hand. As a large amount of chakra was transmitted into the ground beneath the two-tail began to tremble violently, and then huge spikes of earth broke out of the ground. Wei, who was still pulling out the long black stick, was immediately stabbed into a hedgehog and looked extremely miserable. This move is quite cruel. Did you teach you this? There was some envy in Tsunade's eyes. She really didn't want to be just a reckless woman. Unfortunately, some things are destined and there is nothing she can do about it. Have you seen me use Earth style? He probably developed it himself. Its power has reached S level. Chuanfeng didn't even turn his head, knowing that Tsunade was deliberately trying to choke him. But he didn't care. Whether he taught him or not, Nagato was still his disciple. It's really good, but if someone else uses it, it may not be as powerful as this. Tsunade wasn't denying Nagato, it was affirming him. Being able to produce such an effect on the tailed beasts, it is undoubtedly S rank. However, the power of the same ninjutsu in the hands of different ninjas may vary greatly. You were right. Chuanfeng nodded vigorously. He instantly thought of Uchiha Madara's mere B-level ninjutsu. It won't end like this, will it? Looking at the two-tail pierced by several earth spikes, Tsunade was still a little disappointed. This good show was a little too short, and the second tail was a little too weak. You think too much. No matter how weak it is still a tailed beast. Chuanfeng sneered. Sometimes this woman has some problems with her brain. It's not like you haven't come into contact with tailed beasts before, so how can you ask such childish questions? If he wasn't afraid of getting beaten, he would have made some sarcastic remarks. If the tailed beasts were so easy to deal with, they could be considered ultimate weapons. The two of them chatted for a few words, while the second tail went berserk. Roar! Before Nagato could make the next attack, the two tails burst out with powerful chakra, and the blue flames on its body became brighter and brighter. The high temperature radiating from it made the entire barrier burn. The earth spikes instantly disintegrated under the burning of the blue flames, and the wounds on the second tail gradually healed. Except for a few annoying black sticks on its body that had not been dealt with in time, it has now returned to its original state. Chapter 412. Online beating of Two-Tail 4, Unforgivable. The Two-Tail's originally gentle voice turned violent, and a huge burning great fireball shot out from its mouth. The target is Nagato. The fireball whistled past with the sound of wind, and everything it passed was turned into scorched earth. If you were hit by such an attack, you can imagine the consequences. I guess it makes you question life. It looks pretty intimidating, but unfortunately the ninjutsu is ineffective against Nagato. This second tail is just a little bit bigger, it doesn't have any special abilities. He, Yahiko and the others communicated smoothly, and watching the battle in the barrier even felt a bit boring. They could imagine several ways Nagato would respond, none of which were original. Hungry Keto, Nagato chose the least aesthetically pleasing solution. Under the shocked gaze of the two tails, Nagato held back the powerful fireball with one hand and it gradually shrank until it disappeared. Nagato looked relaxed, and it looked like he wasn't having any difficulty breathing. Ninjutsu doesn't work on you. The two tails was a little bit unbelievable. In this world where ninjutsu is the key to survival, you tell me that you are invincible? But it has to admit that this answer sounds outrageous but is close to the truth. While it can recognize the Rinnegan, it is not qualified to allow the Sage of Six Paths to use the power of these eyes. I wouldn't dare say that, but your ninjutsu should be ineffective against me. Nagato smiled slightly. The first sentence was quite humble, but the second sentence almost d off Nibby to death. What about you looking at this? The two-tailed beast seemed to be unconvinced, and a high-density chakra energy ball quickly formed in its mouth. It is the ultimate move of the Tailed Beast Bomb. If the guy in front of me can easily resist Tailed Beast Bomb, I'd better run away quickly. So big, wow, this is my first time seeing Tailed Beast Bomb up close. So exciting, damn, idiot, Kakuzu complained bluntly, successfully earning 3 glares. These 3 young men didn't even use their brains to think, is there anything worth celebrating about facing the Tailed Beast Bomb at such a close distance? What if, just say, Nagato dodges and this barrier can't stop him, what should we do? Anyway, Kakuzu had made up his mind that if the Tailed Beast Bomb came towards the barrier, he would just turn around and leave. God knows if this broken barrier can block it, he doesn't want to die here. I'd like to see how you resist. Nagato tilted his head with a smirk, and immediately the 2 tails felt a chill down their spine. Shinra Tensai. Advertisement following Nagato's low shout, a powerful repulsive force spread out from him. The Tailed Beast Bomb shot towards the second tail at a faster speed than when it came. FK. Urwei burst into swearing, this was an outcome he had not expected. Can you eat your own Tailed Beast Bomb? After hesitating for less than a second, it abandoned this unrealistic idea. But the space was too limited and the distance was too close, so Urwei had no room to dodge. Nagato had expected this to happen before he said that. This kid really looks like you when he's bad. Tsunade was so amused by what she saw that she couldn't tell whether she was praising Chuan Feng or making fun of him. Thank you. Chuan Feng gave 2 emotionless fake smiles, he had no choice but to take the blame. Bang. After the violent explosion, the entire barrier was covered in smoke and dust, with 0 visibility. Wind-style grade breakthrough, with Nagato's wind style, the situation inside the barrier became clear again. At this time, he had reached the corner of the barrier, and Nono was not far away from him. Seeing Nagato was unharmed, Nono finally felt relieved. The second tail in the distance was not in such a good condition. In a huge deep pit, it was covered with wounds and gasping for breath. It is worth mentioning that although it is in a mess, it still maintains a standing posture. The wounds on his body were healing, but the speed was extremely slow. It seems that even if it is his own Tailed Beast Bomb, it is not easy to withstand it. Such a powerful move only takes 5 seconds. With different standpoints, the feelings in your heart will naturally be different. There was no desperation in Tsunade's tone now, but instead it was full of admiration. Even though she had seen Nagato use Shinra Tensai many times, she still couldn't help herself. In her opinion, such a magical skill cannot be overpraised. We are just getting started, there is still room for improvement. It's a decisive move. Chuan Feng almost let the cat out of the bag, but he quickly smoothed it over. He had never mentioned this ability of the Rinnegan to anyone, including Tsunade. He would rather Nagato never have to use this jutsu. This is also his blessing as an elder. What's the ultimate move? Tsunade suddenly became interested and asked. The most powerful sealing technique in the history of the ninja world. Chuan Feng said it with great certainty. Looking at the entire Hokage, planetary devastation is indeed the strongest sealing technique. Advertisement: it's just divided into 2 versions, 6 paths version and regular version. Are you sure? Tsunade's eyes flickered with doubt, wondering how credible Chuan Feng's words were. Believe it or not, you'll know when you see it. Chuan Feng knew that dealing with the 2-tailed Nagato was not yet at the point where he needed to use the planetary devastation. Since he can't show it in person, no matter how much he says, it will seem pale and powerless. After all, considering his attainments in the art of sealing, what he said is not very convincing. Then I'll wait. Tsunade was pleased with Chuan Feng's self-awareness and chuckled. After a few words of conversation, the 2 turned their attention back to the barrier. Nagato gave Nono a look that said, "Don't worry," and slowly moved towards the deep pit. As his footsteps got closer and heavier, Urwei actually stepped back. After just a few rounds, it was scared. It understood that the man in front of it was a powerful being that it could not contend with. Dissatisfied, Nagato stood at the edge of the pit, and now it was him looking down at the second tail. The pressure brought by those eyes was even greater than that of the 2-tailed beast. What exactly do you want me to do? Although Urwei longs for freedom, he values his life more. It will never want to be reborn unless it is absolutely necessary. That's easy to say. Just let me stick these things in you. Nagato said the harshest words in the gentlest tone. He shook his hands, and many thick black sticks piled up at the edge of the pit. Are you going to give me no chance to live? Urwei looked at the black stick, which was 10 times thicker than before, with fear in his eyes. Sure enough, this guy just wants to make himself a puppet. I'm doing this for safety reasons. As long as you listen, I promise not to control your body. Nagato did not hide it and admitted the role of the black stick. Although what he said was sincere and true, Urwei didn't dare to believe it. It is impossible for it to gamble its own freedom as a cat on the empty words of the person in front of it. By then, the control will be in his hands, and nothing I do will be of any use. I can submit to you, but I won't accept being a puppet. The two-tailed tried to bargain. At least it could see that Nagato had no intention of sealing it again. Humans only live for a few decades, but it can live forever. When Nagato dies, it will be a free big cat again. Thinking of this, a faint smile actually slipped across Erwei's lips.